blown his ranks into the air, and like the devil from his very arm puffed his own brother, and can he be angry? Something of moment then. I will go meet him. There's matter in't indeed if he be angry. Desdemona, I prithee do so. Exit Iago. Something sure of state, either from Venice or some unhatched practice made demonstrable here in Cyprus to him, hath puddled his clear spirit. And in such cases men's natures wrangle with inferior things, though great ones are their object. 'Tis even so. For let our finger ache, and it endues our other healthful members even to that sense of pain. Nay, we must think men are not gods, nor of them look for such observancy as fits the bridal. Beshrew me much, Emilia, I was unhandsome warrior as I am, arraigning his unkindness with my soul, but now I find I had suborned the witness, and he's indicted falsely. Emilia, pray heaven it be state matters as you think, and no conception nor no jealous toy concerning you. Desdemona. Alas the day I never gave him cause. Emilia, but jealous souls will not be answered so, they are not ever jealous for the cause, but jealous for they are jealous. 'Tis a monster begot upon itself, born on itself. Desdemona, heaven keep that monster from Othello's mind. Emilia, lady amen, Desdemona, I will go seek him. Cassio, walk hereabout, if I do find him fit, I'll move your suit, and seek to effect it to my uttermost. Cassio, I humbly thank your ladyship. Exeunt Desdemona and Emilia. Enter Bianca. Bianca, save you friend Cassio. Cassio, what make you from home? How is it with you, my most fair Bianca? I faith, sweet love, I was coming to your house. Bianca, and I was going to your lodging. Cassio, what, keep a week away, 7 days and nights? 8 hours, and lovers' absent hours more tedious than the dial 80 times, O weary reckoning. Cassio, pardon me Bianca, I have this while with leaden thoughts been pressed, but I shall in a more continuate time strike off this score of absence. Sweet Bianca, giving her Desdemona's handkerchief, take me this work out. Bianca, O Cassio, whence came this? This is some token from a newer friend. To the felt absence now I feel a cause. Is't come to this? Well, well, Cassio, go to woman, throw your vile guesses in the devil's teeth from whence you have them. You are jealous now that this is from some mistress, some remembrance. No, in good troth, Bianca. Bianca, why, whose is it? Cassio, I know not neither, I found it in my chamber, I like the work well, ere it be demanded as like enough it will, I'd have it copied. Take it and do tea and leave me for this time. Bianca, leave you wherefore? Cassio, I do attend here on the general, and think it no addition nor my wish to have him see me womaned. Bianca, why, I pray you? Cassio, not that I love you not, Bianca, but that you do not love me. I pray you bring me on the way a little, and say if I shall see you soon at night. Cassio, 'tis but a little way that I can bring you, for I attend here, but I'll see you soon. Bianca, 'tis very good, I must be circumstanct. Exeunt, Act Roman 4 Scene I, Cyprus, before the castle, enter Othello and Iago. Iago, will you think so? Othello, think so? Iago. Iago, what, to kiss in private? Othello, an unauthorized kiss. Iago, or to be naked with her friend in bed an hour or more, not meaning any harm. Othello, naked in bed, Iago, and not mean harm. It is hypocrisy against the devil, they that mean virtuously and yet do so, the devil their virtue tempts, and they tempt heaven. Iago, so they do nothing, 'tis a venial slip, but if I give my wife a handkerchief, Othello. What then, Iago? Why then 'tis hers, my lord, and being hers she may, I think, bestow't on any man. Othello, she is protectress of her honour too. May she give that, Iago? Her honour is an essence that's not seen, they have it very oft that have it not, but for the handkerchief, Othello. By heaven, I would most gladly have forgot it. Thou saidst, oh, it comes all my memory, as doth the raven or the infected house, boding to all he had my handkerchief. Iago, aye, what of that? Othello, that's not so. Good now, Iago. What if I had said I had seen him do you wrong? Or heard him say, as knaves be such abroad, who having, by their own importunate suit, or voluntary dotage of some mistress, convinced or supplied them, cannot choose but they must. Blab, Othello, hath he said anything? Iago, he hath, my lord, but be you well assured, no more than he'll unswear. Othello, what hath he said? Iago, faith that he did, I know not what he did. Othello, what, Iago, lie. Othello, with her. Iago, with her on her, what you will. Othello, lie with her, lie on her. we say lie on her when they belie her. Lie with her, that's fulsome. Handkerchief confessions, handkerchief to confess and be hanged for his labour. First to be hanged and then to confess, I tremble at it. Nature would not invest herself in such shadowing passion without some instruction. It is not words that shake me thus. Pish, noses, ears and lips, is't possible, confess, handkerchief. O devil, falls in a trance. Iago, work on my medicine, work. Thus credulous fools are caught, and many worthy and chaste dames even thus, all guiltless, meet reproach. What ho, my lord, I say, Othello, enter Cassio. How now, Cassio, Cassio, what's the matter? Iago, my lord is fallen into an epilepsy. This is his second fit. He had one yesterday. Cassio, rub him about the temples. Iago, no, forbear, the lethargy must have his quiet course. If not, he foams at mouth, and by breaks out to savage madness. Look, he stirs, do you withdraw yourself a little while, he will recover straight. When he is gone, I would on great occasions speak with you. Exit Cassio. How is it, General, have you not hurt your head? Othello, dost thou mock me? Iago, I mock you. No, by heaven, would you would bear your fortune like a man, Othello. A horned man's a monster and a beast. Iago, there's many a beast then in a populous city and many a civil monster. Othello, did he confess it? Iago, good sir, be a man, think every bearded fellow that's but yocked may draw with you. There's millions now alive that nightly lie in those unproper beds which they dare swear peculiar. Your case is better. Oh, 'tis the spite of hell, the fiend's arch-mock, to lip a wanton in a secure couch, and to suppose her chaste. No, let me know, and knowing what I am, I know what she shall be. Othello, oh, thou art wise, 'tis certain. Iago, stand you a while apart, confine yourself but in a patient list. Whilst you were here o'erwhelmed with your grief, a passion most unsuiting such a man, Cassio came hither. I shifted him away, and laid good scuse upon your ecstasy, bade him anon return, and here speak with me, the which he promised. Do but encave yourself, and mark the fleers, the gibes, and notable scorns, that dwell in every region of his face. For I will make him tell the tale anew, where, how oft, how long ago, and when he hath, and is again to cope your wife. I say, but mark his gesture. Marry, patience, or I shall say you are all in spleen, and nothing of a man. Othello, dost thou hear? Iago, I will be found most cunning in my patience, but dost thou hear? Most bloody. Iago, that's not amiss, but yet keep time in all. Will you withdraw? Othello withdraws. Now will I question Cassio of Bianca, a housewife that by selling her desires buys herself bread and clothes. It is a creature that dotes on Cassio, as 'tis the strumpet's plague to beguile many and be beguiled by one. He, when he hears of her, cannot refrain from the excess of laughter. Here he comes, enter Cassio. As he shall smile, Othello shall go mad, and his unbookish jealousy must construe poor Cassio's smiles, gestures, and light behaviour quite in the wrong. How do you now, Lieutenant? Cassio, the worser that you give me the addition whose want even kills me. Iago, ply Desdemona well, and you are sure on't. Speaking lower, now if this suit lay in Bianca's power, how quickly should you speed? Cassio, alas, poor caitiff. Othello, aside, look how he laughs already. Iago, I never knew a woman love man so. Cassio, alas, poor rogue, I think, I faith, she loves me. Othello, aside, now he denies it faintly and laughs it out. Iago, do you hear Cassio? Othello, now he importunes him to tell it all. Go to, well said, well said. Iago, she gives it out that you shall marry her. Do you intend it? Cassio, ha ha ha. Othello, do you triumph? Roman, do you triumph? Cassio, I marry her. What, a customer? I prithee bear some charity to my wit, do not think it so unwholesome. Ha ha ha. Othello, so, they laugh that wins. Iago, faith, the cry goes that you shall marry her. Cassio, prithee say true. Iago, I am a very villain else. Othello, have you scored me? Well, Cassio, this is the monkey's own giving out. She is persuaded I will marry her out of her own love and flattery, not out of my promise. Othello, Iago beckons me. Now he begins the story. Cassio, she was here even now, she haunts me in every place. I was the other day talking on the sea-bank with certain Venetians, and thither comes the bauble and falls thus about my neck. Othello, crying, oh dear Cassio, as it were his gesture imports it. Cassio, so hangs and lolls and weeps upon me, so hails and pulls me. Ha ha ha, Othello, now he tells how she plucked him to my chamber. Oh, I see that nose of yours, but not that dog I shall throw it to. Cassio, well, I must leave her company. Iago, before me, look where she comes, enter Bianca. Cassio, 'tis such another Fichu, marry a perfumed one. What do you mean by this haunting of me? Bianca, let the devil and his dam haunt you. What did you mean by that same handkerchief you gave me even now? I was a fine fool to take it. I must take out the work. A likely piece of work that you should find it in your chamber and not know who left it there. This is some minx's token, and I must take out the work. There, give it your hobby horse. Wheresoever you had it, I'll take out no work on't. Cassio, how now, my sweet Bianca, how now, Othello, by heaven that should be my handkerchief. Bianca, if you'll come to supper tonight you may, if you will not, come when you are next prepared for. Exit. Iago, after her. Cassio, faith, I must, she'll rail in the street else. Iago, will you sup there? Cassio, faith, I intend so. Iago, well, I may chance to see you, for I would very fain speak with you. Cassio, prithee come, will you? Iago, go to, say no more. Exit Cassio. Othello coming forward, how shall I murder him? Iago, did you perceive how he laughed at his vice? Othello, oh Iago, and did you see the handkerchief? Othello, was that mine? Iago, yours by this hand, and to see how he prizes the foolish woman your wife. She gave it him, and he hath given it his whore. Othello, I would have him 9 years a killing. A fine woman, a fair woman, a sweet woman. Iago, nay, you must forget that. Othello, I let her rot and perish and be damned tonight, for she shall not live. No, my heart is turned to stone, I strike it and it hurts my hand. Oh, the world hath not a sweeter creature. She might lie by an emperor's side and command him tasks. Iago, nay, that's not your way. Othello, hang her, I do but say what she is. So delicate with her needle, an admirable musician. Oh, she will sing the savageness out of a bear. Of so high and plenteous wit and invention. Iago, she's the worse for all this. Othello, oh, 1,000 times, and then of so gentle a condition. Iago, I too gentle. Othello, nay, that's certain. But yet the pity of it, Iago. Oh, Iago, the pity of it, Iago. If you are so fond over her iniquity, give her patent to offend, for if it touch not you, it comes near nobody. Othello, I will chop her into messes. Cuckold me. Iago, oh, 'tis foul in her. Othello, with mine officer. Iago, that's fouler. Othello, get me some poison. Iago, this night I'll not expostulate with her, lest her body and beauty unprovide my mind again. This night, Iago, do it not with poison, strangle her in her bed, even the bed she hath contaminated. Othello, good, the justice of it pleases, very good. Iago, and for Cassio let me be his undertaker, you shall hear more by midnight. Othello, excellent, good. A trumpet within, what trumpet is that same? Enter Lodovico, Desdemona, and attendant. Iago, something from Venice, sure. 'Tis Lodovico come from the Duke. See, your wife is with him. Lodovico, save you, worthy general. Othello, with all my heart, sir. Lodovico, the Duke and Senators of Venice greet you. Gives him a packet. Othello, I kiss the instrument of their pleasures. Opens the packet and reads, Desdemona. And what's the news, good cousin Lodovico? Iago, I am very glad to see you, Signia. Welcome to Cyprus. Lodovico, I thank you. How does Lieutenant Cassio? Iago, lives, sir. Desdemona, cousin, there's fallen between him and my lord an unkind breach, but you shall make all well. Othello, are you sure of that? Desdemona, my lord. Othello, reads, this fail you not to do as you will. Lodovico, he did not call, he's busy in the paper. Is there division twixt my lord and Cassio? Desdemona, a most unhappy one. I would do much to atone them, for the love I bear to Cassio. Othello, fire and brimstone. Desdemona, my lord. Othello, are you wise? Desdemona, what is he angry? Lodovico, maybe the letter moved him, for as I think they do command him home, deputing Cassio in his government. Desdemona, trust me, I am glad on't. Othello, indeed. Desdemona, my lord. Othello, I am glad to see you mad. Desdemona, why, sweet Othello. Othello, devil, striking her. Desdemona, I have not deserved this. Lodovico, my lord, this would not be believed in Venice, though I should swear I sought, 'tis very much. Make her amends, she weeps. Othello, oh devil, if that the earth could teem with woman's tears, each drop she falls would prove a crocodile. Out of my sight. Desdemona, I will not stay to offend you. Going, Lodovico, truly an obedient lady. I do beseech your lordship call her back. Othello, mistress, Desdemona, my lord. Othello, what would you with her, sir? Lodovico, who I, my lord. Othello, I, you did wish that I would make her turn, so she can turn and yet go on and turn again. And she can weep, sir, weep, and she's obedient, as you say, obedient, very obedient. Proceed you in your tears. Concerning this, sir, O well-painted passion, I am commanded home. Get you away, I'll send for you anon. Sir, I obey the mandate and will return to Venice. Hence, avaunt, exit Desdemona, Cassio shall have my place. And, sir, tonight, I do entreat that we may sup together. You are welcome, sir, to Cyprus. Goats and monkeys, exit, Lodovico. Is this the noble Moor whom our full senate call all in all sufficient? Is this the nature whom passion could not shake, whose solid virtue the shot of accident nor dart of chance could neither graze nor pierce? Iago, he is much changed. Lodovico, are his wits safe, is he not light of brain? Iago, he's that he is. I may not breathe my censure what he might be. If what he might he is not, I would to heaven he were. Lodovico, what strike his wife? Iago, faith, that was not so well, yet would I knew that stroke would prove the worst. Lodovico, is it his use, or did the letters work upon his blood and nucreate this fault? Iago, alas, alas, it is not honesty in me to speak what I have seen and known. You shall observe him, and his own courses will denote him, so that I may save my speech. Do but go after and mark how he continues. Lodovico, I am sorry that I am deceived in him. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, Cyprus, a room in the castle. Enter Othello and Emilia. Othello, you have seen nothing then. Emilia, nor ever heard nor ever did suspect. Othello, yes, you have seen Cassio and she together. Emilia, but then I saw no harm, and then I heard each syllable that breath made up between them. Othello, what did they never whisper? Emilia, never, my lord. Othello, nor send you out o' the way. Emilia, never. Othello, to fetch her fan, her gloves, her mask, nor nothing. Emilia, never, my lord. Othello, that's strange. Emilia, I durst, my lord, to wager she is honest, lay down my soul at stake. If you think other, remove your thought, it doth abuse your bosom. If any wretch have put this in your head, let heaven requite it with the serpent's curse, for if she be not honest, chaste, and true, there's no man happy. The purest of their wives is foul as slander. Othello, bid her come hither. Go, exit Emilia. She says enough, yet she's a simple bawd that cannot say as much. This is a subtle whore, a closet lock and key of villainous secrets, and yet she'll kneel and pray. I have seen her do tea. Enter Desdemona and Emilia. Desdemona, my lord, what is your will? Othello, pray, Chuck, come hither. Desdemona, what is your pleasure? Othello, let me see your eyes, look in my face. Desdemona, what horrible fancy's this? Othello, to Emilia, some of your function, mistress. Leave Procrence alone, and shut the door. Cough or cry hem if anybody come. Your mystery, nay, dispatch. Exit Emilia. Desdemona, upon my knees, what doth your speech import? I understand a fury in your words, but not the words. Othello, why, what art thou? Desdemona, your wife, my lord, your true and loyal wife. Othello, come, swear it, damn thyself, lest being like one of heaven, the devils themselves should fear to seize thee, therefore be double damned. Swear thou art honest. Desdemona, heaven doth truly know it. Othello, heaven truly knows that thou art false as hell. Desdemona, to whom, my lord? With whom? How am I false? Othello, O Desdemona, away, 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 Desdemona. Alas, the heavy day, why do you weep? Am I the motive of these tears, my lord? If haply you, my father, do suspect an instrument of this your calling back, lay not your blame on me. If you have lost him, why, I have lost him too. Othello, had it pleased heaven to try me with affliction, had they rained all kinds of sores and shames on my bare head, steeped me in poverty to the very lips, given to captivity me and my utmost hopes, I should have found in some place of my soul a drop of patience. But alas, to make me a fixed figure for the time of scorn to point his slow, unmoving finger at. Yet could I bear that too well, very well. But there, where I have garnered up my heart, where either I must live or bear no life, the fountain from the which my current runs, or else dries up to be discarded thence, or keep it as a cistern for foul toads to knot and gender in. Turn thy complexion there, Patience, thou young and rose-lipped cherubin, I there look grim as hell. Desdemona, I hope my noble lord esteems me honest. Othello. O I, as summer flies are in the shambles that quicken even with blowing. O thou weed who art so lovely fair and smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee would thou hadst ne'er been born. Desdemona. Alas, what ignorant sin have I committed, Othello? Was this fair paper, this most goodly book, made to write whore upon? What committed, O thou public commoner? I should make very forges of my cheeks that would to cinders burn up modesty did I but speak thy deeds. What committed? Heaven stops the nose at it and the moon winks. The bawdy wind that kisses all it meets is hushed within the hollow mine of earth and will not hear it. What committed? Impudent strumpet, Desdemona, by heaven you do me wrong. Othello, are not you a strumpet, Desdemona? No, as I am a Christian, if to preserve this vessel for my lord from any other foul unlawful touch be not to be a strumpet, I am none. Othello, what not a whore, Desdemona? No, as I shall be salved, Othello, is't possible, Desdemona? O heaven forgive us, Othello, I cry you mercy then. I took you for that cunning whore of Venice that married with Othello. You, mistress, enter Emilia, that have the office opposite to St. Peter and keeps the gate of hell. You, we have done our course, there's money for your pains, I pray you turn the key and keep our counsel. Exit. Emilia, alas, what does this gentleman conceive? How do you, madam, how do you, my good lady? Desdemona. Faith, half asleep. Emilia, good madam, what's the matter with my lord? Desdemona. With who? Emilia, why with my lord, madam. Desdemona, who is thy lord? Emilia, he that is yours, sweet lady. Desdemona, I have none. Do not talk to me, Emilia, I cannot weep, nor answer have I none but what should go by water. Prithee, tonight lay on my bed my wedding sheets, remember, and call thy husband hither. Emilia, here's a change indeed. Exit, Desdemona, 'tis meet I should be so very meet. How have I been behaved that he might stick the smallest opinion on my least misuse? Enter Iago and Emilia. Iago, what is your pleasure, madam? How is't with you, Desdemona? I cannot tell. Those that do teach young babes do it with gentle means and easy tasks. He might have chid me so, for in good faith I am a child to chiding. Iago, what's the matter, lady? Emilia. Alas, Iago, my lord hath so behawed her, thrown such despite and heavy terms upon her as true hearts cannot bear. Desdemona. Am I that name, Iago? Iago. What name, fair lady? Desdemona. Such as she says my lord did say I was. Emilia. He called her whore. A beggar in his drink could not have laid such terms upon his callet. Iago. Why did he so? Desdemona. I do not know, I am sure I am none such. Iago. Do not weep, alas the day. Emilia. Hath she forsook so many noble matches, her father and her country and her friends, to be called whore? Would it not make one weep? Desdemona. It is my wretched fortune. Iago. Beshrew him fort, how comes this trick upon him? Desdemona. Nay, heaven doth know. Emilia. I will be hanged if some eternal villain, some busy and insinuating some cogging, cozening slave to get some office have not devissed this slander. I'll be hanged else. Iago. Fie, there is no such man, it is impossible. Desdemona. If any such there be, heaven pardon him. Emilia. A halter pardon him and hell nor his bones. Why should he call her whore? Who keeps her company? What place? What time? What form? What likelihood? The Moors abused by some most villainous knave, some base notorious knave, some scurvy fellow. O heaven, that such companions thou'dst unfold, and put in every honest hand a whip to lash the rascals naked through the world, even from the east to the west. Iago. Speak within door. Emilia. O fie upon them, some such squire he was that turned your wit the seamy side without and made you to suspect me with the Moor. Iago. You are a fool. Go to. Desdemona. Alas, Iago, what shall I do to win my lord again? Good friend, go to him. For by this light of heaven I know not how I lost him. Here I kneel. If e'er my will did trespass gainst his love, either in discourse of thought or actual deed, or that mine eyes, mine ears, or any sense delighted them in any other form, or that I do not yet, and ever did, and ever will, though he do shake me off to beggarly divorcement, love him dearly, comfort forswear me. Unkindness may do much, and his unkindness may defeat my life, but never taint my love. I cannot say whore, it does abhor me now I speak the word, to do the act that might the addition earn not the world's mass of vanity could make me. Iago, I pray you be content, 'tis but his humour. The business of the state does him offence, and he does chide with you. Desdemona, if 'twere no other Iago, 'tis but so I warrant, trumpets within. Hark, how these instruments summon to supper. The messengers of Venice stay the meat, go in, and weep not, all things shall be well. Exeunt Desdemona and Emilia. Enter Rodrigo. How now, Rodrigo, Rodrigo, I do not find that thou dealest justly with me. Iago, what in the contrary? Rodrigo. Every day thou daffest me with some device, Iago, and rather, as it seems to me now, keepest from me all conveniency than supplicest me with the least advantage of hope. I will indeed no longer endure it. Nor am I yet persuaded to put up in peace what already I have foolishly suffered. Iago, will you hear me, Rodrigo, Rodrigo? Faith, I have heard too much, for your words and performances are no kin together. Iago, you charge me most unjustly. Rodrigo, with naught but truth. I have wasted myself out of my means. The jewels you have had from me to deliver to Desdemona would half have corrupted a votarist. You have told me she hath received them and returned me expectations and comforts of sudden respect and acquaintance, but I find none. Iago, well, go to, very well. Rodrigo, very well, go to, I cannot go to, man, nor 'tis not very well. Nay, I say 'tis very scurvy, and begin to find myself fopped in it. Iago, very well. Rodrigo, I tell you 'tis not very well. I will make myself known to Desdemona. If she will return me my jewels, I will give over my suit and repent my unlawful solicitation. If not, assure yourself I will seek satisfaction of you. Iago, you have said now. Rodrigo, I, and said nothing but what I protest intendment of doing. Iago, why, now I see there's metal in thee, and even from this instant do build on thee a better opinion than ever before. Give me thy hand, Rodrigo. Thou hast taken against me a most just exception, but yet I protest I have dealt most directly in thy affair. Rodrigo, it hath not appeared. Iago, I grant indeed it hath not appeared, and your suspicion is not without wit and judgment. But Rodrigo, if thou hast that in thee indeed, which I have greater reason to believe now than ever, I mean purpose, courage, and valour, this night show it. If thou the next night following enjoy not Desdemona, take me from this world with treachery and devise engines for my life. Rodrigo, well, what is it? Is it within reason and compass? Iago, sir, there is a special commission come from Venice to depute Cassio in Othello's place. Rodrigo, is that true? Why then Othello and Desdemona return again to Venice? Iago, oh no, he goes into Mauritania and takes away with him the fair Desdemona, unless his abode be lingered here by some accident, wherein none can be so determinate as the removing of Cassio. Rodrigo, how do you mean removing of him? Iago, why, by making him incapable of Othello's place, knocking out his brains. Rodrigo, and that you would have me to do. Iago, aye, if you dare do yourself a profit and a right. He sups tonight with a harlotry, and thither will I go to him. He knows not yet of his honourable fortune. If you will watch his going thence, which I will fashion to fall out between 12 and 1, you may take him at your pleasure. I will be near to second your attempt, and he shall fall between us. Come, stand not amazed at it, but go along with me. I will show you such a necessity in his death that you shall think yourself bound to put it on him. It is now high supper time, and the night grows to waste. About it, Rodrigo, I will hear further reason for this, Iago, and you shall be satisfied. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, Cyprus, another room in the castle. Enter Othello, Lodovico, Desdemona, Emilia, and attendants. Lodovico, I do beseech you, sir, trouble yourself no further. Othello, oh, pardon me, 'twill do me good to walk. Lodovico, madam, good night, I humbly thank your ladyship. Desdemona, your honour is most welcome. Othello, will you walk, sir? Oh, Desdemona, Desdemona, my lord Othello, get you to bed on th instant, I will be returned forthwith. Dismiss your attendant there, look tea be done. Desdemona, I will, my lord. Exeunt Othello, Lodovico, and attendants. Emilia, how goes it now? He looks gentler than he did. Desdemona, he says he will return incontinent. He hath commanded me to go to bed, and bade me to dismiss you. Emilia, dismiss me. Desdemona, it was his bidding. Therefore, good Emilia, give me my nightly wearing and adieu. We must not now displease him. Emilia, I would you had never seen him. Desdemona, so would not I. My love doth so approve him that even his stubbornness, his checks, his frowns, prithee unpin me, have grace and favour in them. Emilia, I have laid those sheets you bade me on the bed. Desdemona, all's one. Good faith, how foolish are our minds! If I do die before thee, prithee, shroud me in one of those same sheets. Emilia, come, come, you talk, Desdemona. My mother had a maid called Barbary, she was in love, and he she loved proved mad and did forsake her. She had a song of willow, an old thing 'twas, but it expressed her fortune, and she died singing it. That song tonight will not go from my mind. I have much to do but to go hang my head all at one side and sing it like poor Barbary. Prithee dispatch. Emilia, shall I go fetch your nightgown, Desdemona? No, unpin me here, this Lodovico is a proper man. Emilia, a very handsome man, Desdemona, he speaks well. Emilia, I know a lady in Venice would have walked barefoot to Palestine for a touch of his nether lip. Desdemona, singing, the poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree, sing all a green willow. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow, willow. The fresh streams ran by her and murmured her moans, sing willow, willow, willow. Her salt tears fell from her and softened the stones. Lay by these, sings, sing willow, 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 prithee hie thee. He'll come anon, sings, sing all a green willow must be my garland. Let nobody blame him, his scorn I approve, nay that's not next. Hark, who is that knocks? Emilia, it's the wind, Desdemona sings, I called my love false love, but what said he then? Sing willow, 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 if I court mo women, you'll couch with mo men, so get thee gone, good night. Mine eyes do itch, doth that bode weeping? Emilia, 'tis neither here nor there, Desdemona, I have heard it said so. Oh, these men, dost thou in conscience think, tell me, Emilia, that there be women do abuse their husbands in such gross kind? Emilia, there be some such, no question. Desdemona, wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world? Emilia, why would not you, Desdemona, no, by this heavenly light? Emilia, nor I neither, by this heavenly light I might dot as well I the dark. Desdemona, wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world? Emilia, the world's a huge thing. It is a great price for a small vice. Desdemona, in troth I think thou wouldst not. Emilia, in troth I think I should, and undot when I had done. Marry, I would not do such a thing for a jointring, nor for measures of lawn, nor for gowns, petticoats, nor caps, nor any petty exhibition, but for the whole world. Why, who would not make her husband a cuckold to make him a monarch? I should venture purgatory for tea, Desdemona. Beshrew me if I would do such a wrong for the whole world. Emilia, why, the wrong is but a wrong I the world. And having the world for your labour, 'tis a wrong in your own world, and you might quickly make it right. Desdemona, I do not think there is any such woman. Emilia, yes, a dozen, and as many to the vantage as would store the world they played for. But I do think it is their husbands' faults if wives do fall. Say that they slack their duties and pour our treasures into foreign laps, or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us, or say they strike us or scant our former having in despite. Why, we have galls, and though we have some grace, yet have we some revenge. Let husbands know their wives have sense like them, they see and smell and have their palates both for sweet and sour as husbands have. What is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is. And doth affection breed it? I think it doth. Is't frailty that thus errs? It is so too. And have not we affections, desires for sport and frailty as men have? Then let them use us well, else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so. Desdemona, good night, heaven me such usage send, not to pick bad from bad, but by bad mend. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Cyprus, a street. Enter Iago and Rodrigo. Iago, here, stand behind this bulk, straight will he come. Wear thy good rapier bare and put it home. Quick, quick, fear nothing. I'll be at thy elbows. It makes us or it mars us, think on that, and fix most firm thy resolution. Rodrigo, be near at hand, I may miscarry in tea. Iago, here at thy hand, be bold and take thy stand, retires to a little distance. Rodrigo, I have no great devotion to the deed, and yet he hath given me satisfying reasons. 'Tis but a man gone. Forth my sword, he dies, goes to his stand. Iago, I have rubbed this young quat almost to the sense, and he grows angry. Now, whether he kill Cassio or Cassio him, or each do kill the other, every way makes my gain. Live Rodrigo he calls me to a restitution large of gold and jewels that I bobbed from him as gifts to Desdemona. It must not be. If Cassio do remain, he hath a daily beauty in his life that makes me ugly. And besides, the more may unfold me to him, there stand I in much peril. No, he must die, but so I hear him coming. Enter Cassio, Rodrigo, I know his gait, 'tis he. Villain, thou deest, rushes out, and makes a pass at Cassio. Cassio. That thrust had been mine enemy indeed, but that my coat is better than thou knowst, I will make proof of thine. Draws and wounds Rodrigo. Rodrigo, oh, I am slain. Iago rushes from his post, cuts Cassio behind in the leg and exit. Cassio, I am maimed forever. Help, ho, murder, murder, falls. Enter Othello. Othello, the voice of Cassio. Iago keeps his word. Rodrigo, oh, villain that I am. Othello, it is even so. Cassio, oh, help, ho, light, a surgeon. Othello, 'tis he. Oh, brave Iago, honest and just, that haste such noble sense of thy friend's wrong. Thou teachest me, minion, your dear lies dead, and your unblessed fate hies. Strumpet, I come. Forth of my heart those charms, thine eyes are blotted, thy bed, lust-stained, shall with lust's blood be spotted. Exit, enter Lodovico and Gratiano. Cassio, what ho, no watch, no passage. Murder, murder, Gratiano, 'tis some mischance, the cry is very direful. Cassio, oh, help. Lodovico, hark, Rodrigo, oh, wretched villain. Lodovico, 2 or 3 groan. It is a heavy night, these may be counterfeits, let's think't unsafe to come into the cry without more help. Rodrigo, nobody come, then shall I bleed to death. Enter Iago with a light. Lodovico, hark, Gratiano. Here's one comes in his shirt with light and weapons. Iago, who's there, whose noise is this that cries on murder? Lodovico, we do not know. Iago, did not you hear a cry? Cassio, hear, hear. For heaven's sake help me. Iago, what's the matter? Gratiano, this is Othello's ancient, as I take it. Lodovico, the same indeed, a very valiant fellow. Iago, what are you here that cry so grievously? Cassio, Iago, oh, I am spoiled, undone by villains. Give me some help. Iago, oh me, lieutenant, what villains have done this? Cassio, I think that one of them is hereabout and cannot make away. Iago, oh treacherous villains. To Lodovico and Gratiano, what are you there? Come in and give some help. Rodrigo, oh, help me here. Cassio, that's one of them. Iago, oh murderous slave, oh villain, stabs Rodrigo. Rodrigo, oh damned Iago, oh inhuman dog. Iago, kill men i' the dark, where be these bloody thieves? How silent is this town? Ho, murder, murder, what may you be? Are you of good or evil? Lodovico, as you shall prove us, praise us. Iago, signia Lodovico. Lodovico, he sir. Iago, I cry you mercy. Here's Cassio hurt by villains. Gratiano, Cassio, Iago, how is't, brother? Cassio, my leg is cut in two. Iago, marry, heaven forbid. Light gentleman, I'll bind it with my shirt. Enter Bianca. Bianca, what is the matter? Ho, who is that cried? Iago, who is that cried? Bianca, oh my dear Cassio, my sweet Cassio. Oh Cassio, Cassio, Cassio. Iago, oh notable strumpet. Cassio, may you suspect who they should be that have thus mangled you? Cassio, no. Gratiano, I am sorry to find you thus, I have been to seek you. Iago, lend me a garter, so. Oh, for a chair, to bear him easily hence. Bianca, alas he faints. Oh Cassio, Cassio, Cassio. Iago, gentlemen all, I do suspect this trash to be a party in this injury. Patience a while, good Cassio, come, come, lend me a light. Know we this face or no? Alas, my friend and my dear countryman Rodrigo, no. Yes, sure, oh heaven, Rodrigo. Gratiano, what of Venice? Iago, even he, sir, did you know him? Gratiano, know him. I, Iago, signia Gratiano, I cry you gentle pardon. These bloody accidents must excuse my manners that so neglected you. Gratiano, I am glad to see you. Iago, how do you? Cassio, oh a chair, a chair. Gratiano, Rodrigo. Iago, he, 'tis he, a chair brought in. Oh, that's well said, the chair. Some good man bear him carefully from hence, I'll fetch the general surgeon. To Bianca for you, mistress, save you your labour. He that lies slain here, Cassio, was my dear friend. What malice was between you? Cassio, none in the world, nor do I know the man. Iago, to Bianca, what look you pale? Oh, bear him out o' the air. Cassio and Rodrigo are borne off. Stay you, good gentlemen. Look you pale, mistress, do you perceive the ghastness of her eye? Nay, if you stare we shall hear more anon. Behold her well, I pray you look upon her. Do you see, gentlemen? Nay, guiltiness will speak though tongues were out of use. Enter Emilia. Emilia. Lass, what's the matter, husband, Iago? Cassio hath here been set on in the dark by Rodrigo and fellows that are scapt. He's almost slain, and Rodrigo dead. Emilia. Alas, good gentleman, alas, good Cassio, Iago, this is the fruit of whoring. Prithee, Emilia, go know of Cassio where he supped tonight. What do you shake at that, Bianca? He supped at my house, but I therefore shake not. Iago, oh, did he so? I charge you go with me. Emilia, fie upon thee, strumpet, Bianca. I am no strumpet, but of life as honest as you that thus abuse me. Emilia, as I, fie upon thee, Iago. Kind gentleman, let's go see poor Cassio dressed. Come, mistress, you must tell's another tale. Emilia, run you to the citadel and tell my lord and lady what hath happed. Will you go on aside, this is the night that either makes me or fordoes me quite. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, Cyprus, a bedchamber in the castle, Desdemona in bed asleep, a light burning, enter Othello. Othello. It is the cause, my soul, let me not name it to you. You chaste stars, it is the cause. Yet I'll not shed her blood, nor scar that whiter skin of hers than snow and smooth as monumental alabaster. Yet she must die, else she'll betray more men. Put out the light, and then put out the light. If I quench thee, thou flaming minister, I can again thy former light restore, should I repent me. But once put out thy light, thou cunningst pattern of excelling nature, I know not where is that Promethean heat that can thy light relume. When I have plucked thy rose, I cannot give it vital growth again, it must needs wither. I'll smell it on the tree, kissing her. O balmy breath that dost almost persuade justice to break her sword, one more, be thus when thou art dead, and I will kill thee and love thee after. One more, and this the last, so sweet was ne'er so fatal. I must weep, but they are cruel tears. This sorrow's heavenly, it strikes where it doth love. She wakes, Desdemona, who's there? Othello. Othello, I, Desdemona, Desdemona. Will you come to bed, my lord? Othello. Have you prayed tonight, Desdemona? Desdemona, I, my lord, Othello. If you bethink yourself of any crime unreconciled as yet to heaven and grace, solicit for it straight. Desdemona. Alack, my lord, what may you mean by that? Othello. Well, do it, and be brief, I will walk by. I would not kill thy unprepared spirit, no, heaven forfend, I would not kill thy soul. Desdemona. Talk you of killing, Othello? I do, Desdemona, then heaven have mercy on me. Othello, amen with all my heart. Desdemona, if you say so, I hope you will not kill me. Othello, Desdemona, and yet I fear you, for you are fatal then when your eyes roll so. Why I should fear I know not, since guiltiness I know not, but yet I feel I fear. Othello, think on thy sins, Desdemona, they are loves I bear to you. Othello. Ay, and for that thou deest, Desdemona. That death's unnatural that kills for loving. Alas, why gnaw you so your nether lip? Some bloody passion shakes your very frame. These are portents, but yet I hope they do not point on me. Othello, peace and be still. Desdemona, I will so. What's the matter, Othello? That handkerchief which I so loved and gave thee, thou gav'st to Cassio. Desdemona. No, by my life and soul, send for the man and ask him. Othello, sweet soul, take heed of perjury, thou'rt on thy deathbed. Desdemona. Ay, but not yet to die. Othello. Yes, presently, therefore confess thee freely of thy sin. For to deny each article with oath cannot remove nor choke the strong conception that I do groan withal. Thou art to die. Desdemona, then Lord have mercy on me. Othello, I say amen. Desdemona, and have you mercy too. I never did offend you in my life, never loved Cassio but with such general warranty of heaven as I might love, I never gave him token. Othello, by heaven, I saw my handkerchief in hand. O perjured woman, thou dost stone my heart and mak'st me call what I intend to do a murder which I thought a sacrifice. I saw the handkerchief. Desdemona, he found it then, I never gave it him. Send for him hither, let him confess a truth. Othello, he hath confessed. Desdemona, what, my lord? Othello, that he hath used thee. Desdemona, how, unlawfully? Othello, I, Desdemona, he will not say so. Othello, no, his mouth is stopped. Honest Iago hath ta'en order for tea. Desdemona, oh, my fear interprets, what is he dead? Othello, had all his hairs been lives, my great revenge had stomach for them all. Desdemona, alas, he is betrayed and I undone. Othello, out, strumpet, weepst thou for him to my face? Desdemona, oh, banish me, my lord, but kill me not. Othello, Down, strumpet, Desdemona, kill me tomorrow, let me live tonight, Othello. Nay, if you strive, Desdemona, but half an hour, Othello. Being done there is no pause, Desdemona. But while I say one prayer, Othello, it is too late, smothers her. Emilia, within, my lord, what ho, my lord, Othello, what noise is this? Not dead, not yet quite dead, I that am cruel am yet merciful, I would not have thee linger in thy pain. So, Emilia, within, what ho, my lord, Othello, who's there, Emilia? Within, oh good my lord, I would speak a word with you, Othello. Yes, 'tis Emilia by and by, she's dead. 'Tis like she comes to speak of Cassio's death, the noise was high. Ha, no more moving, still as the grave, shall she come in, wait good, I think she stirs again, no, what's best to do, if she come in she'll sure speak to my wife. My wife, what wife, I have no wife. Oh, insupportable, oh heavy hour, methinks it should be now a huge eclipse of sun and moon, and that the affrighted globe should yawn at alteration. Emilia. Within, I do beseech you that I may speak with you, O good my lord, Othello. I had forgot thee, O come in Emilia, soft by and by, let me the curtains draw, where art thou, unlocks the door, enter Emilia, what's the matter with thee now? Emilia, O my good lord, yonder's foul murder's done, Othello, what now, Emilia, but now my lord, Othello, it is the very error of the moon, she comes more nearer earth than she was wont and makes men mad. Emilia. Cassio, my lord, hath killed a young Venetian called Rodrigo. Othello, Rodrigo killed, and Cassio killed. Emilia, no, Cassio is not killed, Othello not Cassio killed, then murder's out of tune and sweet revenge grows harsh, Desdemona, oh falsely murdered. Emilia, alas, what cry is that, Othello, that, what, Emilia, out, and alas, that was my lady's voice. Help, ho, help, O lady, speak again, sweet Desdemona. O sweet mistress, speak, Desdemona, a guiltless death I die. Emilia, oh, who hath done this deed? Desdemona, nobody, I myself. Farewell, commend me to my kind lord. Oh, farewell, she dies. Othello, why, how should she be murdered? Emilia, alas, who knows? Othello, you heard her say herself it was not I. Emilia, she said so, I must needs report the truth. Othello, she's like a liar gone to burning hell, 'twas I that killed her. Emilia, oh, the more angel she and you the blacker devil. Othello, she turned to folly and she was a whore. Emilia, thou dost belie her, and thou art a devil. Othello, she was false as water. Emilia, thou art rash as fire to say that she was false. Oh, she was heavenly true. Othello, Cassio did top her, ask thy husband else. Oh, I were damned beneath all depth in hell, but that I did proceed upon just grounds to this extremity. Thy husband knew it all. Emilia, my husband, Othello, thy husband. Emilia, that she was false to wedlock, Othello. I with Cassio, nay, had she been true, if heaven would make me such another world of one entire and perfect chrysolite, I'd not have sold her for it. Emilia, my husband, Othello, aye, 'twas he that told me first, an honest man he is and hates the slime that sticks on filthy deeds. Emilia, my husband, Othello, what needs this outrance, woman, I say thy husband. Emilia, O mistress, villainy hath made mocks with love, my husband say that she was false, Othello. He, woman, I say thy husband, dost understand the word, my friend thy husband, honest, Iago. Emilia, if he say so, may his pernicious soul rot half a grain a day. He lies to the heart, she was too fond of her most filthy bargain. Othello, ha, Emilia, do thy worst, this deed of thine is no more worthy heaven than thou wast worthy her. Othello, peace, you were best. Emilia, thou hast not half that power to do me harm as I have to be hurt. O gull, O dolt, as ignorant as dirt, thou hast done a deed, I care not for thy sword, I'll make thee known, though I lost 20 lives. Help, ho, help, the Moor hath killed my mistress. Murder, enter Montano, Gratiano and Iago. Montano, what is the matter, how now, General? Emilia, oh, are you come, Iago, you have done well that men must lay their murders on your neck. Gratiano, what is the matter? Emilia, disprove this villain if thou best a man. He says thou toldst him that his wife was false. I know thou didst not, thou'rt not such a villain. Speak, for my heart is full, Iago. I told him what I thought and told no more than what he found himself was apt and true. Emilia, but did you ever tell him she was false, Iago? I did, Emilia, you told a lie, an odious damned lie, upon my soul a lie, a wicked lie. She false with Cassio, did you say with Cassio, Iago? With Cassio mistress, go to charm your tongue, Emilia. I will not charm my tongue, I am bound to speak. My mistress here lies murdered in her bed. All, O heavens forfend, Emilia, and your reports have set the murder on. Othello. Nay, stare not, masters, it is true indeed. Gratiano. 'Tis a strange truth. Montano. O monstrous act. Emilia. Villainy, 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 I think upon't, I think I smelt. O villainy, I thought so then, I'll kill myself for grief. O villainy, villainy, Iago, what are you mad? I charge you, get you home. Emilia. Good gentleman, let me have leave to speak. 'Tis proper I obey him, but not now. Perchance, Iago, I will ne'er go home. Othello. Oh, hanging over his wife. Emilia. Nay, lay thee down and roar, for thou hast killed the sweetest innocent that e'er did lift up eye. Othello. Rising, oh, she was foul. I scarce did know you, uncle, there lies your niece, whose breath indeed these hands have newly stopped. I know this act shows horrible and grim. Gratiano. Poor Desdemona, I am glad thy father's dead. Thy match was mortal to him, and pure grief shore his old thread in twain. Did he live now, this sight would make him do a desperate turn, yea, curse his better angel from his side, and fall to reprobance. Othello. 'Tis pitiful. But yet Iago knows that she with Cassio hath the act of shame 1,000 times committed. Cassio confessed it, and she did gratify his amorous works with that recognizance and pledge of love which I first gave her. I saw it in his hand. It was a handkerchief, an antique token my father gave my mother. Emilia, O heaven, O heavenly powers, Iago, come hold your peace, Emilia, twill out, twill out. I peace, no, I will speak as liberal as the north. Let heaven and men and devils, let them all cry shame against me, yet I'll speak. Iago, be wise and get you home. Emilia, I will not. Iago offers to stab his wife. Gratiano, fie, your sword upon a woman, Emilia. O thou dull Moor, that handkerchief thou speakst of I found by fortune and did give my husband. For often with a solemn earnestness, more than indeed belonged to such a trifle, he begged of me to steal it. Iago, villainous whore, Emilia, she give it Cassio. No, alas, I found it, and I did give it my husband. Iago, filth thou least, Emilia. By heaven, I do not, gentlemen, O murderous coxcomb. What should such a fool do with so good a wife? Othello, are there not stones in heaven but what serve for thunder? Precious villain, Iago stabs Emilia and then runs out. Gratiano, the woman falls. Sure, he hath killed his wife. Emilia, oh, lay me by my mistress' side. Gratiano, he's gone, but his wife's killed. Montano, 'tis a notorious villain, take you this weapon which I have here recovered from the Moor. Come, guard the door without, let him not pass, but kill him rather. I'll after that same villain, for 'tis a damned slave. Exit Montano and Gratiano. Othello, I am not valiant neither, but every puny whipster gets my sword. But why should honour outlive honesty? Let it go all. Emilia, what did thy song bode, lady? Hark, canst thou hear me? I will play the swan and die in music. Sings, willow, 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 Moor, she was chaste. She loved thee, cruel Moor, so come my soul to bliss, as I speak true, so speaking as I think, I die, she dies. Othello, I have another weapon in this chamber, it is a sword of Spain, the Icebrook's temper. Oh, here it is, uncle, I must come forth. Gratiano, within, if thou attempt it. It will cost thee dear, thou hast no weapon and perforce must suffer. Othello, look in upon me then and speak with me, or naked as I am, I will assault thee. Enter Gratiano. Gratiano, what is the matter? Othello, behold, I have a weapon. A better never did itself sustain upon a soldier's thigh. I have seen the day that with this little arm and this good sword I have made my way through more impediments than 20 times your stop. But O vain boast, who can control his fate? 'Tis not so now, be not afraid, though you do see me weaponed. Here is my journey's end, here is my butt and very sea mark of my utmost sail. Do you go back dismayed? 'Tis a lost fear. Man but a rush against Othello's breast, and he retires. Where should Othello go? Now how dost thou look now? O ill-starred wench, pale as thy smock, when we shall meet at Compt, this look of thine will hurl my soul from heaven, and fiends will snatch at it. Cold, cold, my girl, even like thy chastity. O cursed, cursed slave, whip me ye devils from the possession of this heavenly sight. Blow me about in winds, roast me in sulphur, wash me in steep down gulfs of liquid fire. O Desdemon, dead Destemon, dead, enter Lodovico Montano Cassio carried in a chair and officers with Iago prisoner. Lodovico, where is this rash and most unfortunate man, Othello, that's he that was Othello. Here I am, Lodovico, where is that viper, bring the villain forth. Othello, I look down towards his feet, but that's a fable. If that thou best a devil, I cannot kill thee. Wounds Iago, Lodovico, wrench his sword from him. Iago, I bleed, sir, but not killed. Othello, I am not sorry neither. I'd have thee live, for in my sense 'tis happiness to die. Lodovico, O thou Othello that wert once so good, fallen in the practice of a damned slave, what shall be said to thee? Othello, why anything, an honourable murderer if you will. For naught did I in hate, but all in honour. Lodovico, this wretch hath part confessed his villainy. Did you and he consent in Cassio's death? Othello, I, Cassio, dear general, I never gave you cause. Othello, I do believe it, and I ask your pardon. Will you, I pray, demand that demi-devil why he hath thus ensnared my soul and body? Iago, demand me nothing, what you know you know. From this time forth I never will speak word. Lodovico, what not to pray, Gratiano, torments will ope your lips. Othello, well, thou dost best, Lodovico. Sir, you shall understand what hath befallen, which, as I think, you know not. Here is a letter found in the pocket of the slain Rodrigo, and here another. The one of them imports the death of Cassio to be undertook by Rodrigo. Othello, O villain, Cassio, most heathenish and most gross. Lodovico, now here's another discontented paper found in his pocket too, and this, it seems, Rodrigo meant to have sent this damned villain, but that belike. Iago in the interim came in and satisfied him. Othello, O the pernicious caitiff, how came you, Cassio, by that handkerchief that was my wife's? Cassio, I found it in my chamber, and he himself confessed but even now that there he dropped it for a special purpose which wrought to his desire. Othello, O fool, 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 Cassio, there is besides in Rodrigo's letter how he upbraids Iago that he made him brave me upon the watch, whereon it came that I was cast. And even but now he spake, after long seeming dead, Iago hurt him, Iago set him on. Lodovico, you must forsake this room and go with us. Your power and your command is taken off, and Cassio rules in Cyprus. For this slave, if there be any cunning cruelty that can torment him much and hold him long, it shall be his. You shall close prisoner rest till that the nature of your fault be known to the Venetian state. Come, bring away. Othello, soft you, a word or two before you go. I have done the state some service, and they note, no more of that. I pray you in your letters, when you shall these unlucky deeds relate, speak of me as I am. Nothing extenuate, nor set down aught in malice. Then must you speak of one that loved not wisely, but too well. Of one not easily jealous, but being wrought, perplexed in the extreme. Of one whose hand, like the base Judean, threw a pearl away richer than all his tribe. Of one whose subdued eyes, albeit unused to the melting mood, drop tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gum. Set you down this. And say besides that in Aleppo once, where a malignant and a turbaned Turk beat a Venetian and traducked the state, I took by the throat the circumcised dog and smote him thus. Stabs himself. Lodovico, O bloody period, Gratiano, all that spoke is marred. Othello, I kissed the air I killed thee, no way but this, killing myself to die upon a kiss, falling upon Desdemona. Cassio, this did I fear, but thought he had no weapon, for he was great of heart. Lodovico, to Iago, O Spartan dog, more fell than anguish, hunger, or the sea, look on the tragic loading of this bed. This is thy work, the object poisons sight, let it be hid. Gratiano, keep the house and seize upon the fortunes of the Moor, for they succeed on you. To you, Lord Governor, remains the censure of this hellish villain. The time, the place, the torture, O enforce it, myself will straight aboard, and to the state this heavy act with heavy heart relate. Exeunt. Pericles, Prince of Tyre, contents act I chorus. Before the palace of Antioch scene I. Antioch, a room in the palace scene Roman 2. Tyre, a room in the palace scene Roman 3. Tyre, an antechamber in the palace scene Roman 4. Tarsus, a room in the governor's house ACT Roman 2 chorus. Chorus scene I, Pentapolis, an open place by the seaside scene Roman 2. The same, a public way or platform leading to the lists scene Roman 3. The same. A hall of state, a banquet prepared. Scene Roman 4, Tyre. A room in the governor's house. Scene V, Pentapolis. A room in the palace. ACT Roman 3, Chorus. Chorus. Scene I, on shipboard. Scene Roman 2, Ephesus. A room in Ceramon's house. Scene Roman 3, Tarsus. A room in Cleon's house. Scene Roman 4, Ephesus. A room in Ceramon's house. ACT Roman 4, Chorus. Chorus. Scene I, Tarsus. An open place near the seashore. Scene Roman 2, Mytilene. A room in a brothel. Scene Roman 3, Tarsus. A room in Cleon's house. Scene Roman 4. Before the monument of Marina at Tarsus. Scene V, Mytilene. A street before the brothel. Scene VI. The same. A room in the brothel. ACTV Chorus. Chorus. Scene I. On board Pericles' ship off Mytilene. Scene Roman 2. Before the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Scene Roman 3. The temple of Diana at Ephesus. Dramatis Personae Antiochus, king of Antioch. Pericles, prince of Tyre. Helicanus, Escanes, 2 lords of Tyre. Simonides, king of Pentapolis. Cleon, governor of Tarsus. Lysimachus, governor of Mytilene. Cerimon, a lord of Ephesus. Thaliad, a lord of Antioch. Philemon, servant to Cerimon. Leonine, servant to Dionysa. Martial, Apandar, Bolt, his servant, the daughter of Antiochus. Dionysa, wife to Cleon. Tysa, daughter to Simonides. Marina, daughter to Pericles and Tysa. Lycorida, nurse to Marina, aboard, lords, knights, gentlemen, sailors, pirates, fishermen and messengers. Diana, Gower as chorus, seen dispersedly in various countries. I enter Gower, before the palace of Antioch. To sing a song that old was sung, from ashes ancient Gower is come, assuming man's infirmities to glad your ear and please your eyes. It hath been sung at festivals on ember eves and holy ales, and lords and ladies in their lives have read it for restoratives. The purchase is to make men glorious, et bonum quo antiquus eo melius. If you born in these latter times, when wit's more ripe, accept my rhymes, and that to hear an old man sing may to your wishes pleasure bring, I life would wish, and that I might waste it for you, like taper light. This Antioch then Antiochus the Great built up this city for his chiefest seat, the fairest in all Syria. I tell you what mine authors say, this king unto him took a fear, who died and left a female heir, so buxom, blithe, and full of face, as heaven had lent her all his grace, with whom the father liking took, and her to incest did provoke. Bad child, worse father, to entice his own to evil should be done by none. But custom what they did begin was with long use account no sin. The beauty of this sinful dame made many princes thither frame, to seek her as a bedfellow in marriage pleasures playfellow, which to prevent he made a law to keep her still and men in awe, that whoso asked her for his wife, his riddle told not, lost his life. So for her many a wight did die, as yon grim looks do testify. What now ensues? To the judgment your eye I give my cause who best can justify. Exit. Scene I, Antioch, a room in the palace. Enter Antiochus, Prince Pericles and followers. Antiochus. Young Prince of Tyre, you have at large received the danger of the task you undertake. Pericles. I have Antiochus, and with a soul emboldened with the glory of her praise, think death no hazard in this enterprise. Antiochus. Music. Bring in our daughter, clothed like a bride, for the embracements even of Jove himself, at whose conception, till Lucina reigned, nature this dowry gave to glad her presence. The senate house of planets all did sit, to knit in her their best perfections. Music, enter the daughter of Antiochus. Pericles, see where she comes, apparelled like the spring, graces her subjects, and her thoughts the king of every virtue gives renown to men. Her face the book of praises, where is read nothing but curious pleasures, as from thence sorrow were ever raised, and testy wrath could never be her mild companion. You gods that made me man and sway in love, that have inflamed desire in my breast to taste the fruit of yon celestial tree, or die in the adventure, be my helps, as I am son and servant to your will, to compass such a boundless happiness. Antiochus. Prince Pericles, Pericles, that would be son to great Antiochus. Antiochus, before thee stands this fair Hesperides with golden fruit, but dangerous to be touched. For death-like dragons here affright thee hard. Her face like heaven enticeth thee to view her countless glory which desert must gain, and which without desert because thine eye presumes to reach, all the whole heap must die. Yon sometimes famous princes like thyself, drawn by report, adventurous by desire, tell thee with speechless tongues and semblance pale, that without covering, save yon field of stars, here they stand martyrs, slain in Cupid's wars, and with dead cheeks advise thee to desist for going on death's net whom none resist. Pericles. Antiochus, I thank thee who hath taught my frail mortality to know itself, and by those fearful objects to prepare this body like to them to what I must. For death remembered should be like a mirror who tells us life's but breath to trust it error. I'll make my will then, and as sick men do who know the world, see heaven but feeling woe, gripe not at earthly joys as erst they did. So I bequeath a happy peace to you and all good men as every prince should do, my riches to the earth from whence they came, to the daughter of Antiochus, but my unspotted fire of love to you. Thus ready for the way of life or death, I wait the sharpest blow. Antiochus, Antiochus. Scorning advice, read the conclusion, then which read and not expounded, 'tis decreed, as these before thee thou thyself shalt bleed. Daughter, of all essayed yet mayst thou prove prosperous, of all essayed yet I wish thee happiness. Pericles, like a bold champion I assume the lists, nor ask advice of any other thought but faithfulness and courage. He reads the riddle. I am no viper, yet I feed on mother's flesh which did me breed. I sought a husband, in which labour I found that kindness in a father. He's father, son, and husband mild. I mother, wife, and yet his child. How they may be, and yet in two, as you will live, resolve it you. Sharp physic is the last, but O you powers that give heaven countless eyes to view men's acts, why cloud they not their sights perpetually if this be true, which makes me pale to read it? Fair glass of light, I loved you and could still, takes hold of the hand of the princess. Were not this glorious casket stored with ill, but I must tell you now my thoughts revolt. For he's no man on whom perfections wait, that knowing sin within will touch the gate. You are a fair viol, and your sense the strings. Who, fingered to make man his lawful music, would draw heaven down and all the gods to hearken, but being played upon before your time, hell only danceth at so harsh a chime. Good sooth, I care not for you, Antiochus. Prince Pericles, touch not upon thy life, for that's an article within our law as dangerous as the rest. Your time's expired, either expound now or receive your sentence. Pericles, great king, few love to hear the sins they love to act. 'Twould braid yourself too near for me to tell it. Who has a book of all that monarchs do, he's more secure to keep it shut than shown. For vice repeated is like the wandering wind, blows dust in others' eyes to spread itself. And yet the end of all is bought thus dear, the breath is gone, and the sore eyes see clear. To stop the air would hurt them. The blind mole casts copped hills towards heaven, to tell the earth is thronged by man's oppression, and the poor worm doth die fought. Kind are earth's gods, invice their laws their will, and if Jove stray, who dares say Jove doth ill? It is enough you know, and it is fit, what being more known grows worse, to smother it. All love the womb that their first bred, then give my tongue like leave to love my head. Antiochus, aside heaven that I had thy head, he has found the meaning, but I will gloze with him. Young Prince of Tyre, though by the tenor of our strict edict your exposition misinterpreting, we might proceed to cancel of your days, yet hope, succeeding from so fair a tree as your fair self, doth tune us otherwise. 40 days longer we do respite you. If by which time our secret be undone, this mercy shows we'll joy in such a son. And until then your entertain shall be as doth befit our honour and your worth. Exeunt all but Pericles. Pericles, how courtesy would seem to cover sin, when what is done is like an hypocrite, the which is good in nothing but in sight. If it be true that I interpret false, then were it certain you were not so bad as with foul incest to abuse your soul. Where now you're both a father and a son, by your untimely claspings with your child, which pleasures fits a husband, not a father, and she an eater of her mother's flesh by the defiling of her parents' bed. And both like serpents are, who though they feed on sweetest flowers, yet they poison breed. Antioch, farewell, For wisdom sees those men blush not in actions blacker than the night, will shew no course to keep them from the light. One sin I know another doth provoke, murders as near to lust as flame to smoke. Poison and treason are the hands of sin, aye, and the targets to put off the shame. Then, lest my life be cropped to keep you clear, by flight I'll shun the danger which I fear. Exit. Re-enter Antiochus. Antiochus, he hath found the meaning for which we mean to have his head. He must not live to trumpet forth my infamy, nor tell the world Antiochus doth sin in such a loathed manner. And therefore instantly this prince must die, for by his fall my honour must keep high. Who attends us there? Enter Thaliard. Thaliard, doth your highness call Antiochus? Thaliard, you are of our chamber, and our mind partakes her private actions to your secrecy, and for your faithfulness we will advance you. Thaliard, behold, he is poison and he is gold. We hate the Prince of Tyre, and thou must kill him. It fits thee not to ask the reason why, because we bid it. Say, is it done? Thaliard, my lord, 'tis done. Antiochus, enough, enter a messenger. Let your breath cool yourself, telling your haste. Messenger, my lord Prince Pericles is fled. Exit, Antiochus. As thou wilt live fly after, and like an arrow shot from a well-experienced archer hits the mark his eye doth level at, so thou ne'er return unless thou say Prince Pericles is dead. Thaliard, my lord, if I can get him within my pistol's length, I'll make him sure enough, so farewell to your highness. Antiochus, Thaliard, adieu. Exit Thaliard. Till Pericles be dead, my heart can lend no succour to my head. Exit, scene Roman 2. Tyre, a room in the palace, enter Pericles with his lords. Pericles, to lords without, let none disturb us. Why should this change of thoughts, the sad companion, dull-eyed melancholy, be my so used a guest as not an hour in the day's glorious walk or peaceful night? The tomb where grief should sleep can breed me quiet. Here pleasures caught mine eyes, and mine eyes shun them, and danger which I feared is at Antioch, whose arm seems far too short to hit me here. Yet neither pleasure's art can joy my spirits, nor yet the other's distance comfort me. Then it is thus. The passions of the mind that have their first conception by misdread have after nourishment and life by care. And what was first but fear what might be done, grows elder now and cares it be not done. And so with me, the great Antiochus, gainst whom I am too little to contend, since he so great can make his will his act, will think me speaking, though I swear to silence. Nor boots it me to say I honour him. If he suspect I may dishonour him, and what may make him blush in being known, he'll stop the course by which it might be known. With hostile forces he'll o'erspread the land, and with the ostent of war will look so huge, amazement shall drive courage from the state. Our men be vanquished ere they do resist, and subjects punished that ne'er thought offence. Which care of them, not pity of myself, who am no more but as the tops of trees, which fence the roots they grow by and defend them. It makes both my body pine and soul to languish, and punish that before that he would punish. Enter Helicanus with other lords. First lord, joy and all comfort in your sacred breast. Second lord, and keep your mind till you return to us peaceful and comfortable. Helicanus, peace, peace, and give experience tongue. They do abuse the king that flatter him, for flattery is the bellows blows up sin, the thing the which is flattered but a spark, to which that spark gives heat and stronger glowing. Whereas reproof obedient and in order fits kings as they are men, for they may err. When Signia sooth here does proclaim peace, he flatters you, makes war upon your life. Prince, pardon me, or strike me if you please, I cannot be much lower than my knees. Pericles, all leave us else, but let your cares all look what shipping and what ladings in our haven, and then return to us. Exeunt lords. Helicanus, thou haste moved us, what seest thou in our looks? Helicanus, an angry brow, dread lord. Pericles, if there be such a dart in princes' frowns, how durst thy tongue move anger to our face? Helicanus, how dares the plants look up to heaven, from whence they have their nourishment? Pericles, thou know'st I have power to take thy life from thee. Helicanus, kneeling, I have ground the axe myself, do but you strike the blow. Pericles, rise, prithee, rise. Sit down, thou art no flatterer, I thank thee for it, and heaven forbid that kings should let their ears hear their faults hid. fit counsellor and servant for a prince, who by thy wisdom makest a prince thy servant. What wouldst thou have me do, Helicanus? To bear with patience such griefs as you yourself do lay upon yourself. Pericles, thou speakst like a physician, Helicanus, that ministers a potion unto me that thou wouldst tremble to receive thyself. Attend me. Then I went to Antioch, where, as thou knowst, against the face of death, I sought the purchase of a glorious beauty, from whence an issue I might propagate our arms to princes and bring joys to subjects. Her face was to mine eye beyond all wonder, the rest, hark in thine ear, as black as incest, which by my knowledge found the sinful father seemed not to strike but smooth. But thou know'st this, 'tis time to fear when tyrant seems to kiss, which fear so grew in me I hither fled, under the covering of a careful knight who seemed my good protector, and being here bethought me what was past, what might succeed. I knew him tyrannous, and tyrants' fears decrease not but grow faster than the years. And should he doubt, as no doubt he doth, that I should open to the listening air how many worthy princes' bloods were shed, to keep his bed of blackness unlaid ope, to lop that doubt, he'll fill this land with arms, and make pretence of wrong that I have done him, when all for mine, if I may call offence, must feel war's blow, who spares not innocence, which love to all, of which thyself art one, who now reprovest me for it, Helicanus. Alas, sir, Pericles, drew sleep out of mine eyes, blood from my cheeks, musings into my mind, with thousand doubts how I might stop this tempest ere it came, and finding little comfort to relieve them, I thought it princely charity to grieve them. Helicanus, well, my lord, since you have given me leave to speak, freely will I speak. Antiochus you fear, and justly too, I think, you fear the tyrant, who either by public war or private treason will take away your life. Therefore, my lord, go travel for a while, till that his rage and anger be forgot, or till the destinies do cut his thread of life. Your rule direct to any, if to me day serves not light more faithful than I'll be. Pericles, I do not doubt thy faith, but should he wrong my liberties in my absence, Helicanus, we'll mingle our bloods together in the earth, from whence we had our being and our birth. Pericles, Tyre, I now look from thee then, and to Tarsus intend my travel, where I'll hear from thee, and by whose letters I'll dispose myself. The care I had and have of subjects good on thee I lay, whose wisdom's strength can bear it. I'll take thy word for faith, not ask thine oath, who shuns not to break one will sure crack both. But in our orbs we'll live so round and safe, that time of both this truth shall ne'er convince, thou show'dst to subjects shine I a true prince. Exeunt, scene Roman 3. Tyre, an ante-chamber in the palace, enter Thaliard. Thaliard, so this is Tyre, and this the court. Here must I kill King Pericles, and if I do it not I am sure to be hanged at home, 'tis dangerous. Well, I perceive he was a wise fellow, and had good discretion, that being bid to ask what he would of the king, desired he might know none of his secrets. Now do I see he had some reason for't, for if a king bid a man be a villain, he's bound by the indenture of his oath to be one. Hushed, here come the lords of Tyre. Enter Helicanus and Escanes with other lords of Tyre. Helicanus, you shall not need, my fellow peers of Tyre, further to question me of your king's departure. His sealed commission, left in trust with me, doth speak sufficiently he's gone to travel. Thaliard, aside, how the king gone? Helicanus, if further yet you will be satisfied, why, as it were unlicensed of your loves, he would depart, I'll give some light unto you. Being at Antioch. Thaliard, aside, what from Antioch? Helicanus, royal Antiochus, on what cause I know not, took some displeasure at him, at least he judged so, and doubting lest that he had erred or sinned, to show his sorrow he'd correct himself, so puts himself unto the shipman's toil, with whom each minute threatens life or death. Thaliard, aside, well, I perceive I shall not be hanged now, although I would, but since he's gone, the king's seas must please he 'scape the land to perish at the sea. I'll present myself. Peace to the lords of Tyre. Helicanus, Lord Thaliard from Antiochus, is welcome. Thaliard, from him I come with message unto princely Pericles, but since my landing I have understood your lord has betook himself to unknown travels, my message must return from whence it came. Helicanus, we have no reason to desire it, commended to our master, not to us. Yet ere you shall depart, this we desire, as friends to Antioch we may feast in Tyre. Exeunt, scene Roman 4. Tarsus. A room in the governor's house. Enter Cleon, the governor of Tarsus, with Dionysa and others. Cleon. My Dionysa, shall we rest us here, and by relating tales of others' griefs, see if 'twill teach us to forget our own? Dionysa. That were to blow at fire in hope to quench it, for who digs hills because they do aspire throws down one mountain to cast up a higher. O my distressed lord, even such our griefs are. Here they are but felt, and seen with mischief's eyes, but like to groves, being topped, they higher rise. Cleon. O Dionysa, who wanteth food, and will not say he wants it, or can conceal his hunger till he famish. Our tongues and sorrows do sound deep our woes into the air, our eyes do weep, till tongues fetch breath that may proclaim them louder, that if heaven slumber while their creatures want, they may awake their helps to comfort them. I'll then discourse our woes, felt several years, and wanting breath to speak, help me with tears. Dionysa. I'll do my best. Sir Cleon. This Tarsus, o'er which I have the government, a city on whom plenty held full hand, for riches strewed herself even in the streets, whose towers bore heads so high they kissed the clouds, and strangers ne'er beheld but wondered at, whose men and dames so jetted and adorned, like one another's glass to trim them by. Their tables were stored full to glad the sight, and not so much to feed on as delight. All poverty was scorned, and pride so great, the name of help grew odious to repeat. Dionysa. Oh, 'tis too true, Cleon, but see what heaven can do. By this our change, these mouths who but of late, earth, sea and air, were all too little to content and please, although they gave their creatures in abundance, as houses are defiled for want of use, they are now starved for want of exercise. Those palates who not yet 2 summers younger must have inventions to delight the taste, would now be glad of bread and beg for it. Those mothers who to nousle up their babes thought naught too curious, are ready now to eat those little darlings whom they loved. So sharp are hunger's teeth, that man and wife draw lots who first shall die to lengthen life. Here stands a lord, and there a lady weeping, here many sink, yet those which see them fall have scarce strength left to give them burial. Is not this true, Dionysa? Our cheeks and hollow eyes do witness it. Cleon. Oh, let those cities that of plenty's cup and her prosperities so largely taste, with their superfluous riots hear these tears. The misery of Tarsus may be theirs. Enter a lord. Lord, where's the lord governor? Cleon. Here, speak out thy sorrows which thou bring'st in haste, for comfort is too far for us to expect. Lord, we have descried upon our neighbouring shore a portly sail of ships make hitherward. Cleon. I thought as much. One sorrow never comes but brings an heir, that may succeed as his inheritor, and so in ours. Some neighbouring nation taking advantage of our misery that stuffed the hollow vessels with their power to beat us down, the which are down already, and make a conquest of unhappy me, whereas no glory's got to overcome. Lord, that's the least fear, for by the semblance of their white flags displayed they bring us peace and come to us as favourers, not as foes. Cleon. Thou speak'st like hymns untutored to repeat. Who makes the fairest show means most deceit, but bring they what they will and what they can, what need we fear? The ground's the lowest and we are half-way there. Go tell their general we attend him here to know for what he comes and whence he comes and what he craves. Lord, I go my lord, exit, Cleon. Welcome is peace if he on peace consist, if wars we are unable to resist. Enter Pericles with attendants. Pericles, Lord Governor, for so we hear you are, let not our ships and number of our men be like a beacon fired to amaze your eyes. We have heard your miseries as far as Tyre, and seen the desolation of your streets. Nor come we to add sorrow to your tears, but to relieve them of their heavy load. And these our ships, you happily may think, are like the Trojan horse was stuffed within with bloody veins, expecting overthrow, are stored with corn to make your needy bread, and give them life whom hunger starved half dead. All, the gods of Greece protect you, and will pray for you, Pericles. Arise, I pray you rise. We do not look for reverence, but for love and harbourage for ourself, our ships and men. Cleon, the which when any shall not gratify or pay you with unthankfulness in thought, be it our wives, our children, or ourselves, the curse of heaven and men succeed their evils. Till when, the which I hope shall ne'er be seen, your grace is welcome to our town and us. Pericles, which welcome we'll accept, feast here a while, until our stars that frown lend us a smile. Exeunt. Act Roman 2 enter Gower. Gower, here have you seen a mighty king, his child Iwes to incest bring, a better prince and benign lord that will prove awful both in deed and word. Be quiet then as men should be till he hath passed necessity. I'll show you those in trouble's reign, losing a might, a mountain gain. The good in conversation to whom I give my benison is still at Tarsus, where each man thinks all is writ he specken can, and to remember what he does, build his statue to make him glorious, but tidings to the contrary are brought your eyes, what need speak I, dumb show. Enter at one door Pericles talking with Cleon, all the train with them. Enter at another door a gentleman with a letter to Pericles. Pericles shows the letter to Cleon, gives the messenger a reward and knights him. Exit Pericles at one door and Cleon at another. Good Helicane that stayed at home, not to eat honey like a drone from others' labours. For though he strive to kill and bad, keep good alive, and to fulfil his prince desire, sends word of all that haps in Tyre. How Thaliad came full bent with sin and had intent to murder him, and that in Tarsus was not best longer for him to make his rest. He doing so put forth to seas, where when men been there's seldom ease, for now the wind begins to blow, thunder above and deeps below make such unquiet, that the ship should house him safe is wrecked and split, and he good prince having all lost by waves from coast to coast is tossed, all perishen of man of pelf ne ought escapen but himself, till fortune tired with doing bad threw him ashore to give him glad, and here he comes. What shall be next? Pardon old Gower, this longs the text. Exit, scene I, Pentapolis, an open place by the seaside. Enter Pericles, wet Pericles, yet cease your ire, you angry stars of heaven. Wind, rain, and thunder, remember earthly man is but a substance that must yield to you, and I, as fits my nature, do obey you. Alas, the sea hath cast me on the rocks, washed me from shore to shore, and left me breath nothing to think on but ensuing death. Let it suffice the greatness of your powers to have bereft a prince of all his fortunes, and having thrown him from your watery grave, here to have death in peace is all he'll crave. Enter 3 fishermen. First fisherman. What ho, Pilch, second fisherman, ha come and bring away the nets. First fisherman. What patch breach I say. Third fisherman. What say you, master? First fisherman. Look how thou stirrest now, come away or I'll fetch thee with a wannion. Third fisherman. Faith, master, I am thinking of the poor men that were cast away before us even now. First fisherman. Alas, poor souls, it grieved my heart to hear what pitiful cries they made to us to help them, when well a day we could scarce help ourselves. Third fisherman. Nay, master, said not I as much when I saw the porpoise how he bounced and tumbled. They say they are half fish, half flesh, a plague on them, they ne'er come but I look to be washed. Master, I marvel how the fishes live in the sea. First fisherman. Why, as men do land, the great ones eat up the little ones. I can compare our rich misers to nothing so fitly as to a whale. A plays and tumbles, driving the poor fry before him, and at last devours them all at a mouthful. Such whales have I heard on the land, who never leave gaping till they swallowed the whole parish, church, steeple, bells and all. Pericles. Aside, a pretty moral. Third fisherman. But master, if I had been the sexton, I would have been that day in the belfry. Second fisherman. Why, man, third fisherman, because he should have swallowed me too, and when I had been in his belly I would have kept such a jangling of the bells that he should never have left till he cast bells, steeple, church and parish up again. But if the good King Simonides were of my mind, Pericles, aside, Simonides, third fisherman, we would purge the land of these drones, that rob the bee of her honey. Pericles. Aside, how from the finny subject of the sea these fishers tell the infirmities of men, and from their watery empire recollect all that may men approve or men detect. Peace be at your labour, honest fishermen. Second fisherman. Honest. Good fellow, what's that? If it be a day fits you, search out of the calendar and nobody look after it. Pericles, may see the sea hath cast upon your coast. Second fisherman. What a drunken knave was the sea to cast thee in our way. Pericles. A man whom both the waters and the wind in that vast tennis court have made the ball for them to play upon entreats you pity him, he asks of you that never used to beg. First Fisherman. No, friend, cannot you beg? Here's them in our country of Greece gets more with begging than we can do with working. Second Fisherman. Canst thou catch any fishes then? Pericles, I never practised it. Second Fisherman. Nay, then thou wilt starve sure, for here's nothing to be got nowadays unless thou canst fish fort. Pericles. What I have been I have forgot to know, but what I am want teaches me to think on. A man thronged up with cold. My veins are chill and have no more of life than may suffice to give my tongue that heat to ask your help, which if you shall refuse when I am dead, for that I am a man, pray see me buried. First Fisherman. Die quoth they, now God's forbid, and I have a gown here, come put it on, keep thee warm. Now afore me a handsome fellow. Come thou shalt go home and we'll have flesh for holidays, fish for fasting days, and more or puddings and flapjacks, and thou shalt be welcome. Pericles, I thank you, sir. Second Fisherman. Hark you, my friend, you said you could not beg. Pericles, I did but crave. Second Fisherman. But crave. Then I'll turn craver too, and so I shall scape whipping. Pericles, why are your beggars whipped then? Second Fisherman. Oh, not all, my friend, not all, for if all your beggars were whipped, I would wish no better office than to be beadle. But master, I'll go draw up the net. Exit with Third Fisherman. Pericles, aside, how well this honest mirth becomes their labour. First Fisherman. Hark you, sir, do you know where ye are? Pericles, not well. First Fisherman. Why, I'll tell you, this is called Pentapolis, and our king, the good Simonides. Pericles, the good Simonides, do you call him? First Fisherman. Aye, sir, and he deserves so to be called for his peaceable reign and good government. Pericles. He is a happy king, since he gains from his subjects the name of good government. How far is his court distant from this shore? First Fisherman. Marry, sir, half a day's journey, and I'll tell you he hath a fair daughter, and tomorrow is her birthday. And there are princes and knights come from all parts of the world to joust and tourney for her love. Pericles, were my fortunes equal to my desires, I could wish to make one there. First Fisherman. Oh, sir, things must be as they may, and what a man cannot get he may lawfully deal for his wife's soul. Re-enter Second and Third Fishermen drawing up a net. Second Fisherman. Help, master, help, here's a fish hangs in the net like a poor man's right in the law, 'twill hardly come out. Ha, bots on't, 'tis come at last, and 'tis turned to a rusty armour. Pericles, an armour, friends, I pray you let me see it. Thanks, fortune, yet that after all my crosses thou givest me somewhat to repair myself, and though it was mine own part of my heritage which my dead father did bequeath to me with this strict charge, even as he left his life. Keep it, my Pericles, it hath been a shield twixt me and death, and pointed to this brace. For that it saved me, keep it, in like necessity, the which the gods protect thee from, may defend thee. It kept where I kept, I so dearly loved it, till the rough seas that spares not any man took it in rage, though calmed have given again. I thank thee for't, my shipwreck now's no ill, since I have here my father gave in his will. First Fisherman. What mean you, sir? Pericles. To beg of you, kind friends, this coat of worth, for it was sometime target to a king, I know it by this mark. He loved me dearly, and for his sake I wish the having of it, and that you'd guide me to your sovereign court, where with it I may appear a gentleman, and if that ever my low fortune's better, I'll pay your bounties, till then rest your debtor. First Fisherman. Why wilt thou tourney for the lady? Pericles. I'll show the virtue I have borne in arms. First Fisherman. Why d'ye take it, and the gods give thee good on't? Second Fisherman. Aye, but hark you, my friend, 'twas we that made up this garment through the rough seams of the waters. There are certain condolements, certain veils. I hope, sir, if you thrive, you'll remember from whence you had them. Pericles. Believe it I will. By your furtherance I am clothed in steel, and spite of all the rapture of the sea, this jewel holds his building on my arm. Unto thy value I will mount myself upon a courser, whose delightful steps shall make the gazer joy to see him tread. Only, my friend, I yet am unprovided of a pair of bases. Second Fisherman. Will sure provide. Thou shalt have my best gown to make thee a pair, and I'll bring thee to the court myself. Pericles. Then honour be but a goal to my will this day. I'll rise, or else add ill to ill. Exeunt. Scene Roman 2. The same, a public way or platform leading to the lists. A pavilion by the side of it for the reception of the king, princess, lords, etc. Enter Simonides, Tysa, lords and attendants. Simonides are the knights ready to begin the triumph, first lord, they are my liege and stay your coming to present themselves. Simonides, return them, we are ready. And our daughter, in honour of whose birth these triumphs are, sits here like beauty's child, whom nature gat for men to see and seeing wonder at. Exit a lord, Tysa. It pleaseth you, my royal father, to express my commendations great whose merits less. Simonides, it's fit it should be so. For princes are a model which heaven makes like to itself. As jewels lose their glory if neglected, so princes their renowns if not respected. 'Tis now your honour, daughter, to entertain the labour of each knight in his device. Tysa, which to preserve mine honour I'll perform. The first knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to Tysa. Simonides, who is the first that doth prefer himself, Tysa. A knight of Sparta, my renowned father, and the device he bears upon his shield is a black Ethiop reaching at the sun, the word lux tua vita mihi. Simonides, he loves you well that holds his life of you. The second knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to Tysa. Who is the second that presents himself? Tysa. A prince of Macedon, my royal father, and the device he bears upon his shield is an armed knight that's conquered by a lady, the motto thus in Spanish, piu por dulzura que por forza. The third knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to Tysa. Simonides, and what's the third, Tysa? The third of Antioch, and his device a wreath of chivalry, the word me Pompey provxit apex. The fourth knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to Tysa. Simonides, what is the fourth, Tysa? A burning torch that's turned upside down, the word quod me lit me extinguit. Simonides, which shows that beauty hath his power and will, which can as well inflame as it can kill. The fifth knight passes by, and his squire presents his shield to Tysa. Tysa. The fifth, an hand environed with clouds, holding out gold that's by the touchstone tried, the motto thus, sic spectanda fides. The sixth knight, Pericles, passes in rusty armour with bases and unaccompanied. He presents his device directly to Tysa. Simonides, and what's the sixth and last, the which the knight himself with such a graceful courtesy delivered? Tysa. He seems to be a stranger, but his present is a withered branch that's only green at top, the motto in hac spe vivo. Simonides, a pretty moral from the dejected state wherein he is. He hopes by you his fortunes yet may flourish. First lord, he had need mean better than his outward show can any way speak in his just commend. For by his rusty outside he appears to have practised more the whipstock than the lance. Second lord, he well may be a stranger, for he comes to an honoured triumph strangely furnished. Third lord, and on set purpose let his armour rust until this day to scour it in the dust. Simonides, opinions but a fool that makes us scan the outward habit by the inward man. But stay, the knights are coming, we will withdraw into the gallery. Exeunt. Great shouts within, and all cry the mean knight, scene Roman 3. The same, a hall of state, a banquet prepared. Enter Simonides, Tysa, lords, attendants and knights from tilting. Simonides, knights, to say your welcome were superfluous. To place upon the volume of your deeds, as in a title page, your worth in arms were more than you expect, or more than's fit, since every worth in show commends itself. Prepare for mirth becomes a feast, you are princes and my guests. Tysa, but you my knight and guest, to whom this wreath of victory I give, and crown you king of this day's happiness. Pericles, 'tis more by fortune, lady, than by merit. Simonides, call it by what you will, the day is yours, and here, I hope, is none that envies it. In framing an artist, art hath thus decreed to make some good but others to exceed, and you are her laboured scholar. Come, queen of the feast, for daughter so you are, here take your place, marshal the rest as they deserve their grace. Knights, we are honoured much by good Simonides. Simonides, your presence glads our days, honour we love, for who hates honour hates the gods above. Marshal, sir, yonder is your place, Pericles, some other is more fit. First knight, contend not, sir, for we are gentlemen, have neither in our hearts nor outward eyes envied the great, nor shall the low despise. Pericles, you are right, courteous knights. Simonides, sit, sir, sit. By Jove, I wonder that is king of thoughts these cates resist me he but thought upon. Tysa, by Juno that is queen of marriage, all viands that I eat do seem unsavoury, wishing him my meat. Sure, he's a gallant gentleman. Simonides, he's but a country gentleman, has done no more than other knights have done, has broken a staff or so, so let it pass. Tysa, to me he seems like diamond to glass. Pericles, yon king's to me like to my father's picture, which tells me in that glory once he was. Had princes sit like stars about his throne, and he the sun, for them to reverence. None that beheld him but like lesser lights did veil their crowns to his supremacy. Where now his sun's like a glowworm in the night, the which hath fire in darkness, none in light. Whereby I see that times the king of men, he's both their parent, and he is their grave, and gives them what he will, not what they crave. Simonides, what are you merry knights, who can be other in this royal presence? Simonides, here with a cup that's stored unto the brim, as you do love, fill to your mistress' lips, we drink this health to you. Knights, we thank your grace. Simonides, yet pause a while. Yon knight doth sit too melancholy, as if the entertainment in our court had not a show might countervail his worth. Note it not you, Tysa, what is't to me my father? Simonides, oh attend my daughter. Princes in this should live like gods above, who freely give to every one that comes to honour them, and princes not doing so are like to gnats, which make a sound, but killed are wondered at. Therefore to make his entrance more sweet here, say we drink this standing bowl of wine to him. Tysa, alas, my father, it befits not me unto a stranger knight to be so bold. He may my proffer take for an offence, since men take women's gifts for impudence. Simonides, how? Do as I bid you, or you'll move me else. Tysa, aside, now by the gods he could not please me better. Simonides, and furthermore tell him we desire to know of him, of whence he is, his name and parentage. Tysa, the king my father, sir, has drunk to you. Pericles, I thank him. Tysa, wishing it so much blood unto your life. Pericles, I thank both him and you, and pledge him freely. Tysa, and further he desires to know of you, of whence you are. Your name and parentage. Pericles, a gentleman of Tyre. My name, Pericles, my education been in arts and arms, who, looking for adventures in the world, was by the rough seas reft of ships and men, and after shipwreck driven upon this shore. Tysa, he thanks your grace, names himself Pericles, a gentleman of Tyre, who only by misfortune of the seas, bereft of ships and men, cast on this shore. Simonides, now by the gods I pity his misfortune, and will awake him from his melancholy. Come, gentlemen, we sit too long on trifles, and waste the time which looks for other revels. Even in your armours, as you are addressed, will well become a soldier's dance. I will not have excuse with saying this, loud music is too harsh for ladies' heads, since they love men in arms as well as beds. The knights dance, so this was well asked, 'twas so well performed. Come, sir, here is a lady which wants breathing too, and I have heard you knights of Tyre are excellent in making ladies trip, and that their measures are as excellent. Pericles, in those that practice them they are my lord. Simonides, oh, that's as much as you would be denied of your fair courtesy. The knights and ladies dance. Unclasp, unclasp, thanks gentlemen to all have done well, to Pericles, but you the best, pages and lights to conduct these knights unto their several lodgings. To Pericles, yours, sir, we have given order to be next our own. Pericles, I am at your grace's pleasure. Simonides, princes, it is too late to talk of love, and that's the mark I know you level at, therefore each one betake him to his rest, tomorrow all for speeding do their best. Exeunt, scene Roman 4, Tyre, a room in the governor's house, enter Helicanus and Escanes. Helicanus, know Escanes, know this of me, Antiochus from incest lived not free, for which the most high gods not minding longer to withhold the vengeance that they had in store due to this heinous capital offence, even in the height and pride of all his glory, when he was seated in a chariot of an inestimable value, and his daughter with him, a fire from heaven came and shrivelled up their bodies, even to loathing, for they so stunk, that all those eyes adored them ere their full scorn now their hand should give them burial. Escanes, 'twas very strange Helicanus, and yet but justice, for though this king were great, his greatness was no guard to bar heaven's shaft, but sin had his reward. Escanes, it is very true, enter 2 or 3 lords. First Lord, see not a man in private conference or council has respect with him but he. Second Lord, it shall no longer grieve without reproof. Third Lord, and cursed be he that will not second it. First Lord, follow me then, Lord Helicane, a word, Helicanus, with me and welcome, happy day my lords. First Lord, know that our griefs are risen to the top, and now at length they overflow their banks. Helicanus, your griefs for what? Wrong not your prince you love. First Lord, wrong not yourself then, noble Helicane, but if the prince do live, let us salute him, or know what grounds made happy by his breath. If in the world he live, we'll seek him out, if in his grave he rest, we'll find him there. We'll be resolved he lives to govern us, or dead, gives cause to mourn his funeral, and leave us to our free election. Second Lord, whose death's indeed the strongest in our censure, and knowing this kingdom is without a head, like goodly buildings left without a roof soon fall to ruin, your noble self that best know how to rule and how to reign, we thus submit unto, our sovereign. All, live noble Helicane, Helicanus, for honour's cause forbear your suffrages, if that you love Prince Pericles forbear, take I your wish I leap into the seas, where's hourly trouble for minute's ease. A 12 month longer, let me entreat you to forbear the absence of your king, if in which time expired he not return, I shall with aged patience bear your yoke. But if I cannot win you to this love, go search like noble subjects, and in your search spend your adventurous worth, whom if you find and win unto return, you shall like diamonds sit about his crown. First Lord, to wisdom he's a fool that will not yield, and since Lord Helicane enjoineth us, we with our travels will endeavour us. Helicanus, then you love us, we you, will clasp hands, when peers thus knit a kingdom ever stands. Exeunt, scene v. Pentapolis, a room in the palace. Enter Simonides reading a letter at one door, the knights meet him. First Knight. Good morrow to the good Simonides. Simonides, knights, from my daughter this I let you know, that for this 12 month she'll not undertake a married life. Her reason to herself is only known, which yet from her by no means can I get. Second Knight. May we not get access to her? My lord Simonides, faith, by no means, she hath so strictly tied her to her chamber that 'tis impossible. 12 moons more she'll wear Diana's livery, this by the eye of Cynthia hath she vowed, and on her virgin honour will not break it. Third Knight, loath to bid farewell we take our leaves. Exeunt knights, Simonides, so they are well dispatched. Now to my daughter's letter. She tells me here she'll wed the stranger knight, or never more to view nor day nor light. 'Tis well, mistress, your choice agrees with mine, I like that well, nay how absolute she's in't, not minding whether I dislike or no. Well, I do commend her choice, and will no longer have it be delayed. Soft, here he comes, I must dissemble it. Enter Pericles. Pericles, all fortune to the good Simonides. Simonides, to you as much. Sir, I am beholding to you for your sweet music this last night. I do protest my ears were never better fed with such delightful pleasing harmony. Pericles, it is your grace's pleasure to commend, not my desert. Simonides, sir, you are music's master. Pericles, the worst of all her scholars, my good lord. Simonides, let me ask you one thing, what do you think of my daughter, sir? Pericles, a most virtuous princess. Simonides, and she is fair too, is she not? Pericles, as a fair day in summer, wondrous fair. Simonides, sir, my daughter thinks very well of you, aye so well that you must be her master, and she will be your scholar, therefore look to it. Pericles, I am unworthy for her schoolmaster. Simonides, she thinks not so, peruse this writing else. Pericles, aside, what's here? A letter that she loves the knight of Tyre, 'tis the king's subtlety to have my life. Oh, seek not to entrap me, gracious lord, a stranger and distressed gentleman that never aimed so high to love your daughter, but bent all offices to honour her. Simonides, thou hast bewitched my daughter, and thou art a villain. Pericles, by the gods I have not, never did thought of mine levy offence, nor never did my actions yet commence a deed might gain her love or your displeasure. Simonides, traitor thou least, Pericles, traitor. Simonides, I traitor. Pericles, even in his throat, unless it be the king that calls me traitor, I return the lie. Simonides, aside, now by the gods I do applaud his courage. Pericles, my actions are as noble as my thoughts, that never relished of a base descent. I came unto your court for honour's cause, and not to be a rebel to her state, and he that otherwise accounts of me, this sword shall prove he's honour's enemy. Simonides, no, here comes my daughter, she can witness it. Enter Tisa. Pericles, then as you are as virtuous as fair, resolve your angry father if my tongue did e'er solicit, or my hand subscribe to any syllable that made love to you. Tisa. Why, sir, say if you had, who takes offence at that would make me glad. Simonides. Yea, mistress, are you so peremptory? Aside, I am glad on't with all my heart. I'll tame you, I'll bring you in subjection. Will you, not having my consent, bestow your love and your affections upon a stranger? Aside, who for aught I know may be, nor can I think the contrary, as great in blood as I myself. Therefore hear you, mistress, either frame your will to mine, and you, sir, hear you, either be ruled by me, or I will make you man and wife. Nay, come, your hands and lips must seal it too, and being joined I'll thus your hopes destroy, and for further grief God give you joy. What, are you both pleased, Tisa? Yes, if you love me, sir. Pericles, even as my life, my blood that fosters it. Simonides, what, are you both agreed? Both. Yes, if't please your majesty. Simonides, it pleaseth me so well that I will see you wed, and then with what haste you can get you to bed. Exeunt. Act Roman 3. Enter Gower. Gower. Now sleep uslaked hath the rouse, no din but snores about the house, made louder by the oft breast of this most pompous marriage feast. The cat with eyne of burning coal now couches for the mouse's hole, and crickets sing at the oven's mouth are the blither for their drouth. Hymen hath brought the bride to bed, where by the loss of maidenhead a babe is moulded. Be attent, and time that is so briefly spent with your fine fancies quaintly etch. What's dumb in show I'll plain with speech. Dumb show. Enter Pericles and Simonides at one door with attendants. A messenger meets them, kneels, and gives Pericles a letter. Pericles shows it Simonides, the lords kneel to him. Then enter Tisa with child, with Lycorida a nurse. The king shows her the letter, she rejoices. She and Pericles take leave of her father, and depart with Lycorida and their attendants. Then exeunt Simonides and the rest. By many a dern and painful perch of Pericles the careful search, by the four opposing coins which the world together joins, is made with all due diligence, that horse and sail and high expense can stead the quest. At last from Tyre, fame answering the most strange enquire, to Th court of King Simonides are letters brought, the tenor these, Antiochus and his daughter dead. The men of Tyrus on the head of Helicanus would set on the crown of Tyre, but he will none, the mutiny he there hastes to oppress. Says to if King Pericles come not home in 6 moons, he obedient to their dooms will take the crown. The sum of this, brought hither to Pentapolis, why ravish the regions round, and every one with claps can sound, our heir apparent is a king. Who dreamt, who thought of such a thing? Brief, he must hence depart to Tyre, his queen with child makes her desire, which who shall cross? Along to go, omit we all their dole and woe. Lycorida her nurse she takes, and so to sea. Their vessel shakes on Neptune's billow, half the flood hath their keel cut, but fortune's mood varies again. The gristled north disgorges such a tempest forth, that as a duck for life that dives, so up and down the poor ship drives. The lady shrieks, and Wellania does fall in travail with her fear, and what ensues in this fell storm shall for itself perform. I nil relate, action may conveniently the rest convey, which might not what by me is told. In your imagination hold this stage the ship, upon whose deck the sea-tossed Pericles appears to speak. Exit, scene I, enter Pericles on shipboard. Pericles, thou god of this great vast, rebuke these surges which wash both heaven and hell, and thou that haste upon the wind's command bind them in brass, having called them from the deep. O still thy deafening, dreadful thunders, gently quench thy nimble, sulphurous flashes. O how, Lycorida, how does my queen, thou stormest venomously, wilt thou spit all thyself? The seaman's whistle is as a whisper in the ears of death unheard. Lycorida, Lucina, O divinest patroness, and midwife gentle to those that cry by night, convey thy deity aboard our dancing boat, make swift the pangs of my queen's travails. Now Lycorida, enter Lycorida with an infant. Lycorida, here is a thing too young for such a place, who, if it had conceit, would die as I am like to do, take in your arms this piece of your dead queen. Pericles, how, Lycorida, Lycorida. Patience, good sir, do not assist the storm. Here's all that is left living of your queen, a little daughter, For the sake of it be manly and take comfort. Pericles, O you gods, why do you make us love your goodly gifts and snatch them straight away? We here below recall not what we give, and therein may vie honour with you. Lycorida, patience, good sir, even for this charge. Pericles, now mild may be thy life, for more blusterous birth had never babe, quiet and gentle thy conditions. For thou art the rudeliest welcome to this world that ever was prince's child. Happy what follows. Thou haste as chiding a nativity as fire, air, water, earth, and heaven can make to herald thee from the womb. Even at the first thy loss is more than can thy portage quit. With all thou canst find here now, the good gods throw their best eyes upon't. Enter 2 sailors. First sailor. What courage, sir, God save you. Pericles, courage enough, I do not fear the flaw. It hath done to me the worst. Yet for the love of this poor infant, this fresh new seafarer, I would it would be quiet. First sailor. Slack the bollins there, thou wilt not, wilt thou, blow and split thyself. Second sailor. But sea room and the brine and cloudy billow kiss the moon, I care not. First sailor, sir, your queen must overboard, the sea works high, the wind is loud and will not lie till the ship be cleared of the dead. Pericles, that's your superstition. First sailor, pardon us, sir, with us at sea it has been still observed, and we are strong in custom. Therefore briefly yield her, for she must overboard straight. Pericles, as you think meet, most wretched queen. Lycorida, here she lies, sir. Pericles, a terrible childbed haste thou had, my dear, no light, no fire, unfriendly elements forgot thee utterly. Nor have I time to give thee hallowed to thy grave, but straight must cast thee scarcely coffined in the ooze, where, for a monument upon thy bones, and ere remaining lamps, the belching whale and humming water must o'erwhelm thy corpse, lying with simple shells. O Lycorida, bid Nestor bring me spices, ink and paper, my casket and my jewels, and bid Nicander bring me the satin coffer, lay the babe upon the pillow, hie thee whiles I say a priestly farewell to her. Suddenly, woman, exit Lycorida. Second sailor. Sir, we have a chest beneath the hatches, corked and bitumed ready. Pericles, I thank thee. Mariner, say what coast is this? Second sailor, we are near Tarsus. Pericles, thither, gentle mariner, alter thy course for Tyre. When canst thou reach it? Second sailor, by break of day if the wind cease. Pericles, oh, make for Tarsus, there will I visit Cleon, for the babe cannot hold out to Tyrus, there I'll leave it at careful nursing. Go thy ways, good mariner, I'll bring the body presently. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, Ephesus, a room in Cerimmon's house. Enter Cerimon with a servant and some persons who have been shipwrecked. Cerimon, Fileman ho, enter Fileman. Fileman, doth my lord call? Cerimon, get fire and meat for these poor men, 't has been a turbulent and stormy night. Servant, I have been in many, but such a night as this till now I ne'er endured. Cerimon, your master will be dead ere you return, there's nothing can be ministered to nature that can recover him. To Fileman, give this to the apothecary and tell me how it works. Exeunt all but Cerimon. Enter 2 gentlemen. First gentleman, good morrow. Second gentleman, good morrow to your lordship. Cerimon, gentlemen, why do you stir so early? First gentleman, sir, our lodgings, standing bleak upon the sea, shook as the earth did quake. The very principles did seem to rend, and all to topple. Pure surprise and fear made me to quit the house. Second gentleman, that is the cause we trouble you so early, 'tis not our husbandry. Cerimon, oh, you say well. First gentleman, but I much marvel that your lordship, having rich Tyre about you, should at these early hours shake off the golden slumber of repose. 'Tis most strange nature should be so conversant with pain, being thereto not compelled. Cerimon, I hold it ever virtue and cunning were endowments greater than nobleness and riches. Careless heirs may the 2 latter darken and expend, but immortality attends the former, making a man a god. 'Tis known I ever have studied physic, through which secret art by turning o'er authorities, I have together with my practice made familiar to me, and to my aid the blessed infusions that dwell in vegetatives, in metals, stones. And I can speak of the disturbances that nature works and of her cures, which doth give me a more content in course of true delight than to be thirsty after tottering honour, or tie my pleasure up in silken bags, to please the fool and death. Second gentleman, your honour has through Ephesus poured forth your charity, and hundreds call themselves your creatures, who by you have been restored. And not your knowledge, your personal pain, but even your purse still open hath built Lord Cerimon such strong renown as time shall never, enter 2 or 3 servants with a chest. First servant, so lift there. Cerimon, what's that? First servant, sir, even now did the sea toss upon our shore this chest, 'tis of some wreck. Cerimon, set down, let's look up on't. Second gentleman, 'tis like a coffin, sir. Cerimon, whate'er it be, 'tis wondrous heavy. Wrench it open straight, if the sea's stomach be aught charged with gold, 'tis a good constraint of fortune it belches upon us. Second gentleman, 'tis so, my lord. Cerimon, how close 'tis corked and bitumed, did the sea cast it up? First servant, I never saw so huge a billow, sir, as tossed it upon shore. Cerimon, wrench it open, soft, it smells most sweetly in my sense. Second gentleman, a delicate odour. Cerimon, as ever hit my nostril, so up with it. O you most potent gods, what's here? A corpse. First gentleman, most strange. Cerimon, shrouded in cloth of state, balmed and entreasured with full bags of spices. A passport too, Apollo, perfect me in the characters. Reads from a scroll. Here I give to understand, if ere this coffin drives a land, I, King Pericles, have lost this queen worth all our mundane cost. Who finds her, give her burying, she was the daughter of a king, besides this treasure for a fee the gods requite his charity. If thou livest, Pericles, thou haste a heart that even cracks for woe, this chance tonight. Second gentleman, most likely, sir. Cerimon, nay, certainly tonight, for look how fresh she looks. They were too rough that threw her in the sea. Make a fire within, fetch hither all my boxes in my closet. Exit a servant. Death may usurp on nature many hours, and yet the fire of life kindle again the oppressed spirits. I heard of an Egyptian that had 9 hours lain dead, who was by good appliance recovered. Re-enter a servant with napkins and fire. Well said, the fire and cloths, the rough and woeful music that we have, cause it to sound, beseech you the viol once more, how thou stirrest, thou block, the music there. I pray you give her air, gentlemen, this queen will live. Nature awakes, a warmth breathes out of her, she hath not been entranced above 5 hours. See how she gins to blow into life's flower again. First gentleman, the heavens, through you, increase our wonder and sets up your fame for ever. Cerimon, she is alive, behold her eyelids, cases to those heavenly jewels which Pericles hath lost, begin to part their fringes of bright gold. The diamonds of a most praised water doth appear, to make the world twice rich. Live, and make us weep to hear your fate, fair creature, rare as you seem to be. She moves, Tysa. O dear Diana, where am I, where's my lord, what world is this? Second gentleman, is not this strange? First gentleman, most rare. Cerimon, hush, my gentle neighbours, lend me your hands, to the next chamber bear her. Get linen, now this matter must be looked to, for her relapse is mortal. Come, and Aesculapius guide us, exeunt carrying her away. Scene Roman 3, Tarsus, a room in Cleon's house. Enter Pericles, Cleon, Dionysa and Lycorida with Marina in her arms. Pericles, most honoured Cleon, I must needs be gone, my 12 months are expired, and Tyra stands in a litigious peace. You and your lady take from my heart all thankfulness, the gods make up the rest upon you. Cleon, your shafts of fortune, though they hurt you mortally, yet glance full wonderingly on us. Dionysa, O your sweet queen, that the strict fates had pleased you had brought her hither to have blessed mine eyes with her. Pericles, we cannot but obey the powers above us. Could I rage and roar as doth the sea she lies in, yet the end must be as 'tis. My gentle babe Marina, whom, for she was born at sea, I have named so, here I charge your charity withal, leaving her the infant of your care, beseeching you to give her princely training, that she may be mannered as she is born. Cleon, fear not, my lord, but think your grace, that fed my country with your corn, for which the people's prayers still fall upon you, must in your child be thought on. If neglection should therein make me vile, the common body, by you relieved, would force me to my duty. But if to that my nature need a spur, the gods revenge it upon me and mine to the end of generation. Pericles, I believe you, your honour and your goodness teach me tot without your vows. Till she be married, madam, by bright Diana whom we honour, all unscissored shall this hair of mine remain, though I show ill int, so I take my leave. Good madam, make me blessed in your care in bringing up my child. Dionysa, I have one myself who shall not be more dear to my respect than yours, my lord. Pericles, Madam, my thanks and prayers, Cleon, will bring your grace end to the edge-oath shore, then give you up to the masked Neptune and the gentlest winds of heaven. Pericles, I will embrace your offer. Come, dearest madam. Oh, no tears, Lycorida, no tears. Look to your little mistress, on whose grace you may depend hereafter. Come, my lord, exeunt. Scene Roman 4, Ephesus, a room in Cerimmon's house. Enter Cerimon and Thaisa. Cerimon, Madam, this letter and some certain jewels lay with you in your coffer, which are at your command. Know you the character, Thaisa? It is my lord's, that I was shipped at sea, I well remember, even on my groaning time, but whether they're delivered by the holy gods I cannot rightly say. But since King Pericles, my wedded lord, I ne'er shall see again, a vestal livery will I take me to, and never more have joy. Cerimon, Madam, if this you purpose as ye speak, Diana's temple is not distant far, where you may abide till your date expire. Moreover, if you please, a niece of mine shall there attend you. Thaisa, my recompense is thanks, that's all, yet my goodwill is great, though the gift small. Exeunt. ACT Roman 4 enter Gower. Gower. Imagine Pericles arrived at Tyre, welcomed and settled to his own desire. His woeful queen we leave at Ephesus unto Diana their Avoteus. Now to Marina bend your mind, whom our fast-growing scene must find at Tarsus, and by Cleon trained in music's letters, who hath gained of education all the grace, which makes her both the heart and place of general wonder. But alack that monster envy, off the rack of earned praise, Marina's life seeks to take off by treason's knife, and in this kind our Cleon hath one daughter, and a full-grown wench even ripe for marriage right. This maid hight Philoeton, and it is said for certain in our story she would ever with Marina be. Bet when she weaved the sladed silk with fingers long, small, white as milk, or when she would with sharp needle wound the cambric which she made more sound by hurting it, or when to th lute she sung, and made the night-bird mute that still records with moan, or when she would with rich and constant pen veil to her mistress Diane. Still this Philoeton contends in skill with absolute Marina, so the dove of Paphos might with the crow vie feathers white. Marina gets all praises, which are paid as debts, and not as given. This so darks in Philoeton all graceful marks, that Cleon's wife, with envy rare, a present murderer does prepare for good Marina, that her daughter might stand peerless by this slaughter. The sooner her vile thoughts to stead, Lycorida our nurse is dead, and cursed Dionysa hath the pregnant instrument of wrath pressed for this blow. The unborn event I do commend to your content, only I carry winged time post on the lame feet of my rhyme, which never could I so convey unless your thoughts went on my way. Dionysa does appear with Leonine a murderer. Exit, scene I, Tarsus, an open place near the seashore. Enter Dionysa with Leonine. Dionysa, thy oath remember, thou hast sworn to Dot, 'tis but a blow which never shall be known. Thou canst not do a thing in the world so soon, to yield thee so much profit. Let not conscience, which is but cold, inflaming love I thy bosom, inflame too nicely, nor let pity, which even women have cast off, melt thee, but be a soldier to thy purpose. Leonine, I will Dot, but yet she is a goodly creature. Dionysa, the fitter then the gods should of her. Here she comes weeping for her only mistress' death. Thou art resolved, Leonine, I am resolved. Enter Marina with a basket of flowers. Marina, no, I will rob Tellus of her weed to strew thy green with flowers. The yellows, blues, the purple violets and marigolds shall as a carpet hang upon thy grave while summer days do last. Ay me, poor maid born in a tempest when my mother died, this world to me is like a lasting storm, worrying me from my friends. Dionysa, how now, Marina, why do you keep alone? How chance my daughter is not with you? Do not consume your blood with sorrowing, have you a nurse of me? Lord, how your favours changed with this unprofitable woe. Come, give me your flowers ere the sea mar it. Walk with Leonine, the air is quick there, and it pierces and sharpens the stomach. Come, Leonine, take her by the arm, walk with her. Marina, no, I pray you, I'll not bereave you of your servant. Dionysa, come, come. I love the king your father and yourself with more than foreign heart. We every day expect him here. When he shall come and find our paragon to all reports thus blasted, he will repent the breadth of his great voyage, blame both my lord and me that we have taken no care to your best courses. Go, I pray you, walk and be cheerful once again, reserve that excellent complexion which did steal the eyes of young and old. Care not for me, I can go home alone. Marina. Well, I will go, but yet I have no desire to it. Dionysa, come, come, I know 'tis good for you. Walk half an hour, Leonine, at the least, remember what I have said. Leonine, I warrant you, Madam. Dionysa, I'll leave you, my sweet lady, for a while. Pray walk softly, do not heat your blood. What, I must have a care of you. Marina, my thanks, sweet madam. Exit. Dionysa, is this wind westerly that blows? Leonine. Southwest. Marina, when I was born the wind was north. Leonine, was't so? Marina, my father, as nurse said, did never fear but cried good seamen. To the sailors, galling his kingly hands, hailing ropes, and clasping to the mast, endured a sea that almost burst the deck. Leonine, when was this? Marina, when I was born, never was waves nor wind more violent, and from the ladder tackle washes off. A canvas glimmer, says one wolt out, and with a dropping industry they skip from stem to stern, the boatswain whistles and the master calls and trebles their confusion. Leonine, come, say your prayers. Marina, what mean you? Leonine, if you require a little space for prayer, I grant it. Pray, but be not tedious, for the gods are quick of ear, and I am sworn to do my work with haste. Marina, why will you kill me? Leonine, to satisfy my lady. Marina, why would she have me killed now? As I can remember, by my troth, I never did her hurt in all my life. I never spake bad word, nor did ill turn to any living creature. Believe me, I never killed a mouse, nor hurt a fly. I trod upon a worm against my will, but I wept for it. How have I offended, wherein my death might yield her any profit, or my life imply her any danger? Leonine, my commission is not to reason of the deed, but do it. Marina, you will not dot for all the world, I hope. You are well favoured, and your looks foreshow you have a gentle heart. I saw you lately when you caught hurt in parting to that fort. Good sooth, it showed well in you. Do so now, your lady seeks my life, come you between and save poor me the weaker. Leonine, I am sworn and will dispatch. He seizes her. Enter pirates. First pirate, hold villain. Leonine runs away. Second pirate, a prize, a prize. Third pirate, half part mates, half part, come, let's have her aboard suddenly. Exeunt pirates with Marina. Re-enter Leonine. Leonine, these roguing thieves serve the great pirate Valdez, and they have seized Marina. Let her go, there's no hope she will return. I'll swear she's dead and thrown into the sea, but I'll see further, perhaps they will but please themselves upon her not carry her aboard. If she remain, whom they have ravished must by me be slain. Exit. Scene Roman 2, Mytilene. A room in a brothel. Enter Pandar. Board and bolt. Pandar, bolt, bolt, sir. Pandar, search the market narrowly. Mytilene is full of gallants. We lost too much money this mart by being too wenchless. Board, we were never so much out of creatures. We have but poor 3, and they can do no more than they can do, and they with continual action are even as good as rotten. Pandar, therefore let's have fresh ones, whate'er we pay for them. If there be not a conscience to be used in every trade, we shall never prosper. Board, thou sayest true, 'tis not our bringing up of poor bastards, as I think I have brought up some 11 bolt. I to 11 and brought them down again. But shall I search the market? Board, what else, man? The stuff we have, a strong wind will blow it to pieces, they are so pitifully sodden. Pandar, thou sayest true, they are too unwholesome, O conscience. The poor Transylvanian is dead that lay with the little baggage. Bolt, aye, she quickly pooped him. She made him roast meat for worms, but I'll go search the market. Exit. Pandar, 3 or 4,000 chequins were as pretty a proportion to live quietly and so give over. Board, why to give over, I pray you? Is it a shame to get when we are old? Pandar, oh, our credit comes not in like the commodity, nor the commodity wages not with the danger. Therefore, if in our youths we could pick up some pretty estate, 'twere not amiss to keep our door hatched. Besides, the sore terms we stand upon with the gods will be strong with us for giving over. Board, come, other sorts offend as well as we. Pandar, as well as we, aye, and better too, we offend worse. Neither is our profession any trade, it's no calling, but here comes Bolt. Re-enter Bolt with the pirates and Marina. Bolt to pirates, Come your ways, my masters, you say she's a virgin, first pirate, oh sir, we doubt it not. Bolt. Master, I have gone through for this piece, you see, if you like her so, if not I have lost my earnest. Board. Bolt. Has she any qualities? Bolt. She has a good face, speaks well and has excellent good clothes, there's no farther necessity of qualities can make her be refused. Board. What is her price? Bolt. Bolt. I cannot be baited one doit of 1,000 pieces. Pandar. Well, follow me, my masters, you shall have your money presently. Wife, take her in, instruct her what she has to do that she may not be raw in her entertainment. Exeunt Pandar and pirates. Board. Bolt, take you the marks of her, the colour of her hair, complexion, height, her age, with warrant of her virginity, and cry he that will give most shall have her first. Such a maidenhead were no cheap thing if men were as they have been. Get this done as I command you. Bolt, performance shall follow. Exit, Marina. Alack that Leonine was so slack, so slow, he should have struck, not spoke, or that these pirates not enough barbarous had not all board thrown me for to seek my mother. Board, why lament you, pretty one, Marina, that I am pretty? Board, come, the gods have done their part in you. Marina, I accuse them not. Board, you are light into my hands where you are like to live. Marina, the more my fault to scape his hands where I was like to die. Board, I and you shall live in pleasure. Marina, no. Board, yes indeed shall you, and taste gentlemen of all fashions, you shall fare well, you shall have the difference of all complexions. What, do you stop your ears, Marina? Are you a woman? Board, what would you have me be and I be not a woman? Marina, an honest woman or not a woman? Board, marry, whip the gosling, I think I shall have something to do with you. Come, you're a young foolish sapling and must be bowed as I would have you. Marina, the gods defend me. Board, if it please the gods to defend you by men, then men must comfort you, men must feed you, men stir you up. Bolt's returned. Re-enter Bolt. Now, sir, haste thou cried her through the market. Bolt. I have cried her almost to the number of her hairs, I have drawn her picture with my voice. Board, and I prithee tell me how dost thou find the inclination of the people, especially of the younger sort? Bolt. Faith, they listened to me as they would have hearkened to their father's testament. There was a Spaniard's mouth so watered that he went to bed to her very description. Board, we shall have him here tomorrow with his best ruff on. Bolt, tonight. But mistress, do you know the French knight that cowers aye the hams? Board, who, Monsieur Verrils? Bolt. Aye, he offered to cut a caper at the proclamation, but he made a groan at it and swore he would see her tomorrow. Board. Well, as for him, he brought his disease hither, here he does but repair it. I know he will come in our shadow to scatter his crowns in the sun. Bolt. Well, if we had of every nation a traveller, we should lodge them with this sign. To Marina, pray you come hither a while, you have fortunes coming upon you. Mark me, you must seem to do that fearfully which you commit willingly, despise profit where you have most gain. To weep that you live as ye do makes pity in your lovers. Seldom but that pity begets you a good opinion, and that opinion a mere profit. Marina, I understand you not. Bolt. Oh, take her home, mistress, take her home, these blushes of hers must be quenched with some present practice. Board, thou sayest true, I faith so they must, for your bride goes to that with shame which is her way to go with warrant. Bolt. Faith, some do and some do not. But mistress, if I have bargained for the joint, Board, thou mayst cut a morsel off the spit. Bolt, I may so. Board, who should deny it? Come, young one, I like the manner of your garments well. Bolt, I by my faith they shall not be changed yet. Board. Bolt, spend thou that in the town. Report what a sojourner we have, you'll lose nothing by custom. When nature framed this piece she meant thee a good turn, therefore say what a paragon she is, and thou haste the harvest out of thine own report. Bolt. I warrant you, mistress, thunder shall not so awake the beds of eels as my giving out her beauty stirs up the lewdly inclined. I'll bring home some tonight. Board, come your ways, follow me. Marina, if fires be hot, knives sharp, or waters deep, untied I still my virgin knot will keep. Diana, aid my purpose. Board, what have we to do with Diana? Pray you, will you go with us? Exeunt, scene Roman 3, Tarsus, a room in Cleon's house. Enter Cleon and Dionysa. Dionysa, why are you foolish, can it be undone? Cleon. O Dionysa, such a piece of slaughter the sun and moon ne'er looked upon. Dionysa, I think you'll turn a child again. Cleon. Were I chief lord of all this spacious world, I'd give it to undo the deed. A lady, much less in blood than virtue, yet a princess to equal any single crown o' the earth I the justice of compare. O villain Leonine, whom thou hast poisoned too, if thou hadst drunk to him, tea had been a kindness becoming well thy face. What canst thou say when noble Pericles shall demand his child, Dionysa, that she is dead? Nurses are not the fates to foster it nor ever to preserve. She died at night, I'll say so, who can cross it, unless you play the pious innocent, and for an honest attribute cry out she died by foul play. Cleon, oh go to, well of all the faults beneath the heavens the gods do like this worst. Dionysa, be one of those that thinks the petty wrens of Tarsus will fly hence and open this to Pericles. I do shame to think of what a noble strain you are and of how coward a spirit. Cleon, to such proceeding whoever but his approbation added, though not his prime consent, he did not flow from honourable courses. Dionysa, be it so then, yet none does know but you how she came dead, nor none can know, Leonine being gone. She did disdain my child, and stood between her and her fortunes. None would look on her, but cast their gazes on Marina's face, whilst ours was blurted at and held a malkin not worth the time of day. It pierced me through, and though you call my course unnatural, you not your child well loving, yet I find it greets me as an enterprise of kindness performed to your sole daughter. Cleon, heavens forgive it, Dionysa, and as for Pericles, what should he say? We wept after her hearse, and yet we mourn. Her monument is almost finished, and her epitaphs in glittering golden characters express a general praise to her and care in us at whose expense 'tis done. Cleon, thou art like the harpy which to betray dost with thine angel's face, seize with thine eagle's talons. Dionysa, you are like one that superstitiously doth swear to the gods that winter kills the flies, but yet I know you'll do as I advise. Exeunt. Scene Roman 4. Enter Gower before the monument of Marina at Tarsus. Gower, thus time we waste, and long leagues make short. Sails seize in cockles, have and wish but fought, making, to take your imagination, from bourne to bourne, region to region. By you being pardoned, we commit no crime to use one language in each several clime where our scenes seem to live. I do beseech you to learn of me, who stand i'th gaps to teach you the stages of our story. Pericles is now again thwarting the wayward seas, attended on by many a lord and knight, to see his daughter, all his life's delight. Old Helicanus goes along. Behind is left to govern, if you bear in mind, old Escanes, whom Helicanus late advanced in time to great and high estate. Well-sailing ships and bounteous winds have brought this king to Tarsus. Think his pilot thought, so with his steerage shall your thoughts go on, to fetch his daughter home who first is gone. Like motes and shadows see them move a while, your ears unto your eyes I'll reconcile. Dumb show. Enter Pericles at one door with all his train, Cleon and Dionysa at the other. Cleon shows Pericles the tomb, whereat Pericles makes lamentation, puts on sackcloth, and in a mighty passion departs. Then exeunt Cleon and Dionysa. See how belief may suffer by foul show. This borrowed passion stands for true old woe, and Pericles, in sorrow all devoured, with sighs shot through, and biggest tears o'ershowered, leaves Tarsus and again embarks. He swears never to wash his face, nor cut his hairs. He puts on sackcloth, and to sea he bears a tempest which his mortal vessel tears, and yet he rides it out. Now please you wit the epitaph is for Marina writ by wicked Dionysa. Reads the inscription on Marina's monument. The fairest, sweetest, and best lies here, who withered in her spring of year. She was of Tyrus the king's daughter, on whom foul death hath made this slaughter. Marina was she called, and at her birth Thetis, being proud, swallowed some part o' the earth. Therefore the earth, fearing to be o'erflowed, hath Thetis' birth child on the heavens bestowed. Wherefore she does, and swears she'll never stint, make raging battery upon shores of flint. No visor does become black villainy so well as soft and tender flattery. Let Pericles believe his daughter's dead, and bear his courses to be ordered by Lady Fortune, while our scene must play his daughter's woe and heavy well-a-day in her unholy service. Patience then, and think you now are all in Mytilene. Exit. Scene V. Mytilene, a street before the brothel. Enter from the brothel 2 gentlemen. First gentleman, did you ever hear the like? Second gentleman, no, nor never shall do in such a place as this, she being once gone. First gentleman, but to have divinity preached there, did you ever dream of such a thing? Second gentleman, no, no. Come, I am for no more bawdy houses, shall's go hear the vestals sing. First gentleman, I'll do anything now that is virtuous, but I am out of the road of rutting for ever. Exeunt. Scene VI. The same, a room in the brothel, enter Pandar, board and bolt. Pandar, well, I had rather than twice the worth of her she had ne'er come here. Board, fie, fie upon her, she's able to freeze the god Priapus and undo a whole generation. We must either get her ravished or be rid of her. When she should do for clients her fitment, and do me the kindness of our profession, she has me her quirks, her reasons, her master reasons, her prayers, her knees, that she would make a Puritan of the devil if he should cheapen a kiss of her. Bolt, faith, I must ravish her, or she'll disfurnish us of all our cavaliers, and make our swearers priests. Pandar, now the pox upon her green sickness for me. Board, faith, there's no way to be rid on't but by the way to the pox. Here comes the Lord Lysimachus disguised. Bolt, we should have both lord and loan, if the peevish baggage would but give way to customers. Enter Lysimachus. Lysimachus, how now, how a dozen of virginities? Board, now the gods to bless your honour. Bolt, I am glad to see your honour in good health. Lysimachus, you may so, 'tis the better for you that your resorters stand upon sound legs. How now, wholesome iniquity have you that a man may deal withal and defy the surgeon? Board, we have here one, sir, if she would, but there never came her like in my Tyleen. Lysimachus, if she do the deed of darkness, thou wouldst say. Board, your honour knows what 'tis to say well enough. Lysimachus, well, call forth, call forth. Bolt, for flesh and blood, sir, white and red, you shall see a rose, and she were a rose indeed if she had but. Lysimachus, what prithee? Bolt, oh, sir, I can be modest. Lysimachus, that dignifies the renown of a board no less than it gives a good report to a number to be chaste. Exit Bolt. Board, here comes that which grows to the stalk, never plucked yet, I can assure you. Re-enter Bolt with Marina. Is she not a fair creature? Lysimachus, faith, she would serve after a long voyage at sea. Well, there's for you, leave us. Board, I beseech your honour, give me leave, a word, and I'll have done presently. Lysimachus, I beseech you do. Board to Marina. First I would have you note this is an honourable man. Marina, I desire to find him so that I may worthily note him. Board, next he's the governor of this country and a man whom I am bound to. Marina, if he govern the country you are bound to him indeed, but how honourable he is in that I know not. Board, pray you, without any more virginal fencing, will you use him kindly? He will line your apron with gold. Marina, what he will do graciously I will thankfully receive. Lysimachus, are you done? Board, my lord, she's not paced yet, you must take some pains to work her to your manage. Come, we will leave his honour and her together. Go thy ways. Exeunt Board. Pandar and Bolt. Lysimachus, now pretty one, how long have you been at this trade? Marina, what trade, sir? Lysimachus, why, I cannot name't, but I shall offend. Marina, I cannot be offended with my trade, please you to name it. Lysimachus, how long have you been of this profession? Marina, ere since I can remember. Lysimachus, did you go tot so young? Were you a gamester at 5 or at 7? Marina, earlier too, sir, if now I be one. Lysimachus, why, the house you dwell in proclaims you to be a creature of sale. Marina, do you know this house to be a place of such resort, and will come in tot? I hear say you are of honourable parts, and are the governor of this place. Lysimachus, why, hath your principal made known unto you who I am? Marina, who is my principal? Lysimachus, why, your herb woman, she that sets seeds and roots of shame and iniquity. Oh, you have heard something of my power, and so stand aloof for more serious wooing. But I protest to thee, pretty one, my authority shall not see thee, or else look friendly upon thee. Come, bring me to some private place. Come, come, Marina, if you were born to honour, show it now, if put upon you, make the judgment good that thought you worthy of it. Lysimachus, how's this, some more, be sage. Marina, for me that am a maid, though most ungentle fortune have placed me in this sty, where since I came diseases have been sold dearer than physic. Oh, that the gods would set me free from this unhallowed place, though they did change me to the meanest bird that flies the purer air. Lysimachus, I did not think thou couldst have spoke so well, ne'er dreamed thou couldst. Had I brought hither a corrupted mind, thy speech had altered it. Hold, here's gold for thee, persevere in that clear way thou goest, and the gods strengthen thee. Marina, the good gods preserve you, Lysimachus, for me be you thoughten that I came with no ill intent, for to me the very doors and windows savour vilely. Fare thee well, thou art a piece of virtue, and I doubt not but thy training hath been noble. Hold, here's more gold for thee. A curse upon him, die he like a thief that robs thee of thy goodness. If thou dost hear from me, it shall be for thy good. Re-enter bolt, bolt, I beseech your honour, one piece for me. Lysimachus, avaunt thou damned doorkeeper, your house but for this virgin that doth prop it would sink and overwhelm you. Away, exit, bolt, how's this, we must take another course with you. If your peevish chastity, which is not worth a breakfast in the cheapest country, under the cope shall undo a whole household, let me be gelded like a spaniel. Come your ways, Marina, whither would you have me? Bolt, I must have your maidenhead taken off, or the common hangman shall execute it. Come, your ways, we'll have no more gentlemen driven away. Come your ways, I say, re-enter board, how now, what's the matter? Bolt, worse and worse, mistress, she has here spoken holy words to the Lord Lysimachus. Board, oh abominable, Bolt, she makes our profession as it were to stink afore the face of the gods. Board, marry, hang her up for ever. Bolt, the nobleman would have dealt with her like a nobleman, and she sent him away as cold as a snowball, saying his prayers too. Board, Bolt, take her away, use her at thy pleasure, crack the glass of her virginity and make the rest malleable. Bolt, and if she were a thornier piece of ground than she is, she shall be ploughed. Marina, hark, hark, you gods, Board, she conjures, away with her, would she had never come within my doors. Marry, hang you, she's born to undo us. Will you not go the way of womankind? Marry, come up my dish of chastity with rosemary and bays. Exit, Bolt, come mistress, come your way with me, Marina. Whither wilt thou have me? Bolt, to take from you the jewel you hold so dear. Marina, prithee tell me one thing first. Bolt, come now your one thing, Marina, what canst thou wish thine enemy to be? Bolt, why I could wish him to be my master, or rather my mistress. Marina, neither of these are so bad as thou art, since they do better thee in their command. Thou hold'st a place, for which the pain-edged fiend of hell would not in reputation change. Thou art the damned doorkeeper to every coistrel that comes inquiring for his tib. To the choleric fisting of every rogue thy ear is liable, thy food is such as hath been belched on by infected lungs. Bolt, what would you have me do? Go to the wars, would you? Where a man may serve 7 years for the loss of a leg and have not money enough in the end to buy him a wooden one. Marina, do anything but this thou dost. Empty old receptacles or common shores of filth, serve by indenture to the common hangman. Any of these ways are yet better than this, for what thou professest a baboon, could he speak, would own a name too dear. Oh, that the gods would safely deliver me from this place. Here's gold for thee. If that thy master would gain by me, proclaim that I can sing, weave, sew, and dance with other virtues which I'll keep from boast, and I will undertake all these to teach. I doubt not but this populous city will yield many scholars. Bolt, but can you teach all this you speak of? Marina, prove that I cannot, take me home again and prostitute me to the basest groom that doth frequent your house. Bolt, well, I will see what I can do for thee, if I can place thee I will, Marina, but amongst honest women. Bolt, faith, my acquaintance lies little amongst them, but since my master and mistress have bought you, there's no going but by their consent. Therefore I will make them acquainted with your purpose, and I doubt not but I shall find them tractable enough. Come, I'll do for thee what I can, come your ways, exeunt. ACTV enter Gower. Gower, Marina thus the brothel scapes and chances into an honest house, our story says. She sings like one immortal, and she dances as goddess-like to her admired lays, deep clerks she dumbs, and with her kneel composes nature's own shape, of bud, bird, branch, or berry, that even her art sisters the natural roses. Her in clee silk twin with the rubied cherry. That pupils lacks she none of noble race who pour their bounty on her, and her gain she gives the cursed board. Here we her place. And to her father turn our thoughts again where we left him on the sea. We there him lost, whence, driven before the winds, he is arrived here where his daughter dwells, and on this coast suppose him now at anchor. The city strived god Neptune's annual feast to keep, from whence Lysimachus our Tyrian ship espies his banners sable trimmed with rich expense, and to him in his barge with fervour hies. In your supposing once more put your sight of heavy pericles, think this his bark, where what is done in action, more if might, shall be discovered, please you. Sit and hark, exit, scene I, on board Pericles' ship off Mytilene, a close pavilion on deck with a curtain before it, Pericles within it reclined on a couch. A barge lying beside the Tyrian vessel. Enter two sailors, one belonging to the Tyrian vessel, the other to the barge, to them Helicanus, Tyrian sailor, to the sailor of Mytilene. Where is Lord Helicanus? He can resolve you. Oh, here he is. Sir, there's a barge put off from Mytilene, and in it is Lysimachus the governor, who craves to come aboard. What is your will, Helicanus, that he have his? Call up some gentlemen, Tyrian sailor. Ho, gentlemen, my lord calls, enter 2 or 3 gentlemen. First gentleman, doth your lordship call, Helicanus? Gentlemen, there is some of worth would come aboard, I pray ye greet them fairly. The gentleman and the 2 sailors descend and go on board the barge. Enter, from thence Lysimachus and lords, with the gentleman and the 2 sailors, Tyrian sailor. Sir, this is the man that can in aught you would resolve you. Lysimachus, hail, reverend sir, the gods preserve you. Helicanus, and you, sir, to outlive the age I am and die as I would do. Lysimachus, you wish me well. Being on shore, honouring of Neptune's triumphs, seeing this goodly vessel ride before us, I made to it to know of whence you are. Helicanus, first, what is your place? Lysimachus, I am the governor of this place you lie before. Helicanus, sir, our vessel is of Tyre, in it the king, a man who for this 3 months hath not spoken to any one, nor taken sustenance but to prorogue his grief. Lysimachus, upon what ground is his distemperature? Helicanus, 'twould be too tedious to repeat, but the main grief springs from the loss of a beloved daughter and a wife. Lysimachus, may we not see him? Helicanus, you may, but bootless is your sight, he will not speak to any. Lysimachus, yet let me obtain my wish. Helicanus, behold him, Pericles discovered, this was a goodly person, till the disaster that one mortal night drove him to this. Lysimachus, Sir King, all hail, the gods preserve you. Hail, royal sir. Helicanus, it is in vain, he will not speak to you. First lord, sir, we have a maid in Mytilene, I durst wager would win some words of him. Lysimachus, it is well Beth thought, she questionless with her sweet harmony and other chosen attractions would allure and make a battery through his deafened parts, which now are midway stopped. She is all happy as the fairest of all, and with her fellow maids is now upon the leafy shelter that abuts against the island's side. Whispers a lord who goes off in the barge of Lysimachus. Helicanus, sure all's effectless, yet nothing will omit that bears recovery's name. But since your kindness we have stretched thus far, let us beseech you that for our gold we may provision have, wherein we are not destitute for want, but weary for the staleness. Lysimachus, O sir, a courtesy which if we should deny the most just gods for every graph would send a caterpillar, and so inflict our province. Yet once more let me entreat to know at large the cause of your king's sorrow. Helicanus, sit sir, I will recount it to you, but see I am prevented. Re-enter from the barge. Lord with Marina and a young lady. Lysimachus, oh, here is the lady that I sent for. Welcome, fair one, is't not a goodly presence? Helicanus, she's a gallant lady. Lysimachus, she's such a one that, were I well assured came of a gentle kind and noble stock, I'd wish no better choice and think me rarely wed. Fair one, all goodness that consists in bounty expect even here, where is a kingly patient, if that thy prosperous and artificial feet can draw him but to answer thee in aught. Thy sacred physic shall receive such pay as thy desires can wish. Marina, sir, I will use my utmost skill in his recovery, provided that none but I and my companion maid be suffered to come near him. Lysimachus, come, let us leave her and the gods make her prosperous. Marina sings. Lysimachus, mark to your music. Marina, no, nor looked on us. Lysimachus, see, she will speak to him. Marina, hail sir, my lord, lend ear. Pericles, hum ha. Marina, I am a maid, my lord, that ne'er before invited eyes, but have been gazed on like a comet. She speaks, my lord, that maybe hath endured a grief might equal yours if both were justly weighed. Though wayward fortune did malign my state, my derivation was from ancestors who stood equivalent with mighty kings. But time hath rooted out my parentage, and to the world and awkward casualties bound me in servitude. Aside, I will desist, but there is something glows upon my cheek, and whispers in mine ear, go not till he speak. Pericles, my fortune's parentage, good parentage to equal mine. Was it not thus? What say you, Marina? I said, my lord, if you did know my parentage, you would not do me violence. Pericles, I do think so. Pray you turn your eyes upon me. You are like something that, what countrywoman, hear of these shores, Marina? No, nor of any shores, yet I was mortally brought forth, and am no other than I appear. Pericles, I am great with woe, and shall deliver weeping. My dearest wife was like this maid, and such a one my daughter might have been. My queen's square brows, her stature to an inch, as wand-like, straight as silver-voiced, her eyes as jewel-like and cased as richly, in pace another Juno, who starves the ears she feeds and makes them hungry the more she gives them speech. Where do you live, Marina? Where I am but a stranger, from the deck you may discern the place. Pericles, where were you bred, and how achieved you these endowments which you make more rich to owe? Marina, if I should tell my history, it would seem like lies disdained in the reporting. Pericles, prithee speak, falseness cannot come from thee, for thou look'st modest as justice, and thou seem'st a palace for the crowned truth to dwell in. I will believe thee, and make my senses credit thy relation to points that seem impossible, for thou look'st like one I loved indeed. What were thy friends, didst thou not say, when I did push thee back, which was when I perceived thee, that thou cam'st from good descending? Marina, so indeed I did. Pericles, report thy parentage. I think thou saidst thou hadst been tossed from wrong to injury, and that thou thought'st thy griefs might equal mine if both were opened. Marina, some such thing I said, and said no more, but what my thoughts did warrant me was likely. Pericles, tell thy story. If thine considered prove the 1,000 part of my endurance, thou art a man, and I have suffered like a girl. Yet thou dost look like patience gazing on kings' graves, and smiling extremity out of act. What were thy friends? How lost thou them? Thy name, my most kind virgin. Recount, I do beseech thee. Come, sit by me. Marina, my name is Marina. Pericles, oh, I am mocked, and thou by some incensed god sent hither to make the world to laugh at me. Marina, patience, good sir, or here I'll cease. Pericles, nay, I'll be patient. Thou little know'st how thou dost startle me to call thyself Marina. Marina, the name, was given me by one that had some power, my father and a king. Pericles, how, a king's daughter, and called Marina? Marina, you said you would believe me, but not to be a troubler of your peace, I will end here. Pericles, but are you flesh and blood? Have you a working pulse, and a no fairy motion? Well, speak on. Where were you born, and wherefore called Marina? Marina, called Marina, for I was born at sea. Pericles, at sea, what mother? Marina, my mother was the daughter of a king, who died the minute I was born, as my good nurse Lycorida hath oft delivered weeping. Pericles, oh, stop there a little. Aside, this is the rarest dream that ere dull sleep did mock sad fools withal. This cannot be my daughter buried. Well, where were you bred? I'll hear you more to the bottom of your story, and never interrupt you. Marina, you scorn, believe me, 'twere best I did give o'er. Pericles, I will believe you by the syllable of what you shall deliver. Yet give me leave, how came you in these parts? Where were you bred, Marina? The king my father did in Tarsus leave me, till cruel Cleon with his wicked wife did seek to murder me, and having wooed a villain to attempt it, who having drawn to dot, a crew of pirates came and rescued me, brought me to my Tyleen. But good sir, whither will you have me? Why do you weep? It may be you think me an impostor. No, good faith, I am the daughter to King Pericles, if good King Pericles be. Pericles, ho, Helicanus, enter Helicanus and Lysimachus. Helicanus calls my lord Pericles. Thou art a grave and noble counsellor, most wise in general. Tell me if thou canst what this maid is, or what is like to be that thus hath made me weep. Helicanus, I know not, but here is the regent, sir, of my Tyleen speaks nobly of her. Lysimachus, she would never tell her parentage, being demanded that she would sit still and weep. Pericles, O Helicanus, strike me, honoured sir, give me a gash, put me to present pain, lest this great sea of joys rushing upon me o'erbear the shores of my mortality, and drown me with their sweetness. To Marina, O come hither, thou that begetst him that did thee beget, thou that wast born at sea, buried at Tarsus, and found at sea again. O Helicanus, down on thy knees, thank the holy gods as loud as thunder threatens us. This is Marina. What was thy mother's name? Tell me but that, for truth can never be confirmed enough, though doubts did ever sleep. Marina. First, sir, I pray, what is your title? Pericles. I am Pericles of Tyre, but tell me now my drowned queen's name, as in the rest you said thou hast been godlike perfect, the heir of kingdoms and another life to Pericles thy father. Marina. Is it no more to be your daughter than to say my mother's name was Tysa? Tysa was my mother, who did end the minute I began. Pericles. Now, a blessing on thee, rise, thou art my child, give me fresh garments. Mine own Helicanus, she is not dead at Tarsus as she should have been by savage Cleon, she shall tell thee all when thou shalt kneel and justify in knowledge she is thy very princess. Who is this Helicanus, sir? 'Tis the governor of Mytilene, who, hearing of your melancholy state, did come to see you. Pericles, I embrace you. Give me my robes, I am wild in my beholding. O heavens bless my girl. But hark, what music, tell Helicanus. Of my Marina, tell him, or point by point, for yet he seems to doubt how sure you are my daughter. But what music, Helicanus, my lord, I hear none. Pericles, none, the music of the spheres, list my Marina, Lysimachus. It is not good to cross him, give him way. Pericles, rarest sounds, do ye not hear? Lysimachus. Music, my lord, I hear, music, Pericles, most heavenly music. It nips me unto listening, and thick slumber hangs upon mine eyes, let me rest. Sleeps, Lysimachus, a pillow for his head, so leave him all. Well, my companion friends, if this but answer to my just belief, I'll well remember you. Exeunt all but Pericles. Diana appears to Pericles as in a vision. Diana. My temple stands in Ephesus, hie thee thither, and do upon mine altar sacrifice. There, when my maiden priests are met together before the people all, reveal how thou at sea didst lose thy wife, to mourn thy crosses with thy daughters. Call and give them repetition to the life, or perform my bidding, or thou livest in woe, do it and happy, by my silver bow. Awake and tell thy dream. Disappears, Pericles, celestial Diane, goddess Argentine, I will obey thee. Helicanus, re-enter Helicanus, Lysimachus and Marina. Helicanus, sir, Pericles, my purpose was for Tarsus, there to strike the inhospitable Cleon, but I am for other service first, toward Ephesus turn our blown sails, eftsoons I'll tell thee why. To Lysimachus, shall we refresh us, sir, upon your shore, and give you gold for such provision as our intents will need. Lysimachus, sir, with all my heart, and when you come ashore I have another suit. Pericles, you shall prevail were it to woo my daughter, for it seems you have been noble towards her. Lysimachus, sir, lend me your arm. Pericles, come my Marina. Exeunt, scene Roman 2. Enter Gower before the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Gower. Now our sands are almost run, more a little, and then's dumb. This my last boon give me. For such kindness must relieve me that you aptly will suppose what pageantry, what feats, what shows, what minstrelsy and pretty din, the regent made in Mytilene to greet the king. So he thrived that he is promised to be wife to fair Marina, but in no wise till he had done his sacrifice as Diane bade, whereto being bound the interim pray you all confound. In feathered briefness sails are filled, and wishes fall out as they are willed. At Ephesus the temple see our king and all his company. That he can hither come so soon is by your fancy's thankful doom. Exit, scene Roman 3. The temple of Diana at Ephesus, Tysa standing near the altar as high priestess, a number of virgins on each side, Cerimon and other inhabitants of Ephesus attending. Enter Pericles with his train, Lysimachus, Helicanus, Marina, and a lady. Pericles, hail Diane, to perform thy just command I here confess myself the king of Tyre, who, frighted from my country, did wed at Pentapolis the fair Tysa. At sea in childbed died she, but brought forth a maid child called Marina, whom, O goddess, wears yet thy silver livery. She at Tarsus was nursed with Cleon, who at 14 years he sought to murder, but her better stars brought her to my Tyleen, gainst whose shore riding her fortunes brought the maid aboard us, whereby her own most clear remembrance she made known herself my daughter. Tysa, voice and favour, you are, O royal Pericles. Faints, Pericles, what means the nun, she dies? Help, gentlemen, Cerimon, noble sir, if you have told Diana's altar true, this is your wife. Pericles, reverend appearer, no, I threw her overboard with these very arms. Cerimon, upon this coast, I warrant you. Pericles, 'tis most certain. Cerimon, look to the lady, oh, she's but o'erjoyed. Early in blustering morn this lady was thrown upon this shore. I oped the coffin, found their rich jewels, recovered her, and placed her here in Diana's temple. Pericles, may we see them? Cerimon, great sir, they shall be brought you to my house, whither I invite you. Look, Tysa is recovered. Tysa, oh let me look, if he be none of mine, my sanctity will to my sense bend no licentious ear, but curb it, spite of seeing. Oh my lord, are you not Pericles? Like him you spake, like him you are, did you not name a tempest, a birth and death? Pericles, the voice of dead Tysa, Tysa, that Tysa am I, supposed dead and drowned. Pericles, immortal Diane, Tysa, now I know you better, when we with tears parted Pentapolis, the king my father gave you such a ring. Shows a ring. Pericles, this, no more, you gods. Your present kindness makes my past miseries sports. You shall do well that on the touching of her lips I may melt and no more be seen. Oh, come, be buried a second time within these arms. Marina, my heart leaps to be gone into my mother's bosom. Kneels to Tysa. Pericles, look who kneels here. Flesh of thy flesh, Tysa, thy burden at the sea, and called Marina, for she was yielded. There, Tysa, blessed and mine own, Helicanus, hail, madam and my queen. Tysa, I know you not, Pericles, you have heard me say when I did fly from Tyre I left behind an ancient substitute. Can you remember what I called the man? I have named him oft. Tysa, 'twas Helicanus then. Pericles, still confirmation, embrace him, dear Tysa, this is he. Now do I long to hear how you were found, how possibly preserved, and who to thank besides the gods for this great miracle. Tysa, Lord Cerimon, my lord, this man through whom the gods have shown their power that can from first to last resolve you. Pericles, reverend sir, the gods can have no mortal officer more like a god than you. Will you deliver how this dead queen relives? Cerimon, I will, my lord. Beseech you first go with me to my house, where shall be shown you all was found with her, how she came placed here in the temple, no needful thing omitted. Pericles, pure Diane, bless thee for thy vision, I will offer night oblations to thee. Tysa, this prince, the fair betrothed of your daughter, shall marry her at Pentapolis. And now this ornament makes me look dismal, will I clip to form, and what this 14 years no razor touched to grace thy marriage day I'll beautify. Tysa, Lord Cerimon hath letters of good credit. Sir, my father's dead, Pericles, heavens make a star of him. Yet there my queen will celebrate their nuptials, and ourselves will in that kingdom spend our following days. Our son and daughter shall in Tyrus reign. Lord Cerimon, we do our longing stay to hear the rest untold. Sir leads the way. Exeunt, enter Gower. In Antiochus and his daughter you have heard of monstrous lust the due and just reward. In Pericles his queen and daughter seen, although assailed with fortune fierce and keen. Virtue preserved from fell destruction's blast, led on by heaven and crowned with joy at last. In Helicanus may you well descry a figure of truth, of faith, of loyalty. In reverend Cerimon there well appears the worth that learned charity eye wears. For wicked Cleon and his wife, when fame had spread their cursed deed, the honoured name of Pericles, to rage the city turn, that him and his they in his palace burn. The gods for murder seemed so content to punish, although not done, but meant, so on your patience evermore attending, new joy wait on you, here our play has ending. Exit. The life and death of King Richard II contents act I seen I. London, a room in the palace, scene Roman II, the same. A room in the Duke of Lancaster's palace, scene Roman III. Open space near Coventry, list set out and a throne, heralds and sea attending, scene Roman IV. London. A room in the King's Castle, ACT Roman II, scene I. London. An apartment in Ely House, scene Roman II. The same. A room in the Castle, scene Roman III. The Wolds in Gloucestershire, scene Roman IV. A camp in Wales, ACT Roman III, scene I. Bristol, Bolingbroke's camp scene Roman 2, the coast of Wales, a castle in view scene Roman 3, Wales before Flint Castle scene Roman 4, Langley, the Duke of York's garden ACT Roman 4 scene I, Westminster Hall ACT v scene I, London, a street leading to the Tower scene Roman 2, the same. A room in the Duke of York's palace scene Roman 3, Windsor, a room in the castle scene Roman 4, another room in the castle scene V, Pomfret, the dungeon of the castle scene VI, Windsor, an apartment in the castle dramatis personae King Richard II John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster uncle to the King Edmund Langley, Duke of York uncle to the King Henry, surnamed Bolingbroke, Duke of Hereford, son of John of Gaunt, afterwards King Henry Roman IV Duke of Ormond, son of the Duke of York Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, Duke of Surrey, Earl of Salisbury, Lord Berkeley Bushy, servant to King Richard Bagot, servant to King Richard Green, servant to King Richard Earl of Northumberland Harry Percy, surnamed Hotspur, his son Lord Ross, Lord Willoughby, Lord Fitzwater, Bishop of Carlisle, Abbot of Westminster, Lord Marshal Sir Piers of Exton, Sir Stephen Scrope, captain of a band of Welshmen, Queen, to King Richard Duchess of Gloucester, Duchess of York, lady, attending on the Queen, lords, heralds, officers, soldiers, gardeners, keeper, messenger, groom and other attendants seen, dispersedly in England and Wales. Act I scene I. London, a room in the palace. Enter King Richard, John of Gaunt with other nobles and attendants. King Richard. Old John of Gaunt, time-honoured Lancaster, haste thou, according to thy oath and band, brought hither Henry Hereford, thy bold son, here to make good the boisterous late appeal, which then our leisure would not let us hear against the Duke of Norfolk. Thomas Mowbray, Gaunt, I have my liege, King Richard. Tell me moreover, haste thou sounded him if he appeal the Duke on ancient malice, or worthily as a good subject should on some known ground of treachery in him. Gaunt, as near as I could sift him on that argument, on some apparent danger seen in him aimed at your highness, no inveterate malice. King Richard, then call them to our presence. Face to face and frowning brow to brow, ourselves will hear the accuser and the accused freely speak. High-stomached are they both and full of ire, in rage, deaf as the sea, hasty as fire. Enter Bolingbroke and Mowbray. Bolingbroke. Many years of happy days befall my gracious sovereign, my most loving liege, Mowbray. Each day still better others' happiness until the heavens, envying earth's good hap, add an immortal title to your crown. King Richard, we thank you both. Yet one but flatters us, as well appeareth by the cause you come, namely, to appeal each other of high treason. Cousin of Hereford, what dost thou object against the Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Mowbray? Bolingbroke, first, heaven be the record to my speech. In the devotion of a subject's love, tendering the precious safety of my prince, and free from other misbegotten hate, come I appellant to this princely presence. Now, Thomas Mowbray, do I turn to thee, and mark my greeting well. For what I speak my body shall make good upon this earth, or my divine soul answer it in heaven. Thou art a traitor and a miscreant, too good to be so and too bad to live, since the more fair and crystal is the sky, the uglier seem the clouds that in it fly. Once more the more to aggravate the note, with a foul traitor's name stuff I thy throat, and wish so please my sovereign ere I move what my tongue speaks my right drawn sword may prove. Mowbray, let not my cold words here accuse my zeal. 'Tis not the trial of a woman's war, the bitter clamour of two eager tongues, can arbitrate this cause betwixt us twain. The blood is hot that must be cooled for this. Yet can I not of such tame patience boast as to be hushed and naught at all to say. First, the fair reverence of your highness curbs me from giving reins and spurs to my free speech, which else would post until it had returned these terms of treason doubled down his throat, setting aside his high blood's royalty, and let him be no kinsman to my liege. I do defy him, and I spit at him, call him a slanderous coward and a villain. Which to maintain, I would allow him odds and meet him, were I tied to run afoot even to the frozen ridges of the Alps, or any other ground inhabitable, wherever Englishman durst set his foot. Meantime let this defend my loyalty, by all my hopes most falsely doth he lie. Bolingbroke, pale trembling coward, there I throw my gage, disclaiming here the kindred of the king, and lay aside my high blood's royalty, which fear, not reverence, makes thee to accept. If guilty dread have left thee so much strength as to take up mine honour's pawn, then stoop. By that and all the rights of knighthood else will I make good against thee arm to arm, what I have spoke or thou canst worst devise. Mowbray, I take it up, and by that sword I swear which gently laid my knighthood on my shoulder, I'll answer thee in any fair degree or chivalrous design of knightly trial. And when I mount, alive may I not light if I be traitor or unjustly fight. King Richard, what doth our cousin lay to Mowbray's charge? It must be great that can inherit us so much as of a thought of ill in him. Bolingbroke, look what I speak, my life shall prove it true. That Mowbray hath received 8,000 nobles in name of lendings for your highness soldiers, the which he hath detained for lewd employments, like a false traitor and injurious villain. Besides I say, and will in battle prove, or here or elsewhere to the furthest verge that ever was surveyed by English eye, that all the treasons for these 18 years complotted and contrived in this land fetch from false Mowbray their first head and spring. Further I say, and further will maintain upon his bad life to make all this good, that he did plot the Duke of Gloucester's death, suggest his soon-believing adversaries, and consequently, like a traitor coward, sluiced out his innocent soul through streams of blood, which blood, like sacrificing Abel's, cries even from the tongueless caverns of the earth to me for justice and rough chastisement. And by the glorious worth of my descent, this arm shall do it, or this life be spent. King Richard, how high a pitch his resolution soars. Thomas of Norfolk, what say'st thou to this? Mowbray, oh, let my sovereign turn away his face and bid his ears a little while be deaf, till I have told this slander of his blood how God and good men hate so foul a liar. King Richard, Mowbray, impartial are our eyes and ears. Were he my brother, nay, my kingdom's heir, as he is but my father's brother's son, now by my sceptres or I make a vow such neighbour nearness to our sacred blood should nothing privilege him nor partialise the unstooping firmness of my upright soul. He is our subject, Mowbray, so art thou. Free speech and fearless I to thee allow. Mowbray, then Bolingbroke, as low as to thy heart, through the false passage of thy throat thou least. 3 parts of that receipt I had for Calais dispersed I duly to his highness soldiers. The other part reserved I by consent, for that my sovereign liege was in my debt upon remainder of a dear account, since last I went to France to fetch his queen. Now swallow down that lie. For Gloucester's death, I slew him not, but to my own disgrace neglected my sworn duty in that case. For you, my noble lord of Lancaster, the honourable father to my foe, once did I lay an ambush for your life, a trespass that doth vex my grieved soul. But ere I last received the sacrament I did confess it and exactly begged your grace's pardon, and I hope I had it. This is my fault. As for the rest appealed, it issues from the rancour of a villain, a recreant and most degenerate traitor, which in myself I boldly will defend, and interchangeably hurl down my gage upon this overweening traitor's foot, to prove myself a loyal gentleman even in the best blood chambered in his bosom. In haste whereof most heartily I pray your highness to assign our trial day. King Richard, wrath-kindled gentleman, be ruled by me. Let's purge this choler without letting blood. This we prescribe, though no physician, deep malice makes too deep incision. Forget, forgive, conclude, and be agreed. Our doctors say this is no month to bleed. Good uncle, let this end where it begun. Will calm the Duke of Norfolk, you your son. Gaunt, to be a make-peace shall become my age. Throw down, my son, the Duke of Norfolk's gage. King Richard, and Norfolk throw down his. Gaunt, when obedience bids I should not bid. Again, King Richard, Norfolk throw down we bid there is no boot. Mowbray, myself I throw, dread sovereign, at thy foot. My life thou shalt command, but not my shame, the one my duty owes. But my fair name, despite of death that lives upon my grave, to dark dishonours use thou shalt not have. I am disgraced, impeached, and baffled here, pierced to the soul with slander's venomed spear, the which no balm can cure but his heart-blood which breathed this poison. King Richard, rage must be withstood, give me his gauge. Lions make leopards tame. Mowbray, yea, but not change his spots, take but my shame, and I resign my gage. My dear, dear lord, the purest treasure mortal times afford is spotless reputation, that away men are but gilded loam or painted clay. A jewel in a 10 times barred-up chest is a bold spirit in a loyal breast. Mine honour is my life, both grow in one. Take honour from me, and my life is done. Then, dear my liege, mine honour let me try. In that I live, and for that will I die. King Richard, cousin, throw up your gage, do you begin? Bolingbroke, O God, defend my soul from such deep sin. Shall I seem crestfallen in my father's sight, or with pale beggar fear impeach my height before this outdared dastard? Ere my tongue shall wound my honour with such feeble wrong or sound so base a parle, my teeth shall tear the slavish motive of recanting fear, and spit it bleeding in his high disgrace, where shame doth harbour, even in Mowbray's face. Exit gaunt, King Richard, we were not born to sue but to command, which since we cannot do to make you friends, be ready, as your lives shall answer it, at Coventry upon St. Lambert's day. There shall your swords and lances arbitrate the swelling difference of your settled hate. Since we cannot atone you, we shall see justice design the victor's chivalry. Lord Marshal, command our officers at arms be ready to direct these home alarms. Exeunt, scene Roman II, the same. A room in the Duke of Lancaster's palace. Enter John of Gaunt with the Duchess of Gloucester. Gaunt, alas, the part I had in Woodstock's blood doth more solicit me than your exclaims to stir against the butchers of his life. But since correction lieth in those hands which made the fault that we cannot correct, put we our quarrel to the will of heaven, who, when they see the hours ripe on earth, will rain hot vengeance on offenders' heads. Duchess, finds brotherhood in thee no sharper spur. Hath love in thy old blood no living fire? Edward's 7 sons, whereof thyself art one, were as 7 vials of his sacred blood, or 7 fair branches springing from one root. Some of those 7 are dried by nature's course, some of those branches by the destinies cut. But Thomas, my dear lord, my life, my Gloucester, 1 vial full of Edward's sacred blood, 1 flourishing branch of his most royal root is cracked, and all the precious liquor spilt is hacked down, and his summer leaves all faded by envy's hand and murder's bloody axe. Ah, Gaunt, his blood was thine. That bed, that womb, that metal, that self-mould that fashioned thee made him a man, and though thou livest and breathest, yet art thou slain in him. Thou dost consent in some large measure to thy father's death, in that thou seest thy wretched brother die, who was the model of thy father's life. Call it not patience, Gaunt, it is despair. In suffering thus thy brother to be slaughtered, thou showest the naked pathway to thy life, teaching stern murder how to butcher thee. That which in mean men we entitle patience is pale, cold cowardice in noble breasts. What shall I say? To safeguard thine own life, the best way is to venge my Gloucester's death. Gaunt, God's is the quarrel, for God's substitute, his deputy anointed in his sight, hath caused his death, the which if wrongfully let heaven revenge, for I may never lift an angry arm against his minister. Duchess, where then, alas, may I complain myself? Gaunt, to God the widow's champion and defence. Duchess, why then I will. Farewell, old Gaunt, thou goest to Coventry, there to behold our cousin Hereford and fell Mowbray fight. Oh, sit my husband's wrongs on Hereford's spear, that it may enter butcher Mowbray's breast. Or if misfortune miss the first career, be Mowbray's sins so heavy in his bosom that they may break his foaming courser's back and throw the rider headlong in the lists. A caitiff recreant to my cousin Hereford. Farewell, old Gaunt, thy sometimes brother's wife with her companion grief must end her life. Gaunt, sister, farewell, I must to Coventry, as much good stay with thee as go with me. Duchess, yet 1 word more. Grief boundeth where it falls, not with the empty hollowness but weight. I take my leave before I have begun, for sorrow ends not when it seemeth done. Commend me to thy brother Edmund York. Lo, this is all. Nay, yet depart not so, though this be all, do not so quickly go, I shall remember more. Bid him, what, with all good speed at Plashy visit me. Alack, and what shall good old York there see but empty lodgings and unfurnished walls, unpeopled offices, untrodden stones? And what hear there for welcome but my groans? Therefore commend me, let him not come there to seek out sorrow that dwells everywhere. Desolate, desolate will I hence and die, the last leave of thee takes my weeping eye. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, open space near Coventry, lists set out and a throne, heralds and see, attending, enter the Lord Marshal and the Duke of Ormel. Marshal, my Lord Ormel is Harry Hereford armed, Ormel, yea, at all points and longs to enter in. Marshal, the Duke of Norfolk, spritefully and bold, stays but the summons of the appellant's trumpet. Ormel, why then, the champions are prepared and stay for nothing but his Majesty's approach. Enter King Richard, who takes his seat on his throne, Gaunt, Bushy, Bagot, Green and others who take their places. A trumpet is sounded and answered by another trumpet within. Then enter Mowbray in armour defendant preceded by a herald. King Richard, Marshal, demand of yonder champion the cause of his arrival here in arms. Ask him his name and orderly proceed to swear him in the justice of his cause. Marshal, in God's name and the King's, say who thou art, and why thou comest thus knightly clad in arms, against what man thou comest and what thy quarrel. Speak truly on thy knighthood and thy oath, as so defend thee heaven and thy valour. Mowbray, my name is Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, who hither come engaged by my oath, which God defend a knight should violate. Both to defend my loyalty and truth to God, my King, and my succeeding issue against the Duke of Hereford that appeals me, and by the grace of God and this mine arm to prove him in defending of myself a traitor to my God, my King, and me. And as I truly fight, defend me heaven. He takes his seat. Trumpet sounds. Enter Bolingbroke, appellant in armour preceded by a herald. King Richard, Marshal, ask yonder knight in arms both who he is and why he cometh hither thus plated in habiliments of war, and formally, according to our law, depose him in the justice of his cause. Marshal, what is thy name, and wherefore comest thou hither before King Richard in his royal lists? Against whom comest thou, and what's thy quarrel? Speak like a true knight, so defend thee heaven. Bolingbroke, Harry of Hereford, Lancaster and Derby am I, who ready here do stand in arms to prove by God's grace and my body's valour, in lists on Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, that he's a traitor foul and dangerous to God of heaven, King Richard, and to me. And as I truly fight, defend me heaven. Marshal, on pain of death no person be so bold or daring hardy as to touch the lists, except the Marshal and such officers appointed to direct these fair designs. Bolingbroke, Lord Marshal, let me kiss my sovereign's hand and bow my knee before his Majesty. For Mowbray and myself are like two men that vow a long and weary pilgrimage, then let us take a ceremonious leave and loving farewell of our several friends. Marshal, the appellant in all duty greets your highness and craves to kiss your hand and take his leave. King Richard descends from his throne. We will descend and fold him in our arms. Cousin of Hereford, as thy cause is right, so be thy fortune in this royal fight. Farewell, my blood, which if today thou shed, lament we may, but not revenge thee dead. Bolingbroke, oh, let no noble eye profane a tear for me if I be gored with Mowbray's spear. As confident as is the falcon's flight against a bird, do I with Mowbray fight. My loving lord, I take my leave of you. Of you, my noble cousin, Lord Ormel, not sick, although I have to do with death, but lusty, young, and cheerly drawing breath. Lo, as at English feasts, so I regreet the daintiest last, to make the end most sweet. O thou, the earthly author of my blood, whose youthful spirit, in me regenerate, doth with a twofold vigour lift me up to reach at victory above my head, add proof unto mine armour with thy prayers, and with thy blessings steel my lance's point, that it may enter Mowbray's waxen coat and furbish new the name of John O'Gaunt, even in the lusty haviour of his son. Gaunt, God in thy good cause make thee prosperous. Be swift like lightning in the execution, and let thy blows, doubly redoubled, fall like amazing thunder on the casque of thy adverse pernicious enemy. Rouse up thy youthful blood, be valiant and live. Bolingbroke, mine innocence and St. George to thrive. He takes his seat. Mowbray, rising, However God or fortune cast my lot, their lives or dies, true to King Richard's throne, a loyal, just, and upright gentleman. Never did captive with a freer heart cast off his chains of bondage and embrace his golden, uncontrolled enfranchisement, more than my dancing soul doth celebrate this feast of battle with mine adversary. Most mighty liege and my companion peers take from my mouth the wish of happy years. As gentle and as jocund as to jest go I to fight. Truth hath a quiet breast. King Richard, farewell, my lord. Securely I espy virtue with valour couched in thine eye. Order the trial, marshal, and begin. The king and the lords return to their seats. Marshal, Harry of Hereford, Lancaster, and Derby, receive thy lance, and God defend the right. Bolingbroke, rising, strong as a tower in hope, I cry Amen. Marshal, to an officer, go bear this lance to Thomas, Duke of Norfolk. First Herald, Harry of Hereford, Lancaster, and Derby stands here for God, his sovereign, and himself, on pain to be found false and recreant, to prove the Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Mowbray, a traitor to his God, his king, and him, and dares him to set forward to the fight. Second Herald, here standeth Thomas Mowbray, Duke of Norfolk, on pain to be found false and recreant, both to defend himself and to approve Henry of Hereford, Lancaster, and Derby, to God his sovereign, and to him disloyal, courageously and with a free desire, attending but the signal to begin. Marshal, sound trumpets and set forward combatants, a charge sounded. Stay, the king hath thrown his warder down. King Richard, let them lay by their helmets and their spears, and both return back to their chairs again. Withdraw with us, and let the trumpets sound, while we return these dukes what we decree. A long flourish. To the combatants, draw near, and list what with our counsel we have done, for that our kingdom's earth should not be soiled with that dear blood which it hath fostered. And for our eyes do hate the dire aspect of civil wounds ploughed up with neighbours' swords. And for we think the eagle-winged pride of sky-aspiring and ambitious thoughts, with rival-hating envy, set on you to wake our peace, which in our country's cradle draws the sweet infant breath of gentle sleep, which so roused up with boisterous untuned drums, with harsh resounding trumpets' dreadful bray, and grating shock of wrathful iron arms, might from our quiet confines fright fair peace and make us wade even in our kindred's blood. Therefore we banish you our territories. You, cousin Hereford, upon pain of life, till twice 5 summers have enriched our fields, shall not regreet our fair dominions, but tread the stranger paths of banishment. Bolingbroke, your will be done. This must my comfort be. That sun that warms you here shall shine on me, and those his golden beams to you here lent shall point on me and gild my banishment. King Richard, Norfolk, for thee remains a heavier doom which I with some unwillingness pronounce. The sly, slow hours shall not determinate the dateless limit of thy dear exile. The hopeless word of never to return breathe I against thee upon pain of life. Mowbray, a heavy sentence, my most sovereign liege, and all unlooked for from your highness' mouth. A dearer merit, not so deep a maim as to be cast forth in the common air, have I deserved at your highness' hands. The language I have learnt these 40 years, my native English, now I must forego. And now my tongue's use is to me no more than an unstringed viol or a harp, or like a cunning instrument cased up, or, being open, put into his hands that knows no touch to tune the harmony. Within my mouth you have engaled my tongue, doubly portcullised with my teeth and lips, and dull unfeeling, barren ignorance is made my jailer to attend on me. I am too old to fawn upon a nurse, too far in years to be a pupil now. What is thy sentence then but speechless death, which robs my tongue from breathing native breath? King Richard, it boots thee not to be compassionate. After our sentence plaining comes too late. Mowbray, then thus I turn me from my country's light, to dwell in solemn shades of endless night. Retiring, King Richard, return again and take an oath with thee. Lay on our royal sword your banished hands. Swear by the duty that you owe to God, our part therein we banish with yourselves, to keep the oath that we administer. You never shall, so help you truth and God, embrace each other's love in banishment, nor never look upon each other's face, nor never write, regret, nor reconcile this luring tempest of your home-bred hate, nor never by advised purpose meet to plot, contrive, or complot any ill gainst us, our state, our subjects, or our land. Bolingbroke, I swear, Mowbray, and I to keep all this. Bolingbroke. Norfolk, so far as to mine enemy, by this time had the king permitted us, one of our souls had wandered in the air, banished this frail sepulchre of our flesh, as now our flesh is banished from this land. Confess thy treasons ere thou fly the realm. Since thou haste far to go, bear not along the clogging burden of a guilty soul. Mowbray, no, Bolingbroke, if ever I were traitor, my name be blotted from the book of life, and I from heaven banished as from hence. But what thou art, God, thou and I do know, and all too soon, I fear, the king shall rue. Farewell, my liege. Now no way can I stray, save back to England, all the world's my way. Exit, King Richard. Uncle, even in the glasses of thine eyes I see thy grieved heart. Thy sad aspect hath from the number of his banished years plucked 4 away, to Bolingbroke. 6 frozen winters spent, return with welcome home from banishment. Bolingbroke, how long a time lies in one little word. 4 lagging winters and 4 wanton springs end in a word, such is the breath of kings. Gaunt. I thank my liege that in regard of me he shortens 4 years of my son's exile, but little vantage shall I reap thereby, for ere the 6 years that he hath to spend can change their moons and bring their times about, my oil-dried lamp and time-bewasted light shall be extinct with age and endless night. My inch of taper will be burnt and done, and blindfold death not let me see my son. King Richard. Why, uncle, thou hast many years to live. Gaunt. But not a minute, king, that thou canst give. Shorten my days thou canst with sullen sorrow, and pluck nights from me, but not lend a morrow. Thou canst help time to furrow me with age, but stop no wrinkle in his pilgrimage. Thy word is current with him for my death, but dead thy kingdom cannot buy my breath. King Richard. Thy son is banished upon good advice, whereto thy tongue a party verdict gave. Why at our justice seem'st thou then to lure, Gaunt? Things sweet to taste prove in digestion sour. You urged me as a judge, but I had rather you would have bid me argue like a father. Oh, had it been a stranger, not my child, to smooth his fault I should have been more mild. A partial slander sought I to avoid, and in the sentence my own life destroyed. Alas, I looked when some of you should say I was too strict to make mine own away, but you gave leave to my unwilling tongue against my will to do myself this wrong. King Richard. Cousin, farewell, and uncle, bid him so. 6 years we banish him, and he shall go. Flourish. Exit King Richard and train. Ormal. Cousin, farewell. What presents must not know, from where you do remain let paper show. Marshal. My lord, no leave take I, for I will ride as far as land will let me by your side. Gaunt. Oh, to what purpose dost thou hoard thy words, that thou return'st no greeting to thy friends? Bolingbroke. I have too few to take my leave of you, when the tongue's office should be prodigal to breathe the abundant dolour of the heart. Gaunt. Thy grief is but thy absence for a time. Bolingbroke. Joy absent, grief is present for that time. Gaunt. What is 6 winters? They are quickly gone. Bolingbroke. To men enjoy, but grief makes 1 hour 10. Gaunt. Call it a travel that thou taxed for pleasure. Bolingbroke. My heart will sigh when I miscall it so, which finds it an enforced pilgrimage. Gaunt. The sullen passage of thy weary steps esteem as foil wherein thou art to set the precious jewel of thy home return. Bolingbroke. Nay, rather, every tedious stride I make will but remember me what a deal of world I wander from the jewels that I love. Must I not serve a long apprenticehood to foreign passages, and in the end, having my freedom, boast of nothing else but that I was a journeyman to grief? Gaunt. All places that the eye of heaven visits are to a wise man ports and happy havens. Teach thy necessity to reason thus, there is no virtue like necessity. Think not the king did banish thee, but thou the king. Woe doth the heavier sit where it perceives it is but faintly born. Go, say I sent thee forth to purchase honour, and not the king exiled thee. Or suppose devouring pestilence hangs in our air, and thou art flying to a fresher clime. Look what thy soul holds dear, imagine it to lie that way thou goest, not whence thou comest. Suppose the singing birds musicians, the grass whereon thou treadst the present strewed, the flowers fair ladies, and thy steps no more than a delightful measure or a dance. For gnarling sorrow hath less power to bite the man that mocks at it and sets it light. Bolingbroke. Oh, who can hold a fire in his hand by thinking on the frosty Caucasus, or cloy the hungry edge of appetite by bare imagination of a feast, or wallow naked in December snow by thinking on fantastic summer's heat? Oh no, the apprehension of the good gives but the greater feeling to the worse. Fell sorrow's tooth doth never rankle more than when it bites, but lanceth not the sore. Gaunt. Come, come, my son, I'll bring thee on thy way. Had I thy youth and cause, I would not stay. Bolingbroke. Then England's ground, farewell, sweet soil, adieu, my mother and my nurse that bears me yet. Where'er I wander, boast of this I can, though banished, yet a true-born Englishman. Exeunt. Scene Roman 4. London. A room in the King's castle, enter King Richard, Green and Bagot at one door, Ormel at another. King Richard, we did observe. Cousin Ormel, how far brought you High Hereford on his way? Ormel. I brought High Hereford, if you call him so, but to the next highway, and there I left him. King Richard. And say, what store of parting tears were shed? Ormel. Faith, none for me except the northeast wind, which then blew bitterly against our faces, awaked the sleeping room, and so by chance did grace our hollow parting with a tear. King Richard. What said our cousin when you parted with him? Ormel. Farewell, and for my heart disdain that my tongue should so profane the word that taught me craft to counterfeit oppression of such grief that words seemed buried in my sorrow's grave. Marry, would the word farewell have lengthened hours and added years to his short banishment, he should have had a volume of farewells, but since it would not, he had none of me. King Richard. He is our cousin, but 'tis doubt, when time shall call him home from banishment, whether our kinsman come to see his friends. Ourself and Bushy, Bagot here and Green, observed his courtship to the common people, how he did seem to dive into their hearts with humble and familiar courtesy. What reverence he did throw away on slaves, wooing poor craftsmen with the craft of smiles and patient underbearing of his fortune, as 'twere to banish their effects with him. Off goes his bonnet to an oyster wench. A brace of draymen bid God speed him well, and had the tribute of his supple knee, with thanks, my countrymen, my loving friends, as were our England in reversion his, and he our subjects next degree in hope. Green. Well, he is gone, and with him go these thoughts. Now for the rebels which stand out in Ireland, expedient manage must be made, my liege, ere further leisure yield them further means for their advantage and your highness loss. King Richard. We will ourself in person to this war, and for our coffers with too great a court and liberal largesse are grown somewhat light, we are enforced to farm our royal realm, the revenue whereof shall furnish us for our affairs in hand. If that comes short, our substitutes at home shall have blank charters whereto, when they shall know what men are rich, they shall subscribe them for large sums of gold and send them after to supply our wants, for we will make for Ireland presently. Enter Bushy. Bushy, what news? Bushy. Old John of Gaunt is grievous sick, my lord, suddenly taken, and hath sent post-haste to entreat your majesty to visit him. King Richard, where lies he? Bushy, at Ely House. King Richard, now put it God in his physician's mind to help him to his grave immediately. The lining of his coffers shall make coats to deck our soldiers for these Irish wars. Come, gentlemen, let's all go visit him. Pray God we may make haste and come too late. All. Amen. Exeunt. Act Roman 2, Scene I. London, an apartment in Ely House. Gaunt on a couch, the Duke of York and others standing by him. Gaunt. Will the king come that I may breathe my last in wholesome counsel to his unstayed youth? York. Vex not yourself nor strive not with your breath, for all in vain comes counsel to his ear. Gaunt. Oh, but they say the tongues of dying men enforce attention like deep harmony. Where words are scarce, they are seldom spent in vain, for they breathe truth that breathe their words in pain. He that no more must say is listened more than they whom youth and ease have taught to glose. More are men's ends marked than their lives before. The setting sun and music at the close, as the last taste of sweets is sweetest last, writ in remembrance more than things long past. Though Richard my life's counsel would not hear, my death's sad tale may yet undeaf his ear. York. No, it is stopped with other flattering sounds as praises of whose state the wise are fond. lascivious meters, to whose venom sound the open ear of youth doth always listen. Report of fashions in proud Italy, whose manners still our tardy apish nation limps after in base imitation. Where doth the world thrust forth a vanity, so it be new, there's no respect how vile that is not quickly buzzed into his ears. Then all too late comes counsel to be heard, where will doth mutiny with wit's regard. Direct not him whose way himself will choose, 'tis breath thou lack'st, and that breath wilt thou lose. Gaunt. Methinks I am a prophet new inspired, and thus expiring do foretell of him. His rash, fierce blaze of riot cannot last, for violent fires soon burn out themselves. Small showers last long, but sudden storms are short. He tires betimes that spurs too fast betimes, with eager feeding food doth choke the feeder. Light vanity, insatiate cormorant consuming means, soon preys upon itself. This royal throne of kings, this sceptred isle, this earth of majesty, this seat of Mars, this other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection, and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, which serves it in the office of a wall or as a moat defensive to a house, against the envy of less happier lands. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England, this nurse, this teeming womb of royal kings, feared by their breed and famous by their birth, renowned for their deeds as far from home, for Christian service and true chivalry, as is the sepulchre in stubborn jury of the world's ransom, blessed Mary's son, this land of such dear souls. This dear, dear land, dear for her reputation through the world, is now leased out. I die pronouncing it like to a tenement or pelting farm. England, bound in with the triumphant sea, whose rocky shore beats back the envious siege of watery Neptune, is now bound in with shame, with inky blots and rotten parchment bonds that England that was wont to conquer others hath made a shameful conquest of itself. Ah, would the scandal vanish with my life, how happy then were my ensuing death. Enter King Richard and Queen, Ormel, Bushy, Green, Bagot, Ross and Willoughby. York, the king is come. Deal mildly with his youth, for young hot colts being raged do rage the more. Queen, how fares our noble uncle Lancaster? King Richard, what comfort man, how is't with aged Gaunt, Gaunt, oh how that name befits my composition. Old Gaunt indeed, and Gaunt in being old. Within me grief hath kept a tedious fast, and who abstains from meat that is not gaunt. For sleeping England long time have I watched. Watching breeds leanness, leanness is all gaunt. The pleasure that some fathers feed upon is my strict fast. I mean my children's looks, and therein fasting haste thou made me gaunt. Gaunt am I for the grave, gaunt as a grave whose hollow womb inherits naught but bones. King Richard, can sick men play so nicely with their names? Gaunt, no, misery makes sport to mock itself. Since thou dost seek to kill my name in me, I mock my name, great king, to flatter thee. King Richard, should dying men flatter with those that live? Gaunt, no, no, men living flatter those that die. King Richard, thou now dying sayest thou flatterest me. Gaunt, oh no, thou deest though I the sicker be. King Richard, I am in health, I breathe and see thee ill. Gaunt, now he that made me knows I see thee ill, ill in myself to see, and in thee seeing ill. Thy deathbed is no lesser than thy land, wherein thou least in reputation sick, and thou, too careless patient as thou art, committ'st thy anointed body to the cure of those physicians that first wounded thee. 1,000 flatterers sit within thy crown, whose compass is no bigger than thy head, and yet, encaged in so small a verge, the waste is no whit lesser than thy land. Oh, had thy grandsire with a prophet's eye seen how his son's son should destroy his sons, from forth thy reach he would have laid thy shame, deposing thee before thou wert possessed, which art possessed now to depose thyself. Why, cousin, wert thou regent of the world, it were a shame to let this land by lease, but for thy world enjoying but this land, is it not more than shame to shame it so? Landlord of England art thou now, not king. Thy state of law is bondslave to the law, and thou, King Richard, a lunatic lean-witted fool, presuming on an ague's privilege, darest with thy frozen admonition make pale our cheek, chasing the royal blood with fury from his native residence. Now by my seat's right royal majesty, wert thou not brother to great Edward's son, this tongue that runs so roundly in thy head should run thy head from thy unreverent shoulders. Gaunt. Oh, spare me not, my brother Edward's son, for that I was his father Edward's son. That blood already like the pelican haste thou tapped out and drunkenly caroused. My brother Gloucester, plain well-meaning soul, whom fair befall in heaven mongst happy souls, may be a precedent and witness good that thou respect'st not spilling Edward's blood. Join with the present sickness that I have, and thy unkindness be like crooked age to crop at once a too long withered flower. Live in thy shame, but die not shame with thee. These words hereafter thy tormentors be. Convey me to my bed, then to my grave. Love they to live that love and honour have. Exit, borne off by his attendants. King Richard, and let them die that age and sullens have, for both haste thou and both become the grave. York, I do beseech your majesty impute his words to wayward sickliness and age in him. He loves you on my life and holds you dear as Harry, Duke of Hereford, were he here. King Richard. Right you say true, as Hereford's love, so his, as theirs, so mine, and all be as it is. Enter Northumberland, Northumberland, my liege. Old Gaunt commends him to your majesty. King Richard, what says he? Northumberland, nay nothing, all is said. His tongue is now a stringless instrument, words, life, and all old Lancaster hath spent. York, be York the next that must be bankrupt so, though death be poor it ends a mortal woe. King Richard, the ripest fruit first falls, and so doth he. His time is spent, our pilgrimage must be, so much for that. Now for our Irish wars we must supplant those rough rug-headed kerns, which live like venom where no venom else but only they have privilege to live. And for these great affairs do ask some charge. Towards our assistance we do seize to us the plate, coin, revenues, and movables, whereof our uncle Gaunt did stand possessed. York, how long shall I be patient? Ah, how long shall tender duty make me suffer wrong? Not Gloucester's death, nor Hereford's banishment, nor Gaunt's rebukes, nor England's private wrongs, nor the prevention of poor Bolingbroke about his marriage, nor my own disgrace, have ever made me sour my patient cheek, or bend one wrinkle on my sovereign's face. I am the last of noble Edward's sons, of whom thy father, Prince of Wales, was first. In war was never lion raged more fierce, in peace was never gentle lamb more mild, than was that young and princely gentleman. His face thou hast, for even so looked he, accomplished with the number of thy hours. But when he frowned, it was against the French and not against his friends. His noble hand did win what he did spend, and spent not that, which his triumphant father's hand had won. His hands were guilty of no kindred's blood, but bloody with the enemies of his kin. O Richard, York is too far gone with grief, or else he never would compare between. King Richard. Why, uncle, what's the matter? York, O my liege, pardon me if you please, if not, I, pleased not to be pardoned, am content withal. Seek you to seize and gripe into your hands the royalties and rights of banished Hereford. Is not Gaunt dead? And doth not Hereford live? Was not Gaunt just, and is not Harry true? Did not the one deserve to have an heir? Is not his heir a well-deserving son? Take Hereford's rights away, and take from time his charters and his customary rights. Let not tomorrow then ensue today, be not thyself, for how art thou a king but by fair sequence and succession? Now, afore God, God forbid I say true. If you do wrongfully seize Hereford's rights, call in the letters patents that he hath by his attorneys general to sue his livery, and deny his offered homage, you pluck 1,000 dangers on your head, you lose 1,000 well-disposed hearts, and prick my tender patience to those thoughts which honour and allegiance cannot think. King Richard. Think what you will, we seize into our hands his plate, his goods, his money, and his lands. York. I'll not be by the whiles, my liege, farewell. What will ensue hereof there's none can tell, but by bad courses may be understood that their events can never fall out good. Exit, King Richard, go, Bushy, to the Earl of Wiltshire straight. Bid him repair to us to Ely House to see this business. Tomorrow next we will for Ireland, and 'tis time, I trow. And we create in absence of ourself our uncle York Lord Governor of England, for he is just and always loved us well. Come on, our queen, tomorrow must we part, be merry, for our time of stay is short. Exeunt king, queen, bushy, ormal, green and bagot. Northumberland, well lords, the Duke of Lancaster is dead, Ross and living too, for now his son is Duke. Willoughby, barely in title not in revenues, Northumberland, richly in both if justice had her right. Ross, my heart is great, but it must break with silence ere it be disburdened with a liberal tongue. Northumberland, nay, speak thy mind, and let him ne'er speak more that speaks thy words again to do thee harm. Willoughby, tends that thou wouldst speak to the Duke of Hereford. If it be so, out with it boldly, man. Quick is mine ear to hear of good towards him. Ross, no good at all that I can do for him, unless you call it good to pity him, bereft and gelded of his patrimony. Northumberland, now afore God, 'tis shame such wrongs are born in him, a royal prince, and many mo of noble blood in this declining land. The king is not himself, but basely led by flatterers, and what they will inform, merely in hate gainst any of us all, that will the king severely prosecute gainst us, our lives, our children, and our heirs. Ross, the commons hath he pilled with grievous taxes, and quite lost their hearts. The nobles hath he fined for ancient quarrels, and quite lost their hearts. Willoughby, and daily new exactions are devised as blanks, benevolences, and I wot not what, but what, God's name, doth become of this? Northumberland, wars hath not wasted it, for ward he hath not, but basely yielded upon compromise that which his ancestors achieved with blows. More hath he spent in peace than they in wars. Ross, the Earl of Wiltshire hath the realm in farm. Willoughby, the king's grown bankrupt like a broken man. Northumberland, reproach and dissolution hangeth over him. Ross, he hath not money for these Irish wars, his burdenous taxations notwithstanding, but by the robbing of the banished Duke. Northumberland, his noble kinsman, most degenerate king. But lords, we hear this fearful tempest sing, yet seek no shelter to avoid the storm. We see the wind sit sore upon our sails, and yet we strike not, but securely perish. Ross, we see the very wrack that we must suffer, and unavoided is the danger now for suffering so the causes of our wrack. Northumberland, not so. Even through the hollow eyes of death I spy life peering, but I dare not say how near the tidings of our comfort is. Willoughby, nay, let us share thy thoughts as thou dost ours. Ross, be confident to speak, Northumberland. We three are but thyself, and speaking so, thy words are but as thoughts. Therefore be bold. Northumberland, then thus. I have from La Porte Blanc, a bay in Brittany, received intelligence that Harry Duke of Hereford, Raynald Lord Cobham, that late broke from the Duke of Exeter, his brother Archbishop late of Canterbury, Sir Thomas Erpingham, Sir John Ramsden, Sir John Norbury, Sir Robert Waterton, and Francis Coint, all these well furnished by the Duke of Brittany with 8 tall ships, 3,000 men of war, are making hither with all due expedience, and shortly mean to touch our northern shore. Perhaps they had ere this, but that they stay the first departing of the king for Ireland. If then we shall shake off our slavish yoke, imp out our drooping country's broken wing, redeem from broken pawn the blemished crown, wipe off the dust that hides our sceptre's guilt, and make high majesty look like itself, away with me in post to Ravensburg. But if you faint as fearing to do so, stay and be secret, and myself will go. Ross, to horse, urge doubts to them that fear. Willoughby, hold out my horse, and I will first be there. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, the same, a room in the castle. Enter Queen, Bushy and Bagot. Bushy, Madam, your majesty is too much sad. You promised, when you parted with the king, to lay aside life-harming heaviness and entertain a cheerful disposition. Queen, to please the king I did. To please myself I cannot do it. Yet I know no cause why I should welcome such a guest as grief, save bidding farewell to so sweet a guest as my sweet Richard. Yet again methinks, some unborn sorrow, ripe in fortune's womb, is coming towards me, and my inward soul with nothing trembles. At something it grieves more than with parting from my lord the king. Bushy, each substance of a grief hath 20 shadows, which shows like grief itself, but is not so. For sorrow's eye, glazed with blinding tears, divides one thing entire to many objects, like perspectives which, rightly gazed upon, show nothing but confusion, eyed awry distinguish form. So your sweet majesty, looking awry upon your lord's departure, find shapes of grief more than himself to wail, which, looked on as it is naught but shadows of what it is not. Then, thrice gracious Queen, more than your lord's departure weep not. More is not seen, or if it be, 'tis with false sorrow's eye, which for things true weeps things imaginary. Queen, it may be so, but yet my inward soul persuades me it is otherwise. Howe'er it be, I cannot but be sad, so heavy sad as thought in thinking on no thought I think makes me with heavy nothing faint and shrink. Bushy, 'tis nothing but conceit, my gracious lady. Queen, 'tis nothing less. Conceit is still derived from some forefather grief. Mine is not so, for nothing hath begot my something grief, or something hath the nothing that I grieve. 'Tis in reversion that I do possess, but what it is that is not yet known, what I cannot name. 'Tis nameless woe I wot. Enter Green, God save your majesty, and well met, gentlemen. I hope the king is not yet shipped for Ireland. Queen, why hopp'st thou so? 'Tis better hope he is, for his designs crave haste, his haste good hope. Then wherefore dost thou hope he is not shipped? Green, that he, our hope, might have retired his power, and driven into despair an enemy's hope, who strongly hath set footing in this land. The banished Bolingbroke repeals himself, and with uplifted arms is safe arrived at Ravensburg. Queen, now God in heaven forbid. Green, ah, madam, 'tis too true, and that is worse. The Lord Northumberland, his son young Harry Percy, the lords of Ross, Beaumont and Willoughby with all their powerful friends are fled to him. Bushy, why have you not proclaimed Northumberland and all the rest revolted faction traitors? Green, we have, whereupon the Earl of Worcester hath broken his staff, resigned his stewardship, and all the household servants fled with him to Bolingbroke. Queen, so Green, thou art the midwife to my woe, and Bolingbroke my sorrow's dismal heir. Now hath my soul brought forth her prodigy, and I, a gasping new-delivered mother, have woe to sorrow joined. Bushy, despair not, madam. Queen, who shall hinder me? I will despair and be at enmity with cozening hope. He is a flatterer, a parasite, a keeper back of death, who gently would dissolve the bands of life, which false hope lingers in extremity. Enter York. Green, here comes the Duke of York. Queen, with signs of war about his aged neck. Oh, full of careful business are his looks. Uncle, for God's sake speak comfortable words. York, should I do so I should belie my thoughts. Comfort's in heaven, and we are on the earth, where nothing lives but crosses, cares, and grief. Your husband, he is gone to save far off, whilst others come to make him lose at home. Here am I left to underprop his land, who, weak with age, cannot support myself. Now comes the sick hour that his surfeit made, now shall he try his friends that flattered him. Enter a servingman. Servingman, my lord, your son was gone before I came. York, he was, why so, go all which way it will. The nobles they are fled, the commons they are cold, and will, I fear, revolt on Hereford's side. Sirrah, get thee to Plashy, to my sister Gloucester, bid her send me presently £1,000. Hold, take my ring. Servingman, my lord, I had forgot to tell your lordship, today as I came by I called there, but I shall grieve you to report the rest. York, what is't, knave? Servingman, an hour before I came the Duchess died. York, God for his mercy, what a tide of woes comes rushing on this woeful land at once. I know not what to do, I would to God, so my untruth had not provoked him to it. The king had cut off my head with my brothers. What, are there no posts dispatched for Ireland? How shall we do for money for these wars? Come, sister, cousin, I would say, pray pardon me. Go, fellow, get thee home, provide some carts and bring away the armour that is there. Exit servingman. Gentlemen, will you go muster men? If I know how or which way to order these affairs thus disorderly thrust into my hands, never believe me. Both are my kinsmen. Th1 is my sovereign, whom both my oath and duty bids defend. Th other again is my kinsman, whom the king hath wronged, whom conscience and my kindred bids to right. Well, somewhat we must do. Come, cousin, I'll dispose of you. Gentlemen, go muster up your men and meet me presently at Berkeley Castle. I should to Plashy too, but time will not permit. All is uneven, and everything is left at 6 and 7. Exeunt York and Queen. Bushy. The wind sits fair for news to go to Ireland, but none returns. For us to levy power proportionable to the enemy is all unpossible. Green. Besides, our nearness to the king in love is near the hate of those love not the king. Bagot. and that is the wavering commons, for their love lies in their purses, and whoso empties them by so much fills their hearts with deadly hate. Bushy, wherein the king stands generally condemned. Bagot, if judgment lie in them, then so do we, because we ever have been near the king. Green, well, I will for refuge straight to Bristol Castle. The Earl of Wiltshire is already there. Bushy, thither will I with you, for little office will the hateful commons perform for us, except like curs to tear us all to pieces. Will you go along with us? Bagot, no, I will to Ireland to his majesty. Farewell. If heart's presages be not vain, we three here part that ne'er shall meet again. Bushy, that's as York thrives to beat back Bolingbroke. Green, alas, poor Duke, the task he undertakes is numbering sands and drinking oceans dry. Where one on his side fights, thousands will fly. Farewell at once for all and ever. Bushy, well, we may meet again. Bagot, I fear me never. Exeunt. Scene Roman 3, the Wolds in Gloucestershire. Enter Bolingbroke and Northumberland with forces. Bolingbroke, how far is it, my lord, to Berkeley now? Northumberland, believe me, noble lord, I am a stranger here in Gloucestershire. These high wild hills and rough uneven ways draws out our miles and makes them wearisome. And yet your fair discourse hath been as sugar, making the hard way sweet and delectable. But I bethink me what a weary way from Ravensburg to Cotchall will be found in Ross and Willoughby, wanting your company, which, I protest, hath very much beguiled the tediousness and process of my travel. But theirs is sweetened with the hope to have the present benefit which I possess, and hope to joy is little less in joy than hope enjoyed. By this, the weary lords shall make their way seem short, as mine hath done by sight of what I have. Your noble company, Bolingbroke, of much less value is my company than your good words. But who comes here? Enter Harry Percy. Northumberland, it is my son, young Harry Percy, sent from my brother Worcester whencesoever. Harry, how fares your uncle, Percy? I had thought, my lord, to have learned his health of you. Northumberland, why is he not with the Queen? Percy, no, my good lord. He hath forsook the court, broken his staff of office, and dispersed the household of the king. Northumberland, what was his reason? He was not so resolved when last we spake together. Percy, because your lordship was proclaimed traitor. But he, my lord, is gone to Ravensburg to offer service to the Duke of Hereford, and sent me over by Berkeley to discover what power the Duke of York had levied there, then with directions to repair to Ravensburg. Northumberland, have you forgot the Duke of Hereford, boy? Percy, no, my good lord, for that is not forgot which ne'er I did remember. To my knowledge I never in my life did look on him. Northumberland, then learn to know him now. This is the Duke. Percy, my gracious lord, I tender you my service, such as it is, being tender, raw and young, which elder days shall ripen and confirm to more approved service and desert. Bolingbroke, I thank thee, gentle Percy, and be sure I count myself in nothing else so happy as in a soul remembering my good friends. And as my fortune ripens with thy love, it shall be still thy true love's recompense. My heart this covenant makes, my hand thus seals it. Northumberland, how far is it to Berkeley, and what stir keeps good old York there with his men of war? Percy, there stands the castle by yon tuft of trees, manned with 300 men, as I have heard, and in it are the lords of York, Berkeley and Seymour, none else of name and noble estimate. Enter Ross and Willoughby. Northumberland, here come the lords of Ross and Willoughby, bloody with spurring, fiery red with haste. Bolingbroke, welcome, my lords, I wot your love pursues a banished traitor. All my treasury is yet but unfelt thanks, which more enriched shall be your love and labour's recompense. Ross, your presence makes us rich, most noble lord. Willoughby, and far surmounts our labour to attain it. Bolingbroke, evermore thanks the exchequer of the poor, which till my infant fortune comes to years stands for my bounty. But who comes here? Enter Berkeley. Northumberland, it is my lord of Berkeley, as I guess. Berkeley, my lord of Hereford, my message is to you. Bolingbroke, my lord, my answer is to Lancaster, and I am come to seek that name in England, and I must find that title in your tongue before I make reply to aught you say. Berkeley, mistake me not, my lord, 'tis not my meaning to raise one title of your honour out. To you, my lord, I come, what lord you will, from the most gracious regent of this land, the Duke of York, to know what pricks you on to take advantage of the absent time and fright our native peace with self-born arms. Enter York attended, Bolingbroke. I shall not need transport my words by you. Here comes his grace in person. My noble uncle, kneels. York, show me thy humble heart and not thy knee, whose duty is deceivable and false. Bolingbroke, my gracious uncle, York. Tut, tut, grace me no grace, nor uncle me no uncle. I am no traitor's uncle, and that word grace in an ungracious mouth is but profane. Why have those banished and forbidden legs dared once to touch a dust of England's ground? But then more why? Why have they dared to march so many miles upon her peaceful bosom, frighting her pale-faced villages with war and ostentation of despised arms? Comest thou because the anointed king is hence? Why, foolish boy, the king is left behind, and in my loyal bosom lies his power. Were I but now lord of such hot youth, as when brave Gaunt thy father and myself rescued the Black Prince, that young Mars of men, from forth the ranks of many thousand French, oh then how quickly should this arm of mine, now prisoner to the palsy, chastise thee and minister correction to thy fault, Bolingbroke. My gracious uncle, let me know my fault. On what condition stands it, and wherein, York? Even in condition of the worst degree, in gross rebellion and detested treason. Thou art a banished man, and here art come, before the expiration of thy time, in braving arms against thy sovereign, Bolingbroke. As I was banished Hereford, but as I come for Lancaster. And noble uncle, I beseech your grace look on my wrongs with an indifferent eye. You are my father, for methinks in you I see old Gaunt alive. O then, my father, will you permit that I shall stand condemned a wandering vagabond, my rights and royalties plucked from my arms perforce and given away to upstart unthrifts? Wherefore was I born? If that my cousin king be king in England, it must be granted I am Duke of Lancaster. You have a son, Ormel, my noble cousin. Had you first died and he been thus trod down, he should have found his uncle Gaunt a father to rouse his wrongs and chase them to the bay. I am denied to sue my livery here, and yet my letters patents give me leave. My father's goods are all distrained and sold, and these and all are all amiss employed. What would you have me do? I am a subject and challenge law. Attorneys are denied me, and therefore personally I lay my claim to my inheritance of free descent. Northumberland. The noble Duke hath been too much abused. Ross, it stands your grace upon to do him right. Willoughby. Base men by his endowments are made great. York, my lords of England, let me tell you this. I have had feeling of my cousin's wrongs and laboured all I could to do him right. But in this kind to come in braving arms, be his own carver and cut out his way to find out right with wrong, it may not be. And you that do abet him in this kind cherish rebellion and are rebels all. Northumberland. The noble Duke hath sworn his coming is but for his own, and for the right of that we all have strongly sworn to give him aid, and let him never see joy that breaks that oath. York. Well, well, I see the issue of these arms. I cannot mend it, I must needs confess, because my power is weak and all ill left. But if I could, by him that gave me life, I would attach you all and make you stoop unto the sovereign mercy of the king. But since I cannot, be it known unto you I do remain as neuter. So fare you well, unless you please to enter in the castle and there repose you for this night. Bolingbroke. An offer, uncle, that we will accept. But we must win your grace to go with us to Bristol Castle, which they say is held by Bushy, Bagot, and their complices, the caterpillars of the Commonwealth which I have sworn to weed and pluck away. York, it may be I will go with you, but yet I'll pause, for I am loath to break our country's laws. Nor friends nor foes to me welcome you are. Things past redress are now with me past care. Exeunt, scene Roman 4, a camp in Wales. Enter Earl of Salisbury and a Welsh captain. Captain, my Lord of Salisbury, we have stayed 10 days and hardly kept our countrymen together, and yet we hear no tidings from the king, therefore we will disperse ourselves. Farewell, Salisbury, stay yet another day, thou trusty Welshman, the king reposeth all his confidence in thee. Captain, 'tis thought the king is dead, we will not stay. The bay trees in our country are all withered, and meteors fright the fixed stars of heaven. The pale-faced moon looks bloody on the earth, and lean-looked prophets whisper fearful change. Rich men look sad, and ruffians dance and leap, the one in fear to lose what they enjoy, the other to enjoy by rage and war. These signs forerun the death or fall of kings. Farewell, our countrymen are gone and fled, as well assured Richard their king is dead. Exit, Salisbury. Ah, Richard, with the eyes of heavy mind I see thy glory like a shooting star fall to the base earth from the firmament. Thy sun sets weeping in the lowly west, witnessing storms to come, woe and unrest. Thy friends are fled to wait upon thy foes, and crossly to thy good all fortune goes. Exit. Act Roman 3, Scene I, Bristol, Bolingbroke's camp. Enter Bolingbroke, York, Northumberland, Harry Percy, Willoughby, Ross. Officers behind with Bushy and Green prisoners. Bolingbroke, bring forth these men. Bushy and Green, I will not vex your souls, since presently your souls must part your bodies with too much urging your pernicious lives, for 'twere no charity. Yet to wash your blood from off my hands, here in the view of men I will unfold some causes of your deaths. You have misled a prince, a royal king, a happy gentleman in blood and lineaments, by you unhappyed and disfigured clean. You have in manner with your sinful hours made a divorce betwixt his queen and him, broke the possession of a royal bed, and stained the beauty of a fair queen's cheeks with tears drawn from her eyes by your foul wrongs. Myself, a prince by fortune of my birth, near to the king in blood, and near in love till you did make him misinterpret me, have stooped my neck under your injuries and sighed my English breath in foreign clouds, eating the bitter bread of banishment, whilst you have fed upon my signories, disparked my parks and felled my forest woods, from my own windows torn my household coat, raised out my emprise, leaving me no sign save men's opinions and my living blood to show the world I am a gentleman. This and much more than twice all this, condemns you to the death. See them delivered over to execution and the hand of death. Bushy, more welcome is the stroke of death to me than Bolingbroke to England. Lords, farewell. Green, my comfort is that heaven will take our souls and plague injustice with the pains of hell. Bolingbroke, my lord Northumberland, see them dispatched. Exeunt Northumberland and others, with Bushy and Green. Uncle, you say the queen is at your house, for God's sake fairly let her be entreated. Tell her I send to her my kind commends, take special care my greetings be delivered. York, a gentleman of mine I have dispatched with letters of your love to her at large. Bolingbroke, thanks, gentle uncle, come lords away to fight with Glendower and his complices, a while to work and after holiday. Exeunt, Scene Roman 2, the coast of Wales, a castle in view. Flourish drums and trumpets. Enter King Richard, the Bishop of Carlisle, Ormel and soldiers. King Richard, Barclafley Castle call they this at hand. Ormel, yea, my lord, how brooks your grace the air, after your late tossing on the breaking seas. King Richard, needs must I like it well. I weep for joy to stand upon my kingdom once again. Dear earth, I do salute thee with my hand, though rebels wound thee with their horses' hoofs. As a long-parted mother with her child plays fondly with her tears and smiles in meeting, so weeping smiling greet I thee, my earth, and do thee favours with my royal hands. Feed not thy sovereign's foe, my gentle earth, nor with thy sweets comfort his ravenous sense, but let thy spiders that suck up thy venom, and heavy-gated toads lie in their way, doing annoyance to the treacherous feet which with usurping steps do trample thee. Yield stinging nettles to mine enemies, and when they from thy bosom pluck a flower, guard it, I pray thee, with a lurking adder whose double tongue may with a mortal touch throw death upon thy sovereign's enemies. Mock not my senseless conjuration, lords. This earth shall have a feeling, and these stones prove armed soldiers, ere her native king shall falter under foul rebellion's arms. Carlisle, fear not, my lord, that power that made you king hath power to keep you king in spite of all. The means that heaven yields must be embraced and not neglected, else if heaven would and we will not. Heaven's offer we refuse, the proffered means of succour and redress. Ormel, he means, my lord, that we are too remiss, whilst Bolingbroke, through our security, grows strong and great in substance and in power. King Richard, discomfortable cousin, know'st thou not that when the searching eye of heaven is hid behind the globe that lights the lower world, Then thieves and robbers range abroad unseen in murders, and in outrage boldly here. But when from under this terrestrial ball he fires the proud tops of the eastern pines and darts his light through every guilty hole, then murders, treasons, and detested sins, the cloak of night being plucked from off their backs, stand bare and naked, trembling at themselves. So when this thief, this traitor, Bolingbroke, who all this while hath revelled in the night whilst we were wandering with the antipodes, shall see us rising in our throne, the east, his treasons will sit blushing in his face, not able to endure the sight of day, but self-affrighted, tremble at his sin. Not all the water in the rough, rude sea can wash the balm off from an anointed king. The breath of worldly men cannot depose the deputy elected by the Lord. For every man that Bolingbroke hath pressed to lift shrewd steel against our golden crown, God for his Richard hath in heavenly pay a glorious angel. Then if angels fight, weak men must fall, for heaven still guards the right. Enter Salisbury. Welcome, my lord, how far off lies your power, Salisbury? Nor near nor farther off, my gracious lord, than this weak arm. Discomfort guides my tongue and bids me speak of nothing but despair. One day too late, I fear me, noble lord, hath clouded all thy happy days on earth. Oh, call back yesterday, bid time return, and thou shalt have 12,000 fighting men. Today, unhappy day, too late, o'erthrows thy joys, friends, fortune, and thy state. For all the Welshmen, hearing thou wert dead, are gone to Bolingbroke, dispersed and fled. Ormel, comfort, my liege, why looks your grace so pale, King Richard? But now the blood of 20,000 men did triumph in my face, and they are fled. Until so much blood thither come again, have I not reason to look pale and dead. All souls that will be safe fly from my side, for time hath set a blot upon my pride. Ormel, comfort, my liege, remember who you are, King Richard. I had forgot myself, am I not king? Awake, thou coward majesty, thou sleepest, is not the king's name 20,000 names? Arm, my name. A puny subject strikes at thy great glory. Look not to the ground, ye favourites of a king. Are we not high? High be our thoughts. I know my uncle York hath power enough to serve our turn. But who comes here? Enter Sir Stephen Scroop. More health and happiness betide my liege than can my care-tuned tongue deliver him. King Richard, mine ear is open and my heart prepared. The worst is worldly loss thou canst unfold. Say, is my kingdom lost? Why, 'twas my care, and what loss is it to be rid of care? Strives Bolingbroke to be as great as we. Greater he shall not be. If he serve God, we'll serve him too, and be his fellow so. Revolt our subjects, that we cannot mend. They break their faith to God as well as us. Cry woe, destruction, ruin, loss, decay. The worst is death, and death will have his day. Scroop, glad am I that your highness is so armed to bear the tidings of calamity. Like an unseasonable stormy day which makes the silver rivers drown their shores as if the world were all dissolved to tears, so high above his limits swells the rage of Bolingbroke, covering your fearful land with hard bright steel and hearts harder than steel. Whitebeards have armed their thin and hairless scalps against thy majesty. Boys with women's voices strive to speak big and clap their female joints in stiff unwieldy arms against thy crown. Thy very beadsmen learn to bend their bows of double fatal yew against thy state. Yea, distaff women manage rusty bills against thy seat. Both young and old rebel, and all goes worse than I have power to tell. King Richard, too well thou tell'st a tale so ill. Where is the Earl of Wiltshire? Where is Bagot? What is become of Bushy? Where is Green, that they have let the dangerous enemy measure our confines with such peaceful steps? If we prevail, their heads shall pay for it. I warrant they have made peace with Bolingbroke. Scroop, peace have they made with him indeed, my lord, King Richard. O villains, vipers, damned without redemption. Dogs, easily won to fawn on any man. Snakes, in my heart blood warmed that sting my heart. 3 Judases, each one thrice worse than Judas. Would they make peace? Terrible hell make war upon their spotted souls for this. Scroop, sweet love I see changing his property turns to the sourest and most deadly hate. Again uncurse their souls. Their peace is made with heads and not with hands. Those whom you curse have felt the worst of death's destroying wound and lie full low, graved in the hollow ground. Ormel, is Bushy, Green, and the Earl of Wiltshire dead? Scroop, aye, all of them at Bristol lost their heads. Ormel, where is the Duke my father with his power? King Richard, no matter where. Of comfort no man speak. Let's talk of graves, of worms and epitaphs, make dust our paper, and with rainy eyes write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Let's choose executors and talk of wills. And yet not so, for what can we bequeath save our deposed bodies to the ground? Our lands, our lives, and all are Bolingbroke's, and nothing can we call our own but death and that small model of the barren earth which serves as paste and cover to our bones. For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings. How some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court. And there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable. And humoured thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall, and farewell, king. Cover your heads, and mock not flesh and blood with solemn reverence. Throw away respect, tradition, form, and ceremonious duty, for you have but mistook me all this while. I live with bread like you, feel want, taste grief, need friends. Subjected thus, how can you say to me I am a king? Carlyle. My lord, wise men ne'er sit and wail their woes, but presently prevent the ways to wail. To fear the foe, since fear oppresseth strength, gives in your weakness strength unto your foe, and so your follies fight against yourself. Fear and be slain, no worse can come to fight and die is death destroying death, where fearing dying pays death servile breath. Ormel, my father hath a power, enquire of him and learn to make a body of a limb. King Richard, thou chidst me well. Proud Bolingbroke, I come to change blows with thee for our day of doom. This ague fit of fear is overblown, an easy task it is to win our own. Say, Scroop, where lies our uncle with his power? Speak sweetly, man, although thy looks be sour. Scroop, men judge by the complexion of the sky, the state in inclination of the day, so may you by my dull and heavy eye. My tongue hath but a heavier tale to say. I play the torturer by small and small to lengthen out the worst that must be spoken. Your uncle York is joined with Bolingbroke, and all your northern castles yielded up, and all your southern gentlemen in arms upon his party. King Richard, thou hast said enough. To Ormel, beshrew thee, cousin, which didst lead me forth of that sweet way I was in to despair. What say you now? What comfort have we now? By heaven, I'll hate him everlastingly that bids me be of comfort any more. Go to Flint Castle. There I'll pine away, a king, woe's slave, shall kingly woe obey. That power I have, discharge, and let them go to ear the land that hath some hope to grow, for I have none. Let no man speak again to alter this, for counsel is but vain. Ormel, my liege, one word. A King Richard, he does me double wrong that wounds me with the flatteries of his tongue. Discharge my followers. Let them hence away from Richard's night to Bolingbroke's fair day. Exeunt. Scene Roman 3, Wales, before Flint Castle. Enter with drum and colours Bolingbroke and forces, Northumberland and others. Bolingbroke, so that by this intelligence we learn the Welshmen are dispersed, and Salisbury is gone to meet the king, who lately landed with some few private friends upon this coast. Northumberland, the news is very fair and good, my lord. Richard not far from hence hath hid his head. York, it would beseem the Lord Northumberland to say King Richard. Alack the heavy day when such a sacred king should hide his head. Northumberland, your grace mistakes, only to be brief left I his title out. York, the time hath been would you have been so brief with him, he would have been so brief with you to shorten you for taking so the head your whole head's length. Bolingbroke, mistake not, uncle, further than you should. York, take not, good cousin, further than you should, lest you mistake. The heavens are o'er our heads. Bolingbroke, I know it, uncle, and oppose not myself against their will, but who comes here? Enter Harry Percy. Welcome, Harry, what will not this castle yield? Percy, the castle royally is manned, my lord, against thy entrance. Bolingbroke, royally, why it contains no king. Percy, yes, my good lord, it doth contain a king. King Richard lies within the limits of yon lime and stone, and with him are the Lord Ormel, Lord Salisbury, Sir Stephen Scroop, besides a clergyman of holy reverence, who I cannot learn, Northumberland. Oh, belike it is the Bishop of Carlisle. Bolingbroke, to Northumberland. Noble lord, go to the rude ribs of that ancient castle. Through brazen trumpet send the breath of parley into his ruined ears, and thus deliver. Henry Bolingbroke on both his knees doth kiss King Richard's hand, and sends allegiance and true faith of heart to his most royal person. Hither come even at his feet to lay my arms and power, provided that my banishment repealed and lands restored again be freely granted. If not, I'll use the advantage of my power, and lay the summer's dust with showers of blood rained from the wounds of slaughtered Englishmen. The which how far off from the mind of Bolingbroke it is such crimson tempest should bed-wrench the fresh green lap of fair King Richard's land, my stooping duty tenderly shall show. Go signify as much, while here we march upon the grassy carpet of this plain. Let's march without the noise of threatening drum, that from this castle's tottered battlements our fair appointments may be well perused. Methinks King Richard and myself should meet with no less terror than the elements of fire and water, when their thundering shock at meeting tears the cloudy cheeks of heaven. Be he the fire, I'll be the yielding water, the rage be his, whilst on the earth I rain my waters on the earth and not on him. March on and mark King Richard how he looks. A parley sounded and answered by a trumpet within. Flourish. Enter on the walls, the King, the Bishop of Carlisle, Ormel, Scroop and Salisbury C.C. King Richard doth himself appear, as doth the blushing discontented sun from out the fiery portal of the east, when he perceives the envious clouds are bent to dim his glory and to stain the track of his bright passage to the Occident. York, yet he looks like a king. Behold, his eye, as bright as is the eagle's, lightens forth controlling majesty. Alack, alack, for woe that any harm should stain so fair a show. King Richard, to Northumberland, we are amazed, and thus long have we stood to watch the fearful bending of thy knee, because we thought ourself thy lawful king. And if we be, how dare thy joints forget to pay their awful duty to our presence? If we be not, show us the hand of God that hath dismissed us from our stewardship, for well we know no hand of blood and bone can gripe the sacred handle of our sceptre, unless he do profane, steal, or usurp. And though you think that all as you have done have torn their souls by turning them from us, and we are barren and bereft of friends, yet no. My Master, God omnipotent, is mustering in his clouds on our behalf armies of pestilence, and they shall strike your children yet unborn and unbegot, that lift your vassal hands against my head and threat the glory of my precious crown. Tell Bolingbroke, for yon methinks he stands, that every stride he makes upon my land is dangerous treason. He is come to open the purple testament of bleeding war, but ere the crown he looks for live in peace, 10,000 bloody crowns of mothers' sons shall ill become the flower of England's face, change the complexion of her maid-pale peace to scarlet indignation, and bedew her pastures grass with faithful English blood. Northumberland, the King of Heaven forbid our Lord the King should so with civil and uncivil arms be rushed upon. Thy thrice noble cousin Harry Bolingbroke doth humbly kiss thy hand, and by the honourable tomb he swears that stands upon your royal grandsire's bones, and by the royalties of both your bloods, currents that spring from one most gracious head, and by the buried hand of warlike Gaunt, and by the worth and honour of himself, comprising all that may be sworn or said. His coming hither hath no further scope than for his lineal royalties, and to beg enfranchisement immediate on his knees, which on thy royal party granted once, his glittering arms he will commend to rust, his barbed steeds to stables, and his heart to faithful service of your majesty. This swears he, as he is a prince and just, and as I am a gentleman I credit him. King Richard, Northumberland say thus the king returns. His noble cousin is right welcome hither, and all the number of his fair demands shall be accomplished without contradiction. With all the gracious utterance thou haste, speak to his gentle hearing kind commends. Northumberland returns to Bolingbroke, to Ormel. We do debase ourselves, cousin, do we not, to look so poorly and to speak so fair? Shall we call back Northumberland and send defiance to the traitor and so die? Ormel. No, good my lord. Let's fight with gentle words till time lend friends, and friends their helpful swords. King Richard, O God, that ere this tongue of mine that laid the sentence of dread banishment on yon proud man should take it off again with words of sooth. Oh, that I were as great as is my grief, or lesser than my name, or that I could forget what I have been, or not remember what I must be now. Swell'st thou, proud heart, I'll give thee scope to beat, since foes have scope to beat both thee and me. Ormel, Northumberland comes back from Bolingbroke. King Richard, what must the king do now? Must he submit? The king shall do it. Must he be deposed? The king shall be contented. Must he lose the name of king? I God's name, let it go. I'll give my jewels for a set of beads, my gorgeous palace for a hermitage, my gay apparel for an almsman's gown, my figured goblets for a dish of wood, my sceptre for a palmer's walking staff, my subjects for a pair of carved saints, and my large kingdom for a little grave, little grave, an obscure grave. Or I'll be buried in the king's highway, some way of common trade, where subjects' feet may hourly trample on their sovereign's head. For on my heart they tread now whilst I live, and buried once, why not upon my head? Ormel, thou weep'st, my tender-hearted cousin. We'll make foul weather with despised tears, our sighs, and they shall lodge the summer corn, and make a dearth in this revolting land. Or shall we play the wantons with our woes, and make some pretty match with shedding tears? As thus, to drop them still upon one place till they have fretted us a pair of graves within the earth, and therein laid there lies two kinsmen digged their graves with weeping eyes. Would not this ill do well? Well, I see I talk but idly, and you laugh at me. Most mighty prince, my lord Northumberland, what says King Bolingbroke? Will his majesty give Richard leave to live till Richard die? You make a leg, and Bolingbroke says I. Northumberland, my lord, in the base court he doth attend to speak with you. May it please you to come down, King Richard. Down I come like glistering Phaethon, wanting the manage of unruly jades. In the base court where kings grow base to come at traitors' calls and do them grace. In the base court, come down, court down, king, for night owls shriek where mounting larks should sing. Exeunt from above, Bolingbroke, what says his majesty? Northumberland. Sorrow and grief of heart makes him speak fondly like a frantic man. Yet he is come. Enter King Richard and his attendants. Bolingbroke, stand all apart and show fair duty to his majesty. Kneeling, my gracious lord, King Richard. Fair cousin, you debase your princely knee to make the base earth proud with kissing it. Me rather had my heart might feel your love than my unpleased eye see your courtesy. Up, cousin, up. Your heart is up, I know, thus high at least, although your knee be low. Bolingbroke, my gracious lord, I come but for mine own. King Richard, your own is yours, and I am yours, and all. Bolingbroke, so far be mine, my most redoubted lord, as my true service shall deserve your love. King Richard, well you deserve, they well deserve to have that know the strongest and surest way to get. Uncle, give me your hands, nay, dry your eyes, tears show their love but want their remedies. Cousin, I am too young to be your father, though you are old enough to be my heir. What you will have, I'll give, and willing too, for do we must what force will have us do. Set on towards London, cousin, is it so? Bolingbroke, yea, my good lord, King Richard, then I must not say no. Flourish, exeunt, scene Roman 4, Langley, the Duke of York's garden. Enter the Queen and two ladies. Queen, what sport shall we devise here in this garden to drive away the heavy thought of care? Lady, Madam, we'll play at bowls. Queen, 'twill make me think the world is full of rubs, and that my fortune runs against the bias. Lady, Madam, we'll dance. Queen, my legs can keep no measure in delight when my poor heart no measure keeps in grief. Therefore no dancing, girl, some other sport. Lady, Madam, we'll tell tales. Queen, of sorrow or of joy. Lady, of either, madam. Queen, of neither, girl. For if of joy being altogether wanting, it doth remember me the more of sorrow, or if of grief being altogether had, it adds more sorrow to my want of joy. For what I have I need not to repeat, and what I want it boots not to complain. Lady, madam, I'll sing. Queen, 'tis well that thou hast cause, but thou shouldst please me better wouldst thou weep. Lady, I could weep, madam, would it do you good? Queen, and I could sing, would weeping do me good, and never borrow any tear of thee. But stay, here come the gardeners. Let's step into the shadow of these trees. My wretchedness unto a row of pins they will talk of state, for every one doth so against a change. Woe is forerun with woe. Queen and ladies retire, enter a gardener and 2 servants. Gardener, go, bind thou up young dangling apricots, which, like unruly children, make their sire stoop with oppression of their prodigal weight. Give some supportance to the bending twigs. Go thou, and like an executioner cut off the heads of 2 fast-growing sprays that look too lofty in our commonwealth. All must be even in our government. You thus employed, I will go root away the noisome weeds which without profit suck the soil's fertility from wholesome flowers. Servant, why should we in the compass of a pale keep law and form and due proportion, showing as in a model our firm estate, when our sea-walled garden the whole land is full of weeds, her fairest flowers choked up, her fruit trees all unpruned, her hedges ruined, her knots disordered, and her wholesome herbs swarming with caterpillars. Gardener, hold thy peace. He that hath suffered this disordered spring hath now himself met with the fall of leaf. The weeds which his broad-spreading leaves did shelter, that seemed in eating him to hold him up, are plucked up, root and all, by Bolingbroke. I mean the Earl of Wiltshire, bushy green. Servant, what, are they dead? Gardener, they are, and Bolingbroke hath seized the wasteful king. Oh, what pity is it that he had not so trimmed and dressed his land as we this garden. We at time of year do wound the bark, the skin of our fruit trees, lest, being overproud in sap and blood, with too much riches it confound itself. Had he done so to great and growing men, they might have lived to bear and he to taste their fruits of duty. Superfluous branches we lop away, that bearing boughs may live. Had he done so, himself had home the crown, which waste of idle hours hath quite thrown down. Servant, what think you the king shall be deposed? Gardener, depressed he is already, and deposed 'tis doubt he will be. Letters came last night to a dear friend of the good Duke of York's that tell black tidings. Queen, oh, I am pressed to death through want of speaking. Coming forward, thou old Adam's likeness, set to dress this garden, how dares thy harsh rude tongue sound this unpleasing news? What Eve, what serpent hath suggested thee to make a second fall of cursed man? Why dost thou say King Richard is deposed? Darst thou, thou little better thing than earth, divine his downfall? Say where, when, and how cam'st thou by this ill tidings? Speak, thou wretch. Gardener, pardon me, madam. Little joy have I to breathe this news, yet what I say is true. King Richard, he is in the mighty hold of Bolingbroke. Their fortunes both are weighed. In your lord's scale is nothing but himself and some few vanities that make him light, but in the balance of great Bolingbroke, besides himself, are all the English peers, and with that odds he weighs King Richard down. Post you to London, and you will find it so. I speak no more than every one doth know. Queen, nimble mischance that art so light of foot, doth not thy embassage belong to me, and am I last that knows it? O, thou thinkest to serve me last, that I may longest keep thy sorrow in my breast. Come, ladies, go to meet at London London's king in woe. What was I born to this, that my sad look should grace the triumph of great Bolingbroke? Gardener, for telling me these news of woe, pray God the plants thou graft'st may never grow. Exeunt queen and ladies. Gardener, poor queen, so that thy state might be no worse, I would my skill were subject to thy curse. Here did she fall a tear, here in this place I'll set a bank of rue, sour herb of grace. Rue even for Ruth here shortly shall be seen in the remembrance of a weeping queen. Exeunt, Act Roman 4 Scene I. Westminster Hall, the Lords Spiritual on the right side of the throne, the Lords Temporal on the left, the Commons below. Enter Bolingbroke, Ormel, Surrey, Northumberland, Harry Percy, Fitzwater, another Lord, the Bishop of Carlisle, the Abbot of Westminster, and attendants. Bolingbroke, call forth Bagot, enter officers with Bagot. Now, Bagot, freely speak thy mind, what thou dost know of noble Gloucester's death, who wrought it with the king, and who performed the bloody office of his timeless end. Bagot, then set before my face the Lord Ormel. Bolingbroke, cousin, stand forth and look upon that man. Bagot, my Lord Ormel, I know your daring tongue scorns to unsay what once it hath delivered. In that dead time when Gloucester's death was plotted, I heard you say, is not my arm of length, that reacheth from the restful English court as far as Calais, to mine uncle's head. Amongst much other talk that very time I heard you say that you had rather refuse the offer of 100,000 crowns than Bolingbroke's return to England, adding withal, how blessed this land would be in this your cousin's death. Ormel, princes and noble lords, what answer shall I make to this base man? Shall I so much dishonour my fair stars on equal terms to give him chastisement? Either I must, or have mine honour soiled with the attainder of his slanderous lips. There is my gage, the manual seal of death that marks thee out for hell. I say thou least, and will maintain what thou hast said is false in thy heart-blood, though being all too base to stain the temper of my knightly sword. Bolingbroke, Bagot, forbear, thou shalt not take it up. Ormel, excepting one I would he were the best in all this presence that hath moved me so. Fitzwater, if that thy valour stand on sympathy, there is my gage, Ormel, engaged to thine. By that fair sun which shows me where thou standst, I heard thee say, and vauntingly thou spak'st it, that thou wert cause of noble Gloucester's death. If thou deniest it 20 times, thou least, and I will turn thy falsehood to thy heart, where it was forged with my rapier's point. Ormel, thou darst not, coward, live to see that day. Fitzwater, now by my soul I would it were this hour. Ormel, Fitzwater, thou art damned to hell for this. Harry Percy, Ormel, thou least. His honour is as true in this appeal as thou art an unjust, and that thou art so, there I throw my gage to prove it on thee to the extremest point of mortal breathing. Seize it if thou darst, Ormel, and if I do not, may my hands rot off, and never brandish more revengeful steel over the glittering helmet of my foe, another lord. I task the earth to the like, forsworn Ormel, and spur thee on with full as many lies as may be halloed in thy treacherous ear from sun to sun. There is my honour's pawn, engage it to the trial if thou darst. Ormel, who sets me else, by heaven I'll throw at all. I have 1,000 spirits in one breast to answer 20,000 such as you. Surrey, my Lord Fitzwater, I do remember well the very time Ormel and you did talk. Fitzwater, 'tis very true. You were in presence then, and you can witness with me this is true. Surrey, as false by heaven as heaven itself is true. Fitzwater, Surrey thou least, Surrey, dishonourable boy, that lie shall lie so heavy on my sword that it shall render vengeance and revenge till thou the lie-giver and that lie do lie in earth as quiet as thy father's skull. In proof whereof there is my honour's pawn. Engage it to the trial if thou darst. Fitzwater, how fondly dost thou spur a forward horse. If I dare eat, or drink, or breathe, or live, I dare meet Surrey in a wilderness and spit upon him, whilst I say he lies, and lies, and lies. There is my bond of faith to tie thee to my strong correction. As I intend to thrive in this new world, Ormel is guilty of my true appeal. Besides, I heard the banished Norfolk say that thou, Ormel, didst send 2 of thy men to execute the noble Duke at Calais. Ormel, some honest Christian trust me with a gage. That Norfolk lies, here do I throw down this if he may be repealed to try his honour. Bolingbroke, these differences shall all rest under gage till Norfolk be repealed. Repealed he shall be, and though mine enemy, restored again to all his lands and signories. When he is returned against Ormel, we will enforce his trial. Carlisle, that honourable day shall ne'er be seen. Many a time hath banished Norfolk fought for Jesu Christ in glorious Christian field, streaming the ensign of the Christian cross against black pagans, Turks and Saracens, and toiled with works of war, retired himself to Italy, and there at Venice gave his body to that pleasant country's earth and his pure soul unto his captain Christ, under whose colours he had fought so long. Bolingbroke, why, Bishop, is Norfolk dead? Carlisle, as surely as I live, my lord. Bolingbroke, sweet peace conduct his sweet soul to the bosom of good old Abraham. Lords appellants, your differences shall all rest under gage till we assign you to your days of trial. Enter York attended. York, great Duke of Lancaster, I come to thee from plume-plucked Richard, who with willing soul adopts the heir and his high sceptre yields to the possession of thy royal hand. Ascend his throne, descending now from him, and long live Henry of that name the 4th. Bolingbroke, in God's name I'll ascend the regal throne. Carlisle, marry, God forbid, worst in this royal presence may I speak, yet best beseeming me to speak the truth. Would God that any in this noble presence were enough noble to be upright judge of noble Richard. Then true noblesse would learn him forbearance from so foul a wrong. What subject can give sentence on his king? And who sits here that is not Richard's subject? Thieves are not judged, but they are by to hear, although apparent guilt be seen in them. And shall the figure of God's majesty, his captain, steward, deputy elect, anointed, crowned, planted many years, be judged by subject and inferior breath, and he himself not present? O forfend it, God, that in a Christian climate souls refined should show so heinous, black, obscene a deed. I speak to subjects, and a subject speaks, stirred up by God, thus boldly for his king. My lord of Hereford here, whom you call king, is a foul traitor to proud Hereford's king. And if you crown him, let me prophesy, the blood of English shall manure the ground, and future ages groan for this foul act. Peace shall go sleep with Turks and infidels, and in this seat of peace tumultuous wars shall kin with kin and kind with kind confound. Disorder, horror, fear, and mutiny shall here inhabit, and this land be called the field of Golgotha and dead men's skulls. Oh, if you raise this house against this house, it will the woefullest division prove that ever fell upon this cursed earth. Prevent it, resist it, let it not be so, lest child's children cry against you, woe! Northumberland. Well have you argued, sir, and for your pains of capital treason we arrest you here. My Lord of Westminster, be it your charge to keep him safely till his day of trial. May it please you, lords, to grant the Commons' suit, Bolingbroke. Fetch hither Richard, that in common view he may surrender, so we shall proceed without suspicion. York, I will be his conduct. Exit, Bolingbroke. Lords, you that here are under our arrest, procure your sureties for your days of answer. Little are we beholding to your love, and little looked for at your helping hands. Enter York with King Richard and officers bearing the crown, and see, King Richard. Alack, why am I sent for to a king before I have shook off the regal thoughts wherewith I reigned? I hardly yet have learned to insinuate, flatter, bow, and bend my knee. Give sorrow leave a while to tutor me to this submission. Yet I well remember the favours of these men. Were they not mine, did they not sometime cry, All hail, to me, so Judas did to Christ, but he in 12 found truth in all but one, I in 12,000 none. God save the king, will no man say Amen? Am I both priest and clerk? Well then, Amen. God save the king, although I be not he, and yet Amen, if heaven do think in me. To do what service am I sent for hither? York, to do that office of thine own goodwill which tired majesty did make thee offer, the resignation of thy state and crown to Henry Bolingbroke. King Richard, give me the crown. Here, cousin, seize the crown. Here, cousin, on this side my hand, and on that side thine. Now is this golden crown like a deep well that owes 2 buckets, filling one another, the emptier ever dancing in the air, the other down, unseen, and full of water. That bucket down and full of tears am I, drinking my griefs whilst you mount up on high. Bolingbroke, I thought you had been willing to resign. King Richard, my crown I am, but still my griefs are mine. You may my glories and my state depose, but not my griefs, still am I king of those. Bolingbroke, part of your cares you give me with your crown. King Richard, your cares set up do not pluck my cares down. My care is loss of care, by old care done, your care is gain of care, by new care won. The cares I give I have, though given away, they tend the crown, yet still with me they stay. Bolingbroke, are you contented to resign the crown? King Richard, I no, I, for I must nothing be, therefore no, for I resign to thee. Now mark me how I will undo myself. I give this heavy weight from off my head, and this unwieldy sceptre from my hand, the pride of kingly sway from out my heart. With mine own tears I wash away my balm, with mine own hands I give away my crown, with mine own tongue deny my sacred state, with mine own breath release all duteous oaths. All pomp and majesty I do forswear, my manners, rents, revenues I forego, my acts, decrees, and statutes I deny. God pardon all oaths that are broke to me, God keep all vows unbroke are made to thee. Make me that nothing have with nothing grieved, and thou with all pleased that hast all achieved. Long mayst thou live in Richard's seat to sit, and soon lie Richard in an earthly pit. God save King Henry, unkinged Richard says, and send him many years of sunshine days. What more remains? Northumberland, offering a paper. No more but that you read these accusations and these grievous crimes committed by your person and your followers against the state and profit of this land, that by confessing them the souls of men may deem that you are worthily deposed. King Richard, must I do so, and must I ravel out my weaved-up follies? Gentle Northumberland, if thy offences were upon record, would it not shame thee in so fair a troop to read a lecture of them? If thou wouldst, there shouldst thou find one heinous article containing the deposing of a king and cracking the strong warrant of an oath, marked with a blot, damned in the book of heaven. Nay, all of you that stand and look upon me whilst that my wretchedness doth bate myself, though some of you with pillate wash your hands, showing an outward pity, yet you pillates have here delivered me to my sour cross, and water cannot wash away your sin. Northumberland, my lord dispatch, read all these articles. King Richard, mine eyes are full of tears, I cannot see, and yet salt water blinds them not so much but they can see a sort of traitors here. Nay, if I turn mine eyes upon myself, I find myself a traitor with the rest, for I have given here my soul's consent to undeck the pompous body of a king, made glory base and sovereignty a slave, proud majesty a subject, state a peasant. Northumberland, my lord King Richard, no lord of thine, thou haught insulting man, nor no man's lord. I have no name, no title, no, not that name was given me at the font, but 'tis usurped. Alack the heavy day, that I have worn so many winters out, and know not now what name to call myself. Oh, that I were a mockery king of snow, standing before the son of Bolingbroke, to melt myself away in water drops. Good king, great king, and yet not greatly good, and if my word be sterling yet in England, let it command a mirror hither straight, that it may show me what a face I have, since it is bankrupt of his majesty. Bolingbroke, go some of you and fetch a looking glass. Exit an attendant. Northumberland, read o'er this paper while the glass doth come. King Richard, fiend, thou torments me ere I come to hell. Bolingbroke, urge it no more, my lord Northumberland. Northumberland, the commons will not then be satisfied. King Richard, they shall be satisfied. I'll read enough when I do see the very book indeed where all my sins are writ, and that's myself. Re-enter attendant with glass. Give me that glass, and therein will I read. No deeper wrinkles yet. Hath sorrow struck so many blows upon this face of mine, and made no deeper wounds? O flattering glass, like to my followers in prosperity, thou dost beguile me. Was this face the face that every day under his household roof did keep 10,000 men? Was this the face that like the sun did make beholders wink? Is this the face which faced so many follies, that was at last outfaced by Bolingbroke? A brittle glory shineth in this face, as brittle as the glory is the face. Dashes the glass against the ground, for there it is cracked in 100 shivers. Mark, silent king, the moral of this sport, how soon my sorrow hath destroyed my face. Bolingbroke, the shadow of your sorrow hath destroyed the shadow of your face. King Richard, say that again. The shadow of my sorrow, let's see. 'Tis very true, my grief lies all within, and these external manner of laments are merely shadows to the unseen grief that swells with silence in the tortured soul. There lies the substance. And I thank thee, king, for thy great bounty, that not only givest me cause to wail, but teachest me the way how to lament the cause. I'll beg one boon and then be gone and trouble you no more. Shall I obtain it, Bolingbroke? Name it, fair cousin, King Richard. Fair cousin, I am greater than a king, for when I was a king my flatterers were then but subjects. Being now a subject, I have a king here to my flatterer. Being so great, I have no need to beg. Bolingbroke, yet ask, King Richard, and shall I have? Bolingbroke, you shall, King Richard, then give me leave to go. Bolingbroke, whither? King Richard, whither you will, so I were from your sights. Bolingbroke, go, some of you, convey him to the Tower. King Richard, oh good, convey. Conveyors are you all, that rise thus nimbly by a true king's fall. Exeunt King Richard and guard. Bolingbroke, on Wednesday next we solemnly set down our coronation. Lords, prepare yourselves. Exeunt all but the Bishop of Carlisle, the Abbot of Westminster and Ormel. Abbot, a woeful pageant have we here beheld. Carlisle, the woes to come. The children yet unborn shall feel this day as sharp to them as thorn. Ormel, you holy clergymen, is there no plot to rid the realm of this pernicious blot? Abbot, my lord, before I freely speak my mind herein, you shall not only take the sacrament to bury mine intents, but also to effect whatever I shall happen to devise. I see your brows are full of discontent, your hearts of sorrow, and your eyes of tears. Come home with me to supper. I will lay a plot shall show us all a merry day. Exeunt, Act V, Scene I. London, a street leading to the Tower. Enter the Queen and ladies. Queen, this way the King will come. This is the way to Julius Caesar's ill-erected tower, to whose flint bosom my condemned lord is doomed a prisoner by proud Bolingbroke. Here let us rest, if this rebellious earth have any resting for her true king's queen. Enter King Richard and guard. But soft, but see, or rather do not see my fair rose wither. Yet look up, behold that you in pity may dissolve to dew and wash him fresh again with true love tears. Ah, thou, the model where old Troy did stand, thou map of honour, thou King Richard's tomb and not King Richard, thou most beauteous inn, why should hard-favoured grief be lodged in thee when triumph is become an alehouse guest? King Richard, join not with grief, fair woman, do not so to make my end too sudden. Learn, good soul, to think our former state a happy dream from which awaked, the truth of what we are shows us but this. I am sworn brother, sweet, to grim necessity, and he and I will keep a league till death. Hie thee to France, and cloister thee in some religious house. Our holy lives must win a new world's crown, which our profane hours here have thrown down. Queen, what is my Richard both in shape and mind transformed and weakened? Hath Bolingbroke deposed thine intellect? Hath he been in thy heart? The lion dying thrusteth forth his paw and wounds the earth, if nothing else, with rage to be o'erpowered. And wilt thou, pupil-like, take the correction mildly, kiss the rod, and fawn on rage with base humility, which art a lion and the king of beasts, King Richard, a king of beasts indeed. If aught but beasts, I had been still a happy king of men. Good sometimes, Queen, prepare thee hence for France. Think I am dead, and that even here thou taxed, as from my deathbed, thy last living leave. In winter's tedious nights sit by the fire with good old folks, and let them tell thee tales of woeful ages long ago betid. And ere thou bid good night to quit their griefs, tell thou the lamentable tale of me, and send the hearers weeping to their beds. For why, the senseless brands will sympathize the heavy accent of thy moving tongue, and in compassion weep the fire out, and some will mourn in ashes, some coal-black, for the deposing of a rightful king. Enter Northumberland attended. Northumberland, my lord, the mind of Bolingbroke is changed. You must to Pomfret, not unto the Tower. And madam, there is order ta'en for you, with all swift speed you must away to France. King Richard, Northumberland, thou ladder wherewithal the mounting Bolingbroke ascends my throne. The time shall not be many hours of age more than it is ere foul sin, gathering head, shall break into corruption. Thou shalt think, though he divide the realm and give thee half, it is too little, helping him to all. And he shall think that thou, which know'st the way to plant unrightful kings, wilt know again, being ne'er so little urged, another way to pluck him headlong from the usurped throne. The love of wicked men converts to fear, that fear to hate, and hate turns one or both to worthy danger and deserved death. Northumberland, my guilt be on my head and there an end. Take leave and part, for you must part forthwith. King Richard, doubly divorced, bad men, you violate a twofold marriage twixt my crown and me, and then betwixt me and my married wife. Let me unkiss the oath twixt thee and me, and yet not so, for with a kiss 'twas made. Part us, Northumberland, I towards the north, where shivering cold and sickness pines the clime. My wife to France, from whence set forth in pomp, she came adorned hither like sweet May, sent back like halloomers or shortst of day. Queen, and must we be divided, must we part, King Richard? I, hand from hand, my love, and heart from heart. Queen, banish us both, and send the king with me. Northumberland, that were some love, but little policy. Queen, then whither he goes, thither let me go. King Richard, so two together weeping make one woe. Weep thou for me in France, I for thee here, better far off than near, be ne'er the near. Go, count thy way with sighs, I mine with groans. Queen, so longest way shall have the longest moans. King Richard, twice for one step I'll groan, the way being short, and piece the way out with a heavy heart. Come, come, in wooing sorrow let's be brief, since wedding it there is such length in grief. One kiss shall stop our mouths, and dumbly part, thus give I mine, and thus take I thy heart, they kiss. Queen, give me mine own again, 'twere no good part to take on me to keep and kill thy heart, they kiss again, so now I have mine own again, begone that I may strive to kill it with a groan. King Richard, we make woe wanton with this fond delay, once more adieu, the rest let sorrow say. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, the same, a room in the Duke of York's palace. Enter York and his Duchess. Duchess, my lord, you told me you would tell the rest, when weeping made you break the story off of our two cousins coming into London. York, where did I leave, Duchess? At that sad stop, my lord, where rude misgoverned hands from windows' tops threw dust and rubbish on King Richard's head. York, then, as I said, the Duke great Bolingbroke, mounted upon a hot and fiery steed, which his aspiring rider seemed to know, with slow but stately pace kept on his course, whilst all tongues cried, God save thee, Bolingbroke. You would have thought the very windows spake, so many greedy looks of young and old through casements darted their desiring eyes upon his visage, and that all the walls with painted imagery had said at once, Jesu preserve thee. Welcome, Bolingbroke. Whilst he from the one side to the other turning, bareheaded, lower than his proud steed's neck, bespake them thus, I thank you, countrymen. And thus still doing, thus he passed along, Duchess. Alack, poor Richard, where rode he the whilst? York. As in a theatre the eyes of men after a well-graced actor leaves the stage are idly bent on him that enters next, thinking his prattle to be tedious, even so, or with much more contempt, men's eyes did scowl on gentle Richard. No man cried, God save him. No joyful tongue gave him his welcome home, but dust was thrown upon his sacred head, which with such gentle sorrow he shook off, his face still combating with tears and smiles, the badges of his grief and patience that had not God for some strong purpose steeled the hearts of men, they must perforce have melted, and barbarism itself have pitied him. But heaven hath a hand in these events, to whose high will we bound our calm contents. To Bolingbroke are we sworn subjects now, whose state and honour eye for eye allow. Enter Ormel, Duchess, here comes my son Ormel. York, Ormel that was, but that is lost for being Richard's friend, and madam, you must call him Rutland now. I am in Parliament pledge for his truth and lasting fealty to the new-made king. Duchess, welcome, my son, who are the violets now that strew the green lap of the new-come spring. Ormel, madam, I know not, nor I greatly care not. God knows I had as lief be none as one. York, well, bear you well in this new spring of time, lest you be cropped before you come to prime. What news from Oxford? Do these jousts and triumphs hold? Ormel, for aught I know, my lord, they do. York, you will be there, I know. Ormel, if God prevent not, I purpose so. York, what seal is that that hangs without thy bosom? Yea, look'st thou pale? Let me see the writing. Ormel, my lord, 'tis nothing. York, no matter then who see it, I will be satisfied. Let me see the writing. Ormel, I do beseech your grace to pardon me. It is a matter of small consequence, which for some reasons I would not have seen. York, which for some reasons, sir, I mean to see. I fear, Duchess. What should you fear? 'Tis nothing but some bond that he has entered into for gay apparel gainst the triumph day. York, bound to himself, what doth he with a bond that he is bound to? Wife, thou art a fool. Boy, let me see the writing. Ormel, I do beseech you pardon me, I may not show it. York, I will be satisfied, let me see it, I say, snatches it and reads it. Treason, foul treason, villain, traitor, slave, Duchess, what is the matter, my lord? York, ho, who is within there? Enter a servant, saddle my horse. God for his mercy, what treachery is here? Duchess, why, what is it, my lord? York, give me my boots, I say, saddle my horse. Now by mine honour, by my life, my troth, I will appeach the villain. Exit servant. Duchess, what is the matter? York, peace, foolish woman. Duchess, I will not peace. What is the matter? Ormel, Ormel, good mother, be content. It is no more than my poor life must answer. Duchess, thy life answer. York, bring me my boots. I will unto the king. Re-enter servant with boots. Duchess, strike him. Ormel, poor boy, thou art amazed. To servant, hence villain, never more come in my sight. Exit servant. York, give me my boots, I say. Duchess, why, York, what wilt thou do? Wilt thou not hide the trespass of thine own? Have we more sons, or are we like to have? Is not my teeming date drunk up with time? And wilt thou pluck my fair son from mine age, and rob me of a happy mother's name? Is he not like thee? Is he not thine own, York? Thou fond mad woman, wilt thou conceal this dark conspiracy? A dozen of them here have ta'en the sacrament and interchangeably set down their hands to kill the king at Oxford. Duchess, he shall be none, we'll keep him here. Then what is that to him? York, away, fond woman, were he 20 times my son, I would impeach him. Duchess, hadst thou groaned for him as I have done, thou wouldst be more pitiful. But now I know thy mind, thou dost suspect that I have been disloyal to thy bed and that he is a bastard, not thy son. Sweet York, sweet husband, be not of that mind. He is as like thee as a man may be not like to me or any of my kin, and yet I love him. York, make way, unruly woman, exit, Duchess. After Ormel, mount thee upon his horse, spur post, and get before him to the king, and beg thy pardon ere he do accuse thee. I'll not be long behind. Though I be old, I doubt not but to ride as fast as York, and never will I rise up from the ground till Bolingbroke have pardoned thee. Away, begone, exeunt, scene Roman 3, Windsor, a room in the castle. Enter Bolingbroke as king, Harry Percy and other lords. King Henry, can no man tell me of my unthrifty son? 'Tis full 3 months since I did see him last. If any plague hang over us, 'tis he. I would to God, my lords, he might be found. Inquire at London, monks the taverns there, for there, they say, he daily doth frequent with unrestrained loose companions, even such, they say, as stand in narrow lanes and beat our watch and rob our passengers, while he, young wanton and effeminate boy, takes on the point of honour to support so dissolute a crew. Percy, my lord, some 2 days since I saw the prince and told him of those triumphs held at Oxford. King Henry, and what said the gallant Percy? His answer was he would unto the stews, and from the commonest creature pluck a glove and wear it as a favour, and with that he would unhorse the lustiest challenger. King Henry as dissolute as desperate, yet through both I see some sparks of better hope which elder years may happily bring forth. But who comes here? Enter Ormel. Ormel, where is the king? King Henry, what means our cousin that he stares and looks so wildly? Ormel, God save your grace. I do beseech your majesty to have some conference with your grace alone. King Henry, withdraw yourselves and leave us here alone. Exeunt Harry, Percy, and lords. What is the matter with our cousin now? Ormel kneels. For ever may my knees grow to the earth, my tongue cleave to my roof within my mouth, unless a pardon ere I rise or speak. King Henry, intended or committed was this fault, if on the first, how heinous ere it be, to win thy after-love I pardon thee. Ormel, then give me leave that I may turn the key, that no man enter till my tale be done. King Henry, have thy desire. Ormel locks the door. York, within, my liege, beware. Look to thyself, thou haste a traitor in thy presence there. King Henry, drawing, villain, I'll make thee safe. Ormel, stay thy revengeful hand, thou hast no cause to fear. York, within, open the door, secure, foolhardy king. Shall I for love speak treason to thy face? Open the door, or I will break it open. King Henry unlocks the door and afterwards relocks it. Enter York. King Henry, what is the matter, uncle? Speak, recover breath, tell us how near is danger, that we may arm us to encounter it. York, peruse this writing here, and thou shalt know the treason that my haste forbids me show. Ormel, remember as thou readst thy promise past, I do repent me. Read not my name there, my heart is not confederate with my hand. York, it was villain ere thy hand did set it down. I tore it from the traitor's bosom. King, fear and not love begets his penitence. Forget to pity him, lest thy pity prove a serpent that will sting thee to the heart. King Henry, O heinous, strong and bold conspiracy, O loyal father of a treacherous son, thou sheer, immaculate and silver fountain from whence this stream through muddy passages hath held his current and defiled himself. Thy overflow of good converts to bad, and thy abundant goodness shall excuse this deadly blot in thy digressing son. York, so shall my virtue be his vice's board, and he shall spend mine honour with his shame, as thriftless sons their scraping father's gold. Mine honour lives when his dishonour dies, or my shamed life in his dishonour lies. Thou kill'st me in his life, giving him breath, the traitor lives, the true man's put to death. Duchess, within, what ho, my liege? For God's sake let me in. King Henry, what shrill-voiced suppliant makes this eager cry? Duchess, within, A woman and thine aunt, great king, 'tis I. Speak with me, pity me, open the door. A beggar begs that never begged before. King Henry. Our scene is altered from a serious thing, and now changed to the beggar and the king. My dangerous cousin, let your mother in. I know she's come to pray for your foul sin. Enter Duchess. York, if thou do pardon whosoever pray, more sins for this forgiveness prosper may. This festered joint cut off, the rest sound. This let alone will all the rest confound. Duchess, O king, believe not this hard-hearted man. Love loving not itself none other can. York, thou frantic woman, what dost thou make here? Shall thy old dugs once more a traitor rear? Duchess, sweet York, be patient. Kneels, hear me, gentle liege. King Henry, rise up, good aunt. Duchess, not yet, I thee beseech. For ever will I walk upon my knees, and never see day that the happy sees, till thou give joy, until thou bid me joy by pardoning Rutland, my transgressing boy. Ormel, unto my mother's prayers I bend my knee. Kneels, York, against them both. My true joints bended be. Kneels, ill mayst thou thrive if thou grant any grace. Duchess, pleads he in earnest, look upon his face. His eyes do drop no tears, his prayers are in jest, his words come from his mouth, ours from our breast. He prays but faintly and would be denied, we pray with heart and soul and all beside. His weary joints would gladly rise, I know, our knees still kneel till to the ground they grow. His prayers are full of false hypocrisy, ours of true zeal and deep integrity. Our prayers do outpray his, then let them have that mercy which true prayer ought to have. King Henry, good aunt, stand up. Duchess, nay, do not say stand up, say pardon first and afterwards stand up. And if I were thy nurse thy tongue to teach, pardon should be the first word of thy speech. I never longed to hear a word till now. Say pardon, king, let pity teach thee how. The word is short, but not so short as sweet. No word like pardon for king's mouth so meet. York, speak it in French, king, say pardon moi. Duchess, dost thou teach pardon to destroy? Ah, my sour husband, my hard-hearted lord, that sets the word itself against the word. Speak pardon as 'tis current in our land, the chopping French we do not understand. Thine eye begins to speak, set thy tongue there, or in thy piteous heart plant thou thine ear, that hearing how our plaints and prayers do pierce, pity may move thee pardon to rehearse. King Henry, good aunt, stand up. Duchess, I do not sue to stand, pardon is all the suit I have in hand. King Henry, I pardon him as God shall pardon me. Duchess, O happy vantage of a kneeling knee, yet am I sick for fear. Speak it again twice, saying pardon doth not pardon twain, but makes one pardon strong. King Henry, with all my heart I pardon him. Duchess, a god on earth thou art. King Henry, but for our trusty brother-in-law and the abbot, with all the rest of that consorted crew, destruction straight shall dog them at the heels. Good uncle, help to order several powers to Oxford, or where'er these traitors are. They shall not live within this world, I swear, but I will have them if I once know where. Uncle, farewell, and cousin, adieu. Your mother well hath prayed, and prove you true. Duchess, come, my old son, I pray God make thee new. Exeunt, scene Roman 4, another room in the castle. Enter Exton and a servant. Exton, didst thou not mark the king, what words he spake? Have I no friend will rid me of this living fear? Was it not so? Servant, these were his very words. Exton, have I no friend? Quoth he spake it twice and urged it twice together, did he not? Servant, he did. Exton, and speaking it he wishly looked on me as who should say, I would thou wert the man that would divorce this terror from my heart, meaning the king at Pomfret. Come, let's go, I am the king's friend and will rid his foe. Exeunt, scene v. Pomfret, the dungeon of the castle. Enter Richard. Richard, I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world, and for because the world is populous and here is not a creature but myself, I cannot do it. Yet I'll hammer it out. My brain I'll prove the female to my soul the father, and these two beget a generation of still breeding thoughts, and these same thoughts people this little world, in humours like the people of this world, for no thought is contented. The better sort, as thoughts of things divine, are intermixed with scruples, and do set the word itself against the word, as thus. Come, little ones, and then again. It is as hard to come as for a camel to thread the postern of a needle's eye. Thoughts tending to ambition, they do plot unlikely wonders. How these vain weak nails may tear a passage through the flinty ribs of this hard world, my ragged prison walls, and for they cannot die in their own pride. Thoughts tending to content flatter themselves that they are not the first of fortune's slaves, nor shall not be the last, like silly beggars who sitting in the stocks refuge their shame that many have and others must sit there. And in this thought they find a kind of ease, bearing their own misfortunes on the back of such as have before endured the like. Thus play I in one person many people, and none contented. Sometimes am I king, then treasons make me wish myself a beggar, and so I am. Then crushing penury persuades me I was better when a king. Then am I kinged again, and by think that I am unkinged by Bolingbroke, and straight am nothing. But whate'er I be, nor I nor any man that but man is with nothing shall be pleased till he be eased with being nothing. Music do I hear, music, ha ha, keep time. How sour sweet music is when time is broke and no proportion kept. So is it in the music of men's lives. And here have I the daintiness of ear to check time broke in a disordered string. But for the concord of my state and time had not an ear to hear my true time broke. I wasted time, and now doth time waste me, for now hath time made me his numbering clock. My thoughts are minutes, and with sighs they jar their watches on unto mine eyes, the outward watch, whereto my finger like a dial's point is pointing still, in cleansing them from tears. Now, sir, the sound that tells what hour it is are clamorous groans which strike upon my heart, which is the bell. So sighs and tears and groans show minutes, times, and hours, but my time runs posting on in Bolingbroke's proud joy, while I stand fooling here, his jack o' the clock. This music mads me. Let it sound no more, for though it have holp madmen to their wits, in me it seems it will make wise men mad. Yet blessing on his heart that gives it me, if it is a sign of love, and love to Richard is a strange brooch in this all-hating world, enter a groom of the stable. Groom, hail royal prince. Richard, thanks noble peer. The cheapest of us is 10 groats too dear. What art thou, and how comest thou hither where no man never comes but that sad dog that brings me food to make misfortune live? Groom, I was a poor groom of thy stable, king, when thou wert king, who, travelling towards York, with much ado at length have gotten leave to look upon my sometimes royal master's face. Oh, how it earned my heart when I beheld in London streets, that coronation day when Bolingbroke rode on roan Barbary, that horse that thou so often hast bestrid, that horse that I so carefully have dressed. Richard, rode he on Barbary? Tell me, gentle friend, how went he under him? Groom, so proudly as if he disdained the ground. Richard, so proud that Bolingbroke was on his back, that jade hath eat bread from my royal hand. This hand hath made him proud with clapping him. Would he not stumble, would he not fall down, since pride must have a fall, and break the neck of that proud man that did usurp his back? Forgiveness, horse, why do I rail on thee, since thou, created to be awed by man, wast born to bear? I was not made a horse, and yet I bear a burden like an ass, spurred, galled, and tired by jauncing Bolingbroke. Enter keeper with a dish. Keeper to the groom, fellow, give place. Here is no longer stay. Richard, if thou love me, 'tis time thou wert away. Groom, my tongue dares not that my heart shall say. Exit, keeper, my lord wilt please you to fall to. Richard, taste of it first as thou art wont to do. Keeper, my lord, I dare not. Sir Pierce of Exton, who lately came from the king, commands the contrary. Richard, the devil take Henry of Lancaster and thee, patience is stale and I am weary of it, strikes the keeper. Keeper, help, 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 enter Exton and servants armed. Richard, how now, what means death in this rude assault? Villain, thy own hand yields thy death's instrument, snatching a weapon and killing one. Go thou and fill another room in hell. He kills another, then Exton strikes him down. That hand shall burn in never-quenching fire that staggers thus my person. Exton, thy fierce hand hath with the king's blood stained the king's own land. Mount, mount, my soul, thy seat is up on high, whilst my gross flesh sinks downward here to die. Dies, Exton, as full of valour as of royal blood, both have I spilled. Oh, would the deed were good, for now the devil that told me I did well says that this deed is chronicled in hell. This dead king to the living king I'll bear, take hence the rest and give them burial here. Exeunt, scene VI, Windsor, an apartment in the castle, flourish. Enter King Henry and York with lords and attendants. King Henry, kind Uncle York, the latest news we hear is that the rebels have consumed with fire our town of Cister in Gloucestershire, but whether they be ta'en or slain we hear not. Enter Northumberland. Welcome, my lord, what is the news, Northumberland? First, to thy sacred state wish I all happiness. The next news is, I have to London sent the heads of Salisbury, Spencer, Blunt, and Kent. The manner of their taking may appear at large discoursed in this paper here. King Henry, we thank thee, gentle Percy, for thy pains, and to thy worth will add right worthy gains. Enter Fitzwater. Fitzwater, my lord, I have from Oxford sent to London the heads of brokers and Sir Bennet Seeley, two of the dangerous consorted traitors that sought at Oxford thy dire overthrow. King Henry, thy pains, Fitzwater, shall not be forgot, right noble is thy merit, well I wot. Enter Harry Percy with the Bishop of Carlisle. Percy, the grand conspirator Abbot of Westminster, with clog of conscience and sour melancholy hath yielded up his body to the grave, but here is Carlisle living to abide thy kingly doom and sentence of his pride. King Henry, Carlisle, this is your doom, choose out some secret place, some reverend room, more than thou hast, and with it joy thy life. So as thou liv'st in peace, die free from strife, for though mine enemy thou hast ever been, high sparks of honour in thee have I seen. Enter Exton with attendants bearing a coffin. Exton, great king, within this coffin I present thy buried fear. Herein all breathless lies the mightiest of thy greatest enemies, Richard of Bordeaux, by me hither brought. To King Henry, Exton, I thank thee not, for thou hast wrought a deed of slander with thy fatal hand upon my head and all this famous land. Exton, from your own mouth, my lord, did I this deed. King Henry, they love not poison that do poison need, nor do I thee. Though I did wish him dead, I hate the murderer, love him murdered. The guilt of conscience take thou for thy labour, but neither my good word nor princely favour. With Cain go wander thorough shades of night, and never show thy head by day nor light. Lords, I protest my soul is full of woe that blood should sprinkle me to make me grow. Come, mourn with me for what I do lament, and put on sullen black incontinent. I'll make a voyage to the Holy Land to wash this blood off from my guilty hand, march sadly after, grace my mornings here in weeping after this untimely bier. Exeunt. King Richard the third contents act I scene I. London, a street scene Roman 2. London, another street scene Roman 3. London, a room in the palace scene Roman 4. London, a room in the Tower ACT Roman 2 scene I. London, a room in the palace scene Roman 2. Another room in the palace scene Roman 3. London, a street scene Roman 4. London, a room in the palace ACT Roman 3 scene I. London, a street scene Roman 2. Before Lord Hastings' house scene Roman 3. Pomfret before the castle scene Roman 4. London, a room in the Tower scene V. London, the Tower walls scene VI. London, a street scene Roman 7. London, Court of Baynard's Castle ACT Roman 4 scene I. London, before the Tower scene Roman 2. London, a room of state in the palace scene Roman 3. London, another room in the palace scene Roman 4. London, before the palace scene V. A room in Lord Stanley's house ACTV scene I. Salisbury, an open place scene Roman 2. Plain near Tamworth scene Roman 3. Bosworth Field scene Roman 4. Another part of the field scene V. Another part of the field Dramatis Personae Richard, Duke of Gloucester, afterwards King Richard Roman 3. Lady Anne, widow to Edward, Prince of Wales, son to King Henry VI, afterwards married to the Duke of Gloucester King Edward IV, brother to Richard Queen Elizabeth, Queen to King Edward Roman 4. Sons to the King, Edward Prince of Wales, afterwards King Edward V. Richard, Duke of York George, Duke of Clarence, brother to Edward and Richard Boy, son to Clarence Girl, daughter to Clarence Duchess of York, mother to King Edward Roman 4. Clarence and Gloucester Queen Margaret, widow to King Henry VI. Duke of Buckingham Lord Hastings, the Lord Chamberlain Lord Stanley, the Earl of Derby. Earl Rivers, brother to Queen Elizabeth Lord Grey, son of Queen Elizabeth by her former marriage Marquess of Dorset. son of Queen Elizabeth by her former marriage Sir Thomas Vaughan, Sir William Catesby, Sir Richard Ratcliffe, Lord Lovell, Duke of Norfolk, Earl of Surrey Henry, Earl of Richmond, afterwards King Henry Roman VII, Earl of Oxford Sir James Blunt, Sir Walter Herbert, Sir William Brandon, Christopher Urswick, a priest Thomas Rotherham, Archbishop of York Cardinal Berchier, Archbishop of Canterbury John Morton, Bishop of Ely Sir Robert Brakenbury, Lieutenant of the Tower Sir James Tyrrell, another priest Lord Mayor of London, Sheriff of Wiltshire, lords, and other attendants, 2 gentlemen, a pursuivant, scrivener, citizens, murderers, messengers, ghosts, soldiers, and Scene, England Act I Scene I. London. A street enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester, alone. Richard, now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this son of York, and all the clouds that lured upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war hath smoothed his wrinkled front, and now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. But I that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking-glass, I that am rudely stamped, and want love's majesty to strut before a wanton ambling nymph, I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world scarce half made up, and that so lamely and unfashionable that dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, I in this weak piping time of peace have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on mine own deformity. And therefore, since I cannot prove a lover to entertain these fair well-spoken days, I am determined to prove a villain and hate the idle pleasures of these days. Plots have I laid, inductions dangerous by drunken prophecies, libels, and dreams, to set my brother Clarence and the king in deadly hate the one against the other. And if King Edward be as true and just as I am subtle, false, and treacherous, this day should Clarence closely be mewed up about a prophecy which says that G. of Edward's heirs the murderer shall be. Dive, thoughts, down to my soul. Here Clarence comes. Enter Clarence, guarded and Brakenbury. Brother, good day. What means this armed guard that waits upon your grace? Clarence, His Majesty, tendering my person's safety, hath appointed this conduct to convey me to the Tower. Richard, upon what cause? Clarence, because my name is George. Richard, alack, my lord, that fault is none of yours. He should for that commit your godfathers. Oh, belike his Majesty hath some intent that you should be new christened in the Tower. But what's the matter, Clarence, may I know? Clarence, yea, Richard, when I know, for I protest as yet I do not. But as I can learn, he hearkens after prophecies and dreams, and from the cross-row plucks the letter G, and says a wizard told him that by G his issue disinherited should be. And for my name of George begins with G, it follows in his thought that I am he. These, as I learn, and such like toys as these, hath moved his highness to commit me now. Richard, why this it is when men are ruled by women. 'Tis not the king that sends you to the Tower, my Lady Grey his wife, Clarence, 'tis she that tempers him to this extremity. Was it not she and that good man of worship, Anthony Woodville, her brother there, that made him send Lord Hastings to the Tower, from whence this present day he is delivered? We are not safe, Clarence, we are not safe. Clarence, by heaven, I think there is no man secure but the Queen's kindred, and night-walking heralds that trudge betwixt the king and mistress sure. Heard you not what an humble suppliant Lord Hastings was to her for his delivery? Richard, humbly complaining to her deity, got my Lord Chamberlain his liberty. I'll tell you what, I think it is our way, if we will keep in favour with the king, to be her men and wear her livery. The jealous o'erworn widow and herself, since that our brother dubbed them gentlewomen, are mighty gossips in our monarchy. Brakenbury, I beseech your graces both to pardon me. His Majesty hath straitly given in charge that no man shall have private conference of what degree soever with your brother. Richard, even so, and please your worship, Brakenbury, you may partake of anything we say. We speak no treason, man. We say the king is wise and virtuous, and his noble queen well struck in years, fair and not jealous. We say that Shaw's wife hath a pretty foot, a cherry lip, a bonny eye, a passing pleasing tongue, and that the queen's kindred are made gentle folks. How say you, sir, can you deny all this, Brakenbury? With this my lord myself have naught to do. Richard, naught to do with Mistress Shaw. I tell thee, fellow, he that doth naught with her excepting one were best to do it secretly alone. Brakenbury, what one my lord? Richard, her husband, knave, wouldst thou betray me? Brakenbury, I do beseech your grace to pardon me, and withal forbear your conference with the noble duke. Clarence, we know thy charge, Brakenbury, and will obey. Richard, we are the queen's abjects and must obey. Brother, farewell. I will unto the king, and whatsoever you will employ me in, were it to call King Edward's widow sister, I will perform it to enfranchise you. Meantime this deep disgrace in brotherhood touches me deeper than you can imagine. Clarence, I know it pleaseth neither of us well. Richard, well, your imprisonment shall not be long, I will deliver or else lie for you. Meantime have patience, Clarence, I must perforce farewell. Exeunt Clarence, Brakenbury, and guard. Richard, go tread the pass that thou shalt ne'er return. Simple, plain Clarence, I do love thee so that I will shortly send thy soul to heaven, if heaven will take the present at our hands. But who comes here? The new-delivered Hastings. Enter Lord Hastings. Hastings, good time of day unto my gracious lord. Richard, as much unto my good Lord Chamberlain. Well are you welcome to the open air. How hath your lordship brooked imprisonment, Hastings? With patience, noble lord, as prisoners must, but I shall live, my lord, to give them thanks that were the cause of my imprisonment. Richard, no doubt, and so shall Clarence too, for they that were your enemies are his, and have prevailed as much on him as you. Hastings, more pity that the eagle should be mewed, whiles kites and buzzards prey at liberty. Richard, what news abroad? Hastings, no news so bad abroad as this at home. The king is sickly, weak, and melancholy, and his physicians fear him mightily. Richard, now by St. John that news is bad indeed. Oh, he hath kept an evil diet long, and overmuch consumed his royal person. 'Tis very grievous to be thought upon. Where is he in his bed? Hastings, he is. Richard, go you before, and I will follow you. Exit Hastings, he cannot live, I hope, and must not die till George be packed with post-horse up to heaven. I'll in to urge his hatred more to Clarence with lies well steeled with weighty arguments, and if I fail not in my deep intent, Clarence hath not another day to live. Which done, God take King Edward to his mercy, and leave the world for me to bustle in. For then I'll marry Warwick's youngest daughter, what though I killed her husband and her father. The readiest way to make the wench amends is to become her husband and her father, the which will I, not all so much for love as for another secret close intent, by marrying her which I must reach unto. But yet I run before my horse to market. Clarence still breathes, Edward still lives and reigns, when they are gone then must I count my gains. Exit, scene Roman II. London, another street enter the course of King Henry VI, with halberds to guard it, Lady Anne, being the mourner, Tressel and Berkeley and other gentlemen. Anne, set down your honourable load, if honour may be shrouded in a hearse, whilst I awhile obsequiously lament th untimely fall of virtuous Lancaster. Poor keek-old figure of a holy king, pale ashes of the house of Lancaster, thou bloodless remnant of that royal blood, be it lawful that I invocate thy ghost to hear the lamentations of poor Anne, wife to thy Edward, to thy slaughtered son, stabbed by the self-same hand that made these wounds. Lo, in these windows that let forth thy life I pour the helpless balm of my poor eyes. Oh, cursed be the hand that made these holes, cursed the heart that had the heart to do it, cursed the blood that let this blood from hence. More direful hap betide that hated wretch that makes us wretched by the death of thee than I can wish to adders, spiders, toads, or any creeping venomed thing that lives. If ever he have child, abortive be it, prodigious and untimely brought to light, whose ugly and unnatural aspect may fright the hopeful mother at the view, and that be heir to his unhappiness. If ever he have wife, let her be made more miserable by the death of him than I am made by my young lord and thee. Come now towards Chertsey with your holy load, taken from Paul's to be interred there. And still, as you are weary of this weight, rest you whiles I lament King Henry's course. They take up the bier. Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Richard, stay you that bear the course and set it down. Anne, what black magician conjures up this fiend to stop devoted charitable deeds? Richard, villains, set down the course, or by St. Paul, I'll make a course of him that disobeys. Gentlemen, my lord, stand back and let the coffin pass. Richard, unmannered dog, stand thou when I command. Advance thy halberd higher than my breast, or by St. Paul I'll strike thee to my foot, and spurn upon thee, beggar, for thy boldness. They set down the bier. Anne, what do you tremble? Are you all afraid? Alas, I blame you not, for you are mortal, and mortal eyes cannot endure the devil. Avaunt, thou dreadful minister of hell. Thou hadst but power over his mortal body, his soul thou canst not have, therefore begone. Richard, sweet saint, for charity be not so cursed. Anne, foul devil, for God's sake hence and trouble us not, for thou hast made the happy earth thy hell, filled it with cursing cries and deep exclaims. If thou delight to view thy heinous deeds, behold this pattern of thy butcheries. O gentlemen, see dead Henry's wounds open their congealed mouths and bleed afresh. Blush, blush, thou lump of foul deformity, for 'tis thy presence that exhales this blood from cold and empty veins where no blood dwells. Thy deeds, inhuman and unnatural, provokes this deluge most unnatural. O God, which this blood madst, revenge his death. O earth, which this blood drinkst, revenge his death. Either heaven with lightning strike the murderer dead, or earth gape open wide and eat him quick, as thou dost swallow up this good king's blood which his hell-governed arm hath butchered. Richard, lady, you know no rules of charity which renders good for bad, blessings for curses. Anne, villain, thou know'st nor law of God nor man, no beast so fierce but knows some touch of pity. Richard, but I know none, and therefore am no beast. Anne, O wonderful when devils tell the truth. Richard, more wonderful when angels are so angry. Vouchsafe, divine perfection of a woman, of these supposed crimes to give me leave by circumstance but to acquit myself. Anne, vouchsafe, diffused infection of a man, of these known evils but to give me leave by circumstance to accuse thy cursed self. Richard, fairer than tongue can name thee, let me have some patient leisure to excuse myself. Anne, fouler than heart can think thee, thou canst make no excuse current but to hang thyself. Richard, by such despair I should accuse myself. Anne, and by despairing shalt thou stand excused for doing worthy vengeance on thyself that didst unworthy slaughter upon others. Richard, say that I slew them not. Anne, then say they were not slain, but dead they are, and devilish slave by thee. Richard, I did not kill your husband. Anne, why then he is alive. Richard, nay, he is dead, and slain by Edward's hand. Anne, in thy foul throat thou least. Queen Margaret saw thy murderous falchion smoking in his blood, the which thou once didst bend against her breast, but that thy brothers beat aside the point. Richard, I was provoked by her slanderous tongue that laid their guilt upon my guiltless shoulders. Anne, thou wast provoked by thy bloody mind that never dreamst on aught but butcheries. Didst thou not kill this king? Richard, I grant ye. Anne, dost grant me hedgehog? Then God grant me too thou mayst be damned for that wicked deed. Oh, he was gentle, mild, and virtuous. Richard, the better for the King of heaven that hath him. Anne, he is in heaven where thou shalt never come. Richard, let him thank me that holp to send him thither, for he was fitter for that place than earth. Anne, and thou unfit for any place but hell. Richard, yes, one place else, if you will hear me name it. Anne, some dungeon. Richard, your bed chamber. Anne, ill rest betide the chamber where thou least. Richard, so will it, madam, till I lie with you. Anne, I hope so. Richard, I know so. But gentle Lady Anne, to leave this keen encounter of our wits and fall something into a slower method, is not the courser of the timeless deaths of these Plantagenets, Henry and Edward, as blameful as the executioner? Anne, thou wast the cause and most accursed effect. Richard, your beauty was the cause of that effect, your beauty, that did haunt me in my sleep to undertake the death of all the world, so I might live 1 hour in your sweet bosom. Anne, If I thought that I tell thee homicide, these nails should rend that beauty from my cheeks. Richard, these eyes could not endure that beauty's rack, you should not blemish it if I stood by. As all the world is cheered by the sun, so I by that, it is my day, my life. Anne, black night o'ershade thy day, and death thy life. Richard, curse not thyself, if fair creature thou art both. Anne, I would I were to be revenged on thee. Richard, it is a quarrel most unnatural to be revenged on him that loveth thee. Anne, it is a quarrel just and reasonable to be revenged on him that killed my husband. Richard, he that bereft thee, lady, of thy husband, did it to help thee to a better husband. Anne, his better doth not breathe upon the earth. Richard, he lives that loves thee better than he could. Anne, name him, Richard Plantagenet. Anne, why that was he. Richard, the self-same name, but one of better nature. Anne, where is he? Richard, here. She spits at him. Why dost thou spit at me? Anne, would it were mortal poison for thy sake. Richard, never came poison from so sweet a place. Anne, never hung poison on a fouler toad. Out of my sight thou dost infect mine eyes. Richard, thine eyes, sweet lady, have infected mine. Anne, would they were basilisks to strike thee dead. Richard, I would they were, that I might die at once. For now they kill me with a living deaths. Those eyes of thine from mine have drawn salt tears, shamed their aspects with store of childish drops. These eyes, which never shed remorseful tear, know when my father York and Edward wept to hear the piteous moan that Rutland made when black-faced Clifford shook his sword at him. Nor when thy warlike father, like a child, told the sad story of my father's death, and 20 times made pause to sob and weep, that all the standers-by had wet their cheeks like trees bedashed with rain. In that sad time my manly eyes did scorn an humble tear, and what these sorrows could not thence exhale thy beauty hath, and made them blind with weeping. I never sued to friend nor enemy, my tongue could never learn sweet smoothing word, but now thy beauty is proposed my fee, my proud heart sues, and prompts my tongue to speak. She looks scornfully at him. Teach not thy lips such scorn, for it was made for kissing, lady, not for such contempt. If thy revengeful heart cannot forgive, lo, here I lend thee this sharp-pointed sword, which if thou please to hide in this true breast, and let the soul forth that adoreth thee, I lay it naked to the deadly stroke, and humbly beg the death upon my knee. He kneels and lays his breast open. She offers at it with his sword. Nay, do not pause, for I did kill King Henry, but 'twas thy beauty that provoked me. Nay, now dispatch. 'Twas I that stabbed young Edward, but 'twas thy heavenly face that set me on. She falls the sword, take up the sword again, or take up me. Anne, arise, dissembler, though I wish thy death, I will not be thy executioner. Richard, then bid me kill myself, and I will do it. Anne, I have already. Richard, that was in thy rage. Speak it again, and even with the word, this hand, which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love. To both their deaths shalt thou be accessory. Anne, I would I knew thy heart. Richard, 'tis figured in my tongue. Anne, I fear me both are false. Richard, then never was man true. Anne, well, well, put up your sword. Richard, say then my peace is made. Anne, that shalt thou know hereafter. Richard, but shall I live in hope? Anne, all men, I hope, live so. Richard, vouchsafe to wear this ring. Anne, to take is not to give. He places the ring on her hand. Richard, look how my ring encompasseth thy finger, even so thy breast encloset my poor heart. Wear both of them, for both of them are thine, and if thy poor devoted servant may but beg one favour at thy gracious hand, thou dost confirm his happiness for ever. Anne, what is it? Richard, that it may please you leave these sad designs to him that hath most cause to be a mourner, and presently repair to Crosby Place, where, after I have solemnly interred at Chertsey Monastery this noble king, and wet his grave with my repentant tears, I will with all expedient duty see you. For divers unknown reasons, I beseech you, grant me this boon. Anne, with all my heart, and much it joys me too to see you are become so penitent. Tressel and Berkeley, go along with me. Richard, bid me farewell. Anne, 'tis more than you deserve, but since you teach me how to flatter you, imagine I have said farewell already. Exeunt Lady Anne, Tressel and Berkeley. Richard, sirs, take up the course. Gentlemen, towards Chertsey, noble lord. Richard, No, to white friars there attend my coming, exeunt halberds and gentlemen with course. Was ever woman in this humour wooed? Was ever woman in this humour won? I'll have her, but I will not keep her long. What I that killed her husband and his father, to take her in her heart's extremest hate, with curses in her mouth, tears in her eyes, the bleeding witness of her hatred by, having God, her conscience, and these bars against me, and I no friends to back my suit at all but the plain devil and dissembling looks. And yet to win her all the world to nothing. Ha, hath she forgot already that brave Prince Edward her lord, whom I, some 3 months since, stabbed in my angry mood at Tewkesbury? A sweeter and a lovelier gentleman, framed in the prodigality of nature, young, valiant, wise, and no doubt right royal, the spacious world cannot again afford. And will she yet abase her eyes on me that cropped the golden prime of this sweet prince and made her widow to a woeful bed? On me, whose all not equals Edward's moiety? On me that halt and am misshapen thus, my dukedom to a beggarly denier, I do mistake my person all this while. Upon my life she finds, although I cannot myself to be a marvellous proper man. I'll be at charges for a looking-glass, and entertain a score or two of tailors to study fashions to adorn my body. Since I am crept in favour with myself, I will maintain it with some little cost. But first I'll turn yon fellow in his grave, and then return lamenting to my love. Shine out, fair sun, till I have bought a glass, that I may see my shadow as I pass. Exit, Scene Roman 3, London. A room in the palace. Enter Queen Elizabeth, the Marquess of Dorset, Lord Rivers and Lord Grey. Rivers, have patience, madam. There's no doubt his Majesty will soon recover his accustomed health. Grey, in that you brook it ill, it makes him worse. Therefore, for God's sake, entertain good comfort and cheer his Grace with quick and merry eyes. Queen Elizabeth, if he were dead, what would betide on me? Grey, no other harm but loss of such a lord. Queen Elizabeth, the loss of such a lord includes all harms. Grey, the heavens have blessed you with a goodly son to be your comforter when he is gone. Queen Elizabeth, he is young, and his minority is put unto the trust of Richard Gloucester, a man that loves not me nor none of you. Rivers, is it concluded he shall be protector? Queen Elizabeth, it is determined, not concluded yet, but so it must be if the king miscarry. Enter Buckingham and Stanley, Earl of Derby. Grey, here come the lords of Buckingham and Derby. Buckingham, good time of day unto your royal grace. Stanley, God make your Majesty joyful as you have been. Queen Elizabeth, the Countess Richmond, good my Lord of Derby, to your good prayer will scarcely say Amen. Yet Derby, notwithstanding she's your wife, and loves not me, be you, good lord, assured I hate not you for her proud arrogance. Stanley, I do beseech you either not believe the envious slanders of her false accusers, or if she be accused on true report, bear with her weakness, which I think proceeds from wayward sickness and no grounded malice. Queen Elizabeth, saw you the king today, my Lord of Derby? Stanley, but now the Duke of Buckingham and I are come from visiting his Majesty. Queen Elizabeth, what likelihood of his amendment, lords? Buckingham, Madam, good hope, his Grace speaks cheerfully. Queen Elizabeth, God grant him health, did you confer with him? Buckingham, Ay, madam, he desires to make atonement between the Duke of Gloucester and your brothers, and between them and my Lord Chamberlain, and sent to warn them to his royal presence. Queen Elizabeth, would all were well, but that will never be. I fear our happiness is at the height. Enter Richard, Duke of Gloucester and Hastings. Richard, they do me wrong, and I will not endure it. Who is it that complains unto the king that I, forsooth, am stern and love them not? By holy Paul, they love his grace but lightly that fill his ears with such dissentious rumours. Because I cannot flatter and look fair, smile in men's faces, smooth, deceive and cog, duck with French nods and apish courtesy, I must be held a rancorous enemy. Cannot a plain man live and think no harm, but thus his simple truth must be abused with silken, sly, insinuating jacks. Grey, to who in all this presence speaks your grace? Richard, to thee that haste nor honesty nor grace. When have I injured thee? When done thee wrong, or thee, or any of your faction? A plague upon you all. His royal grace, whom God preserve better than you would wish, cannot be quiet scarce a breathing while but you must trouble him with lewd complaints. Queen Elizabeth, brother of Gloucester, you mistake the matter. the king on his own royal disposition, and not provoked by any suitor else aiming belike at your interior hatred that in your outward action shows itself against my children brothers and myself, makes him to send, that he may learn the ground of your ill will, and thereby to remove it. Richard, I cannot tell. The world is grown so bad that wrens make prey where eagles dare not perch. Since every Jack became a gentleman, there's many a gentle person made a Jack. Queen Elizabeth, come, come, we know your meaning, brother Gloucester. You envy my advancement and my friends. God grant we never may have need of you. Richard, meantime God grants that we have need of you. Our brother is imprisoned by your means, myself disgraced, and the nobility held in contempt, while great promotions are daily given to ennoble those that scarce some 2 days since were worth a noble. Queen Elizabeth, by him that raised me to this careful height from that contented hap which I enjoyed, I never did incense his majesty against the Duke of Clarence, but have been an earnest advocate to plead for him. My lord, you do me shameful injury falsely to draw me in these vile suspects. Richard, you may deny that you were not the mean of my Lord Hastings' late imprisonment. Rivers, she may, my lord, for Richard. She may, Lord Rivers, why, who knows not so, she may do more, sir, than denying that. She may help you to many fair preferments, and then deny her aiding hand therein, and lay those honours on your high desert. What may she not? She may I marry, may she, Rivers? What marry may she, Richard? What marry may she? Marry with a king, a bachelor, and a handsome stripling too. Iwes your grandam had a worser match. Queen Elizabeth, my Lord of Gloucester, I have too long borne your blunt upbraidings and your bitter scoffs. By heaven, I will acquaint his majesty of those gross taunts that oft I have endured. I had rather be a country servant maid than a great queen with this condition, to be so baited, scorned, and stormed at. Enter old Queen Margaret behind. Small joy have I in being England's queen. Queen Margaret, aside, and lessoned be that small God, I beseech him. Thy honour, state, and seat is due to me. Richard, what threat you me with telling of the king, tell him and spare not. Look what I have said, I will avouch tea in presence of the king. I dare adventure to be sent to Th Tower. 'Tis time to speak, my pains are quite forgot. Queen Margaret, aside, out devil, I do remember them too well. Thou killedst my husband Henry in the Tower, and Edward my poor son at Tewkesbury. Richard, ere you were queen, I, or your husband king, I was a pack horse in his great affairs, a weeder out of his proud adversaries, a liberal rewarder of his friends. To royalize his blood, I spilt mine own. Queen Margaret, aside, I, and much better blood than his or thine. Richard, in all which time you and your husband Grey were factious for the house of Lancaster. And Rivers, so were you, was not your husband in Margaret's battle at St. Albans slain? Let me put in your minds, if you forget, what you have been ere this, and what you are, withal what I have been and what I am. Queen Margaret, aside, a murderous villain, and so still thou art. Richard, poor Clarence did forsake his father Warwick, aye, and forswore himself, which Jesu pardon. Queen Margaret, aside, which God revenge. Richard, to fight on Edward's party for the crown, and for his meed, poor lord, he is mewed up. I would to God my heart were flint like Edward's, or Edward's soft and pitiful like mine. I am too childish foolish for this world. Queen Margaret, aside, hie thee to hell for shame, and leave this world, thou cackerdman, there thy kingdom is. Rivers, my Lord of Gloucester, in those busy days which here you urged to prove us enemies, we followed then our lord, our sovereign king. So should we you, if you should be our king. Richard, if I should be, I had rather be a pedlar. Far be it from my heart the thought thereof. Queen Elizabeth, as little joy, my lord, as you suppose you should enjoy, were you this country's king, as little joy you may suppose in me that I enjoy, being the queen thereof. Queen Margaret, aside, as little joy enjoys the queen thereof, for I am she, and altogether joyless. I can no longer hold me patient. Coming forward, hear me, you wrangling pirates that fall out in sharing that which you have pilled from me. Which of you trembles not that looks on me? If not that I am queen, you bow like subjects, yet that by you deposed you quake like rebels. Ah, gentle villain, do not turn away. Richard, foul wrinkled witch, what mack'st thou in my sight? Queen Margaret, but repetition of what thou hast marred, that will I make before I let thee go. Richard, wert thou not banished on pain of death? Queen Margaret, I was, but I do find more pain in banishment than death can yield me here by my abode. A husband and a son thou owest to me, and thou a kingdom, all of you allegiance. This sorrow that I have by right is yours, and all the pleasures you usurp are mine. Richard, the curse my noble father laid on thee when thou didst crown his warlike brows with paper, and with thy scorns drewst rivers from his eyes, and then to dry them gav'st the Duke a clout steeped in the faultless blood of pretty Rutland. His curses then from bitterness of soul denounced against thee are all fallen upon thee, and God, not we, hath plagued thy bloody deed. Queen Elizabeth, so just is God to right the innocent. Hastings, oh, 'twas the foulest deed to slay that and the most merciless that e'er was heard of. Rivers, tyrants themselves wept when it was reported. Dorset, no man but prophesied revenge for it. Buckingham, Northumberland then present wept to see it. Queen Margaret, what were you snarling all before I came, ready to catch each other by the throat, and turn you all your hatred now on me? Did York's dread curse prevail so much with heaven that Henry's death, my lovely Edward's death, their kingdom's loss, my woeful banishment should all but answer for that peevish brat? Can curses pierce the clouds and enter heaven? Why then give way, dull clouds, to my quick curses? Though not by war, by surfeit die your king, as ours by murder, to make him a king. Edward thy son that now is Prince of Wales, for Edward our son that was Prince of Wales, die in his youth by like untimely violence. Thyself a queen for me that was a queen, outlive thy glory like my wretched self. Long mayst thou live to wail thy children's death, and see another as I see thee now, decked in thy rights as thou art stalled in mine. Long die thy happy days before thy death, and after many lengthened hours of grief, die neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Rivers and Dorset, you were standers by, and so wast thou, Lord Hastings, when my son was stabbed with bloody daggers. God, I pray him that none of you may live his natural age, but by some unlooked accident cut off. Richard, have done thy charm, thou hateful withered hag. Queen Margaret, and leave out thee. Stay, dog, for thou shalt hear me. If heaven have any grievous plague in store exceeding those that I can wish upon thee, oh, let them keep it till thy sins be ripe, and then hurl down their indignation on thee, the troubler of the poor world's peace. The worm of conscience still beg gnaw thy soul, thy friends suspect for traitors while thou liv'st, and take deep traitors for thy dearest friends. No sleep close up that deadly eye of thine, unless it be while some tormenting dream affrights thee with a hell of ugly devils. Thou elvish-marked, abortive, rooting hog, thou that wast sealed in thy nativity the slave of nature and the son of hell. Thou slander of thy heavy mother's womb, thou loathed issue of thy father's loins, thou rag of honour, thou detested. Richard, Margaret, Queen Margaret, Richard, Richard, ha, Queen Margaret, I call thee not. Richard, I cry thee mercy then, for I did think that thou hadst called me all these bitter names. Queen Margaret, why so I did, but looked for no reply. Oh, let me make the period to my curse. Richard, 'tis done by me and ends in Margaret. Queen Elizabeth, thus have you breathed your curse against yourself. Queen Margaret, poor painted queen, vain flourish of my fortune, why strew'st thou sugar on that bottled spider whose deadly web ensnareth thee about? Fool, fool, thou whetst a knife to kill thyself. The day will come that thou shalt wish for me to help thee curse this poisonous bunch-backed toad. Hastings, false-boding woman, end thy frantic curse, lest to thy harm thou move our patience. Queen Margaret, foul shame upon you, you have all moved mine. Rivers, were you well served, you would be taught your duty. Queen Margaret, to serve me well, you all should do me duty, teach me to be your queen and you my subjects. Oh, serve me well and teach yourselves that duty. Dorset, dispute not with her, she is lunatic. Queen Margaret, peace, master Marquess, you are malappet. Your fire new stamp of honour is scarce current. Oh, that your young nobility could judge what 'twere to lose it and be miserable. They that stand high have many blasts to shake them, and if they fall they dash themselves to pieces. Richard, good counsel, marry, learn it, Marquess. Dorset, it touches you, my lord, as much as me. Richard, I and much more, but I was born so high. Our eyrie buildeth in the cedar's top, and dallies with the wind, and scorns the sun. Queen Margaret, and turns the sun to shade, alas, alas. Witness, my son, now in the shade of death, whose bright outshining beams thy cloudy wrath hath in eternal darkness folded up. Your eyrie buildeth in our Aries' nest. O God, that seest it, do not suffer it, as it is one with blood, lost be it so. Buckingham, peace, peace, for shame, if not for charity. Queen Margaret, urge neither charity nor shame to me. Uncharitably with me have you dealt, and shamefully my hopes by you are butchered. My charity is outrage, life my shame, and in that shame still live my sorrow's rage. Buckingham, have done, Queen Margaret. O princely Buckingham, I'll kiss thy hand in sign of league and amity with thee. Now fair befall thee and thy noble house. Thy garments are not spotted with our blood, nor thou within the compass of my curse. Buckingham, nor no one here, for curses never pass the lips of those that breathe them in the air. Queen Margaret, I will not think but they ascend the sky, and there awake God's gentle sleeping peace. O Buckingham, take heed of yonder dog. Look, when he fawns, he bites, and when he bites, his venom tooth will rankle to the death. Have not to do with him, beware of him. Sin, death, and hell have set their marks on him, and all their ministers attend on him. Richard, what doth she say, my lord of Buckingham? Buckingham, nothing that I respect, my gracious lord. Queen Margaret, what dost thou scorn me for my gentle counsel, and soothe the devil that I warn thee from? Oh, but remember this another day, when he shall split thy very heart with sorrow, and say, poor Margaret was a prophetess. Live each of you the subjects to his hate, and he to yours, and all of you to God's. Exit. Buckingham, my hair doth stand on end to hear her curses. Rivers, and so doth mine, I muse why she's at liberty. Richard, I cannot blame her. By God's holy mother, she hath had too much wrong, and I repent my part thereof that I have done to her. Queen Elizabeth, I never did her any to my knowledge. Richard, yet you have all the vantage of her wrong. I was too hot to do somebody good that is too cold in thinking of it now. Marry, as for Clarence, he is well repaid, he is franked up to fatting for his pains. God pardon them that are the cause thereof. Rivers, a virtuous and a Christian-like conclusion to pray for them that have done scathe to us. O Richard! So do I ever, speaks to himself, being well advised, for had I cursed now I had cursed myself. Enter Catesby. Catesby. Madam, his majesty doth call for you, and for your grace, and you my gracious lords, Queen Elizabeth. Catesby, I come, lords, will you go with me? Rivers, we wait upon your grace. Exeunt all but Richard. Richard, I do the wrong, and first begin to brawl. The secret mischiefs that I set abroach I lay unto the grievous charge of others. Clarence, whom I indeed have cast in darkness, I do beweep to many simple gulls, namely to Derby, Hastings, Buckingham, and tell them 'tis the Queen and her allies that stir the King against the Duke my brother. Now they believe it, and withal wet me to be revenged on Rivers, Dorset, Grey. But then I sigh, and with a piece of scripture tell them that God bids us do good for evil. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with odd old ends stolen forth of holy writ, and seem a saint when most I play the devil. Enter two murderers. But soft, here come my executioners. How now, my hardy, stout, resolved mates, are you now going to dispatch this thing? First murderer, we are my lord, and come to have the warrant that we may be admitted where he is. Richard, well thought upon, I have it here about me, gives the warrant. When you have done, repair to Crosby Place. But sirs, be sudden in the execution, withal obdurate do not hear him plead, for Clarence is well spoken, and perhaps may move your hearts to pity if you mark him. Second murderer, tut, tut, my lord, we will not stand to prate. Talkers are no good doers, be assured. We go to use our hands and not our tongues. Richard, your eyes drop millstones when fools' eyes fall tears. I like you lads, about your business straight. Go, go, dispatch, both murderers, we will, my noble lord. Exeunt, scene Roman 4. London. A room in the Tower, enter Clarence and Keeper. Keeper, why looks your grace so heavily today? Clarence. Oh, I have passed a miserable night, so full of fearful dreams, of ugly sights, that as I am a Christian faithful man, I would not spend another such a night, though 'twere to buy a world of happy days, so full of dismal terror was the time. Keeper, what was your dream, my lord? I pray you tell me. Clarence. Methoughts that I had broken from the Tower, and was embarked to cross to Burgundy, and in my company my brother Gloucester, who from my cabin tempted me to walk upon the hatches. Thence we looked toward England and sighted up 1,000 heavy times, during the wars of York and Lancaster, that had befallen us. As we paced along upon the giddy footing of the hatches, methought that Gloucester stumbled, and in falling struck me that thought to stay him, overboard into the tumbling billows of the main. O Lord, methought what pain it was to drown, what dreadful noise of waters in my ears, what sights of ugly death within my eyes. Methoughts I saw 1,000 fearful wracks, 1,000 men that fishes gnawed upon, wedges of gold, great anchors, heaps of pearl, inestimable stones, unvalued jewels, all scattered in the bottom of the sea. Some lay in dead men's skulls, and in the holes where eyes did once inhabit there were crept, as 'twere in scorn of eyes, reflecting gems that wooed the slimy bottom of the deep and mocked the dead bones that lay scattered by. Keeper, had you such leisure in the time of death to gaze upon these secrets of the deep? Clarence, methought I had, and often did I strive to yield the ghost, but still the envious flood stopped in my soul, and would not let it forth to find the empty, vast and wandering air, but smothered it within my panting bulk, who almost burst to belch it in the sea. Keeper, awaked you not in this sore agony? Clarence, no, no, my dream was lengthened after life. Oh, then began the tempest to my soul. I passed, methought, the melancholy flood with that sour ferryman which poets write of, unto the kingdom of perpetual night. The first that there did greet my stranger soul was my great father-in-law, renowned Warwick, who spake aloud, "What scourge for perjury can this dark monarchy afford false Clarence?" And so he vanished, then came wandering by a shadow like an angel, with bright hair dabbled in blood. And he shrieked out aloud, "Clarence is come, false, fleeting, perjured Clarence that stabbed me in the field by Tewkesbury. Seize on him, furies, take him unto torment." With that methoughts a legion of foul fiends environed me, and howled in mine ears such hideous cries that with the very noise I trembling waked, and for a season after could not believe but that I was in hell, such terrible impression made my dream. Keeper, no marvel, Lord, though it affrighted you, I am afraid, methinks, to hear you tell it. Clarence, ah, keeper, keeper, I have done these things that now give evidence against my soul for Edward's sake, and see how he requites me. O God, if my deep prayers cannot appease thee, but thou wilt be avenged on my misdeeds, yet execute thy wrath in me alone. O spare my guiltless wife and my poor children. Keeper, I prithee sit by me a while, my soul is heavy and I fain would sleep. Keeper, I will, my lord, God give your grace good rest. Clarence reposes himself on a chair. Enter Brakenbury the lieutenant. Brakenbury. Sorrow breaks seasons and reposing hours, makes the night morning and the noontide night. Princes have but their titles for their glories, an outward honour for an inward toil, and for unfelt imaginations they often feel a world of restless cares, so that between their titles and low name there's nothing differs but the outward fame. Enter the two murderers. First murderer, ho, who's here? Brakenbury, what wouldst thou, fellow, and how cam'st thou hither? Second murderer, I would speak with Clarence, and I came hither on my legs. Brakenbury, what so brief? First murderer, 'tis better, sir, than to be tedious. Let him see our commission, and talk no more. Brakenbury reads the commission. Brakenbury, I am in this commanded to deliver the noble Duke of Clarence to your hands. I will not reason what is meant hereby, because I will be guiltless of the meaning. There lies the Duke asleep, and there the keys. I'll to the king and signify to him that thus I have resigned to you my charge. First murderer, you may, sir, 'tis a point of wisdom. Fare you well. Exeunt Brakenbury and the keeper. Second murderer, what, shall I stab him as he sleeps? First murderer, no, he'll say 'twas done cowardly when he wakes. Second murderer, why, he shall never wake until the great judgment day. First murderer, why, then he'll say we stabbed him sleeping. Second murderer, the urging of that word judgment hath bred a kind of remorse in me. First murderer, what, art thou afraid? Second murderer, not to kill him having a warrant, but to be damned for killing him, from the which no warrant can defend me. First murderer, I thought thou hadst been resolute. Second murderer, so I am to let him live. First murderer, I'll back to the Duke of Gloucester and tell him so. Second murderer, nay, I prithee stay a little. I hope this passionate humour will change. It was wont to hold me but while one tells 20. First murderer, how dost thou feel thyself now? Second murderer. Faith, some certain dregs of conscience are yet within me. First murderer, remember our reward when the deed's done. Second murderer. Zounds, he dies, I had forgot the reward. First murderer. Where's thy conscience now? Second murderer. Oh, in the Duke of Gloucester's purse. First murderer. So when he opens his purse to give us our reward, thy conscience flies out. Second murderer. 'Tis no matter, let it go. There's few or none will entertain it. First murderer. What if it come to thee again? Second murderer. I'll not meddle with it, it makes a man coward. A man cannot steal, but it accuseth him. A man cannot swear, but it checks him. A man cannot lie with his neighbour's wife, but it detects him. 'Tis a blushing, shamefaced spirit that mutinies in a man's bosom. It fills a man full of obstacles. It made me once restore a purse of gold that by chance I found. It beggars any man that keeps it. It is turned out of towns and cities for a dangerous thing, and every man that means to live well endeavours to trust to himself and live without it. First murderer. Zounds, 'tis even now at my elbow persuading me not to kill the Duke. Second murderer. Take the devil in thy mind and believe him not. He would insinuate with thee but to make thee sigh. First murderer. I am strong-framed, he cannot prevail with me. Second murderer. Spoke like a tall man that respects thy reputation. Come, shall we fall to work? First murderer. Take him on the costard with the hilts of thy sword, and then throw him in the malmsey butt in the next room. Second murderer. O excellent device, and make a sop of him. First murderer. Soft he wakes. Second murderer. Strike. First murderer. No, we'll reason with him. Clarence, where art thou, keeper? Give me a cup of wine. Second murderer. You shall have wine enough, my lord, anon. Clarence, in God's name, what art thou? First murderer, a man as you are, Clarence, but not as I am, royal. Second murderer, nor you as we are loyal. Clarence, thy voice is thunder, but thy looks are humble. First murderer. My voice is now the king's, my looks mine own. Clarence, how darkly and how deadly dost thou speak? Your eyes do menace me, why look you pale? Who sent you hither? Wherefore do you come? Second murderer. To Clarence, to murder me, both murderers. I, Clarence, you scarcely have the hearts to tell me so, and therefore cannot have the hearts to do it. Wherein, my friends, have I offended you? First murderer. Offended us you have not, but the king. Clarence, I shall be reconciled to him again. Second murderer. Never, my lord, therefore prepare to die. Clarence, are you drawn forth among a world of men to slay the innocent? What is my offence? Where is the evidence that doth accuse me? What lawful quest have given their verdict up unto the frowning judge, or who pronounced the bitter sentence of poor Clarence's death? Before I be convict by course of law, to threaten me with death is most unlawful. I charge you, as you hope to have redemption, by Christ's dear blood shed for our grievous sins, that you depart and lay no hands on me. The deed you undertake is damnable. First murderer. What we will do, we do upon command. Second murderer, and he that hath commanded is our king. Clarence, erroneous vassals, the great King of Kings hath in the table of his law commanded that thou shalt do no murder. Will you then spurn at his edict and fulfil a man's? Take heed, for he holds vengeance in his hand to hurl upon their heads that break his law. Second murderer, and that same vengeance doth he hurl on thee for false forswearing, and for murder too. Thou didst receive the sacrament to fight in quarrel of the house of Lancaster. First murderer, and like a traitor to the name of God didst break that vow, and with thy treacherous blade unrippedst the bowels of thy sovereign son. Second murderer, whom thou wast sworn to cherish and defend. First murderer, how canst thou urge God's dreadful law to us when thou hast broke it in such dear degree? Clarence, alas, for whose sake did I that ill deed? For Edward, for my brother, for his sake. He sends you not to murder me for this, for in that sin he is as deep as I. If God will be avenged for the deed, oh know you, yet he doth it publicly. Take not the quarrel from his powerful arm. He needs no indirect or lawless course to cut off those that have offended him. First murderer, who made thee then a bloody minister, when gallant springing brave Plantagenet, that princely novice, was struck dead by thee. Clarence, My brother's love, the devil and my rage, first murderer. Thy brother's love, our duty, and thy faults provoke us hither now to slaughter thee. Clarence, if you do love my brother, hate not me. I am his brother, and I love him well. If you are hired for meed, go back again, and I will send you to my brother Gloucester, who shall reward you better for my life than Edward will for tidings of my death. Second murderer, you are deceived, your brother Gloucester hates you. Clarence, oh no, he loves me and he holds me dear. Go you to him from me. First murderer, aye, so we will. Clarence, tell him when that our princely father York blessed his 3 sons with his victorious arm and charged us from his soul to love each other, he little thought of this divided friendship. Bid Gloucester think of this, and he will weep. First murderer, aye, millstones as he lessoned us to weep. Clarence, oh, do not slander him, for he is kind. First murderer, right as snow in harvest. Come, you deceive yourself, 'tis he that sends us to destroy you here. Clarence, it cannot be, for he bewept my fortune and hugged me in his arms and swore with sobs that he would labour my delivery. First murderer, why, so he doth when he delivers you from this earth's thraldom to the joys of heaven. Second murderer, make peace with God, for you must die, my lord. Clarence, have you that holy feeling in your souls to counsel me to make my peace with God, and are you yet to your own souls so blind that you will war with God by murdering me? O sirs, consider, they that set you on to do this deed will hate you for the deed. Second murderer, what shall we do? Clarence, relent and save your souls. First murderer, relent, no, 'tis cowardly and womanish. Clarence, not to relent is beastly, savage, devilish. Which of you, if you were a prince's son, being pent from liberty, as I am now, if 2 such murderers as yourselves came to you, would not entreat for life? Aye, you would beg, were you in my distress. My friend, I spy some pity in thy looks. Oh, if thine eye be not a flatterer, come thou on my side and entreat for me. A begging prince, what beggar pities not? Second murderer, look behind you, my lord. First murderer, take that and that, stabs him. If all this will not do, I'll drown you in the Malmsey butt within. Exit with the body. Second murderer, a bloody deed and desperately dispatched. How fain, like Pilate, would I wash my hands of this most grievous murder. Enter first murderer. First murderer, how now, what mean'st thou that thou helpst me not? By heavens, the Duke shall know how slack you have been. Second murderer, I would he knew that I had saved his brother. Take thou the fee and tell him what I say, for I repent me that the Duke is slain. Exit, first murderer, so do not I. Go, coward as thou art. Well, I'll go hide the body in some hole till that the Duke give order for his burial, and when I have my meed I will away, for this will out, and then I must not stay. Exit, Act Roman 2 Scene I. London. A room in the palace. Enter King Edward, sick Queen Elizabeth, Dorset, Rivers, Hastings, Buckingham, Grey, and others. King Edward, why so? Now have I done a good day's work. You peers, continue this united league. I every day expect an embassage from my Redeemer to redeem me hence, and more at peace my soul shall part to heaven, since I have made my friends at peace on earth. Rivers and Hastings, take each other's hand, dissemble not your hatred. Swear your love. Rivers, by heaven my soul is purged from grudging hate, and with my hand I seal my true heart's love. Hastings, so thrive I as I truly swear the like. King Edward, take heed you dally not before your king, lest he that is the supreme king of kings confound your hidden falsehood, and award either of you to be the other's end. Hastings, so prosper I as I swear perfect love. Rivers, and I as I love Hastings with my heart. King Edward, madam, yourself is not exempt from this, nor you son Dorset, Buckingham, nor you have been factious one against the other. Wife, love Lord Hastings, let him kiss your hand, and what you do, do it unfeignedly. Queen Elizabeth, there Hastings, I will never more remember our former hatred, so thrive I and mine. King Edward, Dorset, embrace him. Hastings, love Lord Marquess. Dorset, this interchange of love I here protest upon my part shall be inviolable. Hastings, and so swear I, they embrace. King Edward, now princely Buckingham, seal thou this league with thy embracements to my wife's allies, and make me happy in your unity. Buckingham, whenever Buckingham doth turn his hate upon your grace, but with all duteous love doth cherish you and yours, God punish me with hate in those where I expect most love. when I have most need to employ a friend, and most assured that he is a friend, deep, hollow, treacherous, and full of guile be he unto me, this do I beg of God when I am cold in love to you or yours. Embrace, King Edward. A pleasing cordial princely Buckingham, is this thy vow unto my sickly heart? There wanteth now our brother Gloucester here to make the blessed period of this peace. Buckingham, and in good time. Here come Sir Ratcliffe and the Duke. Enter Ratcliffe and Richard. Richard, good morrow to my sovereign king and queen, and princely peers, a happy time of day. King Edward, happy indeed as we have spent the day. Gloucester, we have done deeds of charity, made peace of enmity, fair love of hate between these swelling wrong-incensed peers. Richard, a blessed labour, my most sovereign lord, among this princely heap, if any here by false intelligence or wrong surmise hold me a foe, if I unwittingly, or in my rage, have aught committed that is hardly borne by any in this presence, I desire to reconcile me to his friendly peace. 'Tis death to me to be at enmity, I hate it and desire all good men's love. First, madam, I entreat true peace of you, which I will purchase with my duteous service. Of you, my noble cousin Buckingham, if ever any grudge were lodged between us. Of you, Lord Rivers, and of Dorset, that all without desert have frowned on me. Of you, Lord Woodville and Lord Scales. Of you, dukes, earls, lords, gentlemen, indeed of all. I do not know that Englishman alive with whom my soul is any jot at odds more than the infant that is born tonight. I thank my God for my humility. Queen Elizabeth, a holy day shall this be kept hereafter. I would to God all strifes were well compounded. My sovereign lord, I do beseech your highness to take our brother Clarence to your grace. Richard, why, madam, have I offered love for this, to be so flouted in this royal presence? Who knows not that the gentle duke is dead, they all start, you do him injury to scorn his course. King Edward, who knows not he is dead, who knows he is Queen Elizabeth, all-seeing heaven, what a world is this? Buckingham, look I so pale, Lord Dorset, as the rest? Dorset, I, my good lord, and no man in the presence but his red colour hath forsook his cheeks. King Edward, is Clarence dead? The order was reversed. Richard, but he, poor man, by your first order died, and that a winged Mercury did bear. Some tardy cripple bore the countermand that came too lag to see him buried. God grant that some, less noble and less loyal, nearer in bloody thoughts and not in blood, deserve not worse than wretched Clarence did, and yet go current from suspicion. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby. Stanley, a boon, my sovereign, for my service done. King Edward, I prithee peace, my soul is full of sorrow. Stanley, I will not rise unless your highness hear me. King Edward, then say at once what is it thou requests. Stanley, the forfeit, sovereign, of my servant's life, who slew today a riotous gentleman lately attendant on the Duke of Norfolk. King Edward, have I a tongue to doom my brother's death, and shall that tongue give pardon to a slave? My brother killed no man, his fault was thought, and yet his punishment was bitter death. Who sued to me for him? Who in my wrath kneeled at my feet and bid me be advised? Who spoke of brotherhood? Who spoke of love? Who told me how the poor soul did forsake the mighty Warwick and did fight for me? Who told me in the field at Tewkesbury, when Oxford had me down, he rescued me and said, "Dear brother, live and be a king"? Who told me, when we both lay in the field frozen almost to death, how he did lap me even in his garments, and did give himself all thin and naked to the numb cold night? All this from my remembrance brutish wrath sinfully plucked, and not a man of you had so much grace to put it in my mind. But when your carters or your waiting vassals have done a drunken slaughter, and defaced the precious image of our dear Redeemer, you straight are on your knees for pardon, and I, unjustly too, must grant it you. But for my brother not a man would speak, nor I, ungracious, speak unto myself for him, poor soul. The proudest of you all have been beholding to him in his life, yet none of you would once beg for his life. O God, I fear thy justice will take hold on me, and you, and mine, and yours for this. Come, Hastings, help me to my closet. Ah, poor Clarence, exude some with king and queen. Richard, this is the fruit of rashness. Marked you not how that the guilty kindred of the Queen looked pale when they did hear of Clarence's death? Oh, they did urge it still unto the king. God will revenge it. Come, lords, will you go to comfort Edward with our company? Buckingham, we wait upon your grace. Exeunt, scene Roman 2. Another room in the palace. Enter the old Duchess of York with the 2 children of Clarence. Boy, good grandam, tell us, is our father dead? Duchess, no. Boy, girl, why do you weep so oft, and beat your breast, and cry, O Clarence, my unhappy son? Boy, why do you look on us, and shake your head, and call us orphans, wretches, castaways, if that our noble father were alive? Duchess, my pretty cousins, you mistake me both. I do lament the sickness of the king, as loath to lose him, not your father's death. It were lost sorrow to wail one that's lost. Boy, then you conclude, my grandam, he is dead. The king mine uncle is to blame for it. God will revenge it, whom I will importune with earnest prayers all to that effect. Girl, and so will I. Duchess, peace, children, peace, the king doth love you well. Incapable and shallow innocence, you cannot guess who caused your father's death. Boy, grandam, we can, for my good uncle Gloucester told me the king, provoked to it by the queen, devised impeachments to imprison him. And when my uncle told me so, he wept and pitied me and kindly kissed my cheek, bade me rely on him as on my father, and he would love me dearly as his child. Duchess, ah, that deceit should steal such gentle shape, and with a virtuous visard hide deep vice. He is my son, aye, and therein my shame, yet from my dugs he drew not this deceit. Boy, think you my uncle did dissemble, grandam? Duchess, aye, boy, I cannot think it. Hark, what noise is this? Enter Queen Elizabeth with her hair about her ears, Rivers and Dorset after her. Queen Elizabeth, ah, who shall hinder me to wail and weep, to chide my fortune and torment myself? I'll join with black despair against my soul, and to myself become an enemy. Duchess, what means this scene of rude impatience, Queen Elizabeth, to make an act of tragic violence? Edward, my lord, thy son, our king, is dead. Why grow the branches when the root is gone? Why wither not the leaves that want their sap? If you will live, lament. If die, be brief, that our swift-winged souls may catch the king's, or, like obedient subjects, follow him to his new kingdom of net-changing night. Duchess, ah, so much interest have I in thy sorrow as I had title in thy noble husband. I have bewept a worthy husband's death, and lived by looking on his images. But now 2 mirrors of his princely semblance are cracked in pieces by malignant death, and I, for comfort, have but one false glass that grieves me when I see my shame in him. Thou art a widow, yet thou art a mother, and haste the comfort of thy children left. But death hath snatched my husband from mine arms, and plucked 2 crutches from my feeble hands, Clarence and Edward. Oh, what cause have I, thine being but a moiety of my moan, to overgo thy woes and drown thy cries? Boy, ah, aunt, you wept not for our father's death. How can we aid you with our kindred tears? Girl, our fatherless distress was left unmoaned. Your widow dolor likewise be unwept. Queen Elizabeth, give me no help in lamentation. I am not barren to bring forth complaints. All springs reduce their currents to mine eyes, that I, being governed by the watery moon, may send forth plenteous tears to drown the world. Ah, for my husband, for my dear Lord Edward. Children, ah, for our father, for our dear Lord Clarence. Duchess, alas for both mine, Edward and Clarence. Queen Elizabeth, what stay had I but Edward, and he's gone? Children, what stay had we but Clarence, and he's gone? Duchess, what stays had I but they, and they are gone? Queen Elizabeth, was never widow had so dear a loss. Children, were never orphans had so dear a loss. Duchess, was never mother had so dear a loss. Alas, I am the mother of these griefs. Their woes are parcelled, mine is general. She for an Edward weeps, and so do I. I for Clarence weep, so doth not she. These babes for Clarence weep, and so do I. I for an Edward weep, so do not they. Alas, you 3 on me, threefold distressed, pour all your tears. I am your sorrow's nurse, and I will pamper it with lamentation. Dorset, comfort, dear mother. God is much displeased that you take with unthankfulness his doing. In common worldly things 'tis called ungrateful, with dull unwillingness to repay a debt which with a bounteous hand was kindly lent. Much more to be thus opposite with heaven, for it requires the royal debt it lent you. Rivers, Madam, bethink you, like a careful mother of the young prince your son, send straight for him, let him be crowned, in him your comfort lives. Drown desperate sorrow in dead Edward's grave, and plant your joys in living Edward's throne. Enter Richard, Buckingham, Stanley, Earl of Derby, Hastings and Ratcliffe. Richard, sister, have comfort. All of us have cause to wail the dimming of our shining star, but none can help our harms by wailing them. Madam my mother, I do cry you mercy, I did not see your grace. Humbly on my knee I crave your blessing, kneels, Duchess. God bless thee and put meekness in thy breast, love, charity, obedience and true duty. Richard, amen, aside, and make me die a good old man. That is the but end of a mother's blessing, I marvel that her grace did leave it out. Buckingham, you cloudy princes and heart-sorrowing peers that bear this heavy mutual load of moan, now cheer each other in each other's love. Though we have spent our harvest of this king, we are to reap the harvest of his son. The broken rancour of your high-swollen hates, but lately splintered, knit and joined together, must gently be preserved, cherished, and kept. Meseemeth good that with some little train, forthwith from Ludlow the young prince be fet hither to London, to be crowned our king. Rivers, why with some little train, my lord of Buckingham? Buckingham, marry my lord, lest by a multitude the new-healed wound of malice should break out, which would be so much the more dangerous by how much the estate is green and yet ungoverned. Where every horse bears his commanding rein and may direct his course as please himself, as well the fear of harm as harm apparent, in my opinion, ought to be prevented. Richard, I hope the king made peace with all of us, and the compact is firm and true in me. Rivers, and so in me, and so I think in all. Yet since it is but green, it should be put to no apparent likelihood of breach, which haply by much company might be urged. Therefore I say with noble Buckingham that it is meet so few should fetch the prince. Hastings, and so say I. Richard, then be it so, and go we to determine who they shall be that straight shall post to Ludlow. Madam, and you my sister, will you go to give your censures in this business? Exeunt all but Buckingham and Richard. Buckingham, my lord, whoever journeys to the prince, for God's sake let not us two stay at home. For by the way I'll sort occasion, as index to the story we late talked of, to part the queen's proud kindred from the prince. Richard, my other self, my council's consistory, my oracle, my prophet, my dear cousin, I as a child will go by thy direction. Toward Ludlow then, for we'll not stay behind. Exeunt, scene Roman 3. London. A street enter one citizen at one door and another at the other. First citizen. Good morrow, neighbour, whither away so fast? Second citizen. I promise you I scarcely know myself. Hear you the news abroad? First citizen. Yes, that the king is dead. Second citizen. Ill news, by a lady, seldom comes the better. I fear 'twill prove a giddy world. Enter another citizen. Third citizen. Neighbours, God speed. First citizen. Give you good morrow, sir. Third citizen. Doth the news hold of good King Edward's death? Second citizen. Ay, sir, it is too true, God help the while. Third citizen. Then, masters, look to see a troublous world. First citizen. No, by God's good grace his son shall reign. Third citizen. Woe to that land that's governed by a child. Second citizen. In him there is a hope of government, which in his non-age counsel under him, and in his full and ripened years himself, no doubt shall then, until then, govern well. First citizen. So stood the state when Henry VI was crowned in Paris, but at 9 months old. Third citizen. Stood the state so? No, good friends, God wot. For then this land was famously enriched with politic grave counsel, then the king had virtuous uncles to protect his grace. First citizen. Why, so hath this both by his father and mother. Third citizen. Better it were they all came by his father, or by his father there were none at all, for emulation who shall now be nearest will touch us all too near if God prevent not. Oh, full of danger is the Duke of Gloucester, and the Queen's sons and brothers haught and proud, and were they to be ruled and not to rule, this sickly land might solace as before. First citizen. Come, we fear the worst, all will be well. Third citizen. When clouds are seen, wise men put on their cloaks. When great leaves fall, then winter is at hand. When the sun sets, who doth not look for night? Untimely storms make men expect a dearth. All may be well, but if God sought it so, 'tis more than we deserve or I expect. Second citizen. Truly the hearts of men are full of fear. You cannot reason almost with a man that looks not heavily and full of dread. Third citizen. Before the days of change, still is it so. By a divine instinct men's minds mistrust ensuing danger, as by proof we see the water swell before a boisterous storm, but leave it all to God. Whither away? Second citizen. Marry, we were sent for to the justices. Third citizen, and so was I. I'll bear you company. Exeunt. Scene Roman 4. London. A room in the palace. Enter the Archbishop of York, the young Duke of York, Queen Elizabeth and the Duchess of York. Archbishop. Last night I hear they lay at Stony Stratford, and at Northampton they do rest tonight. Tomorrow or next day they will be here. Duchess. I long with all my heart to see the prince. I hope he is much grown since last I saw him. Queen Elizabeth. But I hear no. They say my son of York has almost overturned him in his growth. York. Ay, mother, but I would not have it so. Duchess. Why, my good cousin, it is good to grow. York. Grandam, one night as we did sit at supper, my uncle Rivers talked how I did grow more than my brother. Ay, quoth my uncle Gloucester, small herbs have grace, great weeds do grow apace. And since methinks I would not grow so fast, because sweet flowers are slow and weeds make haste. Duchess. Good faith, the saying did not hold in him that did object the same to thee. He was the wretched's thing when he was young, so long growing and so leisurely, that if his rule were true he should be gracious. Archbishop. And so no doubt he is, my gracious madam. Duchess. I hope he is, but yet let mothers doubt. York. Now by my troth, if I had been remembered, I could have given my uncle's grace a flout to touch his growth nearer than he touched mine. Duchess. How, my young York, I prithee let me hear it. York. Marry, they say my uncle grew so fast that he could gnaw a crust at 2 hours old. 'Twas full 2 years ere I could get a tooth. Grandam, this would have been a biting jest. Duchess. I prithee, pretty York, who told thee this? York. Grandam, his nurse. Duchess. His nurse, why she was dead ere thou wast born. York. If 'twere not she, I cannot tell who told me. Queen Elizabeth. A parlous boy, go to, you are too shrewd. Duchess. Good madam, be not angry with the child. Queen Elizabeth. Pitchers have ears, enter a messenger. Archbishop. Here comes a messenger. What news, messenger? Such news, my lord, as grieves me to report. Queen Elizabeth. How doth the prince? Messenger. Well, madam, and in health. Duchess. What is thy news? Messenger. Lord Rivers and Lord Grey are sent to Pomfret, and with them Sir Thomas Vaughan prisoners. Duchess. Who hath committed them? Messenger. The mighty Dukes Gloucester and Buckingham. Archbishop. For what offence? Messenger. The sum of all I can I have disclosed. Why or for what the nobles were committed is all unknown to me, my gracious lord. Queen Elizabeth. Army. I see the ruin of my house. The tiger now hath seized the gentle hind. Insulting tyranny begins to jut upon the innocent and awless throne. Welcome, destruction, blood and massacre. I see as in a map the end of all. Duchess. Accursed and unquiet wrangling days, how many of you have mine eyes beheld. My husband lost his life to get the crown, and often up and down. My sons were tossed for me to joy and weep their gain and loss, and being seated and domestic broils clean overblown themselves, the conquerors make war upon themselves, brother to brother, blood to blood, self against self. O preposterous and frantic outrage, end thy damned spleen, or let me die to look on earth no more. Queen Elizabeth. Come, come, my boy, we will to sanctuary. Madam, farewell. Duchess. Stay, I will go with you. Queen Elizabeth. You have no cause. Archbishop. To the Queen. My gracious lady, go, and thither bear your treasure and your goods. For my part, I'll resign unto your grace the seal I keep, and so betide to me as well I tender you and all of yours. Go, I'll conduct you to the sanctuary. Exeunt. Act Roman 3 Scene I. London. A street the trumpets sound. Enter young Prince Edward, Richard, Buckingham, Cardinal Berkshire, Catesby and others. Buckingham. Welcome, sweet prince, to London, to your chamber. Richard. Welcome, dear cousin, my thoughts sovereign. The weary way hath made you melancholy. Prince. No, uncle, but our crosses on the way have made it tedious, wearisome and heavy. I want more uncles here to welcome me. Richard. Sweet prince, the untainted virtue of your years hath not yet dived into the world's deceit, nor more can you distinguish of a man than of his outward show, which, God he knows, seldom or never jumpeth with the heart. Those uncles which you want were dangerous. Your grace attended to their sugared words, but looked not on the poison of their hearts. God keep you from them and from such false friends. Prince, God keep me from false friends, but they were none. Richard, my lord the Mayor of London comes to greet you. Enter Lord Mayor with attendants. Mayor, God bless your grace with health and happy days. Prince, I thank you, good my lord, and thank you all. I thought my mother and my brother York would long ere this have met us on the way. Fie, what a slug is Hastings, that he comes not to tell us whether they will come or no. Enter Lord Hastings, Buckingham, and in good time here comes the sweating lord. Prince, welcome my lord, what will our mother come? Hastings, on what occasion God he knows, not I, the Queen your mother and your brother York have taken sanctuary. The tender prince would fain have come with me to meet your grace, but by his mother was perforce withheld. Buckingham, fie, what an indirect and peevish course is this of hers. Lord Cardinal, will your grace persuade the Queen to send the Duke of York unto his princely brother presently? If she deny, Lord Hastings, go with him, and from her jealous arms pluck him perforce. Cardinal, my Lord of Buckingham, if my weak oratory can from his mother win the Duke of York, anon expect him here. But if she be obdurate to mild entreaties, God in heaven forbid we should infringe the holy privilege of blessed sanctuary. Not for all this land would I be guilty of so deep a sin. Buckingham, you are too senseless obstinate, my lord, too ceremonious and traditional. Weigh it but with the grossness of this age, you break not sanctuary in seizing him. The benefit thereof is always granted to those whose dealings have deserved the place, and those who have the wit to claim the place. This prince hath neither claimed it nor deserved it, and therefore, in mine opinion, cannot have it. Then taking him from thence that is not there, you break no privilege nor charter there. Oft have I heard of sanctuary men, but sanctuary children never till now. Cardinal, my lord, you shall oral my mind for once. Come on, Lord Hastings, will you go with me? Hastings, I go, my lord. Prince, good lords, make all the speedy haste you may. Exeunt Cardinal and Hastings. Say, Uncle Gloucester, if our brother come, where shall we sojourn till our coronation? Richard, where it seems best unto your royal self. If I may counsel you, some day or two your highness shall repose you at the Tower, then where you please, and shall be thought most fit for your best health and recreation. Prince, I do not like the Tower of any place. Did Julius Caesar build that place, my lord? Buckingham. He did, my gracious lord, begin that place which since succeeding ages have re-edified. Prince, is it upon record, or else reported successively from age to age, he built it? Buckingham, upon record, my gracious lord. Prince, but say, my lord, it were not registered, methinks the truth should live from age to age, as 'twere retailed to all posterity, even to the general all-ending day. Richard, aside, so wise, so young, they say do never live long. Prince, what say you, uncle? Richard, I say without characters fame lives long. Aside, thus, like the formal vice, iniquity, I moralize two meanings in one word. Prince, that Julius Caesar was a famous man, with what his valour did enrich his wit set down to make his valour live. Death makes no conquest of this conqueror, for now he lives in fame, though not in life. I'll tell you what, my cousin Buckingham, what my gracious lord Prince, and if I live until I be a man, I'll win our ancient right in France again, or die a soldier as I lived a king. Richard, aside, short summers lightly have a forward spring. Enter young Duke of York, Hastings and the Cardinal. Buckingham, now in good time here comes the Duke of York. Prince, Richard of York, how fares our loving brother? York, well, my dread lord, so must I call you now. Prince, I brother to our grief as it is yours. Too late he died that might have kept that title, which by his death hath lost much majesty. Richard, how fares our cousin, noble Lord of York? York, I thank you, gentle uncle. O my lord, you said that idle weeds are fast in growth. The prince my brother hath outgrown me far. Richard, he hath, my lord York, and therefore is he idle. Richard, O my fair cousin, I must not say so. York, then he is more beholding to you than I. Richard, he may command me as my sovereign, but you have power in me as in a kinsman. York, I pray you, uncle, give me this dagger. Richard, my dagger, little cousin, with all my heart. Prince, a beggar, brother, York, of my kind uncle that I know will give, and being but a toy which is no grief to give. Richard, a greater gift than that I'll give my cousin. York, a greater gift, oh, that's the sword to it. Richard, I, gentle cousin, were it light enough. York, oh then I see you will part but with light gifts, in weightier things you'll say a beggar nay. Richard, it is too heavy for your grace to wear. York, I weigh it lightly were it heavier. Richard, what would you have my weapon, little lord? York, I would that I might thank you as you call me. Richard, how? York, little prince, my lord of York will still be cross in talk. Uncle, your grace knows how to bear with him. York, you mean to bear me, not to bear with me. Uncle, my brother mocks both you and me, because that I am little like an ape, he thinks that you should bear me on your shoulders. Buckingham, with what a sharp provided wit he reasons. To mitigate the scorn he gives his uncle, he prettily and aptly taunts himself. So cunning and so young is wonderful. Richard, my lord, wilt please you pass along. Myself and my good cousin Buckingham will to your mother, to entreat of her to meet you at the Tower and welcome you. York, what will you go unto the Tower, my lord? Prince, my lord protector needs will have it so. York, I shall not sleep in quiet at the Tower. Richard, why, what should you fear? York, marry, my uncle Clarence angry ghost, my grandam told me he was murdered there. Prince, I fear no uncle's dead. Richard, nor none that live I hope, Prince, and if they live I hope I need not fear. But come, my lord, with a heavy heart thinking on them go I unto the Tower. A senate, exeunt Prince Edward, York, Hastings, Dorset, and all but Richard, Buckingham and Catesby. Buckingham, think you, my lord, this little prating York was not incensed by his subtle mother to taunt and scorn you thus opprobriously? Richard, no doubt, no doubt. Oh, 'tis a parlous boy, bold, quick, ingenious, forward, capable. He is all the mother's from the top to toe. Buckingham, well, let them rest. Come hither, Catesby. Thou art sworn as deeply to effect what we intend as closely to conceal what we impart. Thou know'st our reasons urged upon the way. What think'st thou? Is it not an easy matter to make William Lord Hastings of our mind for the instalment of this noble duke in the seat royal of this famous isle? Catesby, he for his father's sake so loves the prince that he will not be won to aught against him. Buckingham, what think'st thou then of Stanley? Will not he, Catesby, he will do all in all as Hastings doth. Buckingham, well then, no more but this. Go, gentle Catesby, and as it were far off, sound thou Lord Hastings how he doth stand affected to our purpose, and summon him tomorrow to the Tower to sit about the coronation. If thou dost find him tractable to us, encourage him, and tell him all our reasons. If he be leaden, icy, cold, unwilling, be thou so too, and so break off the talk, and give us notice of his inclination. For we tomorrow hold divided councils, wherein thyself shalt highly be employed. Richard, commend me to Lord William. Tell him, Catesby, his ancient knot of dangerous adversaries tomorrow are let blood at Pomfret Castle, and bid my lord, for joy of this good news, give Mistress Shaw one gentle kiss the more. Buckingham, good Catesby, go effect this business soundly. Catesby, my good lords both, with all the heed I can. Richard, shall we hear from you, Catesby, ere we sleep? Catesby, you shall, my lord. Richard, at Crosby Place there shall you find us both. Exit Catesby. Buckingham, now my lord, what shall we do if we perceive Lord Hastings will not yield to our complots? Richard, chop off his head, man, somewhat we will do. And look, when I am king, claim thou of me the earldom of Hereford, and all the movables whereof the king my brother was possessed. Buckingham, I'll claim that promise at your grace's hand. Richard, and look to have it yielded with all kindness. Come, let us sup betimes, that afterwards we may digest our complots in some form. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, before Lord Hastings' house enter a messenger to the door of Hastings. Messenger, my lord, knocking. Hastings, within. Who knocks? Messenger, one from the Lord Stanley. Hastings, within. What is't o'clock? Messenger, upon the stroke of 4, enter Hastings. Hastings, cannot my Lord Stanley sleep these tedious nights? Messenger, so it appears by that I have to say. First he commends him to your noble self. Hastings, what then? Messenger, then certifies your lordship that this night he dreamt the boar had raised off his helm. Besides, he says there are 2 councils kept, and that may be determined at the one which may make you and him to rue at th other. Therefore he sends to know your lordship's pleasure, if you will presently take horse with him, and with all speed post with him toward the north, to shun the danger that his soul divines. Hastings. Go, fellow, go, return unto thy lord, bid him not fear the separated council. His honour and myself are at the one, and at the other is my good friend Catesby, where nothing can proceed that toucheth us, whereof I shall not have intelligence. Tell him his fears are shallow without instance, and for his dreams, I wonder he's so simple to trust the mockery of unquiet slumbers. To fly the boar before the boar pursues, were to incense the boar to follow us and make pursuit where he did mean no chase. Go, bid thy master rise and come to me, and we will both together to the tower, where he shall see the boar will use us kindly. Messenger, I'll go, my lord, and tell him what you say. Exit, enter Catesby. Catesby, many good morrows to my noble lord. Hastings. Good morrow, Catesby, you are early stirring. What news in this our tottering state, Catesby? It is a reeling world indeed, my lord, and I believe will never stand upright till Richard wear the garland of the realm. Hastings. How wear the garland? Dost thou mean the crown, Catesby? Ay, my good lord, Hastings. I'll have this crown of mine cut from my shoulders before I'll see the crown so foul misplaced. But canst thou guess that he doth aim at it, Catesby? Ay, on my life, and hopes to find you forward upon his party for the gain thereof. And thereupon he sends you this good news, that this same very day your enemies, the kindred of the Queen, must die at Pomfret. Hastings. Indeed, I am no mourner for that news, because they have been still my adversaries. But that I'll give my voice on Richard's side to bar my master's heirs in true descent, God knows I will not do it to the death. Catesby. God keep your lordship in that gracious mind. Hastings, but I shall laugh at this a 12-month hence, that they which brought me in my master's hate, I live to look upon their tragedy. Well, Catesby, ere a fortnight make me older, I'll send some packing that yet think not on't. Catesby. 'Tis a vile thing to die, my gracious lord, when men are unprepared and look not for it. Hastings. Oh, monstrous, monstrous. And so falls it out with Rivers, Vaughan, Grey, and so 'twill do with some men else that think themselves as safe as thou and I, who, as thou knowst, are dear to princely Richard and to Buckingham. Catesby. The princes both make high account of you aside, for they account his head upon the bridge. Hastings, I know they do, and I have well deserved it. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby. Come on, where is your boar-spear, man, fear you the boar, and go so unprovided? Stanley. My lord, good morrow, Catesby. You may jest on, but by the holy rood I do not like these several counsels. I, Hastings, my lord, I hold my life as dear as you do yours, and never in my days, I do protest, was it so precious to me as 'tis now. Think you but that I know our state secure, I would be so triumphant as I am. Stanley. The lords at Pomfret, when they rode from London, were jocund and supposed their states were sure, and they indeed had no cause to mistrust. But yet you see how soon the day o'ercast. This sudden stab of rancour I misdoubt, pray God, I say, I prove a needless coward. What shall we toward the tower? The day is spent. Hastings, come, have with you, what you wot, my lord, today the lords you talked of are beheaded. Stanley, they for their truth, might better wear their heads than some that have accused them wear their hats. But come, my lord, let's away, enter a pursuivant. Hastings, go on before, I'll talk with this good fellow. Exeunt Stanley and Catesby. How now, sirrah, how goes the world with thee, pursuivant, the better that your lordship pleased to ask? Hastings, I tell thee, man, 'tis better with me now than when thou metst me last where now we meet. Then was I going prisoner to the Tower by the suggestion of the Queen's allies. But now I tell thee, keep it to thyself, this day those enemies are put to death, and I in better state than ere I was, pursuivant. God hold it to your honour's good content, Hastings. Gramercy, fellow, there, drink that for me, throws him his purse, pursuivant, I thank your honour. Exit, enter a priest. Well met, my lord, I am glad to see your honour. Hastings, I thank thee, good Sir John, with all my heart. I am in your debt for your last exercise. Come the next Sabbath, and I will content you. Enter Buckingham. Priest, I'll wait upon your lordship. Exit priest. Buckingham, what talking with a priest, Lord Chamberlain? Your friends at Pomfret, they do need the priest. Your honour hath no shriving work in hand. Hastings, good faith, and when I met this holy man, the men you talk of came into my mind. What, go you toward the Tower, Buckingham? I do, my lord, but long I cannot stay there. I shall return before your lordship thence. Hastings, nay, like enough, for I stay dinner there. Buckingham, aside, and supper too, although thou knowest it not. Come, will you go, Hastings? I'll wait upon your lordship. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, Pomfret. Before the castle enter Sir Richard Ratcliffe with halberds carrying the nobles Rivers, Grey, and Vaughan to death at Pomfret. Rivers, Sir Richard Ratcliffe, let me tell thee this, today shalt thou behold a subject die for truth, for duty, and for loyalty. Grey, God bless the prince from all the pack of you. And not you are of damned bloodsuckers, Vaughan you live that shall cry woe for this hereafter. Ratcliffe dispatch, the limit of your lives is out. Rivers, O Pomfret, Pomfret, O thou bloody prison, fatal and ominous to noble peers. Within the guilty closure of thy walls Richard the Second here was hacked to death, and for more slander to thy dismal seat we give to thee our guiltless blood to drink. Grey, now Margaret's curse is fallen upon our heads, when she exclaimed on Hastings, you and I, for standing by when Richard stabbed her son. Rivers, then cursed she Richard, then cursed she Buckingham, then cursed she Hastings. Oh, remember, God, to hear her prayer for them as now for us. And for my sister and her princely sons, be satisfied, dear God, with our true blood, which, as thou knowst, unjustly must be spilt. Ratcliffe, make haste, the hour of death is expiate. Rivers, come, Grey, come, Vaughan, let us here embrace. Farewell until we meet again in heaven. Exeunt, scene Roman 4. London, a room in the Tower enter Buckingham, Stanley Earl of Derby, Hastings, the Bishop of Ely, Norfolk, Ratcliffe, Lovell with others at a table. Hastings. Now, noble peers, the cause why we are met is to determine of the coronation. In God's name speak. When is the royal day? Buckingham. Is all things ready for that royal time? Stanley. It is, and wants but nomination. Ely. Tomorrow then I judge a happy day. Buckingham, who knows the Lord Protector's mind herein, who is most inward with the noble Duke. Ely. Your Grace, we think, should soonest know his mind. Buckingham, we know each other's faces, for our hearts he knows no more of mine than I of yours, or I of his, my lord, than you of mine. Lord Hastings, you and he are near in love. Hastings, I thank his grace, I know he loves me well, but for his purpose in the coronation I have not sounded him, nor he delivered his gracious pleasure any way therein. But you, my honourable lords, may name the time, and in the Duke's behalf I'll give my voice, which I presume he'll take in gentle part. Enter Richard. Ely. In happy time here comes the Duke himself. Richard, my noble lords and cousins, all good morrow. I have been long a sleeper, but I trust my absence doth neglect no great design which by my presence might have been concluded. Buckingham, had you not come upon your cue, my lord William Lord Hastings had pronounced your part, I mean your voice for crowning of the king. Richard, than my Lord Hastings no man might be bolder. His lordship knows me well and loves me well. My lord of Ely, when I was last in Holborn I saw good strawberries in your garden there. I do beseech you, send for some of them. Ely, marry and will, my lord, with all my heart. Exit, Richard. Cousin of Buckingham, a word with you, they move aside. Catesby hath sounded Hastings in our business, and finds the testy gentleman so hot that he will lose his head ere give consent his master's child, as worshipfully he terms it, shall lose the royalty of England's throne. Buckingham, withdraw yourself a while. I'll go with you. Exeunt Richard and Buckingham. Stanley, we have not yet set down this day of triumph. Tomorrow, in my judgment, is too sudden, for I myself am not so well provided as else I would be were the day prolonged. Enter Bishop of Ely. Ely, where is my lord the Duke of Gloucester? I have sent for these strawberries. Hastings, his grace looks cheerfully and smooth this morning. There's some conceit or other likes him well when that he bids good morrow with such spirit. I think there's never a man in Christendom can lesser hide his love or hate than he, for by his face straight shall you know his heart. Stanley, what of his heart perceive you in his face by any livelihood he showed today? Hastings, marry that with no man here he is offended, for were he had shown it in his looks. Enter Richard and Buckingham. Richard, I pray you all tell me what they deserve that do conspire my death with devilish plots of damned witchcraft, and that have prevailed upon my body with their hellish charms. Hastings. The tender love I bear your grace, my lord, makes me most forward in this princely presence to doom offenders, whosoe'er they be. I say, my lord, they have deserved death. Richard, then be your eyes the witness of their evil. Look how I am bewitched. Behold, mine arm is like a blasted sapling withered up. And this is Edward's wife, that monstrous witch, consorted with that harlot strumpet Shaw, that by their witchcraft thus have marked me. Hastings, if they have done this deed, my noble lord Richard, if, thou protector of this damned strumpet, talk'st thou to me of ifs, thou art a traitor. Off with his head. Now by St. Paul I swear I will not dine until I see the same. Lovell and Ratcliffe, look that it be done. The rest that love me, rise and follow me. Exeunt all but Lovell and Ratcliffe with the Lord Hastings. Hastings, woe, woe for England, not a whit for me, for I, too fond, might have prevented this. Stanley did dream the boar did raise his helm, and I did scorn it and disdain to fly. 3 times today my footcloth horse did stumble, and started when he looked upon the tower, as loath to bear me to the slaughter-house. Oh, now I need the priest that spake to me. I now repent I told the pursuivant, as too triumphing, how mine enemies today at Pomfret bloodily were butchered, and I myself secure in grace and favour. O Margaret, Margaret, now thy heavy curse is lighted on poor Hastings' wretched head. Ratcliffe, come, come, dispatch, the Duke would be at dinner, make a short shrift, he longs to see your head. Hastings, O momentary grace of mortal men, which we more hunt for than the grace of God, who builds his hope in air of your good looks, lives like a drunken sailor on a mast, ready with every nod to tumble down into the fatal bowels of the deep. Lovell, come, come, dispatch, 'tis bootless to exclaim. Hastings, O bloody Richard, miserable England, I prophesy the fearfulst time to thee that ever wretched age hath looked upon. Come, lead me to the block, bear him my head, they smile at me who shortly shall be dead. Exeunt. Scene v. London. The Tower walls enter Richard and Buckingham in rotten armour, marvellous ill-favoured. Richard, come, cousin, canst thou quake and change thy colour, murder thy breath in middle of a word, and then again begin and stop again, as if thou were distraught and mad with terror? Buckingham, tut, I can counterfeit the deep tragedian, speak and look back and pry on every side, tremble and start at wagging of a straw intending deep suspicion. Ghastly looks are at my service like enforced smiles, and both are ready in their offices at any time to grace my stratagems. But what is Catesby gone? Richard, he is, and see he brings the mayor along. Enter the Lord Mayor and Catesby. Buckingham, Lord Mayor Richard, look to the drawbridge there. Buckingham, hark a drum. Richard, Catesby, all look the walls. Buckingham, Lord Mayor, the reason we have sent. Richard, look back, defend thee here our enemies. Buckingham, God and our innocents defend and guard us. Enter Lovell and Ratcliffe with Hastings' head. Richard, be patient, they are friends, Ratcliffe and Lovell. Lovell, here is the head of that ignoble traitor, the dangerous and unsuspected Hastings. Richard, so dear I loved the man that I must weep. I took him for the plainest harmless creature that breathed upon the earth a Christian, made him my book, wherein my soul recorded the history of all her secret thoughts. So smooth he daubed his vice with show of virtue that, his apparent open guilt omitted, I mean his conversation with Shaw's wife, he lived from all attainder of suspects. Buckingham, well, well, he was the covet'st sheltered traitor that ever lived. Would you imagine, or almost believe, were it not that by great preservation we live to tell it, that the subtle traitor this day had plotted in the council house to murder me and my good lord of Gloucester? Mayor, had he done so? Richard, what think you we are Turks or infidels? Or that we would against the form of law proceed thus rashly in the villain's death, but that the extreme peril of the case, the peace of England and our person's safety enforced us to this execution? Mayor, now fair befall you. He deserved his death, and your good graces both have well proceeded to warn false traitors from the like attempts. Buckingham, I never looked for better at his hands after he once fell in with Mistress Shaw. Yet had we not determined he should die, until your lordship came to see his end, which now the loving haste of these our friends, something against our meanings, have prevented, because, my lord, we would have had you heard the traitor speak, and timorously confess the manner and the purpose of his treasons, that you might well have signified the same unto the citizens. who haply may misconstrue us in him, and wail his death. Mayor. But my good lord, your grace's word shall serve as well as I had seen and heard him speak. And do not doubt, right noble princes both, but I'll acquaint our duteous citizens with all your just proceedings in this case. Richard. And to that end we wished your lordship here to avoid the censures of the carping world, Buckingham, but since you come too late of our intent, yet witness what you hear we did intend. And so, my good Lord Mayor, we bid farewell. Exit Lord Mayor. Richard. Go after cousin Buckingham. The mayor towards Guildhall hies him in all post. There at your meetst advantage of the time, infer the bastardy of Edward's children. Tell them how Edward put to death a citizen only for saying he would make his son heir to the crown, meaning indeed his house, which by the sign thereof was termed so. Moreover, urge his hateful luxury and bestial appetite in change of lust, which stretched unto their servants, daughters, wives, even where his raging eye or savage heart without control lusted to make a prey. Nay, for a need, thus far come near my person, tell them when that my mother went with child of that insatiate Edward, noble York my princely father then had wars in France, and by true computation of the time found that the issue was not his begot, which well appeared in his lineaments being nothing like the noble Duke my father. Yet touch this sparingly as 'twere far off, because, my lord, you know my mother lives. Buckingham. Doubt not, my lord, I'll play the orator as if the golden fee for which I plead were for myself. And so, my lord, adieu. Richard. If you thrive well, bring them to Baynard's castle, where you shall find me well accompanied with reverend fathers and well-learned bishops. Buckingham. I go, and towards 3 or 4 o'clock look for the news that the Guildhall affords. Exit. Richard. Go, Lovell, with all speed to Dr. Shah, to Ratcliffe. Go thou to Friar Penker. Bid them both meet me within this hour at Baynard's castle. Exeunt Ratcliffe and Lovell. Now will I go to take some privy order to draw the brats of Clarence out of sight, and to give order that no manner person have any time recourse unto the princes. Exit. Scene VI. London. A street enter a scrivener. Scrivener. Here is the indictment of the good Lord Hastings, which in a set hand fairly is engrossed, that it may be today read o'er in Paul's. And mark how well the sequel hangs together. 11 hours I have spent to write it over, for yesternight by Catesby was it sent me. The precedent was full as long a-doing, and yet within these 5 hours Hastings lived, untainted, unexamined, free at liberty. Here's a good world the while, who is so gross that cannot see this palpable device, yet who so bold but says he sees it not. Bad is the world, and all will come to naught when such ill-dealing must be seen in thought. Exit. Scene Romans 7. London. Court of Baynard's castle enter Richard and Buckingham at several doors. Richard. How now, what say the citizens? Buckingham. Now by the holy mother of our Lord the citizens are mum, say not a word. Richard. Touched you the bastardy of Edward's children? Buckingham. I did, with his contract with Lady Lucy and his contract by deputy in France, insatiate greediness of his desire and his enforcement of the city wives, his tyranny for trifles, his own bastardy as being got your father then in France and his resemblance, being not like the Duke. Withal I did infer your lineaments, being the right idea of your father both in your form and nobleness of mind. Laid open all your victories in Scotland, your discipline in war, wisdom in peace, your bounty, virtue, fair humility. Indeed, left nothing fitting for your purpose untouched or slightly handled in discourse. And when mine oratory drew toward end, I bid them that did love their country's good cry, God save Richard, England's royal king. Richard, and did they so? Buckingham. No, so God help me, they spake not a word, but like dumb statues or breathing stones, stared each on other and looked deadly pale. Which when I saw, I reprehended them and asked the mayor what meant this wilful silence. His answer was, the people were not used to be spoke to but by the recorder. Then he was urged to tell my tale again. Thus saith the Duke, thus hath the Duke inferred, but nothing spoke in warrant from himself. When he had done, some followers of mine own, at lower end of the hall, hurled up their caps, and some 10 voices cried, God save King Richard. And thus I took the vantage of those few. Thanks, gentle citizens and friends, quoth I, this general applause and cheerful shout argues your wisdoms and your love to Richard. And even here brake off and came away. Richard, what tongueless blocks were they, would they not speak? Will not the mayor then and his brethren come, Buckingham? The mayor is here at hand. Intend some fear, be not you spoke with but by mighty suit. And look you get a prayer book in your hand, and stand between two churchmen, good my lord, for on that ground I'll make a holy descant, and be not easily won to our requests. Play the maid's part, still answer nay, and take it. Richard, I go, and if you plead as well for them as I can say nay to thee for myself, no doubt we bring it to a happy issue. Buckingham, go, go up to the leads, the Lord Mayor knocks. Exit Richard. Enter the Lord Mayor and citizens. Welcome, my lord, I dance attendance here. I think the Duke will not be spoke with Al. Enter Catesby. Now, Catesby, what says your lord to my request? Catesby, he doth entreat your grace, my noble lord, to visit him tomorrow or next day. He is within, with two right reverend fathers, divinely bent to meditation, and in no worldly suits would he be moved to draw him from his holy exercise. Buckingham, return, good Catesby, to the gracious Duke. Tell him myself, the mayor and aldermen in deep designs, in matter of great moment, no less importing than our general good, are come to have some conference with his grace. Catesby, I'll signify so much unto him straight. Exit. Buckingham. Aha, my lord, this prince is not an Edward. He is not lolling on a lewd love-bed, but on his knees at meditation, not dallying with a brace of courtesans, but meditating with two deep divines, not sleeping to engross his idle body, but praying to enrich his watchful soul. Happy were England would this virtuous prince take on his grace the sovereignty thereof, but sure I fear we shall not win him to it. Mayor, marry God defend his grace should say us nay. Buckingham, I fear he will. Here Catesby comes again. Enter Catesby. Now Catesby, what says his grace? Catesby, he wonders to what end you have assembled such troops of citizens to come to him, his grace not being warned thereof before. He fears, my lord, you mean no good to him. Buckingham, sorry I am my noble cousin should suspect me that I mean no good to him. By heaven we come to him in perfect love, and so once more return and tell his grace. Exit Catesby. When holy and devout religious men are at their beads, 'tis much to draw them thence, so sweet is zealous contemplation. Enter Richard aloft between two bishops. Catesby re-enters. Mayor, see where his grace stands tween two clergymen. Buckingham, two props of virtue for a Christian prince, to stay him from the fall of vanity. And see a book of prayer in his hand, true ornaments to know a holy man. Famous Plantagenet, most gracious prince, lend favourable ear to our requests, and pardon us the interruption of thy devotion and right Christian zeal. Richard, my lord, there needs no such apology. I do beseech your grace to pardon me, who, earnest in the service of my God, deferred the visitation of my friends. But leaving this, what is your grace's pleasure? Buckingham, even that I hope which pleaseth God above and all good men of this ungoverned isle. Richard, I do suspect I have done some offence that seems disgracious in the city's eye, and that you come to reprehend my ignorance. Buckingham, you have, my lord, would it might please your grace on our entreaties to amend your fault. Richard, else wherefore breathe I in a Christian land? Buckingham, know then it is your fault that you resign the supreme seat, the throne majestical, the sceptred office of your ancestors, your state of fortune and your due of birth, the lineal glory of your royal house, to the corruption of a blemished stock. Whiles in the mildness of your sleepy thoughts, which here we waken to our country's good, the noble isle doth want her proper limbs. Her face defaced with scars of infamy, her royal stock graft with ignoble plants, and almost shouldered in the swallowing gulf of dark forgetfulness and deep oblivion. Which to recure, we heartily solicit your gracious self to take on you the charge and kingly government of this your land, not as protector, steward, substitute, or lowly factor for another's gain, but as successively from blood to blood, your right of birth, your empery, your own. For this, consorted with the citizens, your very worshipful and loving friends, and by their vehement instigation, in this just cause come I to move your grace. Richard, I cannot tell if to depart in silence or bitterly to speak in your reproof best fitteth my degree or your condition. If not to answer, you might haply think tongue-tied ambition, not replying, yielded to bear the golden yoke of sovereignty, which fondly you would hear impose on me. If to reprove you for this suit of yours, so seasoned with your faithful love to me, then on the other side I checked my friends. Therefore to speak and to avoid the first, and then in speaking not to incur the last, definitively thus I answer you. Your love deserves my thanks, but my desert unmeritable shuns your high request. First, if all obstacles were cut away, and that my path were even to the crown as the ripe revenue and due of birth, yet so much is my poverty of spirit, so mighty and so many my defects, that I would rather hide me from my greatness, being a bark to brook no mighty sea, than in my greatness covet to be hid, and in the vapour of my glory smothered. But, God be thanked, there is no need of me, and much I need to help you were there need. The royal tree hath left us royal fruit, which, mellowed by the stealing hours of time, will well become the seat of majesty, and make, no doubt, us happy by his reign. On him I lay that you would lay on me, the right and fortune of his happy stars, which God defend that I should wring from him. Buckingham, my lord, this argues conscience in your grace, but the respects thereof are nice and trivial, all circumstances well considered. You say that Edward is your brother's son, so say we too, but not by Edward's wife. For first was he contract to Lady Lucy your mother lives a witness to his vow, and afterward by substitute betrothed to Bona, sister to the King of France. These both put off, a poor petitioner, a care-crazed mother to a many sons, a beauty waning and distressed widow, even in the afternoon of her best days, made prize and purchase of his wanton eye, seduced the pitch and height of his degree to base declension and loathed bigamy. By her in his unlawful bed he got this Edward, whom our manners call the prince. More bitterly could I expostulate, save that, for reverence to some alive, I give a sparing limit to my tongue. Then, good my lord, take to your royal self this proffered benefit of dignity, if not to bless us and the land withal, yet to draw forth your noble ancestry from the corruption of abusing times unto a lineal true derived course. Mayor, do good my lord, your citizens entreat you. Buckingham, refuse not, mighty lord, this proffered love. Catesby, O make them joyful, grant their lawful suit. Richard, alas, why would you heap those cares on me? I am unfit for state and majesty. I do beseech you, take it not amiss. I cannot, nor I will not, yield to you. Buckingham, if you refuse it, as in love and zeal loath to depose the child, your brother's son, as well we know your tenderness of heart and gentle, kind, effeminate remorse, which we have noted in you to your kindred, and equally indeed to all estates. Yet know, where you accept our suit or no, your brother's son shall never reign our king, but we will plant some other in the throne, to the disgrace and downfall of your house, and in this resolution here we leave you. Come, citizens, zounds, I'll entreat no more, exeunt Buckingham the mayor and citizens. Catesby, call him again, sweet prince, accept their suit. If you deny them, all the land will rue it. Richard, will you enforce me to a world of cares, call them again. I am not made of stones, but penetrable to your kind entreaties, albeit against my conscience and my soul. Enter Buckingham and the rest. Cousin of Buckingham and sage grave men, since you will buckle fortune on my back, to bear her burden, where I will or no, I must have patience to endure the load. But if black scandal or foul-faced reproach attend the sequel of your imposition, your mere enforcement shall acquittance me from all the impure blots and stains thereof, for God doth know, and you may partly see how far I am from the desire of this. Mayor, God bless your grace, we see it and will say it. Richard, in saying so you shall but say the truth. Buckingham, then I salute you with this royal title, long live King Richard, England's worthy king, all amen. Buckingham, tomorrow may it please you to be crowned. Richard, even when you please, for you will have it so. Buckingham, tomorrow then we will attend your grace, and so most joyfully we take our leave. Richard, to the bishops, come, let us to our holy work again. Farewell, my cousin, farewell, gentle friends. Exeunt, Actrum and foreseen I. London, before the Tower enter Queen Elizabeth, the Duchess of York and Marquess of Dorset at one door, Anne Duchess of Gloucester with Clarence's young daughter at another door. Duchess, who meets us here, my niece Plantagenet led in the hand of her kind aunt of Gloucester. Now for my life she's wandering to the Tower on pure heart's love to greet the tender prince. Daughter, well met. Anne, God give your graces both a happy and a joyful time of day. Queen Elizabeth, as much to you, good sister. Whither away, Anne? No farther than the Tower, and as I guess upon the like devotion as yourselves to gratulate the gentle princes there. Queen Elizabeth, kind sister, thanks we'll enter all together. Enter Brakenbury, and in good time here the lieutenant comes. Master Lieutenant, pray you by your leave, how doth the prince and my young son of York? Brakenbury. Right well, dear madam, by your patience I may not suffer you to visit them. The king hath strictly charged the contrary. Queen Elizabeth, the king, who's that? Brakenbury, I mean the Lord Protector. Queen Elizabeth, the Lord protect him from that kingly title. Hath he set bounds between their love and me? I am their mother, who shall bar me from them? Duchess, I am their father's mother, I will see them. Anne, their aunt, I am in law in love their mother, then bring me to their sights. I'll bear thy blame and take thy office from thee on my peril. Brakenbury, no madam, no, I may not leave it so. I am bound by oath, and therefore pardon me. Exit, enter Stanley. Stanley, let me but meet you. Ladies, 1 hour hence, and I'll salute your Grace of York as mother and reverend looker-on of 2 fair queens. To Anne, come madam, you must straight to Westminster, there to be crowned Richard's royal queen. Queen Elizabeth, cut my lace asunder that my pent heart may have some scope to beat, or else I swoon with this dead-killing news. Anne, despiteful tidings, oh unpleasing news. Dorset, be of good cheer, mother. How fares your grace, Queen Elizabeth? O Dorset, speak not to me, get thee gone. Death and destruction dog thee at thy heels. Thy mother's name is ominous to children. If thou wilt outstrip death, go, cross the seas, and live with Richmond from the reach of hell. Go, hie thee from this slaughter-house, lest thou increase the number of the dead, and make me die the thrall of Margaret's curse, nor mother, wife, nor England's counted queen. Stanley. Full of wise care is this your counsel, madam. Take all the swift advantage of the hours. You shall have letters from me to my son in your behalf, to meet you on the way. Be not turned tardy by unwise delay. Duchess, O ill-dispersing wind of misery, O my accursed womb, the bed of death, a cockatrice haste thou hatched to the world, whose unavoided eye is murderous. Stanley, come madam, come, I in all haste was sent. Anne, and I with all unwillingness will go. Oh, would to God that the inclusive verge of golden metal that must round my brow were red-hot steel to sear me to the brains. Anointed let me be with deadly venom, and die ere men can say, God save the Queen. Queen Elizabeth, go, go, poor soul, I envy not thy glory, to feed my humour wish thyself no harm. Anne, no, why, when he that is my husband now came to me as I followed Henry's course, when scarce the blood was well washed from his hands which issued from my other angel husband, and that dear saint which then I weeping followed. Oh, when I say I looked on Richard's face, this was my wish. Be thou, quoth I, accursed for making me so young, so old a widow, and when thou wedd'st, let sorrow haunt thy bed, and be thy wife, if any be so mad, more miserable by the life of thee than thou hast made me by my dear lord's death. Lo, ere I can repeat this curse again within so small a time, my woman's heart grossly grew captive to his honey words, and proved the subject of mine own soul's curse, which hitherto hath held my eyes from rest. For never yet 1 hour in his bed did I enjoy the golden dew of sleep, but with his timorous dreams was still awaked. Besides, he hates me for my father Warwick, and will, no doubt, shortly be rid of me. Queen Elizabeth, poor heart, adieu, I pity thy complaining. Anne, no more than with my soul I mourn for yours. Dorset, farewell, thou woeful welcomer of glory. Anne, adieu, poor soul that tax thy leave of it. Duchess, to Dorset, go thou to Richmond, and good fortune guide thee. To Anne, go thou to Richard, and good angels tend thee. To Queen Elizabeth, go thou to sanctuary, and good thoughts possess thee. I to my grave, where peace and rest lie with me. 80 odd years of sorrow have I seen, and each hour's joy racked with a week of teen. Queen Elizabeth, stay yet look back with me unto the Tower. Pity, you ancient stones, those tender babes whom envy hath immured within your walls, rough cradle for such little pretty one, rude ragged nurse, old sullen playfellow for tender princes, use my babies well. So foolish sorrows bids your stones farewell. Exeunt, scene Roman 2. London. A room of state in the palace, the trumpets sound a senate. Enter Richard in pomp, Buckingham, Catesby, Ratcliffe, Lovell, a page and others. King Richard, stand all apart. Cousin of Buckingham, Buckingham, my gracious sovereign, King Richard. Give me thy hand, here he ascendeth the throne, sound trumpets. Thus high by thy advice and thy assistance is King Richard seated. But shall we wear these glories for a day, or shall they last, and we rejoice in them? Buckingham, still live they, and for ever let them last. King Richard, ah, Buckingham, now do I play the touch, to try if thou be current gold indeed. Young Edward lives, think now what I would speak. Buckingham, say on, my loving lord, King Richard. Why, Buckingham, I say I would be king. Buckingham, why, so you are my thrice-renowned lord, King Richard. Ha, am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. Buckingham, true noble prince, King Richard. O bitter consequence, that Edward still should live, true noble prince. Cousin, thou wast not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the bastard's dead, and I would have it suddenly performed. What say'st thou now? Speak suddenly, be brief. Buckingham, your grace may do your pleasure. King Richard, tut, tut, thou art all ice, thy kindness freezes. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die? Buckingham. Give me some little breath, some pause, dear lord, before I positively speak in this. I will resolve you herein presently. Exit. Catesby. Aside, the king is angry, see he gnaws his lip. King Richard, aside, I will converse with iron-witted fools and unrespective boys, none are for me that look into me with considerate eyes. High-reaching Buckingham grows circumspect. Boy, page, my lord, King Richard, know'st thou not any whom corrupting gold will tempt unto a close exploit of death? Page. I know a discontented gentleman, whose humble means match not his haughty spirit. Gold were as good as 20 orators, and will, no doubt, tempt him to anything. King Richard, what is his name? Page. His name, my lord, is Tyrrell. King Richard, I partly know the man. Go, call him hither, boy. Exit page, aside. The deep-revolving, witty Buckingham no more shall be the neighbour to my counsels. Hath he so long held out with me untired, and stops he now for breath? Well, be it so. Enter Stanley. How now, Lord Stanley, what's the news? Stanley. No, my loving lord, the Marquess Dorset, as I hear, is fled to Richmond, in the parts where he abides. King Richard, come hither, Catesby. Rumour it abroad that Anne my wife is very grievous sick. I will take order for her keeping close. Inquire me out some mean poor gentleman whom I will marry straight to Clarence's daughter. The boy is foolish, and I fear not him. Look how thou dream'st. I say again, give out that Anne my queen is sick and like to die. About it, for it stands me much upon to stop all hopes whose growth may damage me. Exit Catesby. I must be married to my brother's daughter, or else my kingdom stands on brittle glass. Murder her brothers, and then marry her, uncertain way of gain, but I am in so far in blood that sin will pluck on sin. Tear-falling pity dwells not in this eye. Enter Tyrrell. Is thy name Tyrrell? Tyrrell, James Tyrrell, and your most obedient subject. King Richard, art thou indeed? Tyrrell, prove me, my gracious lord. King Richard, darst thou resolve to kill a friend of mine? Tyrrell, please you, but I had rather kill 2 enemies. King Richard, why then thou haste it? 2 deep enemies, foes to my rest, and my sweet sleep's disturbers, are they that I would have thee deal upon. Tyrrell, I mean those bastards in the Tower. Tyrrell, let me have open means to come to them, and soon I'll rid you from the fear of them. King Richard, thou sing'st sweet music. Hark, come hither, Tyrrell, go by this token. Rise and lend thine ear. Whispers, there is no more but so. Say it is done, and I will love thee and prefer thee for it. Tyrrell, I will dispatch it straight. Exit, enter Buckingham. Buckingham, my lord, I have considered in my mind the late request that you did sound me in. King Richard, well, let that rest. Dorset is fled to Richmond. Buckingham, I hear the news, my lord. King Richard, Stanley, he is your wife's son. Well, look unto it. Buckingham, my lord, I claim the gift, my due by promise, for which your honour and your faith is pawned. Earldom of Hereford, and the movables which you have promised I shall possess. King Richard, Stanley, look to your wife. If she convey letters to Richmond, you shall answer it. Buckingham, What says your highness to my just request, King Richard? I do remember me Henry the Sixth did prophesy that Richmond should be king when Richmond was a little peevish boy. A king perhaps Buckingham, my lord King Richard. How chance the prophet could not at that time have told me I being by that I should kill him. Buckingham, my lord, your promise for the earldom, King Richard. Richmond. When last I was at Exeter, the mayor in courtesy showed me the castle and called it Rougemount, at which name I started, because a bard of Ireland told me once I should not live long after I saw Richmond. Buckingham, my lord King Richard. Aye, what's o'clock? Buckingham, I am thus bold to put your grace in mind of what you promised me. King Richard, well, but what's o'clock? Buckingham, upon the stroke of 10. King Richard, well, let it strike. Buckingham, why let it strike, King Richard? Because that, like a jack, thou keeps the stroke betwixt thy begging and my meditation. I am not in the giving vein today. Buckingham, why then resolve me whether you will or no. King Richard, thou troublest me, I am not in the vein. Exit followed by all save Buckingham. Buckingham, and is it thus? Repays he my deep service with such contempt? Made I him king for this? Oh, let me think on Hastings and be gone to Brecknock while my fearful head is on. Exit, scene Roman 3. London. Another room in the palace. Enter Tyrrell. Tyrrell. The tyrannous and bloody act is done, the most arch deed of piteous massacre that ever yet this land was guilty of. Dighton and Forrest, who I did suborn to do this piece of ruthless butchery, albeit they were fleshed villains, bloody dogs, melted with tenderness and mild compassion, wept like two children in their death's sad story. Oh, thus, quoth Dighton, lay the gentle babes. Thus, quoth Forrest, girdling one another within their alabaster innocent arms. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, and in their summer beauty kissed each other. A book of prayers on their pillow lay, which once, quoth Forrest, almost changed my mind. But oh the devil, there the villains stopped, when Dighton thus told on, we smothered the most replenished sweet work of nature that from the prime creation ere she framed. Hence both are gone with conscience and remorse they could not speak, and so I left them both to bear this tidings to the bloody king. Enter King Richard, and here he comes. All health, my sovereign lord, King Richard. Kind Tyrrell, am I happy in thy news? Tyrrell, if to have done the thing you gave in charge beget your happiness, be happy then, for it is done. King Richard, but didst thou see them dead? Tyrrell, I did, my lord, King Richard, and buried gentle Tyrrell. Tyrrell, the chaplain of the Tower hath buried them, but where, to say the truth, I do not know. King Richard, come to me, Tyrrell, soon at after supper, when thou shalt tell the process of their death. Meantime, but think how I may do thee good, and be inheritor of thy desire. Farewell till then, Tyrrell, I humbly take my leave. Exit, King Richard. The son of Clarence have I pent up close. His daughter meanly have I matched in marriage. The sons of Edward sleep in Abraham's bosom, and Anne my wife hath bid the world good night. Now, for I know the Breton Richmond aims at young Elizabeth, my brother's daughter, and by that not looks proudly on the crown, to her go I, a jolly thriving wooer. Enter Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe, my lord, King Richard. Good or bad news that thou comest in so bluntly? Ratcliffe. Bad news, my lord. Morton is fled to Richmond, and Buckingham, backed with the hardy Welshmen, is in the field, and still his power increaseth. King Richard. Ely with Richmond troubles me more near than Buckingham and his rash-levied strength. Come, I have learned that fearful commenting is leaden servitor to dull delay. Delay leads impotent and snail-paced beggary. Then fiery expedition be my wing, Jove's Mercury, and herald for a king. Go, muster men. My counsel is my shield. We must be brief when traitors brave the field. Exeunt, scene Roman 4, London. Before the palace enter old Queen Margaret. Queen Margaret, so now prosperity begins to mellow and drop into the rotten mouth of death. Here in these confines slyly have I lurked to watch the waning of mine enemies. A dire induction am I witness to, and will to France, hoping the consequence will prove as bitter, black, and tragical. Withdraw thee, wretched Margaret, who comes here, retires. Enter Duchess of York and Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth, ah, my poor princes, ah, my tender babes, my unblown flowers, new appearing sweets. If yet your gentle souls fly in the air and be not fixed in doom perpetual, hover about me with your airy wings and hear your mother's lamentation. Queen Margaret, aside, hover about her, say that right for right hath dimmed your infant morn to aged night. Duchess, so many miseries have crazed my voice that my woe-wearied tongue is still and mute. Edward Plantagenet, why art thou dead? Queen Margaret, aside. Plantagenet doth quit Plantagenet, Edward for Edward pays a dying debt. Queen Elizabeth, wilt thou, O God, fly from such gentle lambs and throw them in the entrails of the wolf? When didst thou sleep when such a deed was done? Queen Margaret, aside. When holy Harry died and my sweet son. Duchess, dead life, blind sight, poor mortal living ghost, woes seen, world's shame, graves due by life usurped, brief abstract and record of tedious days. Rest thy unrest on England's lawful earth sitting, unlawfully made drunk with innocent blood. Queen Elizabeth, ah, that thou wouldst as soon afford a grave as thou canst yield a melancholy seat, then would I hide my bones, not rest them here. Sitting, ah, who hath any cause to mourn but we? Queen Margaret, coming forward, if ancient sorrow be most reverend, give mine the benefit of seignory, and let my griefs frown on the upper hand. If sorrow can admit society, sitting down with them, tell all your woes again by viewing mine. I had an Edward till a Richard killed him, I had a husband till a Richard killed him. Thou hadst an Edward till a Richard killed him, thou hadst a Richard till a Richard killed him. Duchess, I had a Richard too, and thou didst kill him, I had a Rutland too, thou holpst to kill him. Queen Margaret, thou hadst a Clarence too, and Richard killed him. From forth the kennel of thy womb hath crept a hell-hound that doth hunt us all to death, that dog that had his teeth before his eyes, to worry lambs and lap their gentle blood, that excellent grand tyrant of the earth that reigns in galled eyes of weeping souls, that foul defacer of God's handiwork thy womb let loose to chase us to our graves. O upright, just, and true disposing God, how do I thank thee that this carnal cur preys on the issue of his mother's body, and makes her pew-fellow with others moan. Duchess, O Harry's wife, triumph not in my woes. God witness with me, I have wept for thine. Queen Margaret, bear with me. I am hungry for revenge, and now I cloy me with beholding it. Thy Edward he is dead that killed my Edward, the other Edward dead to quit my Edward. Young York he is but boot, because both they matched not the high perfection of my loss. Thy Clarence he is dead that stabbed my Edward. And the beholders of this frantic play, adulterate Hastings, Rivers, Vaughan, Grey, untimely smothered in their dusky graves. Richard yet lives, hell's black intelligencer, only reserve their factor to buy souls and send them thither. But at hand ensues his piteous and unpitied end. Earth gapes, hell burns, fiends roar, saints pray, to have him suddenly conveyed from hence. Cancel his bond of life, dear God, I pray, that I may live to say the dog is dead. Queen Elizabeth, oh, thou didst prophesy the time would come that I should wish for thee to help me curse that bottled spider, that foul bunch-backed toad. Queen Margaret, I called thee then, vain flourish of my fortune. I called thee then, poor shadow, painted queen, the presentation of but what I was, the flattering index of a direful pageant. One heaved high to be hurled down below, a mother only mocked with two fair babes, a dream of what thou wast, a garish flag to be the aim of every dangerous shot, a sign of dignity, a breath, a bubble, a queen in jest, only to fill the scene. Where is thy husband now? Where be thy brothers? Where are thy two sons? Wherein dost thou joy, who sues and kneels and says, God save the Queen? Where be the bending peers that flattered thee? Where be the thronging troops that followed thee? Decline all this and see what now thou art, for happy wife, a most distressed widow, for joyful mother, one that wails the name, for one being sued to, one that humbly sues, for queen, a very caitiff crowned with care, for she that scorned at me, now scorned of me, for she being feared of all, now fearing one, for she commanding all, obeyed of none. Thus hath the course of justice wheeled about and left thee but a very prey to time, having no more but thought of what thou wast to torture thee the more, being what thou art. Thou didst usurp my place, and dost thou not usurp the just proportion of my sorrow? Now thy proud neck bears half my burdened yoke, from which even here I slip my weary head and leave the burden of it all on thee. Farewell, York's wife and queen of sad mischance. These English woes shall make me smile in France. Queen Elizabeth, O thou well skilled in curses, stay a while and teach me how to curse mine enemies. Queen Margaret, forbear to sleep the night, and fast the days, compare dead happiness with living woe. Think that thy babes were sweeter than they were, and he that slew them fouler than he is. Bettering thy loss makes the bad courser worse, revolving this will teach thee how to curse. Queen Elizabeth, my words are dull, O quicken them with thine. Queen Margaret, thy woes will make them sharp and pierce like mine. Exit, Duchess, why should calamity be full of words? Queen Elizabeth, windy attorneys to their clients' woes, airy succeeders of intestate joys, poor breathing orators of miseries, let them have scope, though what they do impart help nothing else, yet do they ease the heart. Duchess, if so, then be not tongue-tied. Go with me, and in the breath of bitter words let smother my damned son, that thy two sweet sons smothered. A trumpet sounds, the trumpet sounds, be copious in exclaims. Enter King Richard and his train, including Catesby marching. King Richard, who intercepts me in my expedition. Duchess, oh, she that might have intercepted thee by strangling thee in her accursed womb from all the slaughters, wretch, that thou hast done. Queen Elizabeth, hidst thou that forehead with a golden crown where should be branded, if that right were right, the slaughter of the prince that owed that crown, and the dire death of my poor sons and brothers? Tell me, thou villain slave, where are my children? Duchess, thou toad, where is thy brother Clarence and little Ned Plantagenet his son? Queen Elizabeth, where is the gentle Rivers, Vaughan, Grey? Duchess, where is kind Hastings? King Richard, a flourish, trumpets, strike alarum, drums. Let not the heavens hear these telltale women rail on the Lord's anointed. Strike, I say, flourish, alarums, either be patient and entreat me fair, or with the clamorous report of war thus will I drown your exclamations. Duchess, art thou my son? King Richard, I thank God my father and yourself. Duchess, then patiently hear my impatience. King Richard, madam, I have a touch of your condition that cannot brook the accent of reproof. Duchess, oh, let me speak. King Richard, do then, but I'll not hear. Duchess, I will be mild and gentle in my words. King Richard, and brief, good mother, for I am in haste. Duchess, art thou so hasty? I have stayed for thee, God knows, in torment and in agony. King Richard, and came I not at last to comfort you? Duchess, no, by the holy rood, thou know'st it well, thou cam'st on earth to make the earth my hell. A grievous burden was thy birth to me, tetchy and wayward was thy infancy, thy school days frightful, sprate, wild and furious, thy prime of manhood daring, bold and venturous, thy age confirmed, proud, subtle, sly and bloody, more mild but yet more harmful, kind in hatred. What comfortable hour canst thou name that ever graced me with thy company, King Richard? Faith, none but Humphrey Hower, that called your grace to breakfast once, forth of my company. If I be so disgracious in your eye, let me march on and not offend you, madam. Strike up the drum. Duchess, I prithee hear me speak. King Richard, you speak too bitterly. Duchess, hear me a word, for I shall never speak to thee again. King Richard, so, Duchess, either thou wilt die by God's just ordinance ere from this war thou turn a conqueror, or I with grief and extreme age shall perish and never more behold thy face again. Therefore take with thee my most grievous curse, which in the day of battle tire thee more than all the complete armour that thou wear'st. My prayers on the adverse party fight, and there the little souls of Edward's children whisper the spirits of thine enemies and promise them success and victory. Bloody thou art, bloody will be thy end. Shame serves thy life and doth thy death attend. Exit. Queen Elizabeth, though far more cause, yet much less spirit to curse abides in me, I say amen to her. King Richard, stay, madam, I must talk a word with you. Queen Elizabeth, I have no more sons of the royal blood for thee to slaughter. For my daughters, Richard, they shall be praying nuns, not weeping queens, and therefore level not to hit their lives. King Richard, you have a daughter called Elizabeth, virtuous and fair, royal and gracious. Queen Elizabeth, and must she die for this? Oh, let her live, and I'll corrupt her manners, stain her beauty, slander myself as false to Edward's bed, throw over her the veil of infamy. So she may live unscarred of bleeding slaughter, I will confess she was not Edward's daughter. King Richard, wrong not her birth, she is a royal princess. Queen Elizabeth, to save her life I'll say she is not so. King Richard, her life is safest only in her birth. Queen Elizabeth, and only in that safety died her brothers. King Richard, lo, at their births good stars were opposite. Queen Elizabeth, no, to their lives ill friends were contrary. King Richard, all unavoided is the doom of destiny. Queen Elizabeth, true, when avoided grace makes destiny. My babes were destined to a fairer death if grace had blessed thee with a fairer life. King Richard, you speak as if that I had slain my cousins. Queen Elizabeth, cousins indeed, and by their uncle cozened of comfort, kingdom, kindred, freedom, life. Whose hand soever lanced their tender hearts, thy head all indirectly gave direction. No doubt the murderous knife was dull and blunt till it was whetted on thy stone-hard heart, to revel in the entrails of my lambs. But that still use of grief makes wild grief tame. My tongue should to thy ears not name my boys till that my nails were anchored in thine eyes. And I, in such a disparate bay of death, like a poor bark of sails and tackling reft, rush all to pieces on thy rocky bosom. King Richard, Madam, so thrive I in my enterprise and dangerous success of bloody wars, as I intend more good to you and yours than ever you or yours by me were harmed. Queen Elizabeth, what good is covered with the face of heaven to be discovered that can do me good? King Richard, advancement of your children, gentle lady. Queen Elizabeth, up to some scaffold there to lose their heads. King Richard, unto the dignity and height of fortune, the high imperial type of this earth's glory. Queen Elizabeth, flatter my sorrows with report of it. Tell me what state, what dignity, what honour canst thou demise to any child of mine? King Richard, even all I have, I and myself, and all will I withal endow a child of thine, so in the leath of thy angry soul thou drown the sad remembrance of those wrongs which thou supposest I have done to thee. Queen Elizabeth, be brief, lest that the process of thy kindness last longer telling than thy kindness date. King Richard, then know that from my soul I love thy daughter. Queen Elizabeth, my daughter's mother thinks it with her soul. King Richard, what do you think, Queen Elizabeth, that thou dost love my daughter from thy soul? So from thy soul's love didst thou love her brothers, and from my heart's love I do thank thee for it. King Richard, be not so hasty to confound my meaning. I mean that with my soul I love thy daughter and do intend to make her Queen of England. Queen Elizabeth, well then, who dost thou mean shall be her king? King Richard, even he that makes her queen. Who else should be? Queen Elizabeth, what thou, King Richard, even so, how think you of it? Queen Elizabeth, how canst thou woo her? King Richard, that would I learn of you, as one being best acquainted with her humour. Queen Elizabeth, and wilt thou learn of me? King Richard, Madam, with all my heart. Queen Elizabeth, send to her by the man that slew her brothers a pair of bleeding hearts, thereon engrave Edward and York. Then haply will she weep, therefore present to her, as sometimes Margaret did to thy father, steeped in Rutland's blood, a handkerchief which say to her, did drain the purple sap from her sweet brother's body, and bid her wipe her weeping eyes withal. If this inducement move her not to love, send her a letter of thy noble deeds. Tell her thou madst away her uncle Clarence, her uncle Rivers, ay, and for her sake madst quick conveyance with her good Aunt Anne. King Richard, you mock me, madam, this is not the way to win your daughter. Queen Elizabeth, there is no other way unless thou couldst put on some other shape, and not be Richard that hath done all this. King Richard, say that I did all this for love of her. Queen Elizabeth, nay, then indeed she cannot choose but hate thee, having bought love with such a bloody spoil. King Richard, look, what is done cannot be now amended. Men shall deal unadvisedly sometimes, which after hours gives leisure to repent. If I did take the kingdom from your sons, to make amends I'll give it to your daughter. If I have killed the issue of your womb, to quicken your increase I will beget mine issue of your blood upon your daughter. A grandam's name is little less in love than is the doting title of a mother. They are as children but one step below, even of your metal, of your very blood. Of all one pain, save for a night of groans endured of her for whom you bid like sorrow. Your children were vexation to your youth, but mine shall be a comfort to your age. The loss you have is but a son being king, and by that loss your daughter is made queen. I cannot make you what amends I would, therefore accept such kindness as I can. Dorset your son, that with a fearful soul leads discontented steps in foreign soil, This fair alliance quickly shall call home to high promotions and great dignity. The king that calls your beauteous daughter wife, familiarly shall call thy Dorset brother. Again shall you be mother to a king, and all the ruins of distressful times repaired with double riches of content. What we have many goodly days to see. The liquid drops of tears that you have shed shall come again, transformed to orient pearl, advantaging their loan with interest of 10 times double gain of happiness. Go then, my mother, to thy daughter go. Make bold her bashful years with your experience. Prepare her ears to hear a wooer's tale. Put in her tender heart aspiring flame of golden sovereignty. Acquaint the princess with the sweet silent hours of marriage joys. And when this arm of mine hath chastised the petty rebel, dull-brained Buckingham, bound with triumphant garlands will I come, and lead thy daughter to a conqueror's bed, to whom I will retail my conquest won, and she shall be sole victoress, Caesar's Caesar. Queen Elizabeth, what were I best to say? Her father's brother would be her lord, or shall I say her uncle, or he that slew her brothers and her uncles? Under what title shall I woo for thee that God, the law, my honour, and her love can make seem pleasing to her tender years? King Richard, infer fair England's peace by this alliance. Queen Elizabeth, which she shall purchase with still lasting war. King Richard, tell her the king that may command entreats. Queen Elizabeth, that at her hands which the king's king forbids. King Richard, say she shall be a high and mighty queen. Queen Elizabeth, to veil the title as her mother doth. King Richard, say I will love her everlastingly. Queen Elizabeth, but how long shall that title ever last? King Richard, sweetly enforce unto her fair life's end. Queen Elizabeth, but how long fairly shall her sweet life last? King Richard, as long as heaven and nature lengthens it. Queen Elizabeth, as long as hell and Richard likes of it. King Richard, say I, her sovereign, am her subject low. Queen Elizabeth, but she, your subject, loathes such sovereignty. King Richard, be eloquent in my behalf to her. Queen Elizabeth, an honest tale speeds best being plainly told. King Richard, then plainly to her tell my loving tale. Queen Elizabeth, plain and not honest is too harsh a style. King Richard, your reasons are too shallow and too quick. Queen Elizabeth, oh no, my reasons are too deep and dead, poor infants in their graves. King Richard, harp not on that string, madam, that is past. Queen Elizabeth, harp on it still shall I till heartstrings break. King Richard, now by my George, my garter and my crown, Queen Elizabeth, profaned, dishonoured, and the third usurped. King Richard, I swear, Queen Elizabeth, by nothing, for this is no oath. Thy George profaned hath lost his lordly honour. Thy garter blemished, pawned his knightly virtue, thy crown usurped, disgraced his kingly glory. If something thou wouldst swear to be believed, swear then by something that thou hast not wronged. King Richard, now by the world, Queen Elizabeth, 'tis full of thy foul wrongs. King Richard, my father's death, Queen Elizabeth, thy life hath that dishonoured. King Richard, then by myself, Queen Elizabeth, thyself is self-misused. King Richard, why then by God, Queen Elizabeth? God's wrong is most of all. If thou didst fear to break an oath with him, the unity the king my husband made thou hadst not broken, nor my brothers died. If thou hadst feared to break an oath by him, imperial metal circling now thy head had graced the tender temples of my child, and both the princes had been breathing here, which now, 2 tender bedfellows for dust, thy broken faith hath made a prey for worms. What canst thou swear by now, King Richard, the time to come? Queen Elizabeth, that thou hast wronged in the time o'erpast, for I myself have many tears to wash hereafter time, for time past wronged by thee. The children live whose fathers thou hast slaughtered, ungoverned youth to wail it in their age. The parents live whose children thou hast butchered, old barren plants to wail it with their age. Swear not by time to come, for that thou hast misused ere used, by times ill-used or past. King Richard, as I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous affairs of hostile arms, myself confound. Heaven and fortune bar me happy hours, day yield me not thy light, nor night thy rest. Be opposite all planets of good luck to my proceeding, if with dear heart's love, immaculate devotion, holy thoughts, I tender not thy beauteous princely daughter. In her consists my happiness and thine. Without her follows to myself and thee herself the land and many a Christian soul, death, desolation, ruin and decay. It cannot be avoided but by this, it will not be avoided but by this. Therefore, dear mother, I must call you so, be the attorney of my love to her. Plead what I will be, not what I have been, not my deserts, but what I will deserve. Urge the necessity and state of times, and be not peevish found in great designs. Queen Elizabeth, shall I be tempted of the devil thus? King Richard, I, if the devil tempt you to do good. Queen Elizabeth, shall I forget myself to be myself? King Richard, I, if yourself's remembrance wrong yourself. Queen Elizabeth, yet thou didst kill my children. King Richard, but in your daughter's womb I bury them, where in that nest of spicery they will breed selves of themselves to your recomforture. Queen Elizabeth, shall I go win my daughter to thy will, King Richard, and be a happy mother by the deed? Queen Elizabeth, I go. Write to me very shortly, and you shall understand from me her mind. King Richard, bear her my true love's kiss, and so farewell, kissing her. Exit Queen Elizabeth, relenting fool and shallow changing woman. Enter Ratcliffe. How now, what news? Ratcliffe, most mighty sovereign on the western coast rideth a puissant navy. To our shores throng many doubtful hollow-hearted friends, unarmed and unresolved to beat them back. 'Tis thought that Richmond is their admiral, and there they hull, expecting but the aid of Buckingham to welcome them ashore. King Richard, some light-foot friend post to the Duke of Norfolk. Ratcliffe thyself or Catesby, where is he? Catesby, here my good lord. King Richard, Catesby, fly to the Duke. Catesby, I will my lord with all convenient haste. King Richard, Ratcliffe, come hither, post to Salisbury. When thou comest thither to Catesby, dull, unmindful villain, why stay'st thou here and goest not to the Duke? Catesby, first, mighty liege, tell me your highness' pleasure, what from your grace I shall deliver to him. King Richard, O true good Catesby, bid him levy straight the greatest strength and power that he can make, and meet me suddenly at Salisbury. Catesby, I go. Exit. Ratcliffe, what may it please you shall I do at Salisbury? King Richard, why, what wouldst thou do there before I go? Ratcliffe, your highness told me I should post before. King Richard, my mind is changed. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby. Stanley, what news with you? Stanley, none good, my liege, to please you with the hearing, nor none so bad but well may be reported. King Richard, hoyday, a riddle neither good nor bad. What needst thou run so many miles about, when thou mayst tell thy tale the nearest way? Once more, what news? Stanley, Richmond is on the seas. King Richard, there let him sink, and be the seas on him. White-livered runagate, what doth he there? Stanley, I know not, mighty sovereign, but by guess. King Richard, well, as you guess. Stanley, stirred up by Dorset, Buckingham and Morton, he makes for England here to claim the crown. King Richard, is the chair empty? Is the sword unswayed? Is the king dead? The empire unpossessed? What heir of York is there alive but we? And who is England's king but great York's heir? Then tell me, what makes he upon the seas? Stanley, unless for that, my liege, I cannot guess. King Richard, unless for that he comes to be your liege, you cannot guess wherefore the Welshman comes. Thou wilt revolt and fly to him, I fear. Stanley, no, my good lord, therefore mistrust me not. King Richard, where is thy power then to beat him back? Where be thy tenants and thy followers? Are they not now upon the western shore, safe conducting the rebels from their ships? Stanley, no, my good lord, my friends are in the north. King Richard, cold friends to me. What do they in the north, when they should serve their sovereign in the west? Stanley, they have not been commanded, mighty king. Pleaseth your majesty to give me leave, I'll muster up my friends and meet your grace where and what time your majesty shall please. King Richard, I, thou wouldst be gone to join with Richmond, but I'll not trust thee. Stanley, most mighty sovereign, you have no cause to hold my friendship doubtful. I never was nor never will be false. King Richard, go then, and muster men, but leave behind your son George Stanley. Look your heart be firm, or else his head's assurance is but frail. Stanley, so deal with him as I prove true to you. Exit. Enter a messenger. Messenger, my gracious sovereign, now in Devonshire, as I by friends am well advertised, Sir Edward Courtenay and the haughty prelate, Bishop of Exeter, his elder brother with many more confederates, are in arms. Enter another messenger. Second messenger. In Kent, my liege, the Guilfords are in arms, and every hour more competitors flock to the rebels, and their power grows strong. Enter another messenger. Third messenger. My lord, the army of great Buckingham, King Richard. Out on you owls, nothing but songs of death, he strikes him. There take thou that till thou bring better news. Third messenger. The news I have to tell your majesty is, that by sudden floods and fall of waters Buckingham's army is dispersed and scattered, and he himself wandered away alone, no man knows whither. King Richard, I cry thee mercy, there is my purse to cure that blow of thine. Hath any well-advised friend proclaimed reward to him that brings the traitor in? Third messenger. Such proclamation hath been made, my lord. Enter another messenger. Fourth messenger. Sir Thomas Lovell and Lord Marquess Dorset, 'tis said, my liege, in Yorkshire are in arms. But this good comfort bring I to your highness. The Breton navy is dispersed by Tempest. Richmond in Dorsetshire sent out a boat unto the shore to ask those on the banks if they were his assistants, yea or no. Who answered him they came from Buckingham upon his party. He, mistrusting them, hoised sail and made his course again for Brittany. King Richard. March on, since we are up in arms, if not to fight with foreign enemies, yet to beat down these rebels here at home. Enter Catesby. Catesby, my liege, the Duke of Buckingham is taken. That is the best news. That the Earl of Richmond is with a mighty power landed at Milford is colder tidings, yet they must be told. King Richard, away towards Salisbury, while we reason here a royal battle might be won and lost. Someone take order Buckingham be brought to Salisbury, the rest march on with me. Flourish. Exeunt. Scene V. A room in Lord Stanley's house. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby, and Sir Christopher Urswick. Stanley, Sir Christopher, tell Richmond this from me, that in the sty of the most deadly boar my son George Stanley is franked up in hold. If I revolt, off goes young George's head, the fear of that holds off my present aid. So get thee gone. Commend me to thy lord, with I'll say that the Queen hath heartily consented he should espouse Elizabeth her daughter. But tell me, where is princely Richmond now? Christopher, at Pembroke or at Harford West in Wales. Stanley. What men of name resort to him? Christopher. Sir Walter Herbert, a renowned soldier, Sir Gilbert Talbot, Sir William Stanley, Oxford, redoubted Pembroke, Sir James Blunt and Rice ap Thomas, with a valiant crew, and many other of great name and worth. And towards London do they bend their power, if by the way they be not fought withal. Stanley. Well, hie thee to thy lord, I kiss his hand. My letter will resolve him of my mind. Farewell. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Salisbury. An open place, enter sheriff and halberds. Buckingham led to execution. Buckingham, will not King Richard let me speak with him? Sheriff, no, my good lord, therefore be patient. Buckingham. Hastings and Edward's children Grey and Rivers, holy King Henry, and thy fair son Edward, Vaughan, and all that have miscarried by underhand, corrupted foul injustice, if that your moody discontented souls do through the clouds behold this present hour, even for revenge mock my destruction. This is All Souls' Day, fellow, is it not? Sheriff, it is. Buckingham. Why then All Souls' Day is my body's doomsday. This is the day which, in King Edward's time, I wished might fall on me when I was found false to his children and his wife's allies. This is the day wherein I wished to fall by the false faith of him whom most I trusted. This All Souls' Day to my fearful soul is the determined respite of my wrongs. That high all-seer which I dallied with hath turned my feigned prayer on my head, and given in earnest what I begged in jest. Thus doth he force the swords of wicked men to turn their own points in their masters' bosoms. Thus Margaret's curse falls heavy on my neck. When he, quoth she, shall split thy heart with sorrow, remember Margaret was a prophetess. Come lead me, officers, to the block of shame. Wrong hath but wrong, and blame the due of blame. Exit with officers. Scene Roman 2. Plain near Tamworth enter Richmond, Oxford, Blunt, Herbert, and others with drum and colours. Richmond, fellows in arms, and my most loving friends, bruised underneath the yoke of tyranny. Thus far into the bowels of the land have we marched on without impediment. And here receive we from our father Stanley lines of fair comfort and encouragement. The wretched, bloody, and usurping boar that spoiled your summer fields and fruitful vines, swills your warm blood like wash, and makes his trough in your embowelled bosoms. This foul swine is now even in the centre of this isle, near to the town of Leicester, as we learn. From Tamworth thither is but 1 day's march. In God's name cheerly on, courageous friends, to reap the harvest of perpetual peace by this one bloody trial of sharp war. Oxford. Every man's conscience is 1,000 men to fight against that guilty homicide. Herbert, I doubt not but his friends will turn to us. Blunt, he hath no friends but what are friends for fear, which in his dearest need will fly from him. Richmond, all for our vantage. Then in God's name march. True hope is swift and flies with swallows' wings. Kings it makes gods and meaner creatures kings. Exeunt, scene Roman 3. Bosworth Field enter King Richard in arms with Norfolk, Ratcliffe and the Earl of Surrey with others. King Richard, here pitch our tent, even here in Bosworth Field. My Lord of Surrey, why look you so sad? Surrey, my heart is 10 times lighter than my looks. King Richard, my Lord of Norfolk, Norfolk, here most gracious liege. King Richard, Norfolk, we must have knocks, ha, must we not? Norfolk, we must both give and take, my loving lord. King Richard, up with my tent, here will I lie tonight, but where tomorrow? Well, all's one for that, who hath disgrayed the number of the traitors. Norfolk, 6 or 7,000 is their utmost power. King Richard, why our battalia trebles that account. Besides, the king's name is a tower of strength which they upon the adverse faction want. Up with the tent. Come, noble gentlemen, let us survey the vantage of the ground. Call for some men of sound direction, let's lack no discipline. Make no delay, for lords, tomorrow is a busy day. The tent is now ready. Exeunt. Enter Richmond, Sir William Brandon, Oxford, Herbert, Blunt and others who pitch Richmond's tent. Richmond. The weary sun hath made a golden set, and by the bright track of his fiery car gives token of a goodly day tomorrow. Sir William Brandon, you shall bear my standard. Give me some ink and paper in my tent. I'll draw the form and model of our battle, limit each leader to his several charge, and part in just proportion our small power. My Lord of Oxford, you Sir William Brandon and you Sir Walter Herbert, stay with me. The Earl of Pembroke keeps his regiment. Good Captain Blunt, bear my good night to him, and by the 2nd hour in the morning desire the Earl to see me in my tent. Yet one thing more, good Captain, do for me. Where is Lord Stanley quartered, do you know? Blunt. Unless I have mista'en his colours much, which well I am assured I have not done, his regiment lies 1/2 mile at least south from the mighty power of the king. Richmond, if without peril it be possible, sweet Blunt, make some good means to speak with him, and give him from me this most needful note. Blunt, upon my life, my lord, I'll undertake it, and so God give you quiet rest tonight. Richmond. Good night. Good Captain Blunt, exit Blunt. Come, gentlemen, let us consult upon tomorrow's business. Into my tent, the dew is raw and cold. Richmond, Brandon, Herbert and Oxford withdraw into the tent, the others exeunt. Enter to his tent King Richard, Ratcliffe, Norfolk and Catesby with soldiers. King Richard, what is't o'clock? Catesby, it's supper time, my lord, it's 9 o'clock. King Richard, I will not sup tonight. Give me some ink and paper. What is my beaver easier than it was, and all my armour laid into my tent? Catesby, it is, my liege, and all things are in readiness. King Richard, good Norfolk, hie thee to thy charge, use careful watch, choose trusty sentinels. Norfolk, I go, my lord. King Richard, stir with the lark tomorrow, gentle Norfolk. Norfolk, I warrant you, my lord. Exit. King Richard, Catesby, Catesby, my lord. King Richard, send out a pursuivant at arms to Stanley's regiment. Bid him bring his power before sunrising, lest his son George fall into the blind cave of eternal night. Exit Catesby, fill me a bowl of wine. Give me a watch, saddle white Surrey for the field tomorrow. Look that my staves be sound and not too heavy. Ratcliffe, Ratcliffe, my lord. King Richard, saw'st thou the melancholy Lord Northumberland? Ratcliffe, Thomas the Earl of Surrey and himself, much about cockshut time from troop to troop went through the army cheering up the soldiers. King Richard, so I am satisfied. Give me a bowl of wine. I have not that alacrity of spirit nor cheer of mind that I was wont to have. Set it down, is ink and paper ready? Ratcliffe, it is, my lord. King Richard, bid my guard watch, leave me. Ratcliffe, about the mid of night come to my tent and help to arm me. Leave me, I say, exit Ratcliffe. Richard withdraws into his tent, attendant soldiers guard it. Enter Stanley, Earl of Derby, to Richmond in his tent. Stanley, fortune and victory sit on thy helm, Richmond. All comfort that the dark night can afford be to thy person, noble father-in-law. Tell me how fares our loving mother, Stanley. I, by attorney, bless thee from thy mother, who prays continually for Richmond's good. So much for that. The silent hours steal on, and flaky darkness breaks within the east. In brief, for so the season bids us be, prepare thy battle early in the morning, and put thy fortune to the arbitrament of bloody strokes and mortal staring war. I, as I may, that which I would I cannot, with best advantage will deceive the time, and aid thee in this doubtful shock of arms. But on thy side I may not be too forward, lest being seen, thy brother, tender George, be executed in his father's sight. Farewell, the leisure and the fearful time cuts off the ceremonious vows of love and ample interchange of sweet discourse which so long sundered friends should dwell upon. God give us leisure for these rites of love. Once more adieu, be valiant and speed well. Richmond. Good lords, conduct him to his regiment. I'll strive with troubled thoughts to take a nap, lest leaden slumber pies me down tomorrow when I should mount with wings of victory. Once more, good night, kind lords and gentlemen. All but Richmond leave his tent. Kneels. O thou, whose captain I account myself, look on my forces with a gracious eye. Put in their hands thy bruising irons of wrath, that they may crush down with a heavy fall usurping helmets of our adversaries. Make us thy ministers of chastisement, that we may praise thee in the victory. To thee I do commend my watchful soul ere I let fall the windows of mine eyes. Sleeping and waking, O defend me still. Sleeps, enter the ghost of young Prince Edward, son to Harry the Sixth. Ghost of Edward to King Richard, let me sit heavy on thy soul tomorrow. Think how thou stabbedst me in my prime of youth at Tewkesbury, despair therefore and die to Richmond. Be cheerful, Richmond, for the wronged souls of butchered princes fight in thy behalf. King Henry's issue. Richmond comforts thee. Exit. Enter the ghost of Henry the Sixth. Ghost of Henry to King Richard. When I was mortal, my anointed body by thee was punched full of deadly holes. Think on the Tower and me. Despair and die. Harry the Sixth bids thee despair and die to Richmond. Virtuous and holy be thou conqueror. Harry, that prophesied thou shouldst be king, doth comfort thee in thy sleep. Live and flourish, exit, enter the ghost of Clarence. Ghost of Clarence to King Richard. Let me sit heavy in thy soul tomorrow, I that was washed to death with fulsome wine, poor Clarence, by thy guile betrayed to death. Tomorrow in the battle think on me and fall thy edgeless sword. Despair and die to Richmond. Thou offspring of the house of Lancaster, the wronged heirs of York do pray for thee. Good angels guard thy battle, live and flourish. Exit, enter the ghosts of Rivers, Grey and Vaughan. Ghost of Rivers to King Richard. Let me sit heavy in thy soul tomorrow. Rivers that died at Pomfret, despair and die. Ghost of Grey to King Richard. Think upon Grey and let thy soul despair. Ghost of Vaughan to King Richard. Think upon Vaughan and with guilty fear let fall thy lance. Despair and die, all three to Richmond. Awake and think our wrongs in Richard's bosom will conquer him. Awake and win the day, exeunt, enter the ghost of Hastings. Ghost of Hastings to King Richard. Bloody and guilty, guiltily awake, and in a bloody battle end thy days. Think on Lord Hastings. Despair and die to Richmond. Quiet untroubled soul, awake, awake, arm, fight and conquer for fair England's sake. Exit, enter the ghosts of the two young princes. Ghosts of princes to King Richard. Dream on thy cousins smothered in the Tower. Let us be lead within thy bosom, Richard, and weigh thee down to ruin, shame and death. Thy nephews' souls bid thee despair and die. To Richmond. Sleep, Richmond, sleep in peace and wake in joy. Good angels guard thee from the boar's annoy. Live and beget a happy race of kings. Edward's unhappy sons do bid thee flourish. Exeunt, enter the ghost of Lady Anne his wife. Ghost of Anne to King Richard. Richard, thy wife that wretched, and thy wife that never slept a quiet hour with thee, now fills thy sleep with perturbations. Tomorrow in the battle think on me and fall thy edgeless sword. Despair and die to Richmond. Thou quiet soul, sleep thou a quiet sleep. dream of success and happy victory. Thy adversary's wife doth pray for thee. Exit, enter the ghost of Buckingham to King Richard. The first was I that helped thee to the crown, the last was I that felt thy tyranny. Oh, in the battle think on Buckingham, and die in terror of thy guiltiness. Dream on of bloody deeds and death. Fainting, despairing, yield thy breath to Richmond. I died for hope ere I could lend thee aid, but cheer thy heart, and be thou not dismayed. God and good angels fight on Richmond's side, and Richard fall in height of all his pride. Exit, King Richard starts up out of his dream. King Richard, give me another horse, bind up my wounds, have mercy, Jesu. Soft, I did but dream, O coward conscience, how dost thou afflict me? The lights burn blue, it is now dead midnight. Cold, fearful drops stand on my trembling flesh. What do I fear? Myself, there's none else by. Richard loves Richard, that is, I am I. Is there a murderer here? No, yes, I am, then fly. What from myself? Great reason why, lest I revenge. What myself upon myself? Alack, I love myself, wherefore, for any good that I myself have done unto myself. Oh no, alas, I rather hate myself for hateful deeds committed by myself. I am a villain, yet I lie, I am not. Fool, of thyself speak well. Fool, do not flatter. My conscience hath 1,000 several tongues, and every tongue brings in a several tale, and every tale condemns me for a villain. Perjury in the highest degree, murder, stern murder in the diest degree, all several sins, all used in each degree, throng to the bar, crying all guilty, guilty. I shall despair. There is no creature loves me, and if I die no soul will pity me. And wherefore should they, since that I myself find in myself no pity to myself? Methought the souls of all that I had murdered came to my tent, and every one did threat tomorrow's vengeance on the head of Richard. Enter Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe, my lord, King Richard. Zounds, who's there? Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe, my lord, 'tis I. The early village cock hath twice done salutation to the morn. Your friends are up and buckle on their armour. King Richard, O Ratcliffe, I have dreamed a fearful dream. What think'st thou, will our friends prove all true? Ratcliffe. No doubt, my lord, King Richard. O Ratcliffe, I fear. Ratcliffe. Nay, good my lord, be not afraid of shadows. King Richard, by the Apostle Paul, shadows tonight have struck more terror to the soul of Richard than can the substance of 10,000 soldiers armed in proof and led by shallow Richmond. 'Tis not yet near day. Come, go with me. Under our tents I'll play the eavesdropper to see if any mean to shrink from me. Exeunt Richard and Ratcliffe, enter the lords to Richmond in his tent. Lords, good morrow, Richmond, Richmond. Cry mercy, lords and watchful gentlemen, that you have ta'en a tardy sluggard here. Lords, how have you slept, my lord, Richmond? The sweetest sleep and fairest boding dreams that ever entered in a drowsy head have I since your departure had, my lords. Methought their souls whose bodies Richard murdered came to my tent and cried on victory. I promise you my heart is very jocund in the remembrance of so fair a dream. How far into the morning is it, lords, upon the stroke of 4? Richmond. Why, then 'tis time to arm and give direction. His oration to his soldiers, more than I have said. Loving countrymen, the leisure and enforcement of the time forbids to dwell upon. Yet remember this, God and our good cause fight upon our side. The prayers of holy saints and wronged souls, like high-reared bulwarks, stand before our faces. Richard except, those whom we fight against had rather have us win than him they follow. For what is he they follow? Truly, gentlemen, a bloody tyrant and a homicide, one raised in blood and one in blood established, one that made means to come by what he hath and slaughtered those that were the means to help him. A base foul stone made precious by the foil of England's chair where he is falsely set, one that hath ever been God's enemy. Then, if you fight against God's enemy, God will in justice ward you as his soldiers. If you do sweat to put a tyrant down, you sleep in peace, the tyrant being slain. If you do fight against your country's foes, your country's fat shall pay your pains the higher. If you do fight in safeguard of your wives shall welcome home the conquerors. If you do free your children from the sword, your children's children quits it in your age. Then, in the name of God and all these rights, advance your standards, draw your willing swords. For me, the ransom of my bold attempt shall be this cold corpse on the earth's cold face. But if I thrive, the gain of my attempt the least of you shall share his part thereof. Sound drums and trumpets boldly and cheerfully. God and St. George, Richmond and victory, exeunt. Enter King Richard, Ratcliffe and soldiers. King Richard, what said Northumberland as touching Richmond? Ratcliffe, that he was never trained up in arms. King Richard, he said the truth, and what said Surrey then? Ratcliffe, he smiled and said, the better for our purpose. King Richard, he was in the right, and so indeed it is. The clock striketh, tell the clock there. Give me a calendar. Who saw the sun today? Ratcliffe, not I, my lord. King Richard, then he disdains to shine, for by the book he should have braved the east an hour ago. A black day will it be to somebody. Ratcliffe, Ratcliffe, my lord. King Richard, the sun will not be seen today. The sky doth frown and lure upon our army. I would these dewy tears were from the ground. Not shine today, why, what is that to me more than to Richmond? For the self-same heaven that frowns on me looks sadly upon him. Enter Norfolk. Norfolk, arm, my lord, the foe vaunts in the field. King Richard, come bustle, bustle, caparison my horse, call up Lord Stanley, bid him bring his power. I will lead forth my soldiers to the plain, and thus my battle shall be ordered. My forward shall be drawn out all in length, consisting equally of horse and foot, our archers shall be placed in the midst. John Duke of Norfolk, Thomas Earl of Surrey, shall have the leading of this foot and horse. They thus directed, we will follow in the main battle, whose puissance on either side shall be well winged with our chiefest horse. This and St. George to boot. What thinkst thou, Norfolk? Norfolk, a good direction, warlike sovereign. He showeth him a paper, this found I on my tent this morning. King Richard reads, Jockey of Norfolk, be not too bold, for Dickon thy master is bought and sold. A thing devised by the enemy. Go, gentlemen, every man unto his charge. Let not our babbling dreams affright our souls. Conscience is but a word that cowards use, devised at first to keep the strong in awe. Our strong arms be our conscience, swords our law. March on. Join bravely. Let us to it pell-mell, if not to heaven, then hand in hand to hell. His oration to his army. What shall I say more than I have inferred? Remember whom you are to cope withal, a sort of vagabonds, rascals, and runaways, a scum of Bretons and base lackey peasants, whom their Orcloid country vomits forth to desperate adventures and assured destruction. You sleeping safe, they bring to you unrest. You having lands and blessed with beauteous wives, they would restrain the one, disdain the other. And who doth lead them but a paltry fellow, long kept in Brittany at our mother's cost? A milksop, one that never in his life felt so much cold as overshoes in snow. Let's whip these stragglers o'er the seas again. Lash hence these overweening rags of France, these famished beggars, weary of their lives, who, but for dreaming on this fond exploit, for want of means, poor rats, had hanged themselves. If we be conquered, let men conquer us, and not these bastard Bretons, whom our fathers have in their own land beaten, bobbed, and thumped, and in record left them the heirs of shame. Shall these enjoy our lands, lie with our wives, ravish our daughters, drum afar off? Hark, I hear their drum. Fight, gentlemen of England, fight, bold yeomen. Draw, archers, draw your arrows to the head, spur your proud horses hard, and ride in blood. Amaze the welkin with your broken staves. Enter a messenger. What says Lord Stanley? Will he bring his power? Messenger, my lord, he doth deny to come. King Richard, off with his son George's head. Norfolk, my lord, the enemy is past the marsh. After the battle let George Stanley die. King Richard, 1,000 hearts are great within my bosom. Advance our standards. Set upon our foes, our ancient word of courage, fair St. George, inspire us with the spleen of fiery dragons. Upon them, victory sits on our helms. Exeunt, scene Roman 4. Another part of the field alarum, excursions, enter Norfolk and soldiers, to him Catesby. Catesby, rescue my lord of Norfolk, rescue, rescue. The king enacts more wonders than a man, daring and opposite to every danger. His horse is slain, and all on foot he fights, seeking for Richmond in the throat of death. Rescue, fair lord, or else the day is lost. Exeunt Norfolk and soldiers. Alarum, enter King Richard, a horse, my kingdom for a horse. Catesby, withdraw my lord, I'll help you to a horse. King Richard, slave, I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field, 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse, my kingdom for a horse, exeunt. Scene V, another part of the field alarum. Enter King Richard and Richmond, they fight. Richard is slain, then retreat being sounded. Richmond exits and Richard's body is carried off. Flourish. Enter Richmond, Stanley Earl of Derby, bearing the crown with other lords and soldiers. Richmond. God and your arms be praised, victorious friends, the day is ours, the bloody dog is dead. Stanley. Courageous Richmond, well haste thou acquit thee. Lo here, this long usurped royalty from the dead temples of this bloody wretch have I plucked off, to grace thy brows withal. Wear it, enjoy it, and make much of it. Richmond, great God of heaven, say amen to all, but tell me, is young George Stanley living? Stanley. He is my lord and safe in Leicester town, whither if it please you we may now withdraw us. Richmond. What men of name are slain on either side? Stanley. John, Duke of Norfolk, Walter, Lord Ferrers, Sir Robert Brakenbury and Sir William Brandon. Richmond, inter their bodies as becomes their births, proclaim a pardon to the soldiers fled that in submission will return to us. And then, as we have ta'en the sacrament, we will unite the white rose and the red. Smile heaven upon this fair conjunction that long have frowned upon their enmity. What traitor hears me and says not amen? England hath long been mad and scarred herself. The brother blindly shed the brother's blood. The father rashly slaughtered his own son. The son compelled been butcher to the sire. All this divided York and Lancaster, divided in their dire division. Oh, now let Richmond and Elizabeth, the true succeeders of each royal house, by God's fair ordinance conjoin together, and let their heirs, God, if thy will be so, enrich the time to come with smooth-faced peace, with smiling plenty and fair prosperous days. Abate the edge of traitors, gracious Lord, that would reduce these bloody days again, and make poor England weep in streams of blood. Let them not live to taste this land's increase, that would with treason wound this fair land's peace. Now civil wounds are stopped, peace lives again, that she may long live here, God say amen. Exeunt. The tragedy of Romeo and Juliet contents the prologue. Act I, Scene I, a public place. Scene Roman II, a street. Scene Roman III, room in Capulet's house. Scene Roman IV, a street. Scene V, a hall in Capulet's house. Act Roman II, chorus. Scene I, an open place adjoining Capulet's garden. Scene Roman II, Capulet's garden. Scene Roman III, Friar Lawrence's cell. Scene Roman IV, a street. Scene V, Capulet's garden. Scene VI, Friar Lawrence's cell. Act Roman III, Scene I, a public place. Scene Roman II, a room in Capulet's house. Scene Roman III, Friar Lawrence's cell. Scene Roman IV, a room in Capulet's house. Scene V, an open gallery to Juliet's chamber overlooking the garden. Act Roman IV, Scene I, Friar Lawrence's cell. Scene Roman II, hall in Capulet's house. Scene Roman III, Juliet's chamber. Scene Roman IV, hall in Capulet's house. Scene V, Juliet's chamber, Juliet on the bed. Act V, Scene I, Mantua, a street. Scene Roman II, Friar Lawrence's cell. Scene Roman III, a churchyard, in it a monument belonging to the Capulets, Dramatis Personi Escalus, Prince of Verona. Mercutio, kinsman to the prince and friend to Romeo. Paris, a young nobleman, kinsman to the prince. Page to Paris. Montague, head of a Veronese family at feud with the Capulets. Lady Montague, wife to Montague. Romeo, son to Montague. Benvolio, nephew to Montague and friend to Romeo. Abram, servant to Montague. Balthasar, servant to Romeo. Capulet, head of a Veronese family at feud with the Montagues. Lady Capulet, wife to Capulet. Juliet, daughter to Capulet. Tybalt, nephew to Lady Capulet. Capulet's cousin, an old man. Nurse to Juliet. Peter, servant to Juliet's nurse. Sampson, servant to Capulet. Gregory, servant to Capulet. Servants, Friar Lawrence, a Franciscan. Friar John, of the same order, an apothecary. Chorus, 3 musicians, an officer. Citizens of Verona, several men and women, relations to both houses, maskers, guards, watchmen and attendants. Scene, during the greater part of the play in Verona, once in the 5th act at Mantua. The prologue enter chorus. Chorus. Two households both alike in dignity in fair Verona, where we lay our scene, from ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. From forth the fatal loins of these two foes a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life, whose misadventured piteous overthrows doth with their death bury their parents' strife. The fearful passage of their death-marked love and the continuance of their parents' rage, which but their children's end naught could remove, is now the 2 hours' traffic of our stage. The which, if you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss our toil shall strive to mend. Exit, act I seen I, a public place. Enter Samson and Gregory armed with swords and bucklers. Samson, Gregory, on my word, will not carry coals. Gregory, no, for then we should be colliers. Samson, I mean if we be in choler we'll draw. Gregory, I, while you live, draw your neck out o' the collar. Samson, I strike quickly being moved. Gregory, but thou art not quickly moved to strike. Samson, a dog of the house of Montague moves me. Gregory, to move is to stir, and to be valiant is to stand, therefore if thou art moved thou runst away. Samson, a dog of that house shall move me to stand. I will take the wall of any man or maid of Montague's. Gregory, that shows thee a weak slave, for the weakest goes to the wall. Samson, true, and therefore women, being the weaker vessels, are ever thrust to the wall, therefore I will push Montague's men from the wall and thrust his maids to the wall. Gregory, the quarrel is between our masters and us their men. Samson, 'tis all one, I will show myself a tyrant. When I have fought with the men I will be civil with the maids, I will cut off their heads. Gregory, the heads of the maids. Samson, I, the heads of the maids, or their maidenheads, take it in what sense thou wilt. Gregory, they must take it in sense that feel it. Samson, me they shall feel while I am able to stand, and 'tis known I am a pretty piece of flesh. Gregory, 'tis well thou art not fish, if thou hadst been poor John. Draw thy tool, here comes of the house of Montagues. Enter Abram and Balthasar. Samson, my naked weapon is out, quarrel I will back thee. Gregory, how, turn thy back and run. Samson, fear me not. Gregory, no marry, I fear thee. Samson, let us take the law of our sides, let them begin. Gregory, I will frown as I pass by, and let them take it as they list. Samson, nay, as they dare, I will bite my thumb at them, which is disgrace to them if they bear it. Abram, do you bite your thumb at us, sir? Samson, I do bite my thumb, sir. Abram, do you bite your thumb at us, sir? Samson, is the law of our side if I say I? Gregory, no. Samson, no, sir, I do not bite my thumb at you, sir, but I bite my thumb, sir. Gregory, do you quarrel, sir? Abram, quarrel, sir. No, sir. Samson, but if you do, sir, I am for you. I serve as good a man as you. Abram, no better. Samson, well, sir, enter Benvolio. Gregory, say better, here comes one of my master's kinsmen. Samson, yes, better, sir. Abram, you lie. Samson, draw if you be men. Gregory, remember thy washing blow. They fight. Benvolio, part. Fools, put up your swords, you know not what you do. Beats down their swords. Enter Tybalt. Tybalt, what art thou drawn among these heartless hinds? Turn thee, Benvolio, look upon thy death. Benvolio, I do but keep the peace, put up thy sword, or manage it to part these men with me. Tybalt, what drawn and talk of peace? I hate the word as I hate hell, all Montagues and thee. Have at thee, coward, they fight. Enter 3 or 4 citizens with clubs. A first citizen, clubs, bills and partisans, strike, beat them down, down with the Capulets, down with the Montagues. Enter Capulet in his gown and Lady Capulet. Capulet, what noise is this? Give me my long sword, ho. Lady Capulet, a crutch, a crutch. Why call you for a sword? Capulet, my sword, I say. Old Montague is come and flourishes his blade in spite of me. Enter Montague and his Lady Montague. Montague, thou villain Capulet, hold me not, let me go. Lady Montague, thou shalt not stir 1 foot to seek a foe. Enter Prince Escalus with attendants. Prince, rebellious subjects, enemies to peace, profaners of this neighbour-stained steel, will they not hear? What ho, you men, you beasts, that quench the fire of your pernicious rage with purple fountains issuing from your veins, on pain of torture, from those bloody hands throw your mistempered weapons to the ground, and hear the sentence of your moved prince. 3 civil brawls, bred of an airy word, by thee, old Capulet and Montague, have thrice disturbed the quiet of our streets, and made Verona's ancient citizens cast by their grave beseeming ornaments. to wield old partisans in hands as old, cankered with peace, to part your cankered hate. If ever you disturb our streets again, your lives shall pay the forfeit of the peace, for this time all the rest depart away. You Capulet shall go along with me, and Montague come you this afternoon to know our farther pleasure in this case to old Freetown, our common judgment place. Once more on pain of death all men depart, exeunt prince and attendants, Capulet, Lady Capulet, Tybalt, citizens and servants, Montague, who set this ancient quarrel new abroach. Speak, nephew, were you by when it began? Benvolio. Here were the servants of your adversary and yours, close fighting ere I did approach. I drew to part them, in the instant came the fiery Tybalt with his sword prepared, which, as he breathed defiance to my ears, he swung about his head and cut the winds, who nothing hurt withal hissed him in scorn. While we were interchanging thrusts and blows came more, and fought on part and part, till the prince came, who parted either part. Lady Montague. Oh, where is Romeo? Saw you him today? Right glad I am he was not at this fray. Benvolio. Madam, an hour before the worshipped sun peered forth the golden window of the east, a troubled mind drave me to walk abroad, where underneath the grove of sycamore that westward rooteth from this city side, so early walking did I see your son. Towards him I made, but he was ware of me, and stole into the covert of the wood. I, measuring his affections by my own, which then most sought where most might not be found, being one too many by my weary self, pursued my humour, not pursuing his, and gladly shunned who gladly fled from me. Montague. Many a morning hath he there been seen, with tears augmenting the fresh morning's dew, adding to clouds more clouds with his deep sighs. But all so soon as the alt-shearing sun should in the farthest east begin to draw the shady curtains from Aurora's bed, away from light steals home my heavy son, and private in his chamber pens himself, shuts up his windows, locks fair daylight out, and makes himself an artificial night. Black and portentous must this humour prove, unless good counsel may the cause remove. Benvolio. My noble uncle, do you know the cause? Montague. I neither know it nor can learn of him. Benvolio. Have you importuned him by any means? Montague. Both by myself and many other friends, but he his own affection's counsellor is to himself. I will not say how true, but to himself so secret and so close, so far from sounding and discovery, as is the bud bit with an envious worm ere he can spread his sweet leaves to the air, or dedicate his beauty to the sun. Could we but learn from whence his sorrows grow, we would as willingly give cure as know. Enter Romeo. Benvolio, see where he comes, so please you step aside, I'll know his grievance or be much denied. Montague, I would thou wert so happy by thy stay to hear true shrift. Come, madam, let's away, exeunt Montague and Lady Montague. Benvolio. Good morrow, cousin, Romeo, is the day so young? Benvolio, but new struck 9. Romeo, ay me, sad hours seem long. Was that my father that went hence so fast? Benvolio, it was. What sadness lengthens Romeo's hours? Romeo, not having that which having makes them short. Benvolio, in love. Romeo, out. Benvolio of love. Romeo, out of her favour where I am in love. Benvolio. Alas, that love so gentle in his view should be so tyrannous and rough in proof. Romeo. Alas, that love, whose view is muffled still, should without eyes see pathways to his will. Where shall we dine? O me, what fray was here? Yet tell me not, for I have heard it all. Here's much to do with hate, but more with love. Why then, O brawling love, O loving hate, O anything of nothing first create, O heavy lightness, serious vanity, misshapen chaos of well-seeming forms, feather of lead, bright smoke, cold fire, sick health, still waking sleep that is not what it is. This love feel I, that feel no love in this. Dost thou not laugh, Benvolio? No cause, I rather weep. Romeo, good heart at what? Benvolio, at thy good heart's oppression. Romeo, why such is love's transgression? Griefs of mine own lie heavy in my breast, which thou wilt propagate, to have it pressed with more of thine. This love that thou hast shown doth add more grief to too much of mine own. Love is a smoke made with the fume of sighs, being purged, a fire sparkling in lovers' eyes, being vexed, a sea nourished with lovers' tears. What is it else? A madness most discreet, a choking gall and a preserving sweet. Farewell, my cause, going, Benvolio. Soft, I will go along, and if you leave me so you do me wrong. Romeo, tut, I have lost myself, I am not here, this is not Romeo, he's some other where. Benvolio, tell me in sadness who is that you love. Romeo, what shall I groan and tell thee? Benvolio, groan, why no, but sadly tell me who. Romeo, bid a sick man in sadness make his will, a word ill urged to one that is so ill. In sadness, cousin, I do love a woman. Benvolio, I aimed so near when I supposed you loved. Romeo, a right good markman, and she's fair I love. Benvolio, a right fair mark, fair cause is soonest hit. Romeo, well, in that hit you miss, she'll not be hit with Cupid's arrow, she hath Dian's wit, and in strong proof of chastity well armed, from love's weak childish bow she lives uncharmed. She will not stay the siege of loving terms, nor bide th encounter of assailing eyes, nor ope her lap to saint-seducing gold. Oh, she's rich in beauty, only poor that when she dies, with beauty dies her store. Benvolio, then she hath sworn that she will still live chaste. Romeo, she hath, and in that sparing makes huge waste, for beauty starved with her severity cuts beauty off from all posterity. She is too fair, too wise, wisely too fair to merit bliss by making me despair. She hath forsworn to love, and in that vow do I live dead that live to tell it now. Benvolio, be rolled by me, forget to think of her. Romeo, oh teach me how I should forget to think. Benvolio, by giving liberty unto thine eyes, examine other beauties. Romeo, 'tis the way to call hers exquisite in question more. These happy masks that kiss fair ladies' brows, being black, puts us in mind they hide the fair. He that is strucken blind cannot forget the precious treasure of his eyesight lost. Show me a mistress that is passing fair, what doth her beauty serve but as a note where I may read who passed that passing fair? Farewell, thou canst not teach me to forget. Benvolio, I'll pay that doctrine, or else die in debt. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, a street. Enter Capulet, Paris and servant. Capulet, but Montague is bound as well as I in penalty alike, and 'tis not hard, I think, for men so old as we to keep the peace. Paris, of honourable reckoning are you both, and pity 'tis you lived at odds so long. But now, my lord, what say you to my suit? Capulet, but saying all what I have said before. My child is yet a stranger in the world, she hath not seen the change of 14 years. Let 2 more summers wither in their pride ere we may think her ripe to be a bride. Paris, younger than she are happy mothers made. Capulet, and too soon marred are those so early made. The earth hath swallowed all my hopes, but she is the hopeful lady of my earth. But woo her, gentle Paris, get her heart, my will to her consent is but a part, and she agree. Within her scope of choice lies my consent and fair according voice. This night I hold an old accustomed feast, whereto I have invited many a guest, such as I love, and you among the store one more most welcome, makes my number more. At my poor house look to behold this night earth-treading stars that make dark heaven light. Such comfort as do lusty young men feel when well apparelled April on the heel of limping winter treads, even such delight among fresh female buds, shall you this night inherit at my house. Here all see, and like her most whose merit most shall be, which on more view of many mine, being one, may stand in number, though in reckoning none. Come, go with me. Go, sirrah, trudge about through fair Verona, find those persons out whose names are written there, gives a paper, and to them say, my house, and welcome on their pleasure stay. Exeunt Capulet and Paris. Servant, find them out whose names are written here. It is written that the shoemaker should meddle with his yard, and the tailor with his last, the fisher with his pencil, and the painter with his nets. But I am sent to find those persons whose names are here writ, and can never find what names the writing person hath here writ. I must to the learned. In good time. Enter Benvolio and Romeo. Benvolio. Tut man, one fire burns out another's burning, one pain is lessened by another's anguish. Turn giddy and be holp by backward turning. One desperate grief cures with another's languish. Take thou some new infection to thy eye, and the rank poison of the old will die. Romeo, your plantain leaf is excellent for that. Benvolio, for what I pray thee? Romeo, for your broken shin. Benvolio. Why, Romeo, art thou mad? Romeo, not mad, but bound more than a madman is. Shut up in prison, kept without my food, whipped and tormented, and God den good fellow. Servant, God gi go den, I pray sir can you read, Romeo, I mine own fortune in my misery. Servant, perhaps you have learned it without book, but I pray can you read anything you see? Romeo, I if I know the letters and the language. Servant, ye say honestly rest you merry. Romeo, stay fellow I can read, he reads the letter. Signia Martino and his wife and daughters, County Anselmo and his beauteous sisters, the lady widow of Utruvio, Signia Placentio and his lovely nieces, Mercutio and his brother Valentine, mine uncle Capulet his wife and daughters, my fair niece Rosaline and Livia, Signia Valentio and his cousin Tybalt, Lucio and the lively Helena, a fair assembly, gives back the paper whither should they come, servant, up Romeo whither to supper, servant to our house, Romeo whose house, servant my master's, Romeo indeed I should have asked you that before, servant, now I'll tell you without asking. My master is the great rich Capulet, and if you be not of the house of Montagues, I pray come and crush a cup of wine. Rest you merry. Exit. Benvolio. At this same ancient feast of Capulets sups the fair Rosaline whom thou so lovest, with all the admired beauties of Verona. Go thither and with unattainted eye, compare her face with some that I shall show, and I will make thee think thy swan a crow. Romeo, when the devout religion of mine eye maintains such falsehood, then turn tears to fire, and these who often drowned could never die, transparent heretics, be burnt for liars. One fairer than my love, the all-seeing sun ne'er saw her match since first the world begun. Benvolio, tut, you saw her fair, none else being by herself poir'd with herself in either eye. But in that crystal scales let there be weighed your lady's love against some other maid that I will show you shining at this feast, and she shall scant show well that now shows best. Romeo, I'll go along no such sight to be shown, but to rejoice in splendour of my own. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, room in Capulet's house. Enter Lady Capulet and nurse. Lady Capulet, nurse, where's my daughter? Call her forth to me. Nurse, now by my maidenhead at 12-year-old I bade her come. What lamb, what ladybird, God forbid, where's this girl? What Juliet? Enter Juliet. Juliet, how now, who calls? Nurse, your mother. Juliet, madam, I am here. What is your will? Lady Capulet, this is the matter. Nurse, give leave a while, we must talk in secret. Nurse, come back again, I have remembered me, thou's hear our counsel. Thou knowest my daughter's of a pretty age. Nurse, faith, I can tell her age unto an hour. Lady Capulet, she's not 14, nurse. I'll lay 14 of my teeth, and yet to my teen be it spoken, I have but 4, she is not 14. How long is it now to Lammas tide? Lady Capulet, a fortnight and odd days. Nurse, even or odd of all days in the year, come Lammas eve at night shall she be 14. Susan and she, God rest all Christian souls, were of an age. Well, Susan is with God, she was too good for me, but as I said, on Lammas eve at night shall she be 14, that shall she marry, I remember it well. 'Tis since the earthquake now 11 years, and she was weaned, I never shall forget it, of all the days of the year upon that day, for I had then laid wormwood to my dug, sitting in the sun under the dove-house wall. My lord and you were then at Mantua, nay, I do bear a brain. But as I said, when it did taste the wormwood on the nipple of my dug, and felt it bitter, pretty fool, to see it tetchy and fall out with the dug. Shake, quoth the dove-house, 'twas no need, I trow, to bid me trudge. And since that time it is 11 years, for then she could stand alone, nay by Shrewd she could have run and waddled all about, for even the day before she broke her brow, and then my husband, God be with his soul, was a merry man, took up the child, yea, quoth he, dost thou fall upon thy face? Thou wilt fall backward when thou hast more wit. Wilt thou not, Jewel? And by my holidame the pretty wretch left crying, and said I, to see now how a jest shall come about, I warrant, and I should live 1,000 years, I never should forget it. Wilt thou not, Jewel? Quoth he, and pretty fool it stinted, and said I, Lady Capulet, enough of this, I pray thee hold thy peace. Nurse, yes, madam, yet I cannot choose but laugh, to think it should leave crying, and say I. And yet I warrant it had upon it brow a bump as big as a young cockerel stone, a perilous knock, and it cried bitterly. Yea, quoth my husband, fall'st upon thy face, thou wilt fall backward when thou comest to age. Wilt thou not, Jewel? It stinted, and said I, Juliet. And stint thou too, I pray thee, nurse, say I. Nurse, Peace I have done. God mark thee to his grace, thou wast the prettiest babe that e'er I nursed, and I might live to see thee married once, I have my wish. Lady Capulet, marry that marry is the very theme I came to talk of. Tell me, daughter Juliet, how stands your disposition to be married? Juliet, it is an honour that I dream not of. Nurse, an honour, were not I thine only nurse, I would say thou hadst sucked wisdom from thy teat. Lady Capulet, well, think of marriage now, younger than you. Here in Verona, ladies of esteem are made already mothers. By my count I was your mother much upon these years that you are now a maid. Thus then, in brief, the valiant Paris seeks you for his love. Nurse, a man, young lady, lady such a man as all the world, why he's a man of wax. Lady Capulet, Verona's summer hath not such a flower. Nurse, nay, he's a flower, in faith a very flower. Lady Capulet, what say you, can you love the gentleman? This night you shall behold him at our feast, read o'er the volume of young Paris' face, and find delight writ there with beauty's pen. Examine every married lineament, and see how one another lends content, and what obscured in this fair volume lies, find written in the margent of his eyes. This precious book of love, this unbound lover, to beautify him, only lacks a cover. The fish lives in the sea, and 'tis much pride for fair without the fair within to hide. That book in many's eyes doth share the glory that in gold clasps locks in the golden story. So shall you share all that he doth possess by having him, making yourself no less. Nurse, no less, nay bigger, women grow by men. Lady Capulet, speak briefly, can you like of Paris love Juliet? I'll look to like if looking liking move, but no more deep will I endart mine eye than your consent gives strength to make it fly. Enter a servant. Servant, madam, the guests are come. Supper served up you called, my young lady asked for, the nurse cursed in the pantry, and everything in extremity. I must hence to wait, I beseech you follow straight. Lady Capulet, we follow thee. Exit servant. Juliet the county stays. Nurse, go girl, seek happy nights to happy days. Exeunt, scene Roman 4, a street. Enter Romeo, Mercutio, Benvolio with 5 or 6 maskers, torch-bearers and others. Romeo, what shall this speech bespoke for our excuse, or shall we on without apology? Benvolio, the date is out of such prolixity, we'll have no Cupid hoodwinked with a scarf, bearing a Tartar's painted bow of lath, scaring the ladies like a crow-keeper, nor no without book prologue, faintly spoke after the prompter for our entrance. But let them measure us by what they will, we'll measure them a measure and be gone. Romeo, give me a torch, I am not for this ambling, being but heavy I will bear the light. Mercutio, nay, gentle Romeo, we must of you dance. Romeo, not I, believe me, you have dancing shoes with nimble soles, I have a soul of lead so stakes me to the ground I cannot move. Mercutio, you are a lover, borrow Cupid's wings, and soar with them above a common bound. Romeo, I am too sore enpierced with his shaft to soar with his light feathers, and so bound I cannot bound a pitch above dull woe. Under love's heavy burden do I sink. Mercutio, and to sink in it should you burden love, too great oppression for a tender thing. Romeo, is love a tender thing? It is too rough, too rude, too boisterous, and it pricks like thorn. Mercutio, if love be rough with you, be rough with love, prick love for pricking, and you beat love down. Give me a case to put my visage in, putting on a mask. A visor for a visor, what care I what curious eye doth quote deformities? Here are the beetle brows shall blush for me. Benvolio, come knock and enter, and no sooner in but every man betake him to his legs. Romeo, a torch for me. Let wantons, light of heart, tickle the senseless rushes with their heels. For I am proverbed with a grandsire phrase, I'll be a candle holder and look on, the game was ne'er so fair. And I am done, Mercutio. Tut, done's the mouse, the constable's own word. If thou art done, we'll draw thee from the mire, or save your reverence love, wherein thou stickest up to the ears. Come, we burn daylight, ho. Romeo, nay, that's not so. Mercutio, I mean, sir, in delay we waste our lights in vain, lights by day. Take our good meaning, for our judgment sits 5 times in that air once in our 5 wits. Romeo, and we mean well in going to this mask, but 'tis no wit to go. Mercutio, why may one ask? Romeo, I dreamt a dream tonight. Mercutio, and so did I. Romeo, well, what was yours? Mercutio, that dreamers often lie. Romeo, in bed asleep while they do dream things true. Mercutio, Oh, then I see Queen Mab hath been with you. She is the fairies' midwife, and she comes in shape no bigger than an agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman, drawn with a team of little atomies over men's noses as they lie asleep. Her waggon spokes made of long spinners' legs, the cover of the wings of grasshoppers, her traces of the smallest spider's web, the collars of the moonshine's watery beams, her whip of cricket's bone, the lash of film, her waggoner a small grey-coated gnat, not half so big as a round little worm pricked from the lazy finger of a maid. Her chariot is an empty hazelnut, made by the joiner squirrel or old grub, time out o' mind the fairies' coachmakers. And in this state she gallops night by night through lovers' brains, and then they dream of love, or courtiers' knees that dream on curtsies straight, or lawyers' fingers who straight dream on fees, or ladies' lips who straight on kisses dream, which oft the angry Mab with blisters plagues, because their breaths with sweetmeats tainted. Ah, sometime she gallops o'er a courtier's nose, and then dreams he of smelling out a suit. And sometime comes she with a tithe pig's tail, tickling a parson's nose as a lie's asleep, then dreams he of another benefice. Sometime she driveth o'er a soldier's neck, and then dreams he of cutting foreign throats, of breaches, ambuscados, Spanish blades, of healths 5 fathom deep. And then anon drums in his ear, at which he starts and wakes, and being thus frighted, swears a prayer or two and sleeps again. This is that very map that plats the manes of horses in the night, and bakes the elf locks in foul sluttish hairs, which once untangled much misfortune bodes. This is the hag when maids lie on their backs that presses them and learns them first to bear, making them women of good carriage. This is she, Romeo. Peace, peace, Mercutio, peace, thou talk'st of nothing. Mercutio. True, I talk of dreams, which are the children of an idle brain, begot of nothing but vain fantasy, which is as thin of substance as the air, and more inconstant than the wind, who woos even now the frozen bosom of the north, and being angered puffs away from thence, turning his side to the dew-dropping south. Benvolio. This wind you talk of blows us from ourselves. Supper is done, and we shall come too late. Romeo. I fear too early, for my mind misgives some consequence yet hanging in the stars shall bitterly begin his fearful date with this night's revels, and expire the term of a despised life, closed in my breast by some vile forfeit of untimely death. But he that hath the steerage of my course direct my suit. On, lusty gentlemen, Benvolio, strike, drum, exeunt, scene v, a hall in Capulet's house. Musicians waiting, enter servants, first servant. Where's potpan, that he helps not to take away, he shift a trencher, he scrape a trencher. Second servant, when good manners shall lie all in 1 or 2 men's hands, and they unwashed too, 'tis a foul thing. First servant, away with the join-stools, remove the court cupboard, look to the plate. Good thou save me a piece of marchpane, and as thou loves me let the porter let in Susan grindstone and Nell. Antony and potpan, second servant. Aye, boy, ready. First servant. You are looked for and called for, asked for and sought for in the great chamber. Second servant, we cannot be here and there too. Cheerly, boys, be brisk a while, and the longer liver take all. Exeunt. Enter Capulet and see, with the guests and gentlewomen to the maskers. Capulet. Welcome, gentlemen, ladies that have their toes unplagued with corns will have a bout with you. Ah, my mistresses, which of you all will now deny to dance? She that makes dainty, she I'll swear hath corns, am I come near ye now? Welcome, gentlemen. I have seen the day that I have worn a visor, and could tell a whispering tale in a fair lady's ear, such as would please. 'Tis gone, 'tis gone, 'tis gone, you are welcome, gentlemen. Come, musicians, play a hall, give room. And foot it, girls, music plays and they dance. More light, you knaves, and turn the tables up, and quench the fire, the room is grown too hot. Ah, sirrah, this unlooked-for sport comes well. Nay sit, good cousin Capulet, for you and I are past our dancing days. How long is't now since last yourself and I were in a mask? Capulet's cousin, by a lady 30 years, Capulet. What man, 'tis not so much, 'tis not so much. 'Tis since the nuptial of Lucentio, come Pentecost as quickly as it will, some 25 years, and then we masked. Capulet's cousin. 'Tis more, his son is elder, sir. His son is 30, Capulet, will you tell me that? His son was but a ward 2 years ago. Romeo, what lady is that which doth enrich the hand of yonder knight? Servant, I know not, sir. Romeo, oh, she doth teach the torches to burn bright. It seems she hangs upon the cheek of night as a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear, beauty too rich for use, for earth too dear. So shows a snowy dove trooping with crows, as yonder lady or her fellows shows. The measure done, I'll watch her place of stand, and touching hers make blessed my rude hand. Did my heart love till now, forswear its sight, for I ne'er saw true beauty till this night. Tybalt, this by his voice should be a Montague. Fetch me my rapier, boy. What dares the slave come hither, covered with an antic face, to fleer and scorn at our solemnity? Now by the stock and honour of my kin, to strike him dead I hold it not a sin. Capulet, why how now, kinsman, wherefore storm you so? Tybalt, uncle, this is a Montague our foe, a villain that is hither come in spite, to scorn at our solemnity this night. Capulet, young Romeo is it? Tybalt, 'tis he, that villain Romeo. Capulet, content thee, gentle cos, let him alone, bears him like a portly gentleman. And to say truth, Verona brags of him to be a virtuous and well-governed youth. I would not for the wealth of all the town here in my house do him disparagement. Therefore be patient, take no note of him, it is my will, the which if thou respect, show a fair presence and put off these frowns, an ill-beseeming semblance for a feast. Tybalt, it fits when such a villain is a guest, I'll not endure him. Capulet, he shall be endured. What goodman boy, I say he shall, go to, am I the master here or you? Go to, you'll not endure him. God shall mend my soul, you'll make a mutiny among my guests. You will set cock a hoop, you'll be the man. Tybalt, why uncle, 'tis a shame. Capulet, go to, you are a saucy boy, is't so indeed? This trick may chance to scathe you, I know what, you must contrary me. Marry, 'tis time, well said my hearts. You are a princox, go be quiet, or more light, more light. For shame, I'll make you quiet, what cheerly my hearts. Tybalt, patience perforce with wilful choler meeting makes my flesh tremble in their different greeting. I will withdraw, but this intrusion shall, now seeming sweet, convert to bitter gall. Exit, Romeo to Juliet. If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle sin is this, my lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss. Juliet, good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much, which mannerly devotion shows in this, for saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmer's kiss. Romeo, have not saints lips and holy palmers too? Juliet, I, pilgrim, lips that they must use in prayer. Romeo, oh then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do, they pray grant thou, lest faith turn to despair. Juliet, saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake. Romeo, then move not while my prayer's effect I take. Thus from my lips by thy my sin is purged, kissing her, Juliet, then have my lips the sin that they have took. Romeo, sin from my lips, O trespass sweetly urged, give me my sin again. Juliet, you kiss by the book. Nurse, madam, your mother craves a word with you. Romeo, what is her mother? Nurse, marry bachelor, her mother is the lady of the house, and a good lady, and a wise and virtuous. I nursed her daughter that you talked with Al. I tell you, he that can lay hold of her shall have the chinks. Romeo, is she a Capulet? O dear account, my life is my foe's debt. Benvolio, away, begone, the sport is at the best. Romeo, I so I fear, the more is my unrest. Capulet, nay, gentlemen, prepare not to be gone, we have a trifling, foolish banquet towards. Is it e'en so? Why then I thank you all. I thank you, honest gentlemen, good night. More torches here, come on then, let's to bed. Ah, sirrah, by my fay, it waxes late, I'll to my rest. Exeunt all but Juliet and nurse. Juliet, come hither, nurse. What is yon gentleman? Nurse, the son and heir of old Tiberio. Juliet, what's he that now is going out of door? Nurse, marry, that I think be young Petruchio. Juliet, what's he that follows here that would not dance? Nurse, I know not. Juliet, go ask his name, if he be married. My grave is like to be my wedding bed. Nurse, his name is Romeo, and a Montague, the only son of your great enemy. Juliet, my only love sprung from my only hate, too early seen unknown and known too late, prodigious birth of love it is to me that I must love a loathed enemy. Nurse, what's this, Juliet? A rhyme I learned even now of one I danked with Al. One calls within, Juliet. Nurse, Anon, anon, come let's away, the strangers all are gone. Exeunt. Act Roman 2 enter chorus. Chorus. Now old desire doth in his deathbed lie, and young affection gapes to be his heir. That fair for which love groaned for and would die with tender Juliet matched is now not fair. Now Romeo is beloved and loves again, alike bewitched by the charm of looks. But to his foe supposed he must complain, and she steal love's sweet bait from fearful hooks. Being held a foe, he may not have access to breathe such vows as lovers used to swear. And she is much in love, her means much less to meet her new beloved anywhere. But passion lends them power time means to meet, tempering extremities with extreme sweet. Exit, scene I, an open place adjoining Capulet's garden. Enter Romeo. Romeo, can I go forward when my heart is here? Turn back, dull earth, and find thy centre out. He climbs the wall and leaps down within it. Enter Benvolio and Mercutio. Benvolio, Romeo, my cousin Romeo, Romeo, Mercutio. He is wise, and on my life hath stolen him home to bed. Benvolio, he ran this way and leaped this orchard wall. Call, good Mercutio, Mercutio. Nay, I'll conjure too, Romeo, humours, madman, passion, lover. Appear thou in the likeness of a sigh, speak but one rhyme, and I am satisfied. Cry but ah me. Pronounce but love and dove, speak to my gossip Venus one fair word, one nickname for her purblind son and heir, young Abraham Cupid, he that shot so trim when King Cophetua loved the beggar maid. He heareth not, he stirreth not, he moveth not, the ape is dead, and I must conjure him. I conjure thee by Rosaline's bright eyes, by her high forehead and her scarlet lip, by her fine foot, straight leg and quivering thigh, and the demesnes that there adjacent lie, that in thy likeness thou appear to us. Benvolio, and if he hear thee thou wilt anger him. Mercutio, this cannot anger him. 'Twould anger him to raise a spirit in his mistress' circle of some strange nature, letting it there stand till she had laid it and conjured it down, that were some spite. My invocation is fair and honest, and in his mistress' name I conjure only but to raise up him. Benvolio, come, he hath hid himself among these trees to be consorted with the humorous night. Blind is his love, and best befits the dark. Mercutio, if love be blind, love cannot hit the mark. Now will he sit under a medlar tree, and wish his mistress were that kind of fruit, as maids call medlars when they laugh alone. O Romeo, that she were, oh, that she were an open arse, and thou a poprin pear. Romeo, good night, I'll to my truckle bed, this field bed is too cold for me to sleep. Come, shall we go, Benvolio? Go then, for 'tis in vain to seek him here that means not to be found. Exeunt. Scene Roman 2, Capulet's garden. Enter Romeo. Romeo, he jests at scars that never felt a wound. Juliet appears above at a window. But soft, what light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief that thou her maid art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious, her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it, cast it off. It is my lady, oh it is my love, oh that she knew she were, she speaks, yet she says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses, I will answer it. I am too bold. It is not to me she speaks, two of the fairest stars in all the heaven, having some business, do entreat her eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return. What if her eyes were there, they in her head? The brightness of her cheek would shame those stars, as daylight doth a lamp. Her eyes in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek. Juliet. Ay me, Romeo, she speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night, being o'er my head, as is a winged messenger of heaven unto the white upturned wondering eyes of mortals that fall back to gaze on him when he bestrides the lazy puffing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air. Juliet. O Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name, or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet. Romeo, aside. Shall I hear more, or shall I speak at this? Juliet. 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy, thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is nor hand nor foot, nor arm nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo doff thy name, and for thy name, which is no part of thee, take all myself. Romeo, I take thee at thy word, call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo, Juliet. What man art thou that, thus bescreened in night, so stumblest on my counsel? Romeo. By a name I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself, because it is an enemy to thee. Had I it written, I would tear the word. Juliet. My ears have yet not drunk 100 words of thy tongue's utterance, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo and a Montague? Romeo. Neither, fair maid, if either thee dislike. Juliet. How cam'st thou hither, tell me, and wherefore? The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art, if any of my kinsmen find thee here. Romeo. With love's light wings did I o'erpitch these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out, and what love can do that dares love attempt, therefore thy kinsmen are no stop to me. Juliet, if they do see thee, they will murder thee. Romeo. Alack, there lies more peril in thine eye than 20 of their swords. Look thou but sweet, and I am proof against their enmity. Juliet, I would not for the world they saw thee here. Romeo, I have night's cloak to hide me from their eyes, and but thou love me, let them find me here. My life were better ended by their hate than death prorogued, wanting of thy love, Juliet. By whose direction foundst thou out this place? Romeo. By love that first did prompt me to enquire. He lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot, yet wert thou as far as that vast shore washed with the farthest sea, I should adventure for such merchandise. Juliet. Thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight. Fain would I dwell on form, fain deny what I have spoke, but farewell compliment. Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say aye, and I will take thy word. Yet if thou swear'st, thou mayst prove false. At lovers' perjuries they say Jove laughs. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully. Or if thou thinkest I am too quickly won, I'll frown and be perverse and say thee nay, so thou wilt woo. But else not for the world. In truth, fair Montague, I am too fond, and therefore thou mayst think my haviour light. But trust me, gentleman, I'll prove more true than those that have more cunning to be strange. I should have been more strange, I must confess, but that thou overheardst, ere I was ware, my true love passion. Therefore pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light love, which the dark night hath so discovered. Romeo. Lady, by yonder blessed moon I vow, that tips with silver all these fruit-tree tops, Juliet. O swear not by the moon, inconstant moon, that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable. Romeo, what shall I swear by? Juliet. Do not swear at all, or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which is the god of my idolatry, and I'll believe thee. Romeo. If my heart's dear love, Juliet, well, do not swear. Although I joy in thee, I have no joy of this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like the lightning, which doth cease to be ere one can say it lightens. Sweet good night. This bud of love, by summer's ripening breath, may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night, as sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast. Romeo, O wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied? Juliet, what satisfaction canst thou have tonight? Romeo, exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine. Juliet, I gave thee mine before thou didst request it, and yet I would it were to give again. Romeo, wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love? Juliet, but to be frank and give it thee again. And yet I wish but for the thing I have. My bounty is as boundless as the sea, my love as deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite. I hear some noise within. Dear love, adieu, nurse calls within. Anon, good nurse. Sweet Montague, be true, stay but a little, I will come again. Exit, Romeo, O blessed night. I am afeard, being in night, all this is but a dream, too flattering sweet to be substantial. Enter Juliet above. Juliet. 3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If that thy bent of love be honourable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow, by one that I'll procure to come to thee, where and what time thou wilt perform the rite, and all my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world. Nurse. Within. Madam, Juliet, I come anon. But if thou meanest not well, I do beseech thee, nurse. Within. Madam, Juliet. By and by I come to cease thy strife and leave me to my grief. Tomorrow will I send. Romeo, so thrive my soul, Juliet, 1,000 times good night. Exit, Romeo, 1,000 times the worse to want thy light. Love goes toward love as schoolboys from their books, but love from love towards school with heavy looks, retiring slowly. Re-enter Juliet above, Juliet. Hist, Romeo, hist, oh for a falconer's voice to lure this tasseled gentle back again. Bondage is hoarse and may not speak aloud, else would I tear the cave where echo lies, and make her airy tongue more hoarse than mine with repetition of my Romeo's name. Romeo, it is my soul that calls upon my name. How silver-sweet sound lovers' tongues by night, like softest music to attending ears. Juliet, Romeo, Romeo, my Nias, Juliet, what o'clock tomorrow shall I send to thee? Romeo, by the hour of 9, Juliet, I will not fail. 'Tis 20 years till then. I have forgot why I did call thee back. Romeo, let me stand here till thou remember it. Juliet, I shall forget to have thee still stand there, remembering how I love thy company. Romeo, and I'll still stay to have thee still forget, forgetting any other home but this. Juliet, 'tis almost morning, I would have thee gone, and yet no farther than a wanton's bird that lets it hop a little from her hand, like a poor prisoner in his twisted gyves, and with a silk thread plucks it back again, so loving jealous of his liberty. Romeo, I would I were thy bird. Juliet, sweet so would I, yet I should kill thee with much cherishing. Good night, parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow. Exit, Romeo, sleep dwell upon thine eyes, peace in thy breast, would I were sleep and peace so sweet to rest. Hence will I to my ghostly sire sell, his help to crave and my dear hap to tell. Exit, scene Roman 3, Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence with a basket. Friar Lawrence, the grey-eyed morn smiles on the frowning night, checkering the eastern clouds with streaks of light, and fleckled darkness like a drunkard reels from 4th day's pathway made by Titan's fiery wheels now, ere the sun advance his burning eye, the day to cheer and night's dank dew to dry. I must upfill this osier cage of ours with baleful weeds and precious juiced flowers. The earth that's nature's mother is her tomb. What is her burying grave? That is her womb, and from her womb children of divers kind we sucking on her natural bosom find. Many for many virtues excellent, none but for some, and yet all different. Oh, mickle is the powerful grace that lies in plants, herbs, stones, and their true qualities. For naught so vile that on the earth doth live, but to the earth some special good doth give, nor aught so good but, strained from that fair use, revolts from true birth, stumbling on abuse. Virtue itself turns vice being misapplied, and vice sometimes by action dignified. Enter Romeo, within the infant rind of this weak flower poison hath residence and medicine power. For this being smelt with that part cheers each part, being tasted slays all senses with the heart. Two such opposed kings encamp them still in man as well as herbs, grace and rude will, and where the worser is predominant, full soon the canker death eats up that plant. Romeo, good morrow, father, Friar Lawrence, benedicite, what early tongue so sweet saluteth me? Young son, it argues a distempered head so soon to bid good morrow to thy bed. Care keeps his watch in every old man's eye, and where care lodges sleep will never lie. But where unbruised youth with unstuffed brain doth couch his limbs, their golden sleep doth reign. Therefore thy earliness doth me assure thou art uprest with some distemperature, or if not so, then here I hit it right, our Romeo hath not been in bed tonight. Romeo, that last is true, the sweeter rest was mine. Friar Lawrence, God pardon sin, wast thou with Rosaline? Romeo, with Rosaline my ghostly father. No, I have forgot that name and that name's woe. Friar Lawrence, that's my good son. But where hast thou been then? Romeo, I'll tell thee ere thou ask it me again. I have been feasting with mine enemy, where on a sudden one hath wounded me that's by me wounded. Both are remedies within thy help, and holy physic lies. I bear no hatred, blessed man, for lo, my intercession likewise steads my foe. Friar Lawrence, be plain, good son, and homely in thy drift. Riddling confession finds but riddling shrift. Romeo. Then plainly know my heart's dear love is set on the fair daughter of rich Capulet. As mine on hers, so hers is set on mine, and all combined save what thou must combine by holy marriage. When and where and how we met, we wooed and made exchange of vow, I'll tell thee as we pass. But this I pray, that thou consent to marry us today. Friar Lawrence. Holy Saint Francis, what a change is here! Is Rosaline, that thou didst love so dear, so soon forsaken? Young men's love then lies not truly in their hearts, but in their eyes. Jesu Maria, what a deal of brine hath washed thy sallow cheeks for Rosaline! How much salt water thrown away in waste, to season love that of it doth not taste! The sun not yet thy sighs from heaven clears, thy old groans yet ring in mine ancient ears. Lo, here upon thy cheek the stain doth sit of an old tear, that is not washed off yet. If ere thou wast thyself and these woes thine, thou and these woes were all for Rosaline, and art thou changed? Pronounce this sentence then, women may fall when there's no strength in men. Romeo, thou chidst me oft for loving Rosaline. Friar Lawrence, for doting, not for loving, pupil mine. Romeo, and badst me bury love. Friar Lawrence, not in a grave to lay one in, another out to have. Romeo, I pray thee chide me not. Her I love now doth grace for grace and love for love allow, the other did not so. Friar Lawrence, oh, she knew well thy love did read by rote that could not spell. But come, young waverer, come go with me, in one respect I'll thy assistant be, for this alliance may so happy prove to turn your household's rancour to pure love. Romeo, oh let us hence, I stand on sudden haste. Friar Lawrence, wisely and slow they stumble that run fast. Exeunt, scene Roman 4. A street, enter Benvolio and Mercutio. Mercutio, where the devil should this Romeo be? Came he not home tonight, Benvolio? Not to his father's, I spoke with his man. Mercutio, why that same pale hard-hearted wench that Rosaline torments him so that he will sure run mad. Benvolio, Tybalt the kinsman to old Capulet hath sent a letter to his father's house. Mercutio, a challenge on my life. Benvolio, Romeo will answer it. Mercutio, any man that can write may answer a letter. Benvolio, nay, he will answer the letter's master, how he dares, being dared. Mercutio, alas poor Romeo, he is already dead, stabbed with a white wench's black eye, run through the ear with a love song, the very pin of his heart cleft with the blind bow-boy's butt shaft. And is he a man to encounter Tybalt, Benvolio? Why, what is Tybalt, Mercutio, more than prince of cats? Oh, he's the courageous captain of compliments. He fights as you sing prick song, keeps time, distance, and proportion. He rests his minim rest, 1, 2, and the third in your bosom. The very butcher of a silk button, a duellist, a gentleman of the very first house of the first and second cause. Ah, the immortal passado, the punto reverso, the hey, Benvolio, the what, Mercutio, the pox of such antic lisping, affecting fantasies, these new tuners of accent. By Jesu, a very good blade, a very tall man, a very good whore. Why, is not this a lamentable thing, grandsire, that we should be thus afflicted with these strange flies, these fashion-mongers, these pardon-me's, who stand so much on the new form that they cannot sit at ease on the old bench? Oh, their bones, their bones! Enter Romeo, Benvolio. Here comes Romeo, Mercutio, without his roe like a dried herring. O flesh, flesh, how art thou fishified! Now is he for the numbers that Petrarch flowed in. Laura to his lady was but a kitchen wench. Marry, she had a better love to Berheim her, Dido a dowdy, Cleopatra a gypsy, Helen and Hero Hildings and harlots, Thisbe grey eye or so, but not to the purpose. Signia Romeo, bonjour, there's a French salutation to your French slop. You gave us the counterfeit fairly last night. Romeo, good morrow to you both. What counterfeit did I give you? Mercutio. The slip, sir, the slip, can you not conceive? Romeo. Pardon, good Mercutio, my business was great, and in such a case as mine a man may strain courtesy. Mercutio. That's as much as to say such a case as yours constrains a man to bow in the hams. Romeo. Meaning to curtsy. Mercutio, thou hast most kindly hit it. Romeo, a most courteous exposition. Mercutio, nay, I am the very pink of courtesy. Romeo, pink for flower. Mercutio, right, Romeo, why then is my pump well flowered? Mercutio, sure wit, follow me this jest now, till thou hast worn out thy pump, that when the single soul of it is worn, the jest may remain after the wearing, solely singular. Romeo, O single-souled jest, solely singular for the singleness. Mercutio, come between us, good Benvolio, my wits faint. Romeo, swits and spurs, or I'll cry a match. Mercutio, nay, if thy wits run the wild goose chase, I am done. For thou hast more of the wild goose in one of thy wits than I am sure I have in my whole 5. Was I with you there for the goose, Romeo? Thou wast never with me for anything when thou wast not there for the goose. Mercutio, I will bite thee by the ear for that jest. Romeo, nay, good goose, bite not. Mercutio, thy wit is a very bitter sweeting, it is a most sharp sauce. Romeo, and is it not then well served into a sweet goose? Mercutio, oh, here's a wit of cheverel that stretches from an inch narrow to an ell broad. Romeo, I stretch it out for that word broad which added to the goose proves thee far and wide a broad goose. Mercutio, why is not this better now than groaning for love? Now art thou sociable, now art thou Romeo, now art thou what thou art by art as well as by nature. For this drivelling love is like a great natural, that runs lolling up and down to hide his bauble in a hole. Benvolio, stop there, Mercutio, thou desirest me to stop in my tale against the hair. Benvolio, thou wouldst else have made thy tale large. Mercutio, oh, thou art deceived, I would have made it short, for I was come to the whole depth of my tale, and meant indeed to occupy the argument no longer. Enter nurse and Peter. Romeo, here's goodly gear. A sail, Mercutio. 2, of a shirt and a smock. Nurse, Peter, anon, nurse, my fan, Peter. Mercutio, good Peter, to hide her face, for her fan's the fairer face. Nurse, God ye good morrow, gentlemen. Mercutio, God ye good den, fair gentlewoman. Nurse, is it good den? Mercutio, 'tis no less, I tell ye, for the bawdy hand of the dial is now upon the prick of noon. Nurse, out upon you, what a man are you? Romeo, one gentlewoman that God hath made for himself to mar. Nurse, by my troth it is well said, for himself to mar, quoth a gentleman. Can any of you tell me where I may find the young Romeo? Romeo, I can tell you, but young Romeo will be older when you have found him than he was when you sought him. I am the youngest of that name for fault of a worse. Nurse, you say well. Mercutio, yea, is the worst well, very well took, I faith, wisely. Nurse, if you be he, sir, I desire some confidence with you. Benvolio, she will indict him to some supper. Mercutio, aboard, so ho. Romeo, what hast thou found? Mercutio, no hare, sir, unless a hare, sir, in a Lenten pie that is something stale and hoar ere it be spent. Sings, an old hare hoar, and an old hare hoar is very good meat in Lent, but a hare that is hoar is too much for a score when it hoars ere it be spent. Romeo, will you come to your father's, we'll to dinner thither. Romeo, I will follow you. Mercutio, farewell, ancient lady. Farewell, lady. Exeunt Mercutio and Benvolio. Nurse, I pray you, sir, what saucy merchant was this that was so full of his ropery? Romeo, a gentleman, nurse, that loves to hear himself talk, and will speak more in a minute than he will stand to in a month. Nurse, and to speak anything against me, I'll take him down, and a were lustier than he is, and 20 such jacks. And if I cannot, I'll find those that shall. Scurvy knave, I am none of his flirt gills, I am none of his skeins mates, and thou must stand by too and suffer every knave to use me at his pleasure. Peter, I saw no man use you at his pleasure, if I had my weapon should quickly have been out. I warrant you I dare draw as soon as another man if I see occasion in a good quarrel and the law on my side. Nurse, now afore God I am so vexed that every part about me quivers. Scurvy knave, pray you, sir, a word, and as I told you, my young lady bid me inquire you out. What she bade me say, I will keep to myself, but first let me tell ye, if ye should lead her in a fool's paradise, as they say, it were a very gross kind of behaviour, as they say, for the gentlewoman is young. And therefore, if you should deal double with her, truly it were an ill thing to be offered to any gentlewoman, and very weak dealing. Romeo, nurse, commend me to thy lady and mistress. I protest unto thee, nurse, good heart, and I faith I will tell her as much. Lord, she will be a joyful woman. Romeo, what wilt thou tell her, nurse? Thou dost not mark me. Nurse, I will tell her, sir, that you do protest, which, as I take it, is a gentlemanlike offer. Romeo, Bid her devise some means to come to Shrift this afternoon, and there she shall at Friar Lawrence' cell be shrived and married. Here is for thy pains, nurse. No, truly, sir, not a penny. Romeo, go to, I say you shall. Nurse, this afternoon, sir. Well, she shall be there, Romeo, and stay, good nurse, behind the abbey walls. Within this hour my man shall be with thee, and bring thee cords made like a tackled stair, which to the high topgallant of my joy must be my convoy in the secret night. Farewell, be trusty, and I'll quit thy pains. Farewell, commend me to thy mistress. Nurse, now God in heaven bless thee. Hark you, sir, Romeo, what say'st thou, my dear nurse? Nurse, is your man's secret? Did you ne'er hear say two may keep counsel, putting one away? Romeo, I warrant thee my man's as true as steel. Nurse, well, sir, my mistress is the sweetest lady. Lord, when 'twas a little prating thing, oh, there is a nobleman in town, one Paris, that would fain lay knife aboard, but she, good soul, had as lief see a toad, a very toad, as see him. I anger her sometimes, and tell her that Paris is the properer man, but I'll warrant you, when I say so, she looks as pale as any clout in the versal world. Doth not Rosemary and Romeo begin both with a letter? Romeo. Ay, nurse, what of that? Both with an R, nurse. R. Mocker, that's the dog's name. R is for the, no, I know it begins with some other letter, and she hath the prettiest sententious of it, of you and Rosemary, that it would do you good to hear it. Romeo, commend me to thy lady. Nurse, I 1,000 times. Peter, exit Romeo. Peter, anon. Nurse, before and apace, exeunt. Scene V. Capulet's garden. Enter Juliet. Juliet. The clock struck 9 when I did send the nurse. In half an hour she promised to return. Perchance she cannot meet him. That's not so. Oh, she is lame. Love's heralds should be thoughts which 10 times faster glides than the sun's beams, driving back shadows over lowering hills. Therefore do nimble-pinioned doves draw love, and therefore hath the wind-swift Cupid wings. Now is the sun upon the highmost hill of this day's journey, and from 9 till 12 is 3 long hours, yet she is not come. Had she affections and warm youthful blood, she'd be as swift in motion as a ball. My words would bandy her to my sweet love, and his to me. But old folks, many fain as they were dead, unwieldy, slow, heavy, and pale as lead. Enter nurse and Peter. O God, she comes. O honey nurse, what news? Haste, thou met with him, send thy man away. Nurse, Peter, stay at the gate. Exit Peter. Juliet. Now, good sweet nurse, O Lord, why look'st thou sad? Though news be sad, yet tell them merrily, if good. Thou shamp'st the music of sweet news by playing it to me with so sour a face. Nurse, I am hoary, give me leave a while. Fie, how my bones ache, what a jaunt have I had? Juliet. I would thou hadst my bones, and I thy news. Nay, come, I pray thee speak. Good nurse, speak. Nurse, Jesu, what haste, can you not stay a while? Do you not see that I am out of breath? Juliet. How art thou out of breath, when thou hast breath to say to me that thou art out of breath? The excuse that thou dost make in this delay is longer than the tale thou dost excuse. Is thy news good or bad? Answer to that, say either, and I'll stay the circumstance. Let me be satisfied, is't good or bad? Nurse. Well, you have made a simple choice, you know not how to choose a man. Romeo, no, not he. Though his face be better than any man's, yet his leg excels all men's, and for a hand and a foot and a body, though they be not to be talked on, yet they are past compare. He is not the flower of courtesy, but I'll warrant him as gentle as a lamb. Go thy ways, wench, serve God. What, have you dined at home? Juliet. No, but all this did I know before. What says he of our marriage? What of that? Nurse. Lord, how my head aches. What a head have I, it beats as it would fall in 20 pieces. My back, O t'other side, O my back, beshrew your heart for sending me about to catch my death with jauncing up and down. Juliet. I faith, I am sorry that thou art not well. Sweet nurse, tell me what says my love. Nurse. Your love says like an honest gentleman, and a courteous, and a kind, and a handsome, and I warrant a virtuous. Where is your mother? Juliet. Where is my mother? Why, she is within. Where should she be? How oddly thou repliest. Your love says like an honest gentleman. Where is your mother? Nurse. O God's lady dear, are you so hot? Marry, come up, I trow. Is this the poultice for my aching bones? Henceforward do your messages yourself. Juliet. Here's such a coil. Come, what says Romeo? Nurse. Have you got leave to go to Shrift today? Juliet. I have, nurse. Then hie you hence to Friar Lawrence' cell, there stays a husband to make you a wife. Now comes the wanton blood up in your cheeks, they'll be in scarlet straight at any news, hie you to church. I must another way to fetch a ladder by the which your love must climb a bird's nest soon when it is dark. I am the drudge and toil in your delight, but you shall bear the burden soon at night. Go, I'll to dinner hie you to the cell, Juliet, hie to high fortune, honest nurse farewell, exeunt, scene vi, Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence and Romeo, Friar Lawrence, so smile the heavens upon this holy act that after hours with sorrow chide us not. Romeo, amen, amen, but come what sorrow can, it cannot countervail the exchange of joy that one short minute gives me in her sight. Do thou but close our hands with holy words, then love-devouring death do what he dare, it is enough I may but call her mine. Friar Lawrence, these violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die, like fire and powder which as they kiss consume. The sweetest honey is loathsome in his own deliciousness, and in the taste confounds the appetite. Therefore love moderately, long love doth so, too swift arrives as tardy as too slow. Enter Juliet, here comes the lady. Oh, so light a foot will ne'er wear out the everlasting flint. A lover may bestride the gossamers that idles in the wanton summer air, and yet not fall, so light is vanity. Juliet, good even to my ghostly confessor. Friar Lawrence, Romeo shall thank thee, daughter, for us both, Juliet, as much to him, else is his thanks too much. Romeo, ah, Juliet, if the measure of thy joy be heaped like mine, and that thy skill be more to blaze on it, then sweeten with thy breath this neighbour air, and let rich music's tongue unfold the imagined happiness that both receive in either by this dear encounter. Juliet, conceit more rich in matter than in words, brags of his substance, not of ornament. They are but beggars that can count their worth, but my true love is grown to such excess, I cannot sum up some of half my wealth. Friar Lawrence, come, come with me, and we will make short work, for by your leaves, you shall not stay alone till Holy Church incorporate two in one. Exeunt, Act Roman 3 Scene I, a public place. Enter Mercutio, Benvolio, page and servants. Benvolio, I pray thee, good Mercutio, let's retire. The day is hot, the Capulets abroad, and if we meet we shall not scape a brawl, for now these hot days is the mad blood stirring. Mercutio, thou art like one of these fellows that, when he enters the confines of a tavern, claps me his sword upon the table and says, God send me no need of thee, and by the operation of the second cup draws him on the draw, when indeed there is no need. Benvolio, am I like such a fellow, Mercutio? Come, come, thou art as hot a jack in thy mood as any in Italy, and as soon moved to be moody, and as soon moody to be moved. Benvolio, and what to Mercutio? Nay, and there were two such, we should have none shortly, for one would kill the other. Thou, why, thou wilt quarrel with a man that hath a hair more or a hair less in his beard than thou hast. Thou wilt quarrel with a man for cracking nuts, having no other reason, but because thou hast hazel eyes. What eye but such an eye would spy out such a quarrel? Thy head is as full of quarrels as an egg is full of meat, and yet thy head hath been beaten as addle as an egg for quarrelling. Thou hast quarrelled with a man for coughing in the street, because he hath wakened thy dog that hath lain asleep in the sun. Didst thou not fall out with a tailor for wearing his new doublet before Easter? With another for tying his new shoes with an old riband? And yet thou wilt tutor me from quarrelling. Is Benvolio, and I was so apt to quarrel as thou art, any man should buy the fee simple of my life for an hour and a quarter. Mercutio, the fee simple, O simple, enter Tybalt and others. Benvolio, by my head here comes the Capulets. Mercutio, by my heel I care not. Tybalt, follow me close, for I will speak to them. Gentlemen, good den, a word with one of you. Mercutio, and but one word with one of us, couple it with something, make it a word and a blow. Tybalt, you shall find me apt enough to that, sir, and you will give me occasion. Mercutio, could you not take some occasion without giving? Tybalt, Mercutio, thou consortest with Romeo. Mercutio, consort, what dost thou make us minstrels? And thou make minstrels of us, look to hear nothing but discords. Here's my fiddlestick, here's that shall make you dance. Zounds, consort, Benvolio, we talk here in the public haunt of men. Either withdraw unto some private place and reason coldly of your grievances, or else depart, here all eyes gaze on us. Mercutio, men's eyes were made to look, and let them gaze. I will not budge for no man's pleasure. I enter Romeo, Tybalt. Well, peace be with you, sir, here comes my man. Mercutio, but I'll be hanged, sir, if he wear your livery. Marry, go before to field, he'll be your follower, your worship in that sense may call him man. Tybalt, Romeo, the love I bear thee can afford no better term than this, thou art a villain. Romeo, Tybalt, the reason that I have to love thee doth much excuse the appertaining rage to such a greeting. Villain am I none, therefore farewell, I see thou know'st me not. Tybalt, boy, this shall not excuse the injuries that thou hast done me, therefore turn and draw. Romeo, I do protest I never injured thee, but love thee better than thou canst devise, till thou shalt know the reason of my love. And so, good Capulet, which name I tender as dearly as mine own, be satisfied. Mercutio, O calm, dishonourable, vile submission, draws, Alistair Carter carries it away. Tybalt, you rat-catcher, will you walk? Tybalt, what wouldst thou have with me? Mercutio, good king of cats, nothing but one of your 9 lives, that I mean to make bold withal, and as you shall use me hereafter, dry beat the rest of the 8. Will you pluck your sword out of his pilcher by the ears? Make haste, lest mine be about your ears ere it be out. Tybalt, drawing, I am for you. Romeo, gentle Mercutio, put thy rapier up. Mercutio, come, sir, your passado, they fight. Romeo, draw. Benvolio, beat down their weapons. Gentlemen, for shame, forbear this outrage. Tybalt, Mercutio, the prince expressly hath forbid this bandying in Verona streets. Hold Tybalt, good Mercutio, exeunt Tybalt with his partisans. Mercutio, I am hurt, a plague o' both your houses, I am sped, is he gone and hath nothing? Benvolio, what art thou hurt? Mercutio, I, a scratch, a scratch. Marry, 'tis enough. Where is my page? Go, villain, fetch a surgeon. Exit page. Romeo, courage, man, the hurt cannot be much. Mercutio, no, 'tis not so deep as a well, nor so wide as a church door, but 'tis enough, 'twill serve. Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man. I am peppered, I warrant, for this world. A plague o' both your houses. Zounds, a dog, a rat, a mouse, a cat, to scratch a man to death. A braggart, a rogue, a villain that fights by the book of arithmetic. Why the devil came you between us? I was hurt under your arm. Romeo, I thought all for the best. Mercutio, help me into some house. Benvolio, or I shall faint. A plague o' both your houses. They have made worms meat of me, I have it, and soundly too. Your houses, exeunt Mercutio and Benvolio. Romeo, this gentleman, the prince's near ally, my very friend, hath got his mortal hurt in my behalf, my reputation stained with Tybalt's slander, Tybalt, that an hour hath been my cousin. O sweet Juliet, thy beauty hath made me effeminate, and in my temper softened valour's steel. Re-enter Benvolio. Benvolio, O Romeo, Romeo, brave Mercutio's dead, that gallant spirit hath aspired the clouds, which too untimely here did scorn the earth. Romeo, this day's black fate on mo days doth depend, this but begins the woe others must end. Re-enter Tybalt. Benvolio, here comes the furious Tybalt back again. Romeo, again in triumph, and Mercutio slain, away to heaven respective lenity and fire-eyed fury be my conduct now. Now, Tybalt, take the villain back again that late thou gav'st me, for Mercutio's soul is but a little way above our heads, staying for thine to keep him company. Either thou or I or both must go with him. Tybalt, thou wretched boy that didst consort him here, shalt with him hence. Romeo, this shall determine that. They fight, Tybalt falls. Benvolio, Romeo, away, be gone, the citizens are up, and Tybalt slain. Stand not amazed, the prince will doom thee death if thou art taken. Hence be gone away. Romeo, oh, I am fortune's fool. Benvolio, why dost thou stay? Exit Romeo. Enter citizens. First citizen. Which way ran he that killed Mercutio? Tybalt, that murderer, which way ran he? Benvolio, there lies that Tybalt. First citizen, up, sir, go with me, I charge thee in the prince's name obey. Enter Prince, attended, Montague, Capulet, their wives and others. Prince, where are the vile beginners of this fray? Benvolio, O noble prince, I can discover all the unlucky manage of this fatal brawl. There lies the man, slain by young Romeo, that slew thy kinsman, brave Mercutio, Lady Capulet. Tybalt my cousin, O my brother's child, O prince, O husband, O the blood is spilled of my dear kinsman. Prince, as thou art true, for blood of ours shed blood of Montague. O cousin, cousin, prince, Benvolio who began this bloody fray, Benvolio. Tybalt here slain whom Romeo's hand did slay. Romeo that spoke him fair bid him bethink how nice the quarrel was, and urged withal your high displeasure. All this uttered with gentle breath, calm look. Knees humbly bowed could not take truce with the unruly spleen of Tybalt, deaf to peace, but that he tilts with piercing steel at bold Mercutio's breast, who all as hot turns deadly point to point, and with a martial scorn with one hand beats cold death aside, and with the other sends it back to Tybalt, whose dexterity retorts it. Romeo he cries aloud, hold, friends. Friends part, and swifter than his tongue, his agile arm beats down their fatal points, and twixt them rushes, underneath whose arm an envious thrust from Tybalt hit the life of stout Mercutio, and then Tybalt fled. But by and by comes back to Romeo, who had but newly entertained revenge, and tot they go like lightning, for ere I could draw to part them was stout Tybalt slain, and as he fell did Romeo turn and fly. This is the truth, or let Benvolio die. Lady Capulet, he is a kinsman to the Montague. Affection makes him false, he speaks not true. Some 20 of them fought in this black strife, and all those 20 could but kill one life. I beg for justice, which thou, prince, must give. Romeo slew Tybalt, Romeo must not live. Prince, Romeo slew him, he slew Mercutio, who now the price of his dear blood doth owe. Montague, not Romeo, prince, he was Mercutio's friend. His fault concludes but what the law should end, the life of Tybalt. Prince, and for that offence immediately we do exile him hence. I have an interest in your hate's proceeding, my blood for your rude brawls doth lie bleeding. But I'll amerce you with so strong a fine that you shall all repent the loss of mine. I will be deaf to pleading and excuses, nor tears nor prayers shall purchase out abuses, therefore use none. Let Romeo hence in haste, else when he is found that hour is his last. Bear hence this body and attend our will. Mercy but murders, pardoning those that kill. Exeunt, scene Roman 2. A room in Capulet's house. Enter Juliet. Juliet. Gallop apace, you fiery-footed steeds, towards Phoebus' lodging. Such a waggoner as Phaeton would whip you to the west and bring in cloudy night immediately. Spread thy close curtain, love-performing night, that runaways' eyes may wink, and Romeo leap to these arms, untalked of and unseen. Lovers can see to do their amorous rites by their own beauties, or if love be blind, it best agrees with night. Come, civil knight, thou sober-suited matron, all in black, and learn me how to lose a winning match, played for a pair of stainless maidenhoods. Hood my unmanned blood, baiting in my cheeks with thy black mantle, till strange love grow bold, think true love acted simple modesty. Come night, come Romeo, come thou day in night, for thou wilt lie upon the wings of night whiter than new snow upon a raven's back. Come gentle night, come loving black-browed night, give me my Romeo, and when I shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night, and pay no worship to the garish sun. Oh, I have bought the mansion of a love, but not possessed it, and though I am sold, not yet enjoyed. So tedious is this day as is the night before some festival to an impatient child that hath new robes and may not wear them. Oh, here comes my nurse, and she brings news, and every tongue that speaks but Romeo's name speaks heavenly eloquence. Enter nurse with cords. Now nurse, what news? What haste thou there? The cords that Romeo bid thee fetch. Nurse, I the cords, throws them down. Juliet, I me, what news? Why dost thou wring thy hands? Nurse, ah, well-a-day, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead. We are undone, lady, we are undone. Alack the day, he's gone, he's killed, he's dead. Juliet, can heaven be so envious? Nurse, Romeo can, though heaven cannot. O Romeo, Romeo, whoever would have thought it? Romeo, Juliet, what devil art thou that dost torment me thus? This torture should be roared in dismal hell. Hath Romeo slain himself? Say thou but I, and that bare vowel I shall poison more than the death-darting eye of Cocatris. I am not I if there be such an eye, or those eyes shut that make the answer I. If he be slain, say I, or if not, no. Brief sounds determine of my weal or woe. Nurse, I saw the wound, I saw it with mine eyes, God save the mark. Here on his manly breast, a piteous course, a bloody piteous course, pale, pale as ashes, all bedaubed in blood, all in gore blood, I swounded at the sight. Juliet, oh break my heart, poor bankrout, break at once. To prison eyes ne'er look on liberty, vile earth to earth resign, end motion here, and thou and Romeo press one heavy bier. Nurse, O Tybalt, Tybalt, the best friend I had, O courteous Tybalt, honest gentleman, that ever I should live to see thee dead. Juliet, what storm is this that blows so contrary? Is Romeo slaughtered and is Tybalt dead, my dearest cousin and my dearer lord? Then dreadful trumpet sound the general doom, for who is living if those two are gone? Nurse, Tybalt is gone and Romeo banished, Romeo that killed him he is banished. Juliet, O God, did Romeo's hand shed Tybalt's blood? Nurse, it did, alas the day it did. Juliet, O serpent heart hid with a flowering face, did ever dragon keep so fair a cave? Beautiful tyrant, fiend angelical, dove-feathered raven, wolvish ravening lamb, despised substance of divinest show. Just opposite to what thou justly seem'st, a damned saint, an honourable villain. O nature, what hadst thou to do in hell when thou didst bow the spirit of a fiend in mortal paradise of such sweet flesh? Was ever book containing such vile matter so fairly bound? Oh, that deceit should dwell in such a gorgeous palace. Nurse, there's no trust, no faith, no honesty in men, all perjured, all forsworn, all naught, all dissemblers. Ah, where's my man? Give me some aqua vitae, these griefs, these woes, these sorrows make me old. Shame come to Romeo, Juliet, blistered be thy tongue for such a wish, he was not born to shame, upon his brow shame is a sham to sit, for 'tis a throne where honour may be crowned sole monarch of the universal earth. Oh, what a beast was I to chide at him! Nurse, will you speak well of him that killed your cousin? Juliet, shall I speak ill of him that is my husband? Ah, poor my lord, what tongue shall smooth thy name when I thy 3 hours wife have mangled it? But wherefore, villain, didst thou kill my cousin? That villain cousin would have killed my husband. Back, foolish tears, back to your native spring, your tributary drops belong to woe, which you mistaking offer up to joy. My husband lives that Tybalt would have slain, and Tybalt's dead that would have slain my husband. All this is comfort, wherefore weep I then? Some word there was worser than Tybalt's death that murdered me. I would forget it fain, but oh, it presses to my memory like damned guilty deeds to sinners' minds. Tybalt is dead and Romeo banished. That banished, that one word banished, hath slain 10,000 Tybalts. Tybalt's death was woe enough if it had ended there. Or if sour woe delights in fellowship, and needly will be ranked with other griefs, why followed not, when she said Tybalt's dead, thy father or thy mother, nay or both, which modern lamentation might have moved. But with a re-award following Tybalt's death, Romeo is banished, to speak that word is father, mother, Tybalt, Romeo, Juliet, all slain, all dead. Romeo is banished, there is no end, no limit, measure, bound, in that word's death, no words can that woe sound. Where is my father and my mother, nurse, nurse, weeping and wailing over Tybalt's corse? Will you go to them? I will bring you thither, Juliet. Wash they his wounds with tears. Mine shall be spent when theirs are dry for Romeo's banishment. Take up those cords. Poor ropes, you are beguiled, both you and I, for Romeo is exiled. He made you for a highway to my bed, but I, a maid, die maiden widowed. Come cords, come nurse, I'll to my wedding bed, and death, not Romeo, take my maidenhead. Nurse, hie to your chamber. I'll find Romeo to comfort you, I wot well where he is. Hark ye, your Romeo will be here at night. I'll to him. He is hid at Laurent's cell. Juliet, oh find him, give this ring to my true knight, and bid him come to take his last farewell. Exeunt, scene Roman 3, Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence, Friar Lawrence. Romeo, come forth, thou fearful man. Affliction is enamoured of thy parts, and thou art wedded to calamity. Enter Romeo, Romeo. Father, what news? What is the prince's doom? What sorrow craves acquaintance at my hand that I yet know not? Friar Lawrence, too familiar is my dear son with such sour company. I bring thee tidings of the prince's doom. Romeo, what less than doomsday is the prince's doom? Friar Lawrence, A gentler judgment vanished from his lips, not body's death, but body's banishment. Romeo, ha banishment, be merciful, say death, for exile hath more terror in his look, much more than death, do not say banishment. Friar Lawrence. Hence from Verona art thou banished, be patient, for the world is broad and wide. Romeo, there is no world without Verona walls, but purgatory, torture, hell itself. Hence banished is banished from the world, and world's exile is death. Then banished is death mistermed. Calling death banished, thou cutt'st my head off with a golden axe, and smilest upon the stroke that murders me. Friar Lawrence, O deadly sin, O rude unthankfulness, thy fault our law calls death, but the kind prince, taking thy part, hath brushed aside the law and turned that black word death to banishment. This is dear mercy, and thou seest it not. Romeo, 'tis torture, and not mercy. Heaven is here where Juliet lives, and every cat and dog and little mouse, every unworthy thing, live here in heaven and may look on her, but Romeo may not. More validity, more honourable state, more courtship lives in carrion flies than Romeo. They may seize on the white wonder of dear Juliet's hand, and steal immortal blessing from her lips, who, even in pure and vestal modesty, still blush as thinking their own kisses sin. But Romeo may not, he is banished. This may flies do when I from this must fly. They are free men, but I am banished. And say'st thou yet that exile is not death? Hadst thou no poison mixed, no sharp ground knife, no sudden mean of death, though ne'er so mean, but banished to kill me? Banished, O friar, the damned use that word in hell. Howling attends it. How haste thou the heart, being a divine, a ghostly confessor, a sin absolver, and my friend professed, to mangle me with that word banished? Friar Lawrence, thou fond mad man, hear me speak a little. Romeo, oh, thou wilt speak again of banishment. Friar Lawrence, I'll give thee armour to keep off that word, adversity's sweet milk, philosophy to comfort thee though thou art banished. Romeo, yet banished, hang up philosophy. Unless philosophy can make a Juliet, displant a town, reverse a prince's doom, it helps not, it prevails not, talk no more. Friar Lawrence, oh, then I see that mad men have no ears. Romeo, how should they when that wise men have no eyes? Friar Lawrence, let me dispute with thee of thy estate. Romeo, thou canst not speak of that thou dost not feel. Wert thou as young as I, Juliet thy love, an hour but married, Tybalt murdered, doting like me, and like me banished, then mightst thou speak, then mightst thou tear thy hair and fall upon the ground as I do now, taking the measure of an unmade grave. Knocking within. Friar Lawrence, arise, one knocks. Good Romeo, hide thyself. Romeo, not I, unless the breath of heartsick groans mist-like enfold me from the search of eyes. Knocking. Friar Lawrence, hark how they knock. Who's there? Romeo, arise, thou wilt be taken, stay a while. Stand up, knocking, run to my study, by and by. God's will, what simpleness is this? I come, knocking, who knocks so hard? Whence come you, what's your will? Nurse, within, let me come in and you shall know my errand. I come from Lady Juliet. Friar Lawrence, welcome then, enter. Nurse. Nurse, O holy friar, O tell me, holy friar, where is my lady's lord, where's Romeo? Friar Lawrence, there on the ground, with his own tears made drunk. Nurse, oh, he is even in my mistress' case, just in her case, oh woeful sympathy, piteous predicament, even so lies she, blubbering and weeping, weeping and blubbering. Stand up, stand and you be a man. For Juliet's sake, for her sake, rise and stand. Why should you fall into so deep an oh? Romeo, nurse, nurse, ah sir, death's the end of all. Romeo, spakest thou of Juliet, how is it with her? Doth not she think me an old murderer, now I have stained the childhood of our joy with blood removed but little from her own? Where is she, and how doth she? And what says my concealed lady to our cancelled love? Nurse. Oh, she says nothing, sir, but weeps and weeps, and now falls on her bed, and then starts up, and Tybalt calls, and then on Romeo cries, and then down falls again. Romeo, as if that name, shot from the deadly level of a gun, did murder her as that name's cursed hand murdered her kinsman. Oh, tell me, friar, tell me, in what vile part of this anatomy doth my name lodge? Tell me, that I may sack the hateful mansion. Drawing his sword, Friar Lawrence, hold thy desperate hand. Art thou a man? Thy form cries out thou art. Thy tears are womanish, thy wild acts denote the unreasonable fury of a beast. Unseemly woman in a seeming man, and ill-beseeming beast in seeming both. Thou haste amazed me. By my holy order I thought thy disposition better tempered. Haste thou slain Tybalt, wilt thou slay thyself, and slay thy lady that in thy life lives by doing damned hate upon thyself? Why railst thou on thy birth, the heaven and earth, since birth and heaven and earth all three do meet in thee at once, which thou at once wouldst lose? Fie, fie, thou sham'st thy shape, thy love, thy wit, which like a usurer abounced in all, and usest none in that true use indeed which should bedeck thy shape, thy love, thy wit. Thy noble shape is but a form of wax, digressing from the valour of a man. Thy dear love sworn but hollow perjury, killing that love which thou hast vowed to cherish. Thy wit, that ornament to shape and love, misshapen in the conduct of them both, like powder in a skilless soldier's flask, is set afire by thine own ignorance, and thou dismembered with thine own defence. What roused thee, man? Thy Juliet is alive, for whose dear sake thou wast but lately dead, there art thou happy. Tybalt would kill thee, but thou slewst Tybalt, there art thou happy. The law that threatened death becomes thy friend and turns it to exile, there art thou happy. A pack of blessings light upon thy back, happiness courts thee in her best array, but like a misshaped and sullen wench, thou putt'st up thy fortune and thy love. Take heed, for such die miserable. Go, get thee to thy love as was decreed, ascend her chamber, hence and comfort her. But look thou stay not till the watch be set, for then thou canst not pass to Mantua, where thou shalt live till we can find a time to blaze your marriage, reconcile your friends, beg pardon of the prince, and call thee back with 20,000 times more joy than thou went'st forth in lamentation. Go before, nurse. Commend me to thy lady, and bid her hasten all the house to bed, which heavy sorrow makes them apt unto. Romeo is coming. Nurse, O Lord, I could have stayed here all the night to hear good counsel. Oh, what learning is, my lord, I'll tell my lady you will come. Romeo, do so, and bid my sweet prepare to chide. Nurse, here, sir, a ring she bid me give you, sir. Hie you, make haste, for it grows very late. Exit. Romeo, how well my comfort is revived by this. Friar Lawrence, go hence, good night, and here stands all your state. Either be gone before the watch be set, or by the break of day disquised from hence. Sojourn in Mantua. I'll find out your man, and he shall signify from time to time every good hap to you that chances here. Give me thy hand, 'tis late, farewell, good night, Romeo. But that a joy past joy calls out on me, it were a grief so brief to part with thee. Farewell. Exeunt. Scene Roman 4. A room in Capulet's house. Enter Capulet, Lady Capulet, and Paris. Capulet. Things have fallen out, sir, so unluckily that we have had no time to move our daughter. Look you, she loved her kinsman Tybalt dearly, and so did I. Well, we were born to die, 'tis very late, she'll not come down tonight. I promise you, but for your company I would have been abed an hour ago. Paris. These times of woe afford no tune to woo. Madam, good night, commend me to your daughter. Lady Capulet, I will and know her mind early tomorrow, tonight she's mewed up to her heaviness. Capulet. Sir Paris, I will make a desperate tender of my child's love. I think she will be rolled in all respects by me, nay more I doubt it not. Wife, go you to her ere you go to bed, acquaint her here of my son Paris' love, and bid her mark you me on Wednesday next, but soft, what day is this? Paris. Monday, my lord. Capulet. Monday. Ha ha, well, Wednesday is too soon, a Thursday let it be. A Thursday, tell her she shall be married to this noble earl. Will you be ready? Do you like this haste? We'll keep no great ado, a friend or two, for hark you, Tybalt being slain so late, it may be thought we held him carelessly, being our kinsman, if we revel much. Therefore we'll have some 6 friends, and there an end. But what say you to Thursday? Paris, my lord, I would that Thursday were tomorrow. Capulet. Well, get you gone, a Thursday be it then. Go you to Juliet ere you go to bed, prepare her, wife, against this wedding day. Farewell, my lord. Light to my chamber, ho. Afore me it is so very, very late that we may call it early by and by. Good night. Exeunt. Scene V. An open gallery to Juliet's chamber overlooking the garden. Enter Romeo and Juliet. Juliet. Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale and not the lark that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Nightly she sings on yond pomegranate tree. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale. Romeo. It was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die. Juliet. Yond light is not daylight, I know it, it is some meteor that the sun exhales to be to thee this night a torch-bearer and light thee on thy way to Mantua. Therefore stay yet, thou needst not to be gone. Romeo. Let me be turned, let me be put to death. I am content, so thou wilt have it so. I'll say yon grey is not the morning's eye, 'tis but the pale reflex of Cynthia's brow. Nor that is not the lark whose notes do beat the vaulty heaven so high above our heads. I have more care to stay than will to go. Come, death, and welcome. Juliet wills it so. How is't, my soul? Let's talk. It is not day, Juliet. It is. Hie hence, be gone away. It is the lark that sings so out of tune, estraining harsh discords and unpleasing sharps. Some say the lark makes sweet division. This doth not so, for she divideth us. Some say the lark and loathed toad change eyes. Oh, now I would they had changed voices too, since arm from arm that voice doth us affray, hunting thee hence with hunts up to the day. Oh, now be gone, more light and light it grows. Romeo, more light and light, more dark and dark our woes. Enter nurse. Nurse, madam, Juliet, nurse, nurse, your lady mother is coming to your chamber, the day is broke. Be wary, look about. Exit, Juliet. Then window, let day in and let life out. Romeo, farewell, farewell, one kiss and I'll descend. Descends, Juliet, art thou gone so? Love, lord, I, husband, friend, I must hear from thee every day in the hour, for in a minute there are many days. Oh, by this count I shall be much in years ere I again behold my Romeo. Romeo, farewell, I will omit no opportunity that may convey my greetings, love, to thee. Juliet. Oh, thinkest thou we shall ever meet again? Romeo, I doubt it not, and all these woes shall serve for sweet discourses in our time to come. Juliet, O God, I have an ill-divining soul, methinks I see thee now thou art so low as one dead in the bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails or thou look'st pale. Romeo, and trust me, love, in my eye so do you, dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu, adieu, exit below, Juliet. O fortune, fortune, all men call thee fickle if thou art fickle. What dost thou with him, that is renowned for faith? Be fickle, fortune, for then I hope thou wilt not keep him long but send him back. Lady Capulet, within, ho, daughter, are you up, Juliet? Who is't that calls? Is it my lady mother? Is she not down so late or up so early? What unaccustomed cause procures her hither? Enter Lady Capulet, Lady Capulet. Why, how now, Juliet, Juliet? Madam, I am not well, Lady Capulet, evermore weeping for your cousin's death. What, wilt thou wash him from his grave with tears? And if thou couldst not make him live. Therefore have done, some grief shows much of love, but much of grief shows still some want of wit. Juliet, yet let me weep for such a feeling loss. Lady Capulet, so shall you feel the loss, but not the friend which you weep for. Juliet, feeling so the loss, I cannot choose but ever weep the friend. Lady Capulet. Well, girl, thou weepst not so much for his death as that the villain lives which slaughtered him. Juliet. What villain, madam? Lady Capulet. That same villain Romeo. Juliet. Villain, and he be many miles asunder. God pardon him, I do with all my heart, and yet no man like he doth grieve my heart. Lady Capulet, that is because the traitor murderer lives. Juliet. I, madam, from the reach of these my hands, would none but I might venge my cousin's death. Lady Capulet, we will have vengeance for it, fear thou not, then weep no more. I'll send to one in Mantua, where that same banished runagate doth live, shall give him such an unaccustomed dram that he shall soon keep Tybalt company, and then I hope thou wilt be satisfied. Juliet. Indeed I never shall be satisfied with Romeo till I behold him, dead is my poor heart so for a kinsman vexed. Madam, if you could find out but a man to bear a poison, I would temper it, that Romeo should upon receipt thereof, soon sleep in quiet. Oh, how my heart abhors to hear him named and cannot come to him, to wreak the love I bore my cousin upon his body that hath slaughtered him. Lady Capulet, find thou the means, and I'll find such a man. But now I'll tell thee joyful tidings, girl, Juliet, and joy comes well in such a needy time. What are they, I beseech your ladyship, Lady Capulet? Well, well, thou hast a careful father, child, one who to put thee from thy heaviness hath sorted out a sudden day of joy that thou expects not, nor I look not for. Juliet. Madam, in happy time, what day is that, Lady Capulet? Marry, my child, early next Thursday morn the gallant, young and noble gentleman the county Paris at St. Peter's Church shall happily make thee there a joyful bride. Juliet. Now by St. Peter's Church, and Peter too, he shall not make me there a joyful bride. I wonder at this haste that I must wed ere he that should be husband comes to woo. I pray you tell my lord and father, madam, I will not marry yet. And when I do, I swear it shall be Romeo, whom you know I hate. Oh, rather than Paris, these are news indeed. Lady Capulet, here comes your father, tell him so yourself, and see how he will take it at your hands. Enter Capulet and nurse. Capulet. When the sun sets, the air doth drizzle dew, but for the sunset of my brother's son it rains downright. How now, a conduit girl, what still in tears, evermore showering, in one little body thou counterfeits a bark, a sea, a wind. For still thy eyes, which I may call the sea, do ebb and flow with tears, the bark thy body is, sailing in this salt flood, the winds thy sighs, who raging with thy tears and they with them, without a sudden calm will overset thy tempest-tossed body. How now, wife, have you delivered to her our decree, Lady Capulet? Ay, sir, but she will none, she gives you thanks, I would the fool were married to her grave. Capulet, soft, take me with you, wife, how will she none, doth she not give us thanks? Is she not proud? Doth she not count her blessed, unworthy as she is, that we have wrought so worthy a gentleman to be her bridegroom? Juliet, not proud you have, but thankful that you have. Proud can I never be of what I hate, but thankful even for hate that is meant love. Capulet, how now, chopped logic? What is this? Proud, and I thank you not, and yet not proud. Mistress minion you, thank me no thankings, nor proud me no prouds, but fettle your fine joints gainst Thursday next to go with Paris to St. Peter's Church, or I will drag thee on a hurdle thither. Out, you green sickness carrion. Out, you baggage, you tallow face, Lady Capulet. Fie, fie, what are you mad, Juliet? Good father, I beseech you on my knees, hear me with patience, but to speak a word. Capulet, hang the young baggage, disobedient wretch. I tell thee what, get thee to church a Thursday, or never after look me in the face. Speak not, reply not, do not answer me, my fingers itch. Wife, we scarce thought us blessed that God had lent us but this only child, but now I see this one is one too much, and that we have a curse in having her. Out on her, Hilding, nurse, God in heaven bless her. You are to blame, my lord, to rate her so. Capulet, and why, my lady Wisdom, hold your tongue, good Prudence. This matter with your gossips go, nurse, I speak no treason. Capulet, O God ye good en. Nurse, may not one speak? Capulet, peace, you mumbling fool. Utter your gravity or a gossip's bowl, for here we need it not. Lady Capulet, you are too hot. Capulet, God's bread, it makes me mad. Day, night, hour, ride, time, work, play alone in company, still my care hath been to have her matched, and having now provided a gentleman of noble parentage, of fair demesnes, youthful and nobly allied, stuffed, as they say, with honourable parts, proportioned as one's thought would wish a man, and then to have a wretched puling fool, a whining mammet in her fortune's tender, to answer, I'll not wed, I cannot love, I am too young, I pray you pardon me. But and you will not wed, I'll pardon you. Graze where you will, you shall not house with me. Look tot, think on't, I do not use to jest. Thursday is near, lay hand on heart, advise. And you be mine, I'll give you to my friend. And you be not, hang, beg, starve, die in the streets, for by my soul I'll ne'er acknowledge thee, nor what is mine shall never do thee good. Trust tot, bethink you I'll not be forsworn. Exit, Juliet. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? O sweet my mother, cast me not away, delay this marriage for a month, a week, or if you do not, make the bridal bed in that dim monument where Tybalt lies. Lady Capulet, talk not to me, for I'll not speak a word, do as thou wilt, for I have done with thee. Exit, Juliet, O God, O nurse, how shall this be prevented? My husband is on earth, my faith in heaven. How shall that faith return again to earth, unless that husband send it me from heaven by leaving earth? Comfort me, counsel me. Alack, alack, that heaven should practise stratagems upon so soft a subject as myself. What say'st thou? haste thou not a word of joy, some comfort, nurse, nurse, faith, here it is. Romeo is banished, and all the world to nothing that he dares ne'er come back to challenge you, or if he do, it needs must be by stealth. Then, since the case so stands as now it doth, I think it best you married with the county. Oh, he's a lovely gentleman, Romeo's a dishclout to him. An eagle, madam, hath not so green, so quick, so fair an eye as Paris hath. Beshrew my very heart, I think you are happy in this second match, for it excels your first. Or if it did not, your first is dead, or twere as good he were as living here, and you no use of him. Juliet. Speakest thou from thy heart, nurse, and from my soul too, or else beshrew them both? Juliet. Amen, nurse. What, Juliet? Well, thou hast comforted me marvellous much. Go in and tell my lady I am gone, having displeased my father, to Lawrence' cell to make confession and to be absolved. Nurse. Marry, I will, and this is wisely done. Exit. Juliet. Ancient damnation. O most wicked fiend! Is it more sin to wish me thus forsworn, or to dispraise my lord with that same tongue which she hath praised him with above compare so many thousand times? Go, counsellor, thou and my bosom henceforth shall be twain. I'll to the friar to know his remedy, if all else fail myself have power to die. Exit. Actrum and foreseen I. Friar Lawrence's cell. Enter Friar Lawrence and Paris. Friar Lawrence. On Thursday, sir, the time is very short. Paris, my father Capulet will have it so, and I am nothing slow to slack his haste. If Friar Lawrence, you say you do not know the lady's mind. Uneven is the course, I like it not. Paris. Immoderately she weeps for Tybalt's death, and therefore have I little talked of love, for Venus smiles not in a house of tears. Now, sir, her father counts it dangerous that she do give her sorrow so much sway, and in his wisdom hastes our marriage to stop the inundation of her tears, which, too much minded by herself alone, may be put from her by society. Now do you know the reason of this haste? Friar Lawrence. Aside, I would I knew not why it should be slowed. Look, sir, here comes the lady toward my cell. Enter Juliet. Paris. Happily met, my lady and my wife. Juliet. That may be, sir, when I may be a wife. Paris. That may be must be, love, on Thursday next. Juliet. What must be shall be. Friar Lawrence. That's a certain text. Paris. Come you to make confession to this father? Juliet. To answer that I should confess to you. Paris. Do not deny to him that you love me. Juliet. I will confess to you that I love him. Paris. So will ye, I am sure, that you love me. Juliet. If I do so, it will be of more price, being spoke behind your back than to your face. Paris. Poor soul, thy face is much abuzzed with tears. Juliet. The tears have got small victory by that, for it was bad enough before their spite. Paris. Thou wrong'st it more than tears with that report. Juliet. That is no slander, sir, which is a truth, and what I spake it to my face. Paris. Thy face is mine, and thou hast slandered it. Juliet. It may be so, for it is not mine own. Are you at leisure, holy father, now, or shall I come to you at evening mass? Friar Lawrence. My leisure serves me, pensive daughter, now. My lord, we must entreat the time alone. Paris. God shield I should disturb devotion. Juliet. On Thursday early will I rouse ye, till then adieu, and keep this holy kiss. Exit. Juliet. Oh, shut the door, and when thou hast done so, come weep with me past hope, past cure, past help. Friar Lawrence. O Juliet, I already know thy grief, it strains me past the compass of my wits. I hear thou must, and nothing may prorogue it, on Thursday next be married to this county. Juliet. Tell me not, friar, that thou hear'st of this, unless thou tell me how I may prevent it. If in thy wisdom thou canst give no help, do thou but call my resolution wise, and with this knife I'll help it presently. God joined my heart and Romeo's, thou our hands. And ere this hand by thee to Romeo sealed shall be the label to another deed, or my true heart with treacherous revolt turn to another, this shall slay them both. Therefore, out of thy long experient time, give me some present counsel, or behold, twixt my extremes and me this bloody knife shall play the empire, arbitrating that which the commission of thy years and art could to no issue of true honour bring. Be not so long to speak. I long to die if what thou speak not of remedy. Friar Lawrence. Hold, daughter, I do spy a kind of hope which craves as desperate an execution as that is desperate which we would prevent. If rather than to marry county Paris thou haste the strength of will to slay thyself, then is it likely thou wilt undertake a thing like death to chide away this shame, that copst with death himself to scape from it. And if thou darst, I'll give thee remedy. Juliet, oh bid me leap, rather than marry Paris from off the battlements of yonder tower, or walk in thievish ways, or bid me lurk where serpents are. Chain me with roaring bears, or hide me nightly in a charnel house, or covered quite with dead men's rattling bones, with reeky shanks and yellow chapless skulls. Or bid me go into a new-made grave and hide me with a dead man in his shroud, things that to hear them told have made me tremble, and I will do it without fear or doubt, to live an unstained wife to my sweet love. Friar Lawrence, hold then. Go home, be merry, give consent to marry Paris. Wednesday is tomorrow night look that thou lie alone, let not thy nurse lie with thee in thy chamber. Take thou this vial, being then in bed, and this distilled liquor drink thou off, when presently through all thy veins shall run a cold and drowsy humour. For no pulse shall keep his native progress but surcease, no warmth, no breath shall testify thou livest, the roses in thy lips and cheeks shall fade to parley ashes. Thy eyes' windows fall like death when he shuts up the day of life. Each part deprived of supple government shall stiff and stark and cold appear like death. And in this borrowed likeness of shrunk death thou shalt continue 42 hours, and then awake as from a pleasant sleep. Now when the bridegroom in the morning comes to rouse thee from thy bed, there art thou dead. Then, as the manner of our country is, in thy best robes, uncovered, on the bier, thou shalt be borne to that same ancient vault, where all the kindred of the Capulets lie. In the meantime, against thou shalt awake, shall Romeo by my letters know our drift, and hither shall he come, and he and I will watch thy waking, and that very night shall Romeo bear thee hence to Mantua. And this shall free thee from this present shame, if no inconstant toy nor womanish fear abate thy valour in the acting it. Juliet. Give me, oh tell not me of fear. Friar Lawrence. Hold, get you gone, be strong and prosperous in this resolve. I'll send a friar with speed to Mantua with my letters to thy lord. Juliet, love give me strength, and strength shall help afford. Farewell, dear father, exeunt, scene Roman 2, hall in Capulet's house. Enter Capulet, Lady Capulet, nurse and servants. Capulet, so many guests invite as here are writ. Exit first servant. Sirrah, go hire me 20 cunning cooks. Second servant, you shall have none ill, sir, for I'll try if they can lick their fingers. Capulet, how canst thou try them so? Second servant, marry, sir, 'tis an ill cook that cannot lick his own fingers, therefore he that cannot lick his fingers goes not with me. Capulet, go, begone. Exit second servant, we shall be much unfurnished for this time. What is my daughter gone to Friar Lawrence? Nurse, ay, forsooth. Capulet, well he may chance to do some good on her. A peevish self-willed harlotry it is. Enter Juliet. Nurse, see where she comes from shrift with merry look. Capulet, how now, my headstrong, where have you been gadding? Juliet, where I have learnt me to repent the sin of disobedient opposition to you and your behests, and am enjoined by holy Lawrence to fall prostrate here to beg your pardon. Pardon, I beseech you, henceforward I am ever rolled by you. Capulet, send for the county, go tell him of this. I'll have this knot knit up tomorrow morning. Juliet, I met the youthful lord at Lawrence's cell, and gave him what becomed love I might, not stepping o'er the bounds of modesty. Capulet, why I am glad on't, this is well. Stand up, this is as should be. Let me see the county. I marry, go, I say, and fetch him hither. Now afore God, this reverend holy friar, all our whole city is much bound to him. Juliet, nurse, will you go with me into my closet to help me sort such needful ornaments as you think fit to furnish me tomorrow? Lady Capulet, no, not till Thursday, there is time enough. Capulet, go, nurse, go with her, we'll to church tomorrow. Exeunt Juliet and nurse. Lady Capulet, we shall be short in our provision, 'tis now near night. Capulet, tush, I will stir about, and all things shall be well, I warrant thee, wife. Go thou to Juliet, help to deck up her. I'll not to bed tonight, let me alone. I'll play the housewife for this once. What ho, they are all forth, Well, I will walk myself to County Paris to prepare him up against tomorrow. My heart is wondrous light since this same wayward girl is so reclaimed. Exeunt. Scene Roman 3, Juliet's chamber. Enter Juliet and nurse, Juliet. Aye, those attires are best. But gentle nurse, I pray thee leave me to myself tonight, for I have need of many orisons to move the heavens to smile upon my state, which, well thou know'st, is cross and full of sin. Enter Lady Capulet. Lady Capulet. What, are you busy, ho? Need you my help, Juliet? No, madam, we have culled such necessaries as are behoveful for our state tomorrow. So please you, let me now be left alone, and let the nurse this night sit up with you, for I am sure you have your hands full all in this so sudden business. Lady Capulet. Good night, get thee to bed and rest, for thou haste need. Exeunt Lady Capulet and nurse, Juliet. Farewell, God knows when we shall meet again. I have a faint cold fear thrills through my veins that almost freezes up the heat of life. I'll call them back again to comfort me. Nurse. What should she do here? My dismal scene I needs must act alone. Come, Vial, what if this mixture do not work at all? Shall I be married then tomorrow morning? No, no, this shall forbid it, lie thou there. Laying down her dagger. What if it be a poison which the friar subtly hath ministered to have me dead, lest in this marriage he should be dishonoured because he married me before to Romeo? I fear it is. And yet methinks it should not, for he hath still been tried a holy man. How if, when I am laid into the tomb, I wake before the time that Romeo come to redeem me? There's a fearful point. Shall I not then be stifled in the vault, to whose foul mouth no healthsome air breathes in, and there die strangled ere my Romeo comes? Or, if I live, is it not very like the horrible conceit of death and night, together with the terror of the place, as in a vault, an ancient receptacle, where for this many 100 years the bones of all my buried ancestors are packed, where bloody Tybalt, yet but green in earth, lies festering in his shroud, where, as they say, at some hours in the night spirits resort? Alack, alack, is it not like that I, so early waking, what with loathsome smells and shrieks like mandrakes torn out of the earth, that living mortals, hearing them, run mad? Oh, if I wake, shall I not be distraught, environed with all these hideous fears, and madly play with my forefathers' joints, and pluck the mangled Tybalt from his shroud, and in this rage with some great kinsman's bone, as with a club, dash out my desperate brains? Oh, look, methinks I see my cousin's ghost seeking out Romeo that did spit his body upon a rapier's point. Stay, Tybalt, stay. Romeo, 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 here's drink. I drink to thee. Throws herself on the bed. Scene Roman 4, Hall in Capulet's house. Enter Lady Capulet and nurse. Lady Capulet. Hold, take these keys and fetch more spices, nurse. Nurse, they call for dates and quinces in the pastry. Enter Capulet. Capulet. Come, stir, stir, stir. The second cock hath crowed, the curfew bell hath rung, 'tis 3 o'clock. Look to the backed meats, good Angelica, spare not for cost. Nurse. Go, you cotquean, go get you to bed, faith. You'll be sick tomorrow for this night's watching. Capulet. No, not a whit. What, I have watched ere now all night for lesser cause, and ne'er been sick. Lady Capulet. Aye, you have been a mouse hunt in your time, but I will watch you from such watching now. Exeunt Lady Capulet and nurse. Capulet. A jealous hood, a jealous hood. Enter servants with spits, logs and baskets. Now, fellow, what's there? First servant. Things for the cook, sir, but I know not what. Capulet. Make haste, make haste. Exit first servant. Sirrah, fetch drier logs, call Peter, he will show thee where they are. Second servant. I have a head, sir, that will find out logs and never trouble Peter for the matter. Exit. Capulet. Mass and well said, a merry whoreson, ha, thou shalt be loggerhead. Good faith, 'tis day, the county will be here with music straight, for so he said he would. I hear him near, play music. Nurse, wife, what ho, what nurse, I say, re-enter nurse, go waken Juliet, go and trim her up, I'll go and chat with Paris. Hi, make haste, the bridegroom he is come already. Make haste, I say. Exeunt. Scene V, Juliet's chamber, Juliet on the bed. Enter nurse. Nurse. Mistress. What mistress? Juliet. Fast, I warrant her she. Why, lamb, why, lady, fie, you slugger bed. Why, love, I say, madam, sweetheart, why, bride, what, not a word, you take your pennyworths now. Sleep for a week, for the next night, I warrant, the county Paris hath set up his rest that you shall rest but little. God forgive me, marry and amen, how sound is she asleep, I needs must wake her. Madam, 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 aye, let the county take you in your bed, he'll fright you up, I faith. Will it not be, what dressed, and in your clothes, and down again, I must needs wake you. Lady, 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 alas, alas, help, help, my lady's dead. Oh, well a day that ever I was born. Some aquavity, ho, my lord, my lady, enter Lady Capulet. Lady Capulet, what noise is here? Nurse, oh, lamentable day, Lady Capulet. What is the matter, nurse? Look, look, oh, heavy day, Lady Capulet. Oh, me, my child, my only life. Revive, look up, or I will die with thee. Help, help, call help. Enter Capulet, Capulet, for shame, bring Juliet forth, her lord is come. Nurse, she's dead, deceased, she's dead. Alack the day, Lady Capulet. Alack the day, she's dead, she's dead, she's dead. Capulet, ha, let me see her. Out, alas, she's cold, her blood is settled, and her joints are stiff. Life and these lips have long been separated. Death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field. Nurse, O lamentable day, Lady Capulet. O woeful time, Capulet, death that hath ta'en her hence to make me wail, ties up my tongue and will not let me speak. Enter Friar Lawrence and Paris with musicians. Friar Lawrence. Come, is the bride ready to go to church? Capulet, ready to go but never to return. O son, the night before thy wedding day hath death lain with thy bride. There she lies, flower as she was, deflowered by him. Death is my son-in-law, death is my heir, my daughter he hath wedded. I will die and leave him all, life, living, all is death's. Paris, have I thought long to see this morning's face, and doth it give me such a sight as this? Lady Capulet. Accursed, unhappy, wretched, hateful day, most miserable hour that e'er time saw in lasting labour of his pilgrimage. But one poor and loving child, but one thing to rejoice and solace in, and cruel death hath catched it from my sight. Nurse, O woe! O woeful, woeful, woeful day, most lamentable day, most woeful day that ever I did yet behold. O day, O day, O day, O hateful day, never was seen so black a day as this. O woeful day, O woeful day. Paris, beguiled, divorced, wronged, spited, slain, most detestable death by thee beguiled, by cruel thee quite overthrown. O love, O life, not life but love in death, Capulet, despised, distressed, hated, martyred, killed. Uncomfortable time, why cam'st thou now to murder our solemnity? O child, my soul and not my child, dead art thou. Alack, my child is dead, and with my child my joys are buried. Friar Lawrence, peace ho, for shame. Confusions cure lives not in these confusions. Heaven and yourself had part in this fair maid, now heaven hath all, and all the better is it for the maid. Your part in her you could not keep from death, but heaven keeps his part in eternal life. The most you sought was her promotion, for 'twas your heaven she should be advanced, and weep ye now, seeing she is advanced above the clouds, as high as heaven itself. Oh, in this love, you love your child so ill that you run mad, seeing that she is well. She's not well married that lives married long, but she's best married that dies married young. Dry up your tears, and stick your rosemary on this fair corse, and as the custom is, and in her best array bear her to church. For though fond nature bids us all lament, yet nature's tears are reason's merriment. Capulet, all things that we ordained festival turn from their office to black funeral. Our instruments to melancholy bells, our wedding cheer to a sad burial feast. Our solemn hymns to sullen dirges change. Our bridal flowers serve for a buried corse, and all things change them to the contrary. Friar Lawrence. Sir, go you in, and madam, go with him, and go, Sir Paris, every one prepare to follow this fair course unto her grave. The heavens do lower upon you for some ill, move them no more by crossing their high will. Exeunt Capulet, Lady Capulet, Paris, and Friar, first musician. Faith, we may put up our pipes and be gone. Nurse. Honest good fellows are put up, for well you know this is a pitiful case. First musician. I by my troth the case may be amended. Exit nurse. Enter Peter. Peter. Musicians, oh musicians, heart's ease, oh, and you will have me live, play heart's ease. First musician. Why heart's ease, Peter? Oh musicians, because my heart itself plays, my heart is full. Oh play me some merry dump to comfort me. First musician. Not a dump we, 'tis no time to play now. Peter, you will not then. First musician, no, Peter, I will then give it you soundly. First musician, what will you give us, Peter? No money on my faith, but the gleek, I will give you the minstrel. First musician, then will I give you the serving creature. Peter, then will I lay the serving creature's dagger on your pate, I will carry no crotchets. I'll ree you, I'll far you, do you note me? First musician, and you ree us and far us, you note us. Second musician, pray you put up your dagger and put out your wit. Peter, then have at you with my wit. I will dry beat you with an iron wit and put up my iron dagger. Answer me like men. When griping griefs the heart doth wound, and doleful dumps the mind oppress, then music with her silver sound. Why silver sound? Why music with her silver sound? What say you, Simon Catterling? First musician, marry, sir, because silver hath a sweet sound. Peter, prates, what say you, Hugh Rebeck? Second musician, I say silver sound because musicians sound for silver. Peter, prates too, what say you, James Soundpost? Third musician, faith, I know not what to say. Peter, oh, I cry you mercy, you are the singer, I will say for you. It is music with her silver sound because musicians have no gold for sounding. Then music with her silver sound with speedy help doth lend redress. Exit. First musician, what a pestilent knave is this same. Second musician, hang him Jack, come we'll in here tarry for the mourners and stay dinner. Exeunt. Act V. Scene I. Mantua, a street. Enter Romeo. Romeo, if I may trust the flattering eye of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead, strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think, and breathed such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Ah me, how sweet is love itself possessed, when but love's shadows are so rich in joy. Enter Balthasar, news from Verona. How now, Balthasar, dost thou not bring me letters from the friar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How fares my Juliet, that I ask again? For nothing can be ill if she be well. Balthasar, then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Capel's monument, and her immortal part with angels' lives. I saw her laid low in her kindred's vault, and presently took post to tell it you. Oh, pardon me for bringing these ill news, since you did leave it for my office, sir. Romeo, is it even so? Then I defy you, stars, thou know'st my lodging. Get me ink and paper and hire post horses. I will hence tonight. Balthasar, I do beseech you, sir, have patience. Your looks are pale and wild, and do import some misadventure. Romeo, tush, thou art deceived. Leave me and do the thing I bid thee do. Haste thou no letters to me from the friar. Balthasar, no, my good lord. Romeo, no matter, get thee gone and hire those horses, I'll be with thee straight. Exit Balthasar. Well, Juliet, I will lie with thee tonight, let's see for means. O mischief, thou art swift to enter in the thoughts of desperate men. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts he dwells, which late I noted in tattered weeds, with overwhelming brows, culling of simples, meagre were his looks, sharp misery had worn him to the bones. And in his needy shop a tortoise hung, an alligator stuffed, and other skins of ill-shaped fishes. And about his shelves a beggarly account of empty boxes, green earthen pots, bladders, and musty seeds, remnants of packthread, and old cakes of roses were thinly scattered, to make up a show. Noting this penury to myself, I said, and if a man did need a poison now, whose sale is present death in Mantua, here lives a caitiff wretch would sell it him. Oh, this same thought did but forerun my need, and this same needy man must sell it me. As I remember, this should be the house, being holiday the beggar's shop is shut. What ho, apothecary, enter apothecary, who calls so loud, Romeo. Come hither, man, I see that thou art poor. Hold, there is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison, such soon speeding gear as will disperse itself through all the veins, that the life-weary taker may fall dead, and that the trunk may be discharged of breath as violently as hasty powder furred doth hurry from the fatal cannon's womb. Apothecary, such mortal drugs I have, but Mantua's law is death to any he that utters them. Romeo, art thou so bare and full of wretchedness, and fear'st to die? Famine is in thy cheeks, need and oppression starveth in thine eyes, contempt and beggary hangs upon thy back. The world is not thy friend, nor the world's law. The world affords no law to make thee rich, then be not poor, but break it and take this. Apothecary, my poverty, but not my will consents. Romeo, I pay thy poverty and not thy will. Apothecary, put this in any liquid thing you will and drink it off, and if you had the strength of 20 men it would dispatch you straight. Romeo, there is thy gold worse poison to men's souls, doing more murder in this loathsome world than these poor compounds that thou mayst not sell. I sell thee poison, thou hast sold me none. Farewell, buy food and get thyself in flesh. Come, cordial and not poison, go with me to Juliet's grave, for there must I use thee. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, Friar Lawrence's cell, enter Friar John. Friar John, holy Franciscan friar, brother Ho, enter Friar Lawrence. Friar Lawrence, this same should be the voice of Friar John, welcome from Mantua. What says Romeo, or if his mind be writ, give me his letter. Friar John, going to find a barefoot brother out, one of our order, to associate me, here in this city visiting the sick, and finding him, the searchers of the town, suspecting that we both were in a house where the infectious pestilence did reign, sealed up the doors, and would not let us forth, so that my speed to Mantua there was stayed. Friar Lawrence, who bare my letter then to Romeo? Friar John, I could not send it, here it is again, nor get a messenger to bring it thee, so fearful were they of infection. Friar Lawrence, unhappy fortune, by my brotherhood the letter was not nice, but full of charge, of dear import, and the neglecting it may do much danger. Friar John, go hence, get me an iron crow, and bring it straight unto my cell. Friar John, brother, I'll go and bring it thee. Exit, Friar Lawrence, now must I to the monument alone. Within this 3 hours will fair Juliet wake. She will beshrew me much that Romeo hath had no notice of these accidents, but I will write again to Mantua and keep her at my cell till Romeo come. Poor living corse, closed in a dead man's tomb. Exit, scene Roman 3, a churchyard, in it a monument belonging to the Capulets. Enter Paris and his page bearing flowers and a torch. Paris, give me thy torch, boy, hence and stand aloof. Yet put it out, for I would not be seen. Under yond yew tree lay thee all along, holding thy ear close to the hollow ground. So shall no foot upon the churchyard tread, being loose unfirm with digging up of graves, but thou shalt hear it. Whistle then to me as signal that thou hear'st something approach. Give me those flowers, do as I bid thee, go. Page, aside, I am almost afraid to stand alone here in the churchyard, yet I will adventure. Retires, Paris, sweet flower, with flowers thy bridal bed I strew. O woe, thy canopy is dust and stones, which with sweet water nightly I will dew, or wanting that, with tears distilled by moans. The obsequies that I for thee will keep, nightly shall be to strew thy grave and weep. The page whistles. The boy gives warning something doth approach. What cursed foot wanders this way tonight, to cross my obsequies and true love's right? What, with a torch, muffle me night awhile, retires, enter Romeo and Balthasar with a torch, mattock and sea. Romeo, give me that mattock and the wrenching iron. Hold, take this letter, early in the morning see thou deliver it to my lord and father. Give me the light, upon thy life I charge thee, whate'er thou hearst or seest, stand all aloof and do not interrupt me in my course. Why I descend into this bed of death is partly to behold my lady's face, but chiefly to take thence from her dead finger a precious ring, a ring that I must use in dear employment. Therefore hence be gone. But if thou jealous dost return to pry in what I further shall intend to do, by heaven I will tear thee joint by joint, and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs. The time and my intents are savage wild, more fierce and more inexorable far than empty tigers or the roaring sea. Balthasar, I will be gone, sir, and not trouble you. Romeo, so shalt thou show me friendship, take thou that. Live and be prosperous, and farewell, good fellow. Balthasar, for all this same I'll hide me hereabout. His looks I fear, and his intents I doubt. Retires Romeo. Thou detestable Moor, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth, thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, breaking open the door of the monument. And in despite I'll cram thee with more food. Paris, this is that banished haughty Montague that murdered my love's cousin, with which grief it is supposed the fair creature died, and here is come to do some villainous shame to the dead bodies. I will apprehend him. Advances, stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague. Can vengeance be pursued further than death? Condemned villain, I do apprehend thee. Obey and go with me, for thou must die. Romeo, I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Fly hence and leave me. Think upon these gone, let them affright thee. I beseech thee, youth, put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. O be gone. By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I come hither armed against myself. Stay not, be gone, live, and hereafter say a madman's mercy bid thee run away. Paris, I do defy thy conjuration, and apprehend thee for a felon here. Romeo, wilt thou provoke me? Then have at thee, boy, they fight. Page, O lord, they fight, I will go call the watch. Exit, Paris, O I am slain, fools, if thou be merciful, open the tomb, lay me with Juliet. Dies, Romeo, in faith I will, let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble county Paris, what said my man when my betossed soul did not attend him as we rode? I think he told me Paris should have married Juliet. Said he not so, or did I dream it so, or am I mad hearing him talk of Juliet to think it was so? Oh, give me thy hand, one writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. A grave, oh no, a lantern, slaughtered youth, for here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Death, lie thou there by a dead man interred, laying Paris in the monument. How oft when men are at the point of death have they been merry, which their keepers call a lightning before death. Oh, how may I call this a lightning? O my love, my wife, death that hath sucked the honey of thy breath hath had no power yet upon thy beauty, thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag is not advanced there. Tybalt, least thou there in thy bloody sheet. Oh, what more favour can I do to thee, than with that hand that cut thy youth in twain, to sunder his that was thine enemy? Forgive me, cousin. Ah, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that I still will stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-wearied flesh. Eyes, look your last, arms, take your last embrace, and lips owe you the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, bitter conduct, come, unsavoury guide, thou desperate pilot, now at once run on the dashing rocks thy seasick weary bark. Here's to my love, drinks, O true apothecary, thy drugs are quick. Thus with a kiss I die, dies. Enter at the other end of the churchyard, Friar Lawrence with a lantern, crow and spade. Friar Lawrence, St. Francis be my speed, how oft tonight have my old feet stumbled at graves. Who's there, who is it that consorts so late the dead? Balthasar, here's one a friend and one that knows you well. Friar Lawrence, bliss be upon you. Tell me, good my friend, what torch is yond that vainly lends his light to grubs and eyeless skulls? As I discern, it burneth in the capel's monument. Balthasar, it doth so, holy sir, and there's my master, one that you love. Friar Lawrence, who is it? Balthasar, Romeo. Friar Lawrence, how long hath he been there? Balthasar, full half an hour. Friar Lawrence, go with me to the vault. Balthasar, I dare not, sir, my master knows not but I am gone hence, and fearfully did menace me with death if I did stay to look on his intents. Friar Lawrence, stay then, I'll go alone. Fear comes upon me, oh much I fear some ill unlucky thing. Balthasar, as I did sleep under this yew tree here, I dreamt my master and another fought, and that my master slew him. Friar Lawrence, Romeo, advances. Alack, alack, what blood is this which stains the stony entrance of this sepulchre? What mean these masterless and gory swords to lie discoloured by this place of peace? Enters the monument. Romeo, O pale, who else, what Paris too, and steeped in blood? Ah, what an unkind hour is guilty of this lamentable chance. The lady stirs, Juliet wakes and stirs, Juliet. O comfortable friar, where is my lord? I do remember well where I should be, and there I am. Where is my Romeo? Noise within. Friar Lawrence, I hear some noise. Lady, come from that nest of death, contagion and unnatural sleep, a greater power than we can contradict hath thwarted our intents. Come, come away, thy husband in thy bosom there lies dead, and Paris too. Come, I'll dispose of thee among a sisterhood of holy nuns. Stay not to question, for the watch is coming. Come, go, good Juliet, I dare no longer stay. Juliet, go, get thee hence, for I will not away. Exit Friar Lawrence. What's here? A cup closed in my true love's hand. Poison, I see, hath been his timeless end. O churl! Drink all, and left no friendly drop to help me after. I will kiss thy lips. Haply some poison yet doth hang on them to make me die with a restorative. Kisses him, thy lips are warm, first watch. Within, lead boy, which way, Juliet? Yea, noise, then I'll be brief, O happy dagger, snatching Romeo's dagger. This is thy sheath, stabs herself there rest, and let me die. Falls on Romeo's body and dies, enter watch with the page of Paris. Page, this is the place, there where the torch doth burn, first watch. The ground is bloody, search about the churchyard. Go, some of you, whoe'er you find attach, exeunt some of the watch. Pitiful sight, here lies the county slain, and Juliet bleeding, warm and newly dead, who here hath lain this 2 days buried. Go tell the prince, run to the Capulets, raise up the Montagues, some others search. Exeunt others of the watch. We see the ground whereon these woes do lie, but the true ground of all these piteous woes we cannot without circumstance descry. Re-enter some of the watch with Balthasar, second watch. Here's Romeo's man, we found him in the churchyard, first watch. Hold him in safety till the prince come hither. Re-enter others of the watch with Friar Lawrence. Third watch. Here is a friar that trembles, sighs, and weeps. We took this mattock and this spade from him as he was coming from this churchyard side. First watch. A great suspicion, stay the friar too. Enter the prince and attendants. Prince, what misadventure is so early up that calls our person from our morning's rest? Enter Capulet, Lady Capulet, and others. Capulet, what should it be that they so shriek abroad? Lady Capulet. Oh, the people in the street cry Romeo, some Juliet, and some Paris, and all run with open outcry toward our monument. Prince, what fear is this which startles in our ears? First watch. Sovereign, here lies the county Paris slain, and Romeo dead, and Juliet dead before, warm and new killed. Prince, search, seek, and know how this foul murder comes. First watch. Here is a friar and slaughtered Romeo's man, with instruments upon them fit to open these dead men's tombs. Capulet, O heaven, O wife, look how our daughter bleeds. This dagger hath mistyren, for lo, his house is empty on the back of Montague, and it missheathed in my daughter's bosom. Lady Capulet, O me, this sight of death is as a bell that warns my old age to a sepulchre. Enter Montague and others. Prince, come, Montague, for thou art early up to see thy son, and ere more early down. Montague. Alas, my liege, my wife is dead tonight. Grief of my son's exile hath stopped her breath. What further woe conspires against mine age? Prince, look and thou shalt see. Montague, O thou untaught, what manners is in this to press before thy father to a grave? Prince, seal up the mouth of outrage for a while, till we can clear these ambiguities, and know their spring, their head, their true descent, and then will I be general of your woes, and lead you even to death. Meantime forbear, and let mischance be slave to patience. Bring forth the parties of suspicion. Friar Lawrence, I am the greatest, able to do least, yet most suspected, as the time and place doth make against me, of this direful murder. And here I stand, both to impeach and purge myself condemned and myself excused. Prince, then say at once what thou dost know in this. Friar Lawrence, I will be brief, for my short date of breath is not so long as is a tedious tale. Romeo their dead was husband to that Juliet, and she their dead that Romeo's faithful wife. I married them, and their stolen marriage day was Tybalt's doomsday, whose untimely death banished the new-made bridegroom from this city, for whom and not for Tybalt Juliet pinned. You to remove that siege of grief from her betrothed, and would have married her perforce to county Paris. Then comes she to me, and with wild looks bid me devise some means to rid her from this second marriage, or in my cell there would she kill herself. Then gave I her, so tutored by my art, a sleeping potion, which so took effect as I intended, for it wrought on her the form of death. Meantime I writ to Romeo that he should hither come as this dire night to help to take her from her borrowed grave, being the time the potion's force should cease. But he which bore my letter, Friar John, was stayed by accident, and yesternight returned my letter back. Then all alone at the prefixed hour of her waking came I to take her from her kindred's vault, meaning to keep her closely at my cell till I conveniently could send to Romeo. But when I came, some minute ere the time of her awaking, here untimely lay the noble Paris and true Romeo dead. She wakes, and I entreated her come forth and bear this work of heaven with patience. But then a noise did scare me from the tomb, and she too desperate would not go with me, but, as it seems, did violence on herself. All this I know, and to the marriage her nurse is privy. And if aught in this miscarried by my fault, let my old life be sacrificed, some hour before his time, unto the rigour of severest law. Prince, we still have known thee for a holy man. Where's Romeo's man? What can he say to this, Balthasar? I brought my master news of Juliet's death, and then in post he came from Mantua to this same place, to this same monument. This letter he early bid me give his father, and threatened me with death, going in the vault if I departed not, and left him there. Prince, give me the letter, I will look on it. Where is the county's page that raised the watch? Sirrah, what made your master in this place? Page. He came with flowers to strew his lady's grave, and bid me stand aloof, and so I did. Anon comes one with light to ope the tomb, and by my master drew on him, and then I ran away to call the watch. Prince, this letter doth make good the friar's words, their course of love, the tidings of her death. And here he writes that he did buy a poison of a poor apothecary, and therewithal came to this vault to die and lie with Juliet. Where be these enemies? Capulet, Montague, see what a scourge is laid upon your hate, that heaven finds means to kill your joys with love. And I, for winking at your discords too, have lost a brace of kinsmen. All are punished. Capulet, O brother Montague, give me thy hand. This is my daughter's jointure, for no more can I demand. Montague, but I can give thee more, for I will raise her statue in pure gold, that whiles Verona by that name is known, there shall no figure at such rate be set as that of true and faithful Juliet. Capulet, as rich shall Romeo's by his ladies lie, poor sacrifices of our enmity. Prince, a glooming peace this morning with it brings, the sun for sorrow will not show his head. Go hence to have more talk of these sad things, some shall be pardoned and some punished, for never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo. Exeunt. The taming of the shrew contents induction scene I, before an alehouse on a heath. Scene Roman II, a bedchamber in the Lord's house. Act I, Scene I, Padua, a public place. Scene Roman II, Padua, before Hortensio's house. Act Roman II, Scene I, Padua, a room in Baptista's house. Act Roman III, Scene I, Padua, a room in Baptista's house. Scene Roman II, the same, before Baptista's house. Act Roman IV, Scene I, a hall in Petruccio's country house. Scene Roman II, Padua, before Baptista's house. Scene Roman III, a room in Petruccio's house. Scene Roman IV, before Baptista's house. Scene V, a public road. Act V, Scene I, Padua, before Lucentio's house. Scene Roman II, a room in Lucentio's house. Dramatis personae persons in the induction a Lord Christopher Sly. A tinker hostess page players huntsmen servants Baptista Minola. A rich gentleman of Padua Vincentio. An old gentleman of Pisa Lucentio, son to Vincentio. In love with Bianca Petruccio, a gentleman of Verona. Suitor to Katharina, suitors to Bianca Gremio Hortensio, servants to Lucentio Tranio Biondello, servants to Petruccio Grumio Curtis pedant, set up to personate Vincentio, daughters to Baptista Katharina, the shrew Bianca widow tailor haberdasher, and servants attending on Baptista and Petruccio scene, sometimes in Padua and sometimes in Petruccio's house in the country. Induction scene I, before an alehouse on a heath. Enter hostess and sly Sly. I'll fees you in faith, hostess, a pair of stocks, you rogue. Sly, ye're a baggage, the slys are no rogues. Look in the chronicles, we came in with Richard Conqueror. Therefore Paucas Palabris, let the world slide. Cessor, hostess, you will not pay for the glasses you have burst. Sly, no, not a denier, go by St. Jeronimy, go to thy cold bed and warm thee. Hostess, I know my remedy, I must go fetch the third borough. Exit Sly, third or fourth or fifth borough I'll answer him by law. I'll not budge an inch, boy, let him come and kindly, lies down on the ground and falls asleep, horns winded. Enter a lord from hunting with huntsmen and servants. Lord, huntsman, I charge thee, tender well my hounds, Brack Merriman the poor cur is embossed, and couple Clowder with the deep-mouthed Brack. Saw'st thou not, boy, how Silver made it good at the hedge corner in the coldest fault? I would not lose the dog for £20. First huntsman. Why, Bellman is as good as he, my lord. He cried upon it at the merest loss, and twice today picked out the dullest scent. Trust me, I take him for the better dog. Lord, thou art a fool. If Echo were as fleet, I would esteem him worth a dozen such. But sup them well and look unto them all. Tomorrow I intend to hunt again. First huntsman. I will, my lord. Lord, seize Sly. What's here? One dead or drunk, see doth he breathe. Second huntsman. He breathes, my lord. Were he not warmed with ale, this were a bed but cold to sleep so soundly. Lord, O monstrous beast, how like a swine he lies. Grim death, how foul and loathsome is thine image. Sirs, I will practise on this drunken man. What think you? If he were conveyed to bed, wrapped in sweet clothes, rings put upon his fingers, a most delicious banquet by his bed, and brave attendants near him when he wakes, would not the beggar then forget himself? First huntsman. Believe me, lord, I think he cannot choose. Second huntsman. It would seem strange unto him when he whacked, Lord, even as a flattering dream or worthless fancy. Then take him up and manage well the jest. Carry him gently to my fairest chamber, and hang it round with all my wanton pictures. Balm his foul head in warm distilled waters, and burn sweet wood to make the lodging sweet. Procure me music ready when he wakes, to make a dulcet and a heavenly sound. And if he chance to speak, be ready straight, and with a low submissive reverence say, what is it your honour will command? Let one attend him with a silver basin full of rose water and bestrewed with flowers. Another bear the ewer, the third a diaper, and say, wilt please your lordship cool your hands? Someone be ready with a costly suit, and ask him what apparel he will wear. Another tell him of his hounds and horse, and that his lady mourns at his disease. Persuade him that he hath been lunatic, and when he says he is, say that he dreams, for he is nothing but a mighty lord. This do, and do it kindly, gentle sirs. It will be pastime passing excellent, if it be husbanded with modesty. First huntsman. My lord, I warrant you we will play our part, as he shall think by our true diligence he is no less than what we say he is. Lord, take him up gently, and to bed with him, and each one to his office when he wakes. Sly is borne out, a trumpet sounds. Sirrah, go see what trumpet 'tis that sounds. Exit servant, belike some noble gentleman that means, travelling some journey to repose him here. Re-enter servant. How now, who is it? Servant, an it please your honour, players that offer service to your lordship. Lord, bid them come near. Enter players. Now, fellows, you are welcome. Players, we thank your honour. Lord, do you intend to stay with me tonight? Player, so please your lordship to accept our duty. Lord, with all my heart. This fellow I remember since once he played a farmer's eldest son. 'Twas where you wooed the gentlewoman so well. I have forgot your name, but sure that part was aptly fitted and naturally performed. Player, I think 'twas Soto that your honour means. Lord, 'tis very true, thou didst it excellent. Well, you are come to me in happy time, the rather for I have some sport in hand wherein your cunning can assist me much. There is a lord will hear you play tonight, but I am doubtful of your modesties, lest, overrying of his odd behaviour, for yet his honour never heard a play, you break into some merry passion and so offend him, for I tell you, sirs, if you should smile he grows impatient. Player, fear not, my lord, we can contain ourselves were he the veriest antic in the world. Lord, go, sirrah, take them to the buttery and give them friendly welcome every one. Let them want nothing that my house affords. Exit one with the players. Sirrah, go you to Bartholomew my page, and see him dressed in all suits like a lady. That done, conduct him to the drunkard's chamber, and call him madam, do him obeisance. Tell him from me, as he will win my love. He bear himself with honourable action, such as he hath observed in noble ladies unto their lords by them accomplished. Such duty to the drunkard let him do, with soft low tongue and lowly courtesy, and say what is't your honour will command, wherein your lady and your humble wife may show her duty and make known her love. And then with kind embracements, tempting kisses, and with declining head into his bosom, bid him shed tears, as being overjoyed to see her noble lord restored to health, who for this 7 years hath esteemed him no better than a poor and loathsome beggar. And if the boy have not a woman's gift to rain a shower of commanded tears, an onion will do well for such a shift, which in a napkin being close conveyed shall in despite enforce a watery eye. See this dispatched with all the haste thou canst, anon I'll give thee more instructions. Exit servant. I know the boy will well usurp the grace, voice, gait, and action of a gentlewoman. I long to hear him call the drunkard husband, and how my men will stay themselves from laughter when they do homage to this simple peasant. I'll in to counsel them, haply my presence may well abate the over-merry spleen which otherwise would grow into extremes. Exeunt, scene Roman 2, a bedchamber in the lord's house. Sly is discovered in a rich nightgown with attendants, some with apparel, basin, ewer, and other appurtenances, and lord dressed like a servant. Sly, for God's sake, a pot of small ale. First servant, wilt please your lordship drink a cup of sack? Second servant, wilt please your honour taste of these conserves? Third servant, what raiment will your honour wear today? Sly, I am Christophero Sly, call not me honour nor lordship. I ne'er drank sack in my life, and if you give me any conserves, give me conserves of beef. Ne'er ask me what raiment I'll wear, for I have no more doublets than backs, no more stockings than legs, nor no more shoes than feet. Nay, sometime more feet than shoes, or such shoes as my toes look through the over leather. Lord, heaven cease this idle humour in your honour. Oh, that a mighty man of such descent, of such possessions, and so high esteem should be infused with so foul a spirit. Sly, what would you make me mad? Am not I Christopher Sly, old Sly's son of Burton Heath, by birth a pedlar, by education a card-maker, by transmutation a bear-herd, and now by present profession a tinker? Ask Marian Hackett, the fat alewife of Wincot, if she know me not. If she say I am not 14 pence on the score for sheer ale, score me up for the leingest knave in Christendom. What, I am not bestraught? Here's third servant. Oh, this it is that makes your lady mourn. Second servant. Oh, this is it that makes your servants droop. Lord, hence comes it that your kindred shuns your house as beaten hence by your strange lunacy. O noble lord, bethink thee of thy birth, call home thy ancient thoughts from banishment, and banish hence these abject lowly dreams. Look how thy servants do attend on thee, each in his office ready at thy beck. Wilt thou have music? Hark, Apollo plays music, and 20 caged nightingales do sing, or wilt thou sleep? We'll have thee to a couch softer and sweeter than the lustful bed on purpose trimmed up for Semiramis. Say thou wilt walk, we will bestrew the ground, or wilt thou ride? Thy horses shall be trapped, their harness studded all with gold and pearl. Dost thou love hawking? Thou haste hawks will soar above the morning lark, or wilt thou hunt? Thy hounds shall make the welkin answer them, and fetch shrill echoes from the hollow earth. First servant, say thou wilt course, thy greyhounds are as swift as breathed stags, aye, fleeter than the roe. Second servant, dost thou love pictures? We will fetch thee straight Adonis painted by a running brook, and Cytherea all in sedges hid, which seem to move and wanton with her breath, even as the waving sedges play with wind. Lord, we'll show thee Io as she was a maid, and how she was beguiled and suppressed, as lively painted as the deed was done. Third servant, or Daphne roaming through a thorny wood, scratching her legs, that one shall swear she bleeds, and at that sight shall sad Apollo weep, so workmanly the blood and tears are drawn. Lord, thou art a lord, and nothing but a lord. Thou hast a lady far more beautiful than any woman in this waning age. First servant, until the tears that she hath shed for thee like envious floods o'errun her lovely face, she was the fairest creature in the world, and yet she is inferior to none. Sly, am I a lord, and have I such a lady? Or do I dream, or have I dreamed till now? I do not sleep, I see, I hear, I speak. I smell sweet savours, and I feel soft things. Upon my life I am a lord indeed, and not a tinker nor Christophero Sly. Well, bring our lady hither to our sight. And once again, a pot o' the smallest ale. Second servant, wilt please your mightiness to wash your hands? Servants present a ewer, basin and napkin. Oh, how we joy to see your wit restored. Oh, that once more you knew but what you are. These 15 years you have been in a dream, or when you whacked, so whacked as if you slept. Sly, these 15 years, by my fay, a goodly nap. But did I never speak of all that time, first servant? Oh, yes, my lord, but very idle words. For though you lay here in this goodly chamber, yet would you say ye were beaten out of door, and rail upon the hostess of the house, and say you would present her at the leet, because she brought stone jugs and no sealed quarts. Sometimes you would call out for Cicely Hacket. Sly, I, the woman's maid of the house. Third servant. Why, sir, you know no house nor no such maid, nor no such men as you have reckoned up as Stephen Sly, and old John Naps of Greece, and Peter Turf, and Henry Pimpernel, and 20 more such names and men as these which never were, nor no man ever saw. Sly, now Lord be thanked for my good amends, all, amen. Enter the page as a lady with attendants. Sly, I thank thee thou shalt not lose by it. Page, how fares my noble lord, Sly? Marry, I fare well, for here is cheer enough. Where is my wife? Page, here, noble lord, what is thy will with her? Sly, are you my wife, and will not call me husband? My men should call me lord, I am your goodman. Page, my husband and my lord and husband, I am your wife in all obedience. Sly, I know it well, what must I call her? Lord, madam. Sly, Alice, madam, or Joan, madam. Lord, madam, and nothing else, so lords call ladies. Sly, madam, wife. They say that I have dreamed and slept above some 15 year or more. Page, I, and the time seems 30 unto me, being all this time abandoned from your bed. Sly, 'tis much. Servants, leave me and her alone. Madam, undress you and come now to bed. Page, thrice noble lord, let me entreat of you to pardon me yet for a night or two, or if not so, until the sun be set. For your physicians have expressly charged, in peril to incur your former malady, that I should yet absent me from your bed. I hope this reason stands for my excuse. Sly, aye, it stands, so that I may hardly tarry so long, but I would be loath to fall into my dreams again. I will therefore tarry in despite of the flesh and the blood. Enter a messenger. Messenger, your honour's players, hearing your amendment, are come to play a pleasant comedy. For so your doctors hold it very meet, seeing too much sadness hath congealed your blood, and melancholy is the nurse of frenzy. Therefore they thought it good you hear a play, and frame your mind to mirth and merriment, which bars 1,000 harms and lengthens life. Sly, marry, I will let them play it. Is not a comedy a Christmas gambolled, or a tumbling trick? Page, no, my good lord, it is more pleasing stuff. Sly, what household stuff? Page, it is a kind of history. Sly, well, we'll seat. Come, madam wife, sit by my side, and let the world slip, we shall ne'er be younger. Act I scene I, Padua, a public place. Flourish, enter Lucentio and Tranio. Lucentio, Tranio, since for the great desire I had to see fair Padua, nursery of arts, I am arrived for fruitful Lombardy, the pleasant garden of great Italy, and by my father's love and leave am armed with his good will and thy good company. My trusty servant well approved in all, here let us breathe, and haply institute a course of learning and ingenious studies. Pisa, renowned for grave citizens, gave me my being and my father first, a merchant of great traffic through the world. Vincentio, come of the Bentivolii. Vincentio's son, brought up in Florence, it shall become to serve all hopes conceived, to deck his fortune with his virtuous deeds. And therefore, Tranio, for the time I study virtue, and that part of philosophy will I apply that treats of happiness by virtue specially to be achieved. Tell me thy mind, for I have Pisa left, and am to Padua come as he that leaves a shallow plash to plunge him in the deep, and with satiety seeks to quench his thirst. Tranio, my perdonato, gentle master mine, I am in all affected as yourself, glad that you thus continue your resolve to suck the sweets of sweet philosophy. Only, good master, while we do admire this virtue and this moral discipline, let's be no Stoics nor no stocks, I pray, or so devote to Aristotle's checks as Ovid be an outcast quite abjured. Balk logic with acquaintance that you have, and practice rhetoric in your common talk. Music and poesy used to quicken you. The mathematics and the metaphysics fall to them as you find your stomach serves you. No profit grows where is no pleasure ta'en. In brief, sir, study what you most affect. Lucentio, Gramercy's Tranio, well dost thou advise. If by Ondello thou wert come ashore, we could at once put us in readiness, and take a lodging fit to entertain such friends as time in Padua shall beget. But stay a while, what company is this, Tranio? Master, some show to welcome us to town. Lucentio and Tranio stand aside. Enter Baptista, Katharina, Bianca, Gremio and Hortensio. Baptista. Gentlemen, importune me no farther, for how I firmly am resolved you know, that is, not to bestow my youngest daughter before I have a husband for the elder. If either of you both love Katharina, because I know you well and love you well, leave shall you have to court her at your pleasure. Gremio. To cart her rather, she's too rough for me. There, Hortensio, will you any wife? Katharina. To Baptista, I pray you, sir, is it your will to make a stale of me amongst these mates? Hortensio. Mates, maid, how mean you that? No mates for you unless you were of gentler, milder mould. Katharina. I faith, sir, you shall never need to fear. I wise it is not half-way to her heart, but if it were, doubt not her care should be to comb your noddle with a three-legged stool, and paint your face, and use you like a fool. Hortensio. From all such devils, good Lord deliver us. Gremio. And me too, good Lord. Tranio. Hushed, master, here's some good pastime toward that wench is stark mad or wonderful froward. Lucentio. But in the others' silence do I see maid's mild behaviour and sobriety. Peace, Tranio. Tranio. Well said, master. Mum, and gaze your fill. Baptista. Gentlemen, that I may soon make good what I have said, Bianca, get you in, and let it not displease thee, good Bianca, for I will love thee ne'er the less, my girl. Katharina, a pretty peat. It is best put finger in the eye, and she knew why. Bianca. Sister, content you in my discontent. Sir, to your pleasure humbly I subscribe. My books and instruments shall be my company on them to look, and practice by myself. Lucentio, hark, Tranio, thou mayst hear Minerva speak. Hortensio, Signia Baptista, will you be so strange? Sorry am I that our goodwill affects Bianca's grief. Gremio, why will you mew her up, Signia Baptista, for this fiend of hell, and make her bear the penance of her tongue? Baptista, gentlemen, content ye, I am resolved. Go in, Bianca, exit, Bianca. And for I know she taketh most delight in music, instruments, and poetry, schoolmasters will I keep within my house fit to instruct her youth. If you, Hortensio, or Signia Gremio, you know any such, prefer them hither, for to cunning men I will be very kind and liberal to mine own children in good bringing up, and so farewell. Katharina, you may stay, for I have more to commune with Bianca. Exit, Katharina. Why, and I trust I may go too, may I not? What, shall I be appointed hours, as though belike I knew not what to take and what to leave? Ha, exit. Gremio. You may go to the devil's dam. Your gifts are so good here as none will hold you. Their love is not so great, Hortensio, but we may blow our nails together and fast it fairly out, our cakes dough on both sides. Farewell, yet for the love I bear my sweet Bianca, if I can by any means light on a fit man to teach her that wherein she delights, I will wish him to her father. Hortensio. So will I, Signia Gremio, but a word I pray. Though the nature of our quarrel yet never brooked parle, know now, upon advice it toucheth us both, that we may yet again have access to our fair mistress, and be happy rivals in Bianca's love, to labour and effect one thing specially. Gremio, what's that, I pray? Hortensio. Marry, sir, to get a husband for her sister. Gremio, a husband, a devil. Hortensio, I say a husband. Gremio, I say a devil. Thinkest thou, Hortensio, though her father be very rich, any man is so very a fool to be married to hell? Hortensio. Tush, Gremio, though it pass your patience and mine to endure her loud alarums, why, man, there be good fellows in the world, and a man could light on them, would take her with all faults and money enough. Gremio. I cannot tell, but I had as lief take her dowry with this condition, to be whipped at the high cross every morning. Hortensio. Faith, as you say, there's small choice in rotten apples. But come, since this bar in law makes us friends, it shall be so far forth friendly maintained, till by helping Baptista's eldest daughter to a husband, we set his youngest free for a husband, and then have taught afresh. Sweet Bianca, happy man be his dole, he that runs fastest gets the ring. How say you, Signia Gremio? Gremio, I am agreed, and would I had given him the best horse in Padua to begin his wooing, that would thoroughly woo her, wed her, and bed her, and rid the house of her. Come on, Exeunt Gremio and Hortensio. Tranio. I pray, sir, tell me, is it possible that love should of a sudden take such hold? Lucentio. O Tranio, till I found it to be true, I never thought it possible or likely. But see, while idly I stood looking on, I found the effect of love in idleness. And now in plainness do confess to thee that art to me as secret and as dear as Anna to the Queen of Carthage was. Tranio, I burn, I pine, I perish, Tranio, if I achieve not this young modest girl. Counsel me, Tranio, for I know thou canst. Assist me, Tranio, for I know thou wilt. Tranio. Master, it is no time to chide you now. Affection is not rated from the heart. If love have touched you, naught remains but so. Redime te captum quam quis minimo. Lucentio. Gramercy's lad, go forward, this contents, the rest will comfort, for thy counsel's sound. Tranio. Master, you looked so longly on the maid, perhaps you marked not what's the pith of all. Lucentio. Oh yes, I saw sweet beauty in her face, such as the daughter of Agenor had, that made great Jove to humble him to her hand, when with his knees he kissed the creton's strand. Tranio, saw you no more? Marked you not how her sister began to scold and raise up such a storm that mortal ears might hardly endure the din? Lucentio. Tranio, I saw her coral lips to move, and with her breath she did perfume the air. Sacred and sweet was all I saw in her. Tranio. Nay then, 'tis time to stir him from his trance. I pray, awake, sir. If you love the maid, bend thoughts and wits to achieve her. Thus it stands, her elder sister is so cursed and shrewd, that till the father rid his hands of her master, your love must live a maid at home, and therefore has he closely mewed her up, because she will not be annoyed with suitors. Lucentio. Ah, Tranio, what a cruel father's he! But art thou not advised he took some care to get her cunning schoolmasters to instruct her? Tranio. Ay, marry, am I, sir, and now 'tis plotted. Lucentio. I have it, Tranio, Tranio. Master, for my hand, both our inventions meet and jump in one. Lucentio. Tell me thine first. Tranio. You will be schoolmaster and undertake the teaching of the maid, that's your device. Lucentio. It is, may it be done. Tranio. Not possible, for who shall bear your part and be in Padua here Vincentio's son? Keep house and ply his book, welcome his friends, visit his countrymen and banquet them. Lucentio. Basta, content thee, for I have it full. We have not yet been seen in any house, nor can we be distinguished by our faces for man or master. Then it follows thus. Thou shalt be master, Tranio, in my stead, keep house and port and servants as I should. I will some other be, some Florentine, some Neapolitan, or meaner man of Pisa. 'Tis hatched and shall be so. Tranio, at once uncase thee. Take my coloured hat and cloak. When Biondello comes, he waits on thee, but I will charm him first to keep his tongue. They exchange habits, Tranio, so had you need. In brief, sir, sith it your pleasure is, and I am tied to be obedient. For so your father charged me at our parting, be serviceable to my son, quoth he, although I think 'twas in another sense. I am content to be Lucentio, because so well I love Lucentio. Lucentio. Tranio, be so, because Lucentio loves, and let me be a slave to achieve that maid whose sudden sight hath thralled my wounded eye. Enter Biondello. Here comes the rogue. Sirrah, where have you been? Biondello. Where have I been? Nay, how now, where are you? Master, has my fellow Tranio stolen your clothes, or you stolen his, or both? Pray, what's the news? Lucentio. Sirrah, come hither, 'tis no time to jest, and therefore frame your manners to the time. Your fellow Tranio here, to save my life, puts my apparel and my countenance on, and I for my escape have put on his. For in a quarrel since I came ashore I killed a man, and fear I was disgrayed. Wait you on him, I charge you, as becomes, while I make way from hence to save my life. You understand me, Biondello? I, sir, ne'er a whit, Lucentio. And not a jot of Tranio in your mouth. Tranio is changed to Lucentio. Biondello. The better for him, would I were so too, Tranio. So could I, faith, boy, to have the next wish after, that Lucentio indeed had Baptista's youngest daughter. But sirrah, not for my sake but your master's, I advise you use your manners discreetly in all kind of companies. When I am alone, why, then I am Tranio, but in all places else your master, Lucentio. Lucentio. Tranio, let's go. One thing more rests, that thyself execute, to make one among these wooers. If thou ask me why, sufficeth my reasons are both good and weighty. Exeunt, the presenters above speak. First servant, my lord, you nod, you do not mind the play. Sly, yes, by Saint Anne I do, a good matter, surely comes there any more of it? Page, my lord, 'tis but begun. Sly, 'tis a very excellent piece of work, madam lady, would tweer done. They sit and mark, scene Roman 2, Padua, before Hortensio's house. Enter Petruchio and his man Grumio. Petruchio, Verona, for a while I take my leave to see my friends in Padua, but of all my best beloved and approved friend Hortensio, and I trow this is his house. Here, sir, a Grumio knock, I say, Grumio knock, sir, whom should I knock? Is there any man has rebused your worship, Petruchio? Villain, I say, knock me here soundly. Grumio, knock you here, sir. Why, sir, what am I, sir, that I should knock you here, sir, Petruchio? Villain, I say, knock me at this gate, and rap me well, or I'll knock your knave's pate. Grumio, my master is grown quarrelsome. I should knock you first, and then I know after who comes by the worst. Petruchio, will it not be? Faith, sirrah, and you'll not knock, I'll ring it, I'll try how you can sol far and sing it. He rings Grumio by the ears. Grumio, help, masters, help, my master is mad. Petruchio, now knock when I bid you, sirrah. Villain, enter Hortensio. Hortensio, how now, what's the matter, my old friend Grumio, and my good friend Petruchio? How do you all at Verona, Petruchio? Signia Hortensio, come you to part the fray. Contato il quor ben trovato, may I say. Hortensio, alla nostra casa benvenuto, molto onorato signor mio Petruchio. Rise, Grumio, rise, we will compound this quarrel. Grumio, nay, 'tis no matter, sir, what he leges in Latin. If this be not a lawful cause for me to leave his service, look you, sir, he bid me knock him and rap him soundly, sir. Well, was it fit for a servant to use his master so? Being perhaps, for aught I see, 32 a pip out, whom would to God I had well knocked at first, then had not Grumio come by the worst. Petruchio, a senseless villain, good Hortensio, I bade the rascal knock upon your gate, and could not get him for my heart to do it. Grumio, knock at the gate. O heavens, spake you not these words plain? Sirrah, knock me here, rap me here, knock me well, and knock me soundly, and come you now with knocking at the gate, Petruchio. Sirrah, be gone, or talk not, I advise you. Hortensio, Petruchio, patience, I am Grumio's pledge. Why, this is a heavy chance twixt him and you, your ancient, trusty, pleasant servant Grumio. And tell me now, sweet friend, what happy gale blows you to Padua here from old Verona, Petruchio? Such wind as scatters young men through the world to seek their fortunes farther than at home, where small experience grows. But in a few, Signia Hortensio, thus it stands with me. Antonio, my father, is deceased, and I have thrust myself into this maze, haply to wive and thrive as best I may. Crowns in my purse I have, and goods at home, and so am come abroad to see the world. Hortensio, Petruchio, shall I then come roundly to thee and wish thee to a shrewd ill-favoured wife? Thou'dst thank me but a little for my counsel, and yet I'll promise thee she shall be rich and very rich, but art too much my friend, and I'll not wish thee to her. Petruchio, Signia Hortensio, twixt such friends as we few words suffice. And therefore, if thou know one rich enough to be Petruchio's wife, as wealth is burden of my wooing dance, be she as foul as was Florentius' love, as old as Sibyl, and as cursed and shrewd as Socrates' Xanthip, or a worse. She moves me not, or not, removes at least affection's edge in me, were she as rough as are the swelling Adriatic seas. I come to wive it wealthily in Padua, if wealthily, then happily in Padua. Grumio, nay, look you, sir, he tells you flatly what his mind is. Why, give him gold enough and marry him to a puppet or a neglect baby, or an old trot with ne'er a tooth in her head, though she have as many diseases as 52 horses. Why, nothing comes amiss, so money comes withal. Hortensio, Petruchio, since we are stepped thus far in, I will continue that I broached in jest. I can, Petruchio, help thee to a wife with wealth enough, and young and beauteous, brought up as best becomes a gentlewoman. Her only fault, and that is faults enough, is that she is intolerable cursed and shrewd and froward, so beyond all measure that were my state far worser than it is, I would not wed her for a mine of gold. Petruchio, Hortensio, peace, thou know'st not gold's effect, Tell me her father's name, and 'tis enough, for I will board her, though she chide as loud as thunder when the clouds in autumn crack. Hortensio. Her father is Baptista Minola, an affable and courteous gentleman. Her name is Katharina Minola, renowned in Padua for her scolding tongue. Petruchio. I know her father, though I know not her, and he knew my deceased father well. I will not sleep, Hortensio, till I see her, and therefore let me be thus bold with you to give you over at this first encounter, unless you will accompany me thither. Grumio. I pray you, sir, let him go while the humour lasts. Oh my word, and she knew him as well as I do, she would think scolding would do little good upon him. She may perhaps call him 60 knaves or so. Why, that's nothing, and he begin once, he'll rail in his rope tricks. I'll tell you what, sir, and she stand him but a little, he will throw a figure in her face, and so disfigure her with it that she shall have no more eyes to see withal than a cat. You know him not, sir. Hortensio. Tarry, Petruchio, I must go with thee, for in Baptista's keep my treasure is. He hath the jewel of my life in hold, his youngest daughter, beautiful Bianca, and her withholds from me and other more, suitors to her and rivals in my love. Supposing it a thing impossible for those defects I have before rehearsed, that ever Katharina will be wooed. Therefore this order hath Baptista ta'en, that none shall have access unto Bianca till Catherine the Cursed have got a husband. Grumio. Catherine the Cursed, a title for a maid of all titles the worst. Hortensio. Now shall my friend Petruchio do me grace, and offer me disguised in sober robes, to old Baptista as a schoolmaster well seen in music, to instruct Bianca, that so I may by this device at least have leave and leisure to make love to her, and unsuspected court her by herself. Grumio. Here's no knavery. See to beguile the old folks, how the young folks lay their heads together. Enter Gremio and Lucentio disguised, with books under his arm. Master, master, look about you, who goes there? Ha, Hortensio. Peace, Grumio, it is the rival of my love. Petruchio, stand by a while. Grumio, a proper stripling and an amorous. Gremio, oh, very well, I have perused the note. Hark you, sir, I'll have them very fairly bound, all books of love. See that at any hand, and see you read no other lectures to her. You understand me. Over and beside Signia Baptista's liberality, I'll mend it with a largesse. Take your papers too, and let me have them very well perfumed, for she is sweeter than perfume itself to whom they go to. What will you read to her, Lucentio? Whate'er I read to her, I'll plead for you as for my patron. Stand you so assured, as firmly as yourself were still in place. Yea, and perhaps with more successful words than you, unless you were a scholar, sir. Gremio. Oh, this learning, what a thing it is. Grumio. Oh, this woodcock, what an ass it is. Petruchio. Peace, sirrah. Hortensio. Grumio. Mum, God save you, Signia. Gremio. Gremio. And you are well met, Signia. Hortensio. Trow you whither I am going, to Baptista Minola. I promised to enquire carefully about a schoolmaster for the fair Bianca, and by good fortune I have lighted well on this young man, for learning and behaviour fit for her turn, well read in poetry and other books. Good ones, I warrant ye, Hortensio. 'Tis well, and I have met a gentleman hath promised me to help me to another, a fine musician to instruct our mistress, so shall I no whit be behind in duty to fair Bianca, so beloved of me. Gremio, beloved of me, and that my deeds shall prove. Grumio, aside, and that his bags shall prove. Hortensio. Gremio, 'tis now no time to vent our love, listen to me, and if you speak me fair, I'll tell you news indifferent good for either. Here is a gentleman whom by chance I met, upon agreement from us to his liking, will undertake to woo cursed Catherine, yea, and to marry her if her dowry please. Gremio. So said, so done is well. Hortensio, have you told him all her faults? Petruchio. I know she is an irksome brawling scold. If that be all, masters, I hear no harm. Gremio. No, say'st me so, friend. What countryman? Petruchio. Born in Verona, old Antonio's son. My father dead, my fortune lives for me, and I do hope good days and long to see. Gremio. O sir, such a life with such a wife were strange. But if you have a stomach, totter God's name, you shall have me assisting you in all. But will you woo this wild cat, Petruchio? Will I live, Grumio? Will he woo her? Ay, or I'll hang her, Petruchio. Why came I hither but to that intent? Think you a little din can daunt mine ears? Have I not in my time heard lions roar? Have I not heard the sea, puffed up with winds, rage like an angry boar chafed with sweat? Have I not heard great ordnance in the field, and heaven's artillery thunder in the skies? Have I not in a pitched battle heard loud larums, neighing steeds and trumpets clang? And do you tell me of a woman's tongue, that gives not half so great a blow to hear as will a chestnut in a farmer's fire? Tush, tush, fear boys with bugs. Grumio, aside for he fears none. Gremio, Hortensio, hark, this gentleman is happily arrived, my mind presumes, for his own good and yours. Hortensio, I promised we would be contributors and bear his charge of wooing whatsoever. Gremio, and so we will, provided that he win her. Grumio, I would I were as sure of a good dinner. Enter Tranio brave and Biondello. Tranio, gentlemen, God save you. If I may be bold, tell me, I beseech you, which is the readiest way to the house of Signia Baptista Minola. Biondello, he that has the two fair daughters, is't he you mean? Tranio, even he. Biondello, Gremio, hark you, sir, you mean not her to Tranio. Perhaps him and her, sir, what have you to do? Petruchio, not her that chides, sir, at any hand, I pray. Tranio, I love no chiders, sir. Biondello, let's away. Lucentio, aside, well begun. Tranio, Hortensio, sir, a word ere you go. Are you a suitor to the maid you talk of, yea or no? Tranio, and if I be, sir, is it any offence? Gremio, no, if without more words you will get you hence. Tranio, why, sir, I pray, are not the streets as free for me as for you? Gremio, but so is not she. Tranio, for what reason, I beseech you? Gremio, for this reason, if you'll know, that she's the choice love of Signia. Gremio, Hortensio, that she's the chosen of Signia. Hortensio, Tranio, softly, my masters. If you be gentlemen, do me this right, hear me with patience. Baptista is a noble gentleman to whom my father is not all unknown, and were his daughter fairer than she is, she may more suitors have, and me for one. Fair Leda's daughter had 1,000 wooers, then well one more may fair Bianca have, and so she shall. Lucentio shall make one, though Paris came in hope to speed. Alone, Gremio, what this gentleman will out-talk us all. Lucentio, sir, give him head, I know he'll prove a jade. Petruchio, Hortensio, to what end are all these words? Hortensio, sir, let me be so bold as ask you, did you yet ever see Baptista's daughter? Tranio, no, sir, but hear I do that he hath two, the one as famous for a scolding tongue as is the other for beauteous modesty. Petruchio, sir, the first's for me, let her go by. Gremio, yea, leave that labour to great Hercules, and let it be more than Alcide's 12. Petruchio, sir, understand you this of me in sooth, the youngest daughter whom you hearken for, her father keeps from all access of suitors, and will not promise her to any man until the elder sister first be wed. The younger then is free, and not before. Tranio, if it be so, sir, that you are the man must stead us all and me amongst the rest, and if you break the ice and do this feat, achieve the elder, set the younger free for our access, whose hap shall be to have her will not so graceless be to be ingrate. Hortensio, sir, you say well, and well you do conceive, and since you do profess to be a suitor, you must, as we do, gratify this gentleman to whom we all rest generally beholding. Tranio, sir, I shall not be slack, in sign whereof, please you we may contrive this afternoon, and quaff carouses to our mistress' health, and do as adversaries do in law, strive mightily, but eat and drink as friends. Grumio, Biondello, O excellent motion! Fellows, let's be gone. Hortensio, the motion's good indeed, and be it so. Petruchio, I shall be your benvenuto. Exeunt, Act Roman 2 Scene I, Padua, a room in Baptista's house. Enter Katharina and Bianca. Bianca, good sister, wrong me not, nor wrong yourself, to make a bondmaid and a slave of me, that I disdain. But for these other gauds unbind my hands, I'll pull them off myself, yea, all my raiment to my petticoat, or what you will command me will I do, so well I know my duty to my elders. Katharina, of all thy suitors here I charge thee tell whom thou lovest best, see thou dissemble not. Bianca, believe me, sister, of all the men alive I never yet beheld that special face which I could fancy more than any other. Katharina, minion thou least. Is't not Hortensio? Bianca, if you affect him, sister, here I swear I'll plead for you myself, but you shall have him. Katharina, oh, then belike you fancy riches more, you will have Gremio to keep you fair. Bianca, is it for him you do envy me so? Nay, then you jest, and now I well perceive you have but jested with me all this while. I prithee, sister Kate, untie my hands, Katharina. If that be jest, then all the rest was so. Strikes her, enter Baptista. Baptista, why how now, dame, whence grows this insolence? Bianca, stand aside, poor girl, she weeps, go ply thy needle, meddle not with her. For shame, thou hilding of a devilish spirit, why dost thou wrong her that did ne'er wrong thee? When did she cross thee with a bitter word, Katharina? Her silence flouts me, and I'll be revenged, flies after Bianca. Baptista, what in my sight? Bianca, get thee in. Exit Bianca, Katharina. What, will you not suffer me? Nay, now I see she is your treasure, she must have a husband, I must dance barefoot on her wedding day, and for your love to her lead apes in hell. Talk not to me, I will go sit and weep till I can find occasion of revenge. Exit, Baptista. Was ever gentleman thus grieved as I, but who comes here? Enter Gremio with Lucentio in the habit of a mean man, Petruchio with Hortensio as a musician, and Tranio with Biondello bearing a lute and books. Gremio, good morrow, neighbour Baptista. Baptista, good morrow, neighbour Gremio. God save you, gentlemen, Petruchio, and you, good sir. Pray, have you not a daughter called Katharina, fair and virtuous? Baptista, I have a daughter, sir, called Katharina. Gremio, you are too blunt, go to it orderly. Petruchio, you wrong me, Signia Gremio, give me leave. I am a gentleman of Verona, sir, that, hearing of her beauty and her wit, her affability and bashful modesty, her wondrous qualities and mild behaviour, am bold to show myself a forward guest within your house, to make mine eye the witness of that report which I so oft have heard. And for an entrance to my entertainment, I do present you with a man of mine, presenting Hortensio. Cunning in music and the mathematics, to instruct her fully in those sciences, whereof I know she is not ignorant. Accept of him, or else you do me wrong. His name is Licio, born in Mantua. Baptista, yea, welcome, sir, and he for your good sake. But for my daughter Catherine, this I know, she is not for your turn, the more my grief. Petruchio, I see you do not mean to part with her, or else you like not of my company. Baptista, mistake me not, I speak but as I find. Whence are you, sir? What may I call your name? Petruchio. Petruchio is my name, Antonio's son, a man well known throughout all Italy. Baptista, I know him well, you are welcome for his sake. Gremio, saving your tale, Petruchio, I pray let us that are poor petitioners speak too. Bacchair, you are marvellous forward, Petruchio, oh pardon me, Signia Gremio, I would fain be doing. Gremio, I doubt it not, sir, but you will curse your wooing. Neighbour, this is a gift very grateful, I am sure of it. To express the like kindness myself that have been more kindly beholding to you than any, freely give unto you this young scholar, presenting Lucentio, that has been long studying at rhymes, as cunning in Greek, Latin, and other languages as the other in music and mathematics. His name is Cambio, pray accept his service. Baptista, 1,000 thanks, Signia Gremio, welcome, good Cambio, to Tranio. But gentle sir, methinks you walk like a stranger. May I be so bold to know the cause of your coming, Tranio? Pardon me, sir, the boldness is mine own, that being a stranger in this city here, do make myself a suitor to your daughter, unto Bianca, fair and virtuous. Nor is your firm resolve unknown to me in the preferment of the eldest sister. This liberty is all that I request, that upon knowledge of my parentage I may have welcome mongst the rest that woo, and free access and favour as the rest. And toward the education of your daughters, I here bestow a simple instrument, and this small packet of Greek and Latin books. If you accept them, then their worth is great. Baptista, Lucentio is your name, of whence, I pray? Tranio, of Pisa, sir, son to Vincentio. Baptista, a mighty man of Pisa, by report I know him well. You are very welcome, sir, to Hortensio. Take you the lute to Lucentio, and you the set of books. You shall go see your pupils presently. Holla within, enter a servant. Sirrah, lead these gentlemen to my daughters, and tell them both these are their tutors, bid them use them well. Exeunt servant with Hortensio, Lucentio, and Biondello. We will go walk a little in the orchard, and then to dinner. You are passing welcome, and so I pray you all to think yourselves. Petruchio. Signia Baptista, my business asketh haste, and every day I cannot come to woo. You knew my father well, and in him me left solely heir to all his lands and goods, which I have bettered rather than decreased. Then tell me, if I get your daughter's love, what dowry shall I have with her to wife? Baptista. After my death, the 1/2 of my lands, and in possession 20,000 crowns. Petruchio. And for that dowry, I'll assure her of her widowhood, be it that she survive me in all my lands and leases whatsoever. Let specialities be therefore drawn between us, that covenants may be kept on either hand. Baptista. Ay, when the special thing is well obtained, that is her love, for that is all in all. Petruchio. Why, that is nothing, for I tell you, father, I am as peremptory as she proud-minded. And where two raging fires meet together, they do consume the thing that feeds their fury. Though little fire grows great with little wind, yet extreme gusts will blow out fire and all. So I to her, and so she yields to me, for I am rough and woo not like a babe. Baptista. Well mayst thou woo, and happy be thy speed, but be thou armed for some unhappy words. Petruchio. Ay, to the proof as mountains are for winds that shake not though they blow perpetually. Re-enter Hortensio with his head broke. Baptista. How now, my friend, why dost thou look so pale? Hortensio. For fear, I promise you, if I look pale. Baptista. What will my daughter prove? A good musician. Hortensio. I think she'll sooner prove a soldier. Iron may hold with her, but never lutes. Baptista. Why then thou canst not break her to the lute. Hortensio. Why no, for she hath broke the lute to me. I did but tell her she mistook her frets, and bowed her hand to teach her fingering. When with a most impatient devilish spirit, frets call you these? Quoth she, I'll fume with them. And with that word she struck me on the head, and through the instrument my pate made way. And there I stood amazed for a while, as on a pillory, looking through the lute, while she did call me rascal fiddler, and twangling jack, with 20 such vile terms, as had she studied to misuse me so. Petruchio. Now by the world it is a lusty wench. I love her 10 times more than e'er I did. Oh, how I long to have some chat with her. Baptista to Hortensio. Well, go with me and be not so discomfited. Proceed in practice with my younger daughter, she's apt to learn and thankful for good turns. Signia. Petruchio, will you go with us, or shall I send my daughter Kate to you? Petruchio. I pray you do. Exeunt Baptista, Gremio, Tranio, and Hortensio. I will attend her here, and woo her with some spirit when she comes. Say that she rail. Why, then I'll tell her plain she sings as sweetly as a nightingale. Say that she frown. I'll say she looks as clear as morning roses newly washed with dew. Say she be mute and will not speak a word. Then I'll commend her volubility, and say she uttereth piercing eloquence. If she do bid me pack, I'll give her thanks as though she bid me stay by her a week. If she deny to wed, I'll crave the day when I shall ask the banns, and when be married. But here she comes, and now, Petruchio, speak. Enter Katharina. Good morrow, Kate, for that's your name, I hear. Katharina. Well, have you heard but something hard of hearing? They call me Catherine that do talk of me. Petruchio. You lie in faith, for you are called plain Kate and bonny Kate, and sometimes Kate the cursed. But Kate, the prettiest Kate in Christendom, Kate of Kate Hall, my super dainty Kate, for dainties are all Kates, and therefore, Kate, take this of me, Kate of my consolation. Hearing thy mildness praised in every town, thy virtue spoke of, and thy beauty sounded, yet not so deeply as to thee belongs, myself am moved to woo thee for my wife. Katharina, moved, in good time let him that moved you hither remove you hence. I knew you at the first you were immovable. Petruchio. Why, what's immovable? Katharina. A joint stool. Petruchio. Thou haste hit it, come sit on me. Katharina. Asses are made to bear, and so are you. Petruchio. Women are made to bear, and so are you. Katharina. No such jade as bear you, if me you mean. Petruchio. Alas, good Kate, I will not burden thee, for knowing thee to be but young and light. Katharina. Too light for such a swain as you to catch, and yet as heavy as my weight should be. Petruchio. Should buzz. Katharina. Well, turn and like a buzzard. Petruchio. O slow-winged turtle, shall a buzzard take thee? Katharina. Ay, for a turtle as he takes a buzzard. Petruchio. Come, come, you wasp, I faith you are too angry. Katharina. If I be waspish, best beware my sting. Petruchio. My remedy is then to pluck it out. Katharina. Ay, if the fool could find it where it lies. Petruchio. Who knows not where a wasp does wear his sting? In his tail. Katharina. In his tongue. Petruchio. Whose tongue? Katharina. Yours, if you talk of tails, and so farewell. Petruchio. What, with my tongue in your tail? Nay, come again, good Kate, I am a gentleman. Katharina. That I'll try, striking him. Petruchio. I swear I'll cuff you if you strike again. Katharina, so may you lose your arms if you strike me. You are no gentleman, and if no gentleman, why then no arms. Petruchio. A herald, Kate, oh, put me in thy books. Katharina, what is your crest? A coxcomb. Petruchio, a combless cock, so Kate will be my hen. Katharina, no cock of mine, you crow too like a craven. Petruchio. Nay, come, Kate, come, you must not look so sour. Katharina, it is my fashion when I see a crab. Petruchio. Why, here's no crab, and therefore look not sour. Katharina, there is. Petruchio, then show it me. Katharina. Had I a glass I would. Petruchio, what, you mean my face? Katharina. Well aimed of such a young one. Petruchio. Now by St. George I am too young for you. Katharina, yet you are withered. Petruchio, 'tis with cares. Katharina, I care not. Petruchio. Nay, hear you, Kate, in sooth you scape not so. Katharina. I chafe you if I tarry, let me go. Petruchio, no, not a whit, I find you passing gentle. 'Twas told me you were rough and coy and sullen, and now I find report a very liar. For thou art pleasant, gamesome, passing courteous, but slow in speech, yet sweet as springtime flowers. Thou canst not frown, thou canst not look askance, nor bite the lip as angry wenches will, nor haste thou pleasure to be cross in talk. But thou with mildness entertain'st thy wooers, with gentle conference, soft and affable. Why does the world report that Kate doth limp? O slanderous world! Kate like the hazel twig is straight and slender and as brown in hue, as hazel nuts and sweeter than the kernels. Oh, let me see thee walk, thou dost not halt. Katharina, go, fool, and whom thou keep'st command. Petruchio, did ever Diane so become a grove as Kate this chamber with her princely gait? Oh, be thou Diane, and let her be Kate, and then let Kate be chaste, and Diane sportful. Katharina. Where did you study all this goodly speech? Petruchio, it is extempore from my mother-wit. Katharina, a witty mother, witless else her son. Petruchio, am I not wise? Katharina, yes, keep you warm. Petruchio. Marry, so I mean, sweet Catherine, in thy bed, and therefore, setting all this chat aside, thus in plain terms, your father hath consented that you shall be my wife, your dowry greed on. And will you, nill you, I will marry you. Now, Kate, I am a husband for your turn, for by this light whereby I see thy beauty that doth make me like thee well, thou must be married to no man but me, for I am he am born to tame you, Kate, and bring you from a wild Kate to a Kate conformable as other household Kates. Re-enter Baptista, Gremio and Tranio. Here comes your father, never make denial, I must and will have Catherine to my wife. Baptista. Now, Signia. Petruchio, how speed you with my daughter? Petruchio, how but well, sir, how but well, it were impossible I should speed amiss. Baptista, why how now, daughter Catherine, in your dumps? Katharina, call you me daughter? Now I promise you have showed a tender fatherly regard to wish me wed to one half lunatic, a madcap ruffian and a swearing jack that thinks with oaths to face the matter out. Petruchio, father, 'tis thus, yourself and all the world that talked of her have talked amiss of her. If she be cursed, it is for policy, for she's not froward but modest as the dove. She is not hot but temperate as the morn. For patience she will prove a second Grisel and Roman Lucrece for her chastity. And to conclude, we have agreed so well together that upon Sunday is the wedding day. Katharina, I'll see thee hanged on Sunday first. Gremio. Hark, Petruchio, she says she'll see thee hanged first. Tranio, is this your speeding? Nay, then good night, I'll part. Petruchio, be patient, gentlemen, I choose her for myself, if she and I be pleased, what's that to you? 'Tis bargained twixt us twain, being alone, that she shall still be cursed in company. I tell you, 'tis incredible to believe how much she loves me. Oh, the kindest Kate she hung about my neck, and kiss on kiss she vied so fast, protesting oath on oath, that in a twink she won me to her love. Oh, you are novices, 'tis a world to see how tame when men and women are alone a meacock wretch can make the cursedest shrew. Give me thy hand, Kate, I will unto Venice to buy apparel gainst the wedding day. Provide the feast, father, and bid the guests, I will be sure my Catherine shall be fine. Baptista, I know not what to say, but give me your hands. God send you joy, Petruchio, 'tis a match. Gremio. Tranio, amen, say we will be witnesses. Petruchio, father and wife and gentlemen, adieu. I will to Venice. Sunday comes apace, we will have rings and things and fine array, and kiss me, Kate, we will be married o Sunday. Exunt Petruchio and Katharina severally. Gremio. Was ever match clapped up so suddenly? Baptista. Faith, gentlemen, now I play a merchant's part, and venture madly on a desperate mart. Tranio, 'twas a commodity lay fretting by you, 'twill bring you gain, or perish on the seas. Baptista. The gain I seek is quiet in the match. Gremio, no doubt but he hath got a quiet catch. But now, Baptista, to your younger daughter, now is the day we long have looked for. I am your neighbour and was suitor first. Tranio. And I am one that love Bianca more than words can witness or your thoughts can guess. Gremio. Youngling, thou canst not love so dear as I. Tranio. Greybeard. Thy love doth freeze. Gremio. But thine doth fry. Skipper, stand back, 'tis age that nourisheth. Tranio. But youth in ladies' eyes that flourisheth. Baptista. Content you, gentlemen, I'll compound this strife. 'Tis deeds must win the prize, and he of both that can assure my daughter greatest dower shall have my Bianca's love. Say, Signia Gremio, what can you assure her? Gremio. First, as you know, my house within the city is richly furnished with plate and gold, basins and ewers to lave her dainty hands, my hangings all of Tyrian tapestry. In ivory coffers I have stuffed my crowns, in cypress chests my arras counterpoints, costly apparel, tents and canopies, fine linen, Turkey cushions bossed with pearl, valance of Venice gold in needlework, pewter and brass, and all things that belong to house or housekeeping. Then, at my farm I have 100 milch kine to the pail, 60 fat oxen standing in my stalls, and all things answerable to this portion. Myself am struck in years, I must confess, and if I die tomorrow this is hers, if whilst I live she will be only mine. Tranio. That only came well in. Sir, list to me, I am my father's heir and only son. If I may have your daughter to my wife, I'll leave her houses 3 or 4 as good within rich Pisa's walls as any one old Signia Gremio has in Padua. Besides 2,000 ducats by the year of fruitful land, all which shall be her jointure. What have I pinched you, Signia Gremio? Gremio. 2,000 ducats by the year of land. My land amounts not to so much in all that she shall have, besides an argosy that now is lying in Marseille road. What have I chocked you with an argosy? Tranio. Gremio, 'tis known my father hath no less than 3 great argosies, besides 2 galleasses and 12 tight galleys. These I will assure her, and twice as much, whate'er thou offerst next. Gremio. Nay, I have offered all, I have no more, and she can have no more than all I have. If you like me, she shall have me and mine. Tranio. Why, then the maid is mine from all the world. By your firm promise, Gremio is outvied. Baptista, I must confess your offer is the best, and let your father make her the assurance she is your own. Else you must pardon me if you should die before him. Where's her dower? Tranio. That's but a cavil, he is old, I young. Gremio. And may not young men die as well as old? Baptista. Well, gentlemen, I am thus resolved. On Sunday next, you know, my daughter Catherine is to be married. Now, on the Sunday following, shall Bianca be bride to you, if you make this assurance, if not, to Signia Gremio. And so I take my leave, and thank you both. Gremio. Adieu, good neighbour. Exit Baptista. Now I fear thee not, sir, a young gamester, your father were a fool to give thee all, and in his waning age set foot under thy table. Tut, a toy, an old Italian fox is not so kind, my boy. Exit, Tranio. A vengeance on your crafty withered hide. Yet I have fact it with a card of 10. 'Tis in my head to do my master good. I see no reason but supposed Lucentio must get a father called supposed Vincentio, and that's a wonder. Fathers commonly do get their children, but in this case of wooing a child shall get a sire if I fail not of my cunning. Exit, Act Roman 3 Scene I, Padua, a room in Baptista's house. Enter Lucentio, Hortensio and Bianca. Lucentio. Fiddler, forbear, you grow too forward, sir. Have you so soon forgot the entertainment her sister Catherine welcomed you withal? Hortensio. But, wrangling pedant, this is the patroness of heavenly harmony. Then give me leave to have prerogative, and when in music we have spent an hour, your lecture shall have leisure for as much. Lucentio. Preposterous ass that never read so far to know the cause why music was ordained. Was it not to refresh the mind of man after his studies or his usual pain? Then give me leave to read philosophy, and while I pause serve in your harmony. Hortensio. Sirrah, I will not bear these braves of thine. Bianca. Why, gentlemen, you do me double wrong to strive for that which resteth in my choice. I am no breaching scholar in the schools, I'll not be tied to hours nor pointed times, but learn my lessons as I please myself. And to cut off all strife, here sit we down, take you your instrument, play you the whiles, his lecture will be done ere you have tunned. Hortensio, you'll leave his lecture when I am in tune, retires, Lucentio, that will be never, tune your instrument, Bianca, where left we last, Lucentio. Here, madam, hic ibat simwa, hic est sigia tellus, hic steterat priami regia celsa sines. Bianca, construe them. Lucentio. Hic ibat, as I told you before, simwa, I am Lucentio, hic est, son unto Vincentio of Pisa, sigia tellus, disguised thus to get your love, hic steterat, and that Lucentio that comes a wooing priami is my man Tranio regia, bearing my port, celsa sines, that we might beguile the old pantaloon. Hortensio. Returning. Madam, my instrument's in tune, Bianca, let's hear. Hortensio plays, oh fie, the treble jars, Lucentio. Spit in the hole, man, and tune again. Bianca, now let me see if I can construe it. Hic ibat simwa, I know you not. Hic est sigia tellus, I trust you not. Hic steterat priami, take heed he hear us not. Regia, presume not. Celsa sines, despair not. Hortensio. Madam, 'tis now in tune. Lucentio, all but the bass. Hortensio. The bass is right, 'tis the bass knave that jars, aside how fiery and forward our pedant is. Now for my life the knave doth court my love, pedascule I'll watch you better yet, Bianca. In time I may believe, yet I mistrust. Lucentio. Mistrust it not, for sure, Aeacides was Ajax, called so from his grandfather. Bianca, I must believe my master, else I promise you I should be arguing still upon that doubt, but let it rest. Now Lycio to you. Good master, take it not unkindly, pray, that I have been thus pleasant with you both. Hortensio. To Lucentio you may go walk and give me leave a while, my lessons make no music in 3 parts. Lucentio, are you so formal, sir? Well, I must wait aside and watch withal, for but I be deceived our fine musician groweth amorous. Hortensio. Madam, before you touch the instrument to learn the order of my fingering, I must begin with rudiments of art, to teach you gamut in a briefer sort, more pleasant, pithy, and effectual than hath been taught by any of my trade, and there it is in writing, fairly drawn. Bianca. Why, I am past my gamut long ago. Hortensio. Yet read the gamut of Hortensio, Bianca. Gamut I am, the ground of all accord, to plead Hortensio's passion. Be my, Bianca, take him for thy lord, see far ut, that loves with all affection. D sol re, 1 clef, 2 notes have I elam I. Show pity or I die. Call you this gamut? Tut, I like it not, old fashions please me best, I am not so nice to change true rules for odd inventions. Enter a servant, mistress, your father prays you leave your books and help to dress your sister's chamber up, you know tomorrow is the wedding day. Bianca. Farewell, sweet masters, both, I must be gone. Exeunt Bianca and servant, Lucentio. Faith, mistress, then I have no cause to stay. Exit. Hortensio. But I have cause to pry into this pedant, methinks he looks as though he were in love. Yet if thy thoughts, Bianca, be so humble to cast thy wandering eyes on every stale, seize thee that list. If once I find thee ranging, Hortensio will be quit with thee by changing. Exit. Scene Roman 2, the same, before Baptista's house. Enter Baptista, Gremio, Tranio, Katharina, Bianca, Lucentio and attendants. Baptista, to Tranio. Signia Lucentio. This is the pointed day that Catherine and Petruchio should be married, and yet we hear not of our son-in-law. What will be said? What mockery will it be to want the bridegroom when the priest attends to speak the ceremonial rites of marriage? What says Lucentio to this shame of ours, Katharina? No shame but mine. I must forsooth be forked to give my hand, opposed against my heart unto a mad brain rudespy, full of spleen, who wooed in haste and means to wed at leisure. I told you he was a frantic fool, hiding his bitter jests in blunt behaviour, and to be noted for a merry man he'll woo 1,000 point the day of marriage, make friends, invite and proclaim the banns, yet never means to wed where he hath wooed. Now must the world point at poor Catherine and say, lo, There is mad Petruchio's wife, if it would please him come and marry her. Tranio. Patience, good Catherine, and Baptista too. Upon my life, Petruchio means but well. Whatever fortune stays him from his word, though he be blunt, I know him passing wise, though he be merry, yet withal he's honest. Katharina, would Catherine had never seen him though. Exit weeping, followed by Bianca and others. Baptista. Go, girl, I cannot blame thee now to weep, for such an injury would vex a very saint, much more a shrew of thy impatient humour. Enter Biondello. Master, master, news, old news, and such news as you never heard of. Baptista. Is it new and old too? How may that be? Biondello. Why, is it not news to hear of Petruchio's coming? Baptista. Is he come? Biondello. Why no, sir. Baptista. What then? Biondello. He is coming. Baptista. When will he be here? Biondello. When he stands where I am and sees you there. Tranio. But say, what to thine old news? Biondello. Why, Petruchio is coming in a new hat and an old jerkin, a pair of old breeches thrice turned, a pair of boots that have been candle cases, one buckled, another laced, an old rusty sword ta'en out of the town armoury with a broken hilt and chapeless, with 2 broken points, his horse hipped with an old mothy saddle and stirrups of no kindred, besides possessed with the glanders and like to mose in the chine, troubled with the lampas, infected with the fashions, full of windgalls, sped with spavins, rayed with the yellows, past cure of the fives, stark spoiled with the staggers, begnorn with the bots, swayed in the back and shoulder shotten, near-legged before and with a half-checked bit, and a headstall of sheep's leather, which being restrained to keep him from stumbling, hath been often burst, and now repaired with knots. One girth 6 times pieced, and a woman's crupper of velour, which hath 2 letters for her name fairly set down in studs, and here and there pieced with a pax red. Baptista, who comes with him, Biondello. Oh, sir, his lackey, for all the world caparisoned like the horse, with a linen stock on one leg and a kersey boot-hose on the other, gartered with a red and blue list, an old hat and the humour of 40 fancies pricked in't for a feather, a monster, a very monster in apparel, and not like a Christian footboy or a gentleman's lackey. Tranio. 'Tis some odd humour pricks him to this fashion, yet oftentimes he goes but mean-apparelled. Baptista, I am glad he's come, howsoever he comes. Biondello. Why, sir, he comes not. Baptista. Didst thou not say he comes? Biondello. Who, that Petruchio came? Baptista. I, that Petruchio came. Biondello. No, sir, I say his horse comes with him on his back. Baptista. Why, that's all one. Biondello. Nay, by St. Jamie, I hold you a penny, a horse and a man is more than one, and yet not many. Enter Petruchio and Grumio. Petruchio. Come, where be these gallants? Who is at home? Baptista. You are welcome, sir. Petruchio. And yet I come not well. Baptista. And yet you halt not. Tranio. Not so well apparelled as I wish you were. Petruchio. Were it better I should rush in thus. But where is Kate? Where is my lovely bride? How does my father? Gentles, methinks you frown, and wherefore gaze this goodly company as if they saw some wondrous monument, some comet or unusual prodigy? Baptista. Why, sir, you know this is your wedding day. First were we sad, fearing you would not come, now sadder, that you come so unprovided. Fie, doff this habit, shame to your estate, an eyesore to our solemn festival. Tranio. And tell us what occasion of import hath all so long detained you from your wife and sent you hither so unlike yourself. Petruchio. Tedious it were to tell, and harsh to hear. Sufficeth I am come to keep my word, though in some part enforced to digress, which at more leisure I will so excuse as you shall well be satisfied withal. But where is Kate? I stay too long from her, the morning wears, 'tis time we were at church. Tranio. See not your bride in these unreverent robes, go to my chamber, put on clothes of mine. Petruchio. Not I, believe me, thus I'll visit her. Baptista. But thus I trust you will not marry her. Petruchio. Good sooth, even thus, therefore ha' done with words, to me she's married, not unto my clothes. Could I repair what she will wear in me, as I can change these poor accoutrements, 'twere well for Kate and better for myself. But what a fool am I to chat with you when I should bid good morrow to my bride and seal the title with a lovely kiss. Exeunt Petruchio, Grumio and Biondello. Tranio. He hath some meaning in his mad attire. We will persuade him, be it possible, to put on better ere he go to church. Baptista. I'll after him and see the event of this. Exeunt Baptista, Gremio and attendants. Tranio. But, sir, to love concerneth us to add her father's liking, which to bring to pass, as I before imparted to your worship, I am to get a man, whate'er he be at skills not much, will fit him to our turn, and he shall be Vincentio of Pisa and make assurance here in Padua of greater sums than I have promised. So shall you quietly enjoy your hope and marry sweet Bianca with consent. Lucentio, were it not that my fellow schoolmaster doth watch Bianca's steps so narrowly, 'twere good, methinks, to steal our marriage, which once performed, let all the world say no, I'll keep mine own despite of all the world. Tranio, that by degrees we mean to look into and watch our vantage in this business, will overreach the